Chapter 288. A few days later, in Ling Taisu's retreat. His Grand Master looked at Yang Kai with a smile, a profound look in his eyes. After a long time he said, "I won't ask what kind of medicine you gave me, and I won't ask you where you got this medicine. But remember, this time I was able to come back from the dead because of my own unfulfilled wishes. It has nothing to do with you." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. "I know my limits." Ling Taisu's words sounded a bit unreasonable at first, but how could Yang Kai not know that he was trying to protect him? A peerless medicine that could bring the dead back to life was of great importance, so how could Ling Taisu allow Yang Kai to take such a risk? "Grand Master, this is your universe bag." Yang Kai took out a universe bag from his sleeve and handed it over. Ling Taisu didn't accept it, instead just smiling and saying, "What Grand Master has given out? How could he take it back?" Yang Kai chuckled. "I don't need it now." The wordless black book storage space had been opened, so this universe bag was indeed useless. Ling Taisu slowly shook his head. "Keep it for yourself. If you really don't need it, you can give it to someone else. Grand Master thinks this thing is a good gift." Yang Kai smiled wryly and didn't insist, simply putting the universe bag back into his sleeve. Frowning, Yang Kai asked, "Your injuries?" Ling Taisu smiled lightly. "It's nothing serious. My strength has been restored to its peak, perhaps even a little beyond." Yang Kai smiled happily and said excitedly, "But Grand Master, the demonic qi in your body hasn't been completely dispelled." Ling Taisu frowned thoughtfully. "I'm also very curious about this. The thing you gave me was very strange. I think that if the demonic qi in my body was completely dispelled, I may be able to break through to the next level." Ling Taisu had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, so breaking through to the next level would be the above immortal ascension boundary. An above immortal ascension boundary master. In an ordinary first-class sect, there were only one or two such masters. Even in those super forces, there weren't many. If Ling Taisu could really break through to the above immortal ascension boundary, it would be a blessing in disguise. Could the myriad drug cream help people comprehend the martial Tao? Yang Kai really didn't know that it had such a miraculous effect. However, it was the essence of the well, so it was very likely to have such a powerful effect. "Congratulations, Grandmaster." Yang Kai felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Ling Taisu had wasted more than 10 years because of his two disciples. Originally, he could have reached this step long ago, but it was delayed until today. Ling Taisu smiled and slowly shook his head. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he asked in a low voice, "Grand Master, did your second disciple really come out of the coiling dragon stream?" Hearing this, a trace of hidden sadness flashed through Ling Taisu's eyes. He sighed softly and nodded. "Yes. In the past, I crippled his cultivation and trapped him in the coiling dragon stream, leaving him to fend for himself. Who would have thought that after more than 10 years, he would still be able to come out? This is truly beyond this old man's expectations. As far as this old man knows, he should have had some kind of fortuitous encounter down there, allowing him to restore his strength and even achieve the grand accomplishment of his demonic art." The formation of the coiling dragon stream was caused by the High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder, killing the Devil Lord. After the Devil Lord was killed, he fell to the bottom of the stream. Perhaps there was something left behind that was inadvertently obtained by Ling Taisu's second disciple a few hundred years later. This second disciple seemed to be a person of great fortune. Not only did he escape, but he also became the demon lord of the ash-gray cloud evil land. "What?" Yang Kai was shocked. "He's the demon lord?" Ling Taisu frowned as he looked at Yang Kai. "You've seen him?" "I haven't, but a few days ago, Medicine King's Valley was attacked by the ash-gray cloud evil land. I heard it was his handiwork." "What's the situation? Tell me in detail." Ling Taisu didn't seem to know about the changes in Medicine King's Valley and quickly asked. This wasn't because High Heaven Pavilion had sealed off information, but because Ling Taisu had been unconscious since a month and a half ago and had suffered heavy injuries. The elders of High Heaven Pavilion hadn't had time to report to him. On the last day of the Alchemist Summit, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land launched a large-scale attack and seized many young lords and young ladies from great forces. Yang Kai briefly explained everything he knew. The more Ling Taisu listened, the more gloomy his expression became. In the end, his expression became faintly uneasy. If that's the case, then I'm afraid he came out of the coiling dragon stream as early as half a year ago, but only began attacking my high heaven pavilion a month ago. Ling Taisu's expression changed greatly. The situation is not good. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked anxiously. If outsiders learn that the demon lord is from my high heaven pavilion. Ling Taisu's face became livid. High heaven pavilion was just a second-class sect, but the demon lord actually came from here. If those great forces learned about this place would definitely not be peaceful. Regardless of anything else, after the demon lord returned, Medicine King's Valley was attacked and the Pill Saint statue was destroyed. This was a world-shaking event. You should go see that little girl Su Yan first. We haven't seen each other for more than a year. We need to have a good chat. This old master is going into retreat for a few days. Ling Taisu quickly said. He obviously wanted to consider how to resolve this disaster. There were no walls in this world that didn't leak wind. It wouldn't be long before the demon lord's origins were discovered, and when that time came, High Heaven Pavilion would definitely face a great disaster. Leaving the sect master's retreat, Yang Kai sighed faintly. In front of this sect's calamity, his personal strength was too small. Flying all the way, Yang Kai saw that the entire High Heaven Pavilion was in a bleak state. More and more disciples were leaving, but no one tried to stop them. Arriving in front of Su Yan's small loft, Yang Kai jumped up. Pushing open the door, he saw Su Yan sitting cross-legged on her bed, cultivating the Ice Heart secret art. The changes in the outside world did not disturb her in the slightest. Perceiving Yang Kai's arrival, Su Yan opened her eyes slightly, a faint blush appearing on her cold and elegant face, making her look even more alluring. Yang Kai stepped forward, suppressing the throbbing in his heart, jumped onto the bed, and sat down cross-legged in front of her. For eyes met. Yang Kai's eyes filled with aggression while Su Yan's eyes were also watery, seemingly containing infinite flirtatious feelings. He wanted to strip the jade woman in front of him naked and taste her wonderful body. That kind of taste, reaching the pinnacle of mutual indulgence. Yang Kai believed that Su Yan would not refuse. However, Yang Kai still had a strange feeling in his heart. The reason the two of them could be so intimate, and Su Yan could do whatever she wanted to him, was entirely because of the joyous unification art. She was not like his little senior sister, Xia Ning Chang, who had developed feelings for him over time. To put it nicely, the relationship between the two of them was congenial, but to put it bluntly, it was nothing. Every time Yang Kai came back, he would be unbridled with Su Yan a few times. This kind of feeling was not like that of a man and woman in love, where their bodies were entwined with each other. It was more like they were trying to complete a mission to cultivate the joyous unification art. It was this kind of feeling that made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. The yin-yang monster ginseng had not played its role until now precisely, because this kind of forced intimacy was not so natural. If he wanted the yin-yang monster ginseng to play its role, he could not always maintain this kind of state. Although it was undeniable that the joyous unification art was the root cause of their feelings, Yang Kai did not want their feelings to be connected only by the joyous unification art. Heart to heart. How many men and women in this world could reach such a level? Even among those old couples who had respected each other for dozens of years, there were very few who could do it. What are you thinking about? Su Yan looked at Yang Kai strangely. She found that the light in his eyes was quickly fading, and the boiling blood in his body was slowly calming down. This was very different from the past. In the past, every time he saw her, he would find it difficult to control himself. And every time he would decisively take off his clothes, then strip her, and then, "I want you." Yang Kai grinned, his expression calm. Su Yan's white neck blushed slightly as she whispered, "I'm already yours. But I want your heart even more." Su Yan raised her head and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, a look of joy slowly appearing in her eyes. "You should know what I'm talking about." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Su Yan nodded gently. Yang Kai did not understand until today what was missing between him and Su Yan, but Su Yan had long since seen through it. She had never said it out loud. A woman would always be at a disadvantage in front of a man, especially in front of the man she liked. Even if she knew his approach was somewhat inappropriate, Even if she had some thoughts in her heart, before he saw through them clearly, a woman would not say it out loud. This was the approach of a smart woman. Only by letting him see and understand for himself would this man truly grow up. Work together? Yang Kai tilted his head and chuckled. Su Yan nodded slightly, a hazy mist appearing in her watery eyes. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Men and women were different. Women would always have a special feeling and dependence on their first man. As early as the many times they had engaged in dual cultivation and the endless waiting for each other, Su Yan had already been willing to entrust her heart and soul to him. The only thing the two of them lacked was a trace of understanding in Yang Kai's heart. Now, Yang Kai had finally understood, naturally allowing Su Yan to see hope. It was not until this moment that the bond between the two of them that had been formed by the joyous unification art was completely severed and transformed into true feelings between a man and a woman. Even without the joyous unification art, they would not easily let go of each other. Perhaps it would not be at this time, or perhaps it would be a long time in the future, but there would come a day when they would be able to reach a level of mutual understanding. The two of them sat facing each other. Yang Kai's mouth curved into a brilliant smile as he stretched out his large hands and placed them on Su Yan's knees. Su Yan slowly placed her hands in Yang Kai's palms. Soft as if boneless, smooth and fragrant, pure as ice and jade, Su Yan's small hands felt very comfortable to touch. Gently holding each other's hands, the two of them smiled at each other before closing their eyes and circulating the joyous unification art. Cultivating the joyous unification art was divided into 3 stages. The first stage required intimate physical contact in order to allow Yuan Qi to flow between the two of them. This was the first stage and was also the most glorious stage because every time they cultivated, it would be extremely charming and the scene would be hot and humid. Just like Yang Kai's previous practice. The second stage was the current state, where their hearts and minds were connected, and there was no need to be as open as before. Only a little contact was required to circulate the joyous unification art. Yang Kai's trace of understanding had allowed the two of them to enter this stage, allowing them to circulate the joyous unification art much faster and more efficiently than before. Chapter 289. The third stage was the true connection between their hearts. At that time, even if the two were separated by hundreds or thousands of meters, the Yuan Qi in their bodies would respond to each other in an endless cycle. When the two joined forces, their combat strength would soar, and they would be able to use many of the joyous unification art's offensive secret skills. The Yuan Qi flowed from Yang Kai's body into Su Yan's, then back to Yang Kai. The two's Yuan Qi blended and tempered, becoming purer and purer. As time passed, not only did the two's Yuan Qi begin to blend with each other, but even their consciousnesses seemed to converge. Their incorporeal consciousnesses intertwined as they longed for this kind of magical contact. Without speaking, they could clearly feel each other's thoughts, and every time they touched, they would tremble slightly. A faint dragon roar came from Yang Kai's body, followed by a phoenix cry from Su Yan's. Inside the room where the two were cultivating, a dense light of dragons and phoenixes appeared. If one were to take off their clothes and look closely, one would see a dragon and a phoenix rapidly swimming around Yang Kai's and Su Yan's backs. As they danced about, the two's dual cultivation was far more efficient than it had ever been before. This breakthrough in dual cultivation lasted for a full 5 days. The blending and tempering of the Yuan Qi washed away all the impurities that had accumulated during this time. Not only did Yang Kai's strength improve significantly, but Su Yan's harvest was also huge. There was no such thing as intimate intimacy, but both of them faintly felt that this kind of dual cultivation was what they had always longed for, a dual cultivation that touched each other's hearts. Until they left, Yang Kai didn't do anything superfluous. Because Su Yan had been using the longing and desire in her heart to temper herself. If at this time Yang Kai were to give her a hard time, he was afraid it would destroy the state of mind she had maintained for more than a year, causing her persistence to fall short. For her sake, Yang Kai had to be patient. Before leaving, Yang Kai gave Su Yan Ling Tai Su's universe bag, which contained several dozen kilograms of myriad drug liquid, more than a dozen kilograms of myriad drug milk, and 2 bottles of myriad drug cream. Myriad drug liquid could improve a person's physique if taken over a long period of time. This kind of good thing naturally had to be shared with his woman. It wouldn't take too long as he persisted for 1 to 2 months. Su Yan would most likely be reborn. Her aptitude had always been top-notch, and now that she was reborn, her future achievements would definitely be limitless. Other than that, as for the soul-cleansing dew and the brilliant flame liquid, Su Yan could refine the brilliant flame liquid now to help temper her yuan qi. As for the soul-cleansing dew, once she broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, she would naturally be able to use it. They were all things that would be useful in the near future. Leaving Su Yan's small loft, Yang Kai flew all the way to the coiling dragon stream. Before he even got close, Yang Kai could already see a black aura full of evil rising up from the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, converging towards the top. In the sky several miles above the coiling dragon stream, a large mass of black qi covered the sky, and an overwhelming baleful qi rushed towards them. Ever since the second disciple of the sect leader came out of seclusion, the coiling dragon stream had become like this. The demonic qi here was so dense that it wouldn't affect them too much in the short term, but if this continued, the surrounding several hundred miles would no longer be suitable for people to live in. The disciples of the 3 sects nearby would be implicated. During this time, people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had already come to High Heaven Pavilion to denounce them. However, High Heaven Pavilion's sect leader was seriously injured and unconscious, and one of the 5 elders had died in battle. Seeing this desolate place, they could only leave it be. The old demon's mood was somewhat excited, and without waiting for Yang Kai to summon it, it took the initiative to rush out. The surrounding demonic qi began to converge towards the soul breaker all, and the old demon also opened its belly to absorb it, like a sponge, completely swallowing up this demonic qi. This demonic qi, which was difficult for ordinary people to endure, was a great supplement for the old demon. Not only did his soul need this kind of thing, but the soul breaker all also urgently needed the demonic qi. The current state of High Heaven Pavilion was the paradise that he had always wanted. Walking to the edge of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai lowered his head and looked down, only to see that in the distance, there seemed to be a black flood dragon rolling and boiling. These were all extremely rich demonic qi and demonic qi. The entire bottom of the coiling dragon stream had become the birthplace of the demonic qi. When you were absorbing the demonic qi at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, did you notice anything? Yang Kai frowned and asked. I didn't notice anything, it's just that the further down I go, the stronger the demonic qi becomes. However, the demonic qi here is somewhat different from before. The old demon pondered. What's the difference? Yang Kai asked. Compared to before, it seems to be purer and denser. Originally, there was an energy suppressing the demonic qi here. Young master, when you were here before, you swallowed the yang attribute energy, which was suppressing the demonic qi, but now this suppression has loosened a lot. Yang Kai nodded slightly and no longer spoke. He had also noticed that the yang attribute energy here was much thinner than before. A moment later, he leaped down. While in midair, he circulated his true essence and stabilized himself. Then, with a turn of his body, he flew back into his cave. The cave mansion was still the same, without the slightest damage. All the decorations inside were built by Su Yan and Xia Ning Chong bit by bit. The 2 pots of flowers at the entrance of the cave had already withered. These were the 2 pots Meng Wuya had placed on the contribution hall's counter. But now they were affected by the demonic qi and had completely withered. Beside the 2 pots of flowers, there was a small hole, which should have been the place where the yin-yang monster ginseng took root, but now it was nowhere to be seen. Su Yan hadn't seen it since the great change in High Heaven Pavilion. The yin-yang monster ginseng was a world spirit treasure, and had its own consciousness, so when it sensed danger, it would automatically hide. It was likely that when the demon lord appeared and the demonic qi in the coiling dragon stream surged, it was alarmed. However, it shouldn't have run away. It loved the yin and yang qi, so besides the coiling dragon stream, there was no other place for it to stay. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly released his divine sense and began searching the surrounding area. As his divine sense spread out, he faintly felt a trace of danger coming from below the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai didn't dare to go too deep and simply searched above. A moment later, Yang Kai smiled happily as he found the yin-yang monster ginseng's location. Indeed, as he expected, the yin-yang monster ginseng was just hiding in a mountain crack a few kilometers away. Using his divine sense to release his goodwill, the yin-yang monster ginseng quickly realized where this familiar aura came from and quickly turned into a stream of light and flew over. After a few dozen breaths, the red and white yin-yang monster ginseng appeared in front of Yang Kai again, and directly jumped into his arms, revealing only a small part of its body, its delicate facial features filled with fear and trepidation. Yang Kai laughed and stretched out his finger, forcing a drop of yang liquid into its body. The yin-yang monster ginseng absorbed this drop of yang liquid, and its expression immediately became much happier. "I'll give you a new home, it's absolutely safe, no one will bother you in the future," Yang Kai whispered, not waiting for it to respond before directly putting it into the black book space. The black book space couldn't hold living things, but there was no problem with exotic flowers and plants. Although the yin-yang monster ginseng was sentient, it was still just one of the exotic flowers and plants, so there was no problem with it staying inside the black book space. Entering the huge space, the yin-yang monster ginseng curiously looked around, and soon discovered the existence of the myriad drug liquid. Its figure flickered, and it tried to take root near the myriad drug liquid. Yang Kai immediately realized the situation wasn't good, and quickly used his divine sense to construct an isolated space to hide these treasures. As soon as the yin-yang monster ginseng discovered its treasures were gone, its facial features immediately became aggrieved and it jumped up and down, turning into a stream of light as it searched around the black book space, trying to find the myriad drug liquid. "I'll give you a drop every 10 days, so stay here obediently." Yang Kai helplessly transmitted this message with his divine sense. Hearing this, the yin-yang monster ginseng calmed down. After settling the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the secluded home, taking all the things he had left behind into the black book space. These things were all obtained from the Endless Sea Islands, and were treasures belonging to the great sects of the Endless Sea Islands. Each one of these things was a blade that couldn't see the light of day. Walking back to the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai stared down at the churning demonic chi down below and fell silent. Old Demon saw through Yang Kai's thoughts and tentatively asked, "Young master, do you want to go down?" Yang Kai nodded. There was definitely some kind of mystery down here, otherwise, it would have been impossible for Ling Tai-Su's second disciple to recover his strength and achieve the grand accomplishment stage of his demonic art. This was the site of the great battle between High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder and a demon lord several hundred years ago, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to go down and take a look. The churning demonic aura was a barrier that prevented most people from advancing. Even many evil spirits might not be able to withstand the evil aura and ferocious aura. However, Yang Kai had the old demon's protection and his own unyielding golden skeleton, so it wasn't completely hopeless. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart became firm and he directly jumped down from the cave entrance. Old Demon was secretly shocked by Yang Kai's boldness and quickly raised his guard. The wind whistled past his ears as his body fell straight down, his speed increasing. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed a few thousand meters and directly fell into the churning demonic chi. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had been pricked and hurriedly used his yang inflammation wings to jump out from below. His expression was one of extreme pain as he looked down with lingering fear. The moment he fell into the demonic chi, Yang Kai felt as if his soul was being attacked. It was a bloodthirsty and cold attack filled with despair. This attack was hidden in the demonic chi below. Invisible and intangible, it was impossible to guard against. Even though Yang Kai had cultivated his divine sense at this moment, he still couldn't withstand such an attack, causing his head to hurt. Old Demon, on the other hand, was fearless and wasn't injured in the slightest. Yang Kai lightly leapt to the side of the cliff and stared down for a moment before plunging down again. The monstrous demonic chi wrapped around his body, so thick that it was almost tangible. Being surrounded by this demonic chi, Yang Kai felt his hair stand on end. The strange attacks once again assaulted his divine soul from all directions. It was as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at his divine soul. Yet it was also as if thousands of needles were stabbing into his brain. Waves of ghostly wails and howls also rang in his ears. He felt as if he had fallen into the Azura hell. Chapter 290. Young Kai's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared this time, so although his soul was still in pain, he wasn't as helpless as before. Closing his soul, Young Kai focused on keeping his soul clear. The soul-warming lotus also played its role in a timely manner, causing a faint cool feeling to spread through his mind, greatly reducing the pain he felt. Pausing mid-air, Young Kai took a few deep breaths and waited until he had adapted to the intensity of the attacks before continuing to dive down. After diving another 1,000 meters or so, he felt that the surrounding demonic chi attacks seemed to have become stronger, and the unbearable pain came again, forcing Young Kai to stop. Continuing like this, Young Kai continued to dive for about 1,000 meters, but he still couldn't see the bottom of the coiling dragon stream. Young Kai frowned, faintly unable to bear it any longer. The damage to his soul in this place was much more severe than the white fog in that isolated world. Inside the white fog only attacked one's soul, but the evil aura here not only attacked one's soul but also penetrated deep into one's mind, drawing out the evil factor hidden deep within Young Kai's mind. This was definitely a treasure trove for tempering one's soul and cultivating one's spiritual energy. After descending 1,000 meters, Young Kai clearly felt that his spiritual energy had grown slightly stronger. If he could cultivate here for a long time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to form a knowledge sea. However, Young Kai couldn't bear it for too long. If he stayed here for too long, his temperament would be affected and assimilated by the surrounding aura. After a long silence, Young Kai suddenly asked the old demon, "Do you know any soul skills? It would be best if they were defensive." "Yes," the old demon readily responded. "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Young Kai said bitterly. The things this old servant knows, whether they are martial skills, secret arts, or soul skills, are all extremely evil. Young Master has always disdained them. The old demon felt somewhat wronged. "Is this soul skill also an evil one?" Young Kai asked. "Although it can be considered as such, if I were to cultivate here, I wouldn't need to resort to such cruel methods. The demonic chi here is very strong. The demonic chi here is the best place to cultivate soul skills. Then don't waste time, hurry up and teach me that soul skill." Oh, the old demon's memories were very chaotic. Although he had been brought out by Young Kai from the Heaven's Cave inheritance for more than 2 years, he had always been like this. After replying to Young Kai, he pondered for a long time before he finally recalled most of the soul skill and taught it to Young Kai. Palace of Confusion. According to the old demon, if he wanted to cultivate this soul skill, he had to find some living people, torture them, making them wish they were dead. Only after experiencing fear, terror, and despair could the soul energy produced by these people after death be used to cultivate the Palace of Illusions. Cultivators collected the souls of the dead and built a maze-like existence in their minds. The tormented, resentful spirits were the bricks that built this maze. The more evil the wraith was, the more powerful the maze would be. After successfully cultivating the Palace of Illusions, layers of illusions would appear around the cultivator's sea of consciousness, twisting and turning passages. The greatest use of this martial skill was for defense. However, it was also a soul skill that could be used for both offense and defense. If an enemy dared to use their spiritual energy to attack the cultivator, once their spiritual energy fell into this maze, they would never be able to find a way out. Gradually, their spiritual energy would be exhausted by the resentful spirits hidden in the Palace of Illusions. The Palace of Illusions had not been fully cultivated, because the cultivator could always add bricks and tiles to this palace around the sea of consciousness, consolidating and expanding it. It protected the cultivator's sea of consciousness from being disturbed by the outside world. It was an impregnable defense, and this place was filled with dense demonic chi. Without a doubt, it was the most suitable brick for the Palace of Illusions. This soul skill suited Young Kai's needs very well, making him very happy. He immediately hurried to cultivate it. However, before that, Young Kai had to familiarize himself with how to use his spiritual energy to capture the demonic chi drifting around his body and use it as the cornerstone of the Palace of Illusions. This was relatively simple. Yang Kai had already cultivated his divine sense, so all he needed to do was try to use it. For several days, Yang Kai familiarized himself with the use of his divine sense. Wisps of dark demonic qi were drawn into his mind, and according to Yang Kai's own ideas, they were transformed into bricks and tiles, gradually building a palace that protected his divine sense. Building a skyscraper from the ground was the same as building a palace in his mind, and it was a labyrinthine palace. After familiarizing himself with it, his movements became faster and faster. For an entire month, Yang Kai cultivated the palace of illusions in the depths of the coiling dragon stream. Wisps of demonic qi were captured by his divine sense and disappeared into his mind. The labyrinthine palace gradually began to take shape, slowly expanding and becoming more and more complex. After a month of cultivation, Yang Kai clearly felt that his spiritual energy had increased greatly. Now that his divine sense had spread out, he could investigate everything within a 20-kilometer radius. Increasing one's spiritual energy was very difficult. Even for an immortal ascension boundary master, wanting to achieve something with their divine sense was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was much more difficult than cultivating one's physical body. The most common method was to cultivate a soul skill or swallow a precious treasure that could increase one's spiritual energy. Yang Kai was cultivating the Palace of Illusions in such a harsh environment, 1,000 meters below the coiling dragon stream. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, it was natural that his spiritual energy would become much more powerful. After another 10 days or so, Yang Kai finally reached the minor accomplishment stage of the Palace of Illusions. Although he still hadn't been able to form a knowledge sea, Yang Kai could clearly feel that around his mind, there were layers of protection, guarding the most critical positions. These layers of protection were all formed by the demonic qi overflowing from the coiling dragon stream. However, none of these demonic qi could affect Yang Kai in the slightest. Because this was a soul skill that Yang Kai had cultivated, all the demonic qi had been branded with his brand. Since the Palace of Illusions had just been formed, Yang Kai naturally couldn't wait to try it out. His current position was 1,000 meters below the coiling dragon stream, so the demonic qi here couldn't affect him in the slightest. Jumping down, his speed became faster and faster. 2,000 meters, the Palace of Illusions was impregnable. 3,000 meters, the Palace of Illusions was still unshakable. Even after falling to the deepest part of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai still didn't notice that the demonic qi here had any effect on him. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai suddenly realized something. This wasn't because of the palace's defensive prowess, but because this soul skill of his was forged from the demonic qi in this place. The two were of the same origin, so how could the demonic qi outside affect his spiritual energy? This soul skill isn't bad. Yang Kai grinned. He could clearly feel that the demonic qi at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream was terrifyingly strong. If not for the protection of the Palace of Illusions, his spiritual energy would have been instantly obliterated. The source of the demonic qi should be here. The old demon's voice sounded. This is also the source of the yang qi. Yang Kai's expression was somewhat happy. The origin of yang on his chest was pulsating non-stop. This movement was very fierce. There was some kind of yang attribute treasure in front of him, and a very precious one at that. Hurriedly walking over, Yang Kai's pace was light. The coiling dragon stream was very long, stretching as far as the eye could see. Along the way, Yang Kai saw many white bones. Stepping on these bones, a cracking sound could be heard, giving off a thrilling sound. These bones should be the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had died after being sealed in the coiling dragon stream in the past. On both sides of the cliff, there were some trees that weren't very tall and had some dark fruits growing on them. In this kind of place, there were still plants growing. Yang Kai casually plucked one of these fruits and examined it, only to see that it was also filled with demonic qi. When he touched it, he couldn't help feeling a sense of dread. Evil spirit fruit, TSK, there's actually such a thing here. The old demon marveled. No wonder your sect master's second disciple was able to survive here. I was also wondering what he ate here for 10 years. Yang Kai smiled faintly, reaching out and plucking the few remaining fruits and throwing them into the black book space. The sect master's second disciple didn't pick all of these fruits. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of mentality he had. Perhaps it was because these fruits had been raised for him for 10 years, and were a memento before he left. However, there weren't many left, only 2 or 3 fruits. These weren't anything good, but they contained a lot of demonic qi. Continuing to walk forward, a moment later, amidst the thick demonic qi, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's pupils couldn't help shrinking as he abruptly stopped and vigilantly stared at this figure, secretly circulating his yuan qi. Here he didn't dare use his divine sense. Once his divine sense left the area guarded by the spirit palace, it would immediately turn to ash, so he didn't know who this figure in front of him was. However, this figure gave Yang Kai a very strange feeling. There wasn't the slightest aura of life coming from this figure. This figure was sitting cross-legged, and around him were more than a dozen ink-black auras that resembled flood dragons. This black aura obscured his appearance. "He's dead," the old demon said in a deep voice. Yang Kai nodded slightly before slowly approaching this figure. Walking closer, Yang Kai caught a glimpse of a chain-like object around this figure's neck. This chain was connected to a collar around this figure's neck, the other end of which was hanging in front of this figure's chest. It wasn't very long, only about a foot in length. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling surprised. This was because he discovered that this chain and collar were all made from Yang attribute treasures, and the aura coming from them was of the purest Yang attribute. Compared to the true Yang yuan qi in his body, it was several grades higher. Faintly, Yang Kai felt that his yuan qi was somewhat close to this collar. After thinking about it for a while, he understood. He had cultivated in the coiling dragon stream for a while, and the yang qi he absorbed was also released by this collar, so it wasn't strange for him to feel this way. This person's clothes had long been reduced to dust, and his flesh was almost completely dried up, but this seemingly weak body contained an explosive power that made one's heart palpitate. All the demonic qi in the coiling dragon stream was actually released by this person's body. There was a huge wound on his chest. It was hideous and terrifying. Chapter 291. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before suddenly sucking in a cold breath and exclaiming, "I know who this person is." "Who?" "The devil who was killed by my sect's ancestral founder several hundred years ago." The old demon was not clear about the origins of High Heaven Pavilion, so Yang Kai simply explained. Hearing that the coiling dragon stream was created by a devil lord, the old demon was very excited, his voice filled with excitement. Hundreds of years of immortality. This devil lord has a bit of this old master's style. Yang Kai was also secretly shocked. A person who had died several hundred years ago. And although his flesh and blood had almost dried up, his body had not yet been destroyed. Moreover, such a rich demonic aura had filled the entire coiling dragon stream. Just how strong was this person when he was alive? Just how strong was High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder to be able to kill him? This was not a level that the current Yang Kai could hope to reach, at least not in the short term. Looking around in amazement, Yang Kai found a deep imprint not far away. Squatting down and carefully examining it, his eyes couldn't help but light up. This should be the place where the second disciple of the sect leader had meditated and cultivated for more than 10 years. He had sat here for many years and left behind these traces. In other words, the sect master's second disciple should have seen something mysterious from this dead devil lord, or obtained something that allowed him to restore his strength and escape after more than 10 years. The sect master had sealed him in the coiling dragon stream, which had allowed him to achieve so much. This world was truly fickle, no one could say for sure. "Young master," the old demon suddenly called out. There was a trace of excitement and expectation in his voice. "Can you take the artifact around this demon lord's neck?" Of course. Yang Kai had long seen through the extraordinariness of this necklace. This thing contained the most Yang attribute, and was a Yang attribute artifact that could restrain demonic qi. Yang Kai himself cultivated the true Yang secret art, so this artifact was very compatible with him, so how could he let it go? This artifact should have been left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's founder to suppress the demonic qi in this demon lord. However, hundreds of years had passed, and the second disciple of the sect leader had done something to this place. The demonic qi could no longer be suppressed. This artifact wouldn't be of any use here anyway. But what does it have to do with you whether I accept it or not? Young Kai was suspicious. He had a feeling that the old demon was planning something. The old demon chuckled. Young master, if you can take this artifact, old servant can try to enter this devil's body. Possession? Young Kai's expression changed slightly. No. The old demon hurriedly explained. His soul has long since ceased to exist. All that's left is a body of flesh and blood. My soul has taken over his body, so it can't be considered possession. Are you confident? Yes, a little. He was also a demon lord when he was alive, so his aura is somewhat similar to old servant's, so old servant wants to try and see if he can control this body. The old demon smiled bitterly. In fact, whether it is possession or soul taking over someone else's body, it is not as simple as young master thinks. A person's body is like a special container. In principle, this container can only hold a certain type of soul. It is very difficult for other souls to survive in this container. Then when you first saw me, why did you try to possess my body without any explanation? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile as he recalled the events of his childhood. The old demon laughed dryly. I had no choice but to do so. I was sealed away for many years. Not long after I woke up, I encountered you, but even if you didn't resist at that time, I most likely wouldn't have succeeded in possessing your body. What would have happened then? Your soul would have been obliterated by me. And then I would have taken control of your body. At most, you would have been able to survive for half a month before rotting away. At that time, old servant will once again become a wandering soul in this world. Old demon casually explained the consequences of failing to seize Yang Kai's body. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face went pale. Fortunately, the unyielding golden skeleton had played a role. Otherwise he would have died in vain. Moreover, regardless of whether the possession was successful or not, old servant's own soul would have been greatly consumed. So even if it was the soul of a powerhouse, it would not casually attempt to possess someone's body. Only when it is very suitable for old servant would they make a move. The old demon patiently explained. This person's body in front of you meets your requirements? Yes. I hope young master will agree. If old servant can control this person's body, he will be able to play a much greater role than he is now. When the time comes, old servant will be able to truly help you. The old demon also felt ashamed of himself. For the past 2 years he had followed Yang Kai, he had not been able to play the role a 10,000-year-old demon should have. Now that he had seen such a suitable body, he was naturally quite tempted. Good, I am also looking forward to it. Yang Kai grinned and agreed to the old demon's request. Walking up to the old demon's body, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the chain, pouring yuan qi into it. In less than half a day, the chain suddenly turned into a golden stream of light and drilled into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's expression was slightly stunned. He had thought that refining and obtaining such an artifact would take a lot of time. He had even been prepared to stay here for a month or two, but he had not expected the process to be so simple and easy. As soon as the chain disappeared, the black flood dragon rolling around the old demon's body seemed to have broken free of its shackles and fiercely rushed out. Not only that, but the old demon's body was also constantly emitting demonic qi, creating a terrifying scene. Yang Kai quickly stabilized his body and with a dignified expression, threw out the soul breaker all. The old demon hid inside and drilled into the old demon's body, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The churning demonic qi suddenly slowed down a lot, probably because the old demon was controlling it. Yang Kai called out a few times, but did not receive any response. However, from the reaction of the demonic qi flowing out of the old demon's body, the old demon should be in the process of taking over this body, but he did not know how long it would take. This was the old demon's own battle, so Yang Kai could not help at all. Helplessly, he could only sit cross-legged and wait quietly. In this kind of demonic land, Yang Kai could not even open his cultivation palace. Once his divine sense left his mind, it would definitely be obliterated. Unable to use his divine sense, he naturally had no way to capture the demonic qi. Bored to death, Yang Kai took out the chain he had just put into his body. This chain was quite famous. Yang Kai did not know what material it was made of, But since it was an artifact left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder to suppress the old demon, its grade was certainly not low. The chain was only about a foot long and had a collar at the top that could be tied around a person's neck. There was a small line of text inside the collar. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai muttered, "Demon sealing chain." This thing was probably useless to ordinary people. It was an artifact meant to deal with demonic qi. Looking at this demon sealing chain, Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly. Since the sect master's second disciple was able to pry into the old demon's body and recover his strength, he must have discovered the existence of the demon sealing chain. However, he had still not been able to take this artifact away, so it was easy to imagine how much the demon sealing chain restrained him. If he could find an opportunity to put this thing around his neck, regardless of whether he was a demon lord or not, he would definitely be locked in place with his entire body's yuan qi. This was a very good thing to deal with him. Thinking of his martial uncle, who had become a demon lord but had yet to meet, Yang Kai's expression became cold. Ling Tai Su had been worried about him for more than 10 years, and because of him, the fourth master Yang had been seriously injured and had not yet fully recovered. It could even be said that Yang Kai's congenital deficiency was all thanks to this demon lord. So even though the two of them had never met, they were already enemies. Since he was an enemy, Yang Kai naturally did not want him to live a comfortable life. With a calm expression, Yang Kai put the demon sealing chain back into his body and began using his yuan qi to nourish it, waiting for a day when it could play its true role. For the next few days, the old demon continued to fuse with the demon lord's body, and no matter how Yang Kai called out, it did not respond. After the 5th day, the old demon's weak voice called out, "Young master, how is it?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. "It's about time." The old demon gasped for breath, obviously using up a lot of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, the demonic qi here was rich and could be replenished at any time. But old servant needs to first take back the demonic qi here. Otherwise this demon lord won't be able to play much of a role. How long will it take? It's very slow, at least a few months. That long? Then I won't wait for you, Yang Kai said as he stood up. Good, young master. You go do what you need to do. Old servant will come find you after he is done here. Saying so, the old demon began to swallow the demonic qi in the coiling dragon stream. The rich and solid demonic qi seemed to be attracted by something and drilled into the demon lord's body. The demon lord's body was like a bottomless pit at this moment, no matter how much demonic qi was sucked in. Yang Kai watched in horror and no longer paid any attention to the old demon. Using his yang inflammation wings, he directly flew out of the coiling dragon stream. High Heaven Pavilion was desolate. The original several thousand disciples had long since disappeared. Many of them had left because of the changes in the coiling dragon stream and the appearance of the demon lord. They were afraid that they would be implicated, so they left the sect on their own accord. But there were even more people who left because of Ling Tai Su's orders. In the entire High Heaven Pavilion, there were only about 100 people left. These 100 people were the backbone of High Heaven Pavilion and were the most loyal disciples of the sect. No matter how Ling Tai Su persuaded them, these people were unwilling to leave the sect and vowed to live and die with the sect. In this regard, Ling Tai Su was helpless and could only let them be. In Su Yan's small room, Yang Kai's figure flashed. After not seeing each other for nearly 2 months, Su Yan had successfully broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage, and was now preparing to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. While sitting opposite to each other and dual cultivating, Yang Kai listened to Su Yan talk about the changes in the sect over the past 2 months. His heart was also filled with sorrow. Such a large sect was now facing the fate of disbanding. No one could accept this result. But Ling Tai Su was also helpless. The demon lord's identity would be discovered sooner or later, so if he didn't want to implicate the ordinary disciples, he could only drive them away first. Chapter 292. The changes in High Heaven Pavilion naturally couldn't be hidden from the eyes and ears of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. These days, the Hu sisters had also come to High Heaven Pavilion many times to speak with Su Yan, comforting her and inquiring about Yang Kai. However, the other members of Blood Battle Gang weren't so kind. Before the Heaven's Cave inheritance opened, Meng Wuya had fought 10 immortal ascension boundary masters of Blood Battle Gang, causing them to lose a lot of face. Many of them still bore grudges, especially Long Zai Tian, whose foundation had been damaged in that battle and had yet to recover. This time, High Heaven Pavilion was in turmoil, so Long Zai Tian had contacted people from all around to add insult to injury. Gangmaster Human also closed one eye, allowing Long Zai Tian to do as he pleased. Storm Hall was also the same. On one hand, they were taking in the expelled disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, while on the other hand, they were coveting High Heaven Pavilion's wealth. The current situation of the entire sect was like a person drinking water, whether it was hot or cold, only they knew. If the sect is disbanded, where should I go? Su Yan sighed faintly. She had lived in High Heaven Pavilion since she was a child, and had long since regarded this place as her home. Now that this kind of thing had suddenly happened, even if her temperament was indifferent, she couldn't help feeling sad and confused. Yang Kai also smiled wryly, pulling her into his arms and gently hugging her. Their fingers intertwined, their ears rubbing against each other's as they breathed in each other's scent, gradually calming their restless mood. If it really comes to that point, go to Medicine King's Valley's hidden Cloud Peak. Treasurer Meng and little senior sister are there. Yang Kai whispered. With Xiao Fusheng's prestige, protecting a group of people was not a problem. Although he was a member of the Yang family, he couldn't even return home. So naturally he couldn't give Su Yan any guarantees. Su Yan nodded slightly, suddenly smiling and saying, I haven't seen junior sister Xia for a long time. You two are now. Not yet. Yang Kai smiled wryly. Then you have to work harder. Junior sister Xia is like a fairy. Innocent, pure and innocent. Don't let her suffer in the hands of other men. Su Yan smiled. Yang Kai nodded awkwardly. Right at this moment, a divine sense suddenly spread out, causing Yang Kai's expression to change slightly. Turning his head to look in a certain direction, he said solemnly, A master is coming. Su Yan quickly sat up straight, a trace of worry flashing across her cold and elegant face as she asked, Where is it? Don't be nervous. It's an acquaintance. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He could feel that this newcomer was an immortal ascension boundary master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use his divine sense to transmit a message, but since the other party had so blatantly used his divine sense to scan the area, presumably all of the High Heaven Pavilion's immortal ascension boundary masters would have sensed it. Moreover, this person's spiritual sense fluctuations were very familiar. At least Yang Kai should have seen this person before, but he couldn't tell whose spiritual sense it was. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai listened attentively for a moment. Hearing the sound of many robes fluttering from the sect, Yang Kai knew that it was Ling Tai Su and the other elders who had set out, so he jumped down together with Su Yan. He flew in that direction. Before he could even get close, he heard Ling Tai Su's voice call out, Which friend has graced High Heaven Pavilion with his presence? From the other side an old voice called out, Sect Master Ling. It's been a long time. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's brow furrowed and his speed increased, soon arriving beside Ling Tai Su. The four great elders had also arrived, standing behind Ling Tai Su. Seeing Yang Kai and Su Yan arrive together, the expressions of the four elders suddenly became strange, especially Su Xianwu. Although he had long known that there was something going on between his granddaughter and Yang Kai, seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help rolling his eyes, especially when he saw the faint blush still on Su Yan's cold face, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. He couldn't help but stare fiercely at Yang Kai, his tone full of threat. Yang Kai just smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. In the distance, a figure quickly came to a stop in front of everyone. After seeing this person's appearance, Ling Tai Su was surprised. Are you the Dong family's Wind Guard? The newcomer smiled and cupped his fist to the crowd. It is this old man who has taken the liberty to come here. I hope you will forgive him. Yang Kai's expression changed and quickly asked, Senior, has something happened? The Dong family's Wind and Cloud dual guards had always followed closely behind Dong Qinghan to ensure his safety, but this time, the Wind guards had suddenly come to visit High Heaven Pavilion. Obviously, Dong Qinghan wanted to convey some kind of important message to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent him here. The Wind Guard's expression became serious as he nodded slightly and cupped his fists. Young Master Yang, my young lord has asked me to inform you that you must leave High Heaven Pavilion quickly. Otherwise you will be in great danger. Because of the Demon Lord? Yang Kai frowned and quickly thought of the problem. The Wind Guard was surprised. So your sect has already made preparations. No wonder this place was so deserted. When he had released his divine sense just now, he hadn't noticed many people here. It was very different from the last time he had come to High Heaven Pavilion. Ling Taisu nodded. Naturally we have made preparations. The Wind Guard continued. Then why are you still here? You should hurry up and leave. The people who have come to High Heaven Pavilion this time are not people you can afford to provoke. Who are they? Su Xianwu heard him speak so seriously and his expression couldn't help sinking. The central capital. Qiu family. The Wind Guard quickly said. One of the 8 great families? Wei Shitong and the others all paled. And the Qiu family is the leader, the Bai family is also here, and Purple Fern Valley is also here. With these 3 forces united, not to mention your High Heaven Pavilion, even my Dong family cannot afford to provoke them. The Wind Guard comforted them with a sincere expression. Everyone, please don't be reckless. Where there is life, there is hope. High Heaven Pavilion's Demon Lord was such a big matter, so the central capital's 8 great families would definitely participate. Yang Kai could understand, after all, this was a matter of great importance. There had to be a leader who could handle it, but the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley coming was somewhat thought-provoking. It was likely that because Yang Kai's battle with Bai Yunfeng last time had caused him to lose face, this time they had deliberately come to add insult to injury. Their speed is very fast. This old man has not been able to shake them off. I estimate that in at most half a day they will arrive here. The Wind Guard hurriedly said, after which he cupped his fists and said, since the message has been delivered, this old master will take his leave. He couldn't stay here. If the Qiu family blocked him, it would be very troublesome to explain. Finished speaking, the Wind Guard took his leave, leaving behind a group of stunned people. Wei Shitong hesitantly said, the Dong family's Wind Guard. Why would he be so kind as to send us a message? Is there some kind of trap? Ling Taisu shook his head slightly. No, Yang Kai and his young lord have some friendship. This message was sent with good intentions. There is no need to doubt it. Hearing this, the 4 great elders all stared at Yang Kai in surprise, wondering what kind of ability he had to make friends with a character like Dong Qinghan. Pass down the order. Everyone quickly pack up their things. After a stick of incense worth of time, gather at the coiling dragon stream. Ling Taisu decisively said. Finish speaking. Then he said, Yang Kai, you stay here. The 4 great elders received the order and hurriedly left, leaving behind only Yang Kai and Ling Taisu. Do you remember the last time I brought you across the void? Ling Taisu suddenly asked. I remember. Good. As long as you remember, you only need to pour your yuan qi into it, and the spirit array at that location will automatically open. You will take your people and leave from there. Presumably, they won't be able to catch up. After you leave, destroy the spirit array and find a place to settle down. Before the situation is clear, don't show yourself. Grandmaster, you're not leaving. Yang Kai understood the meaning behind his words and asked with a look of surprise. My High Heaven Pavilion hasn't done anything to offend the heavens. It's just this old master's fault for accepting the wrong disciple. Why should I leave? Ling Taisu chuckled. If this old master leaves, it will only cause High Heaven Pavilion to fall into an even more disadvantageous situation. I want to stay and talk to them. Everything has to be reasoned with. Just because the Demon Lord came from my sect, they want to destroy my sect? It's not like their family has never produced an evil disciple, so why haven't I seen anyone destroy them? This time, they've come prepared. How could they possibly try to reason with you? Yang Kai said anxiously. There's no need to say more. I've already made up my mind. Ling Taisu's expression was firm, suddenly smiling confidently. What's more, even if we really fight, I'm not their opponent, haha. Yang Kai's expression brightened as he asked in amazement. Grand Master, you. And this is all thanks to you. Ling Taisu nodded slightly. Above immortal ascension boundary, The shackles and shackles of more than 10 years had finally been broken. This may be the only happy event for High Heaven Pavilion in recent months. Learning that his Grand Master had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, Yang Kai calmed down and no longer tried to persuade him, quickly setting off. At the edge of the coiling dragon stream, all the remaining members of High Heaven Pavilion had gathered. Yang Kai once again saw Sassafras and the others. After not seeing each other for a few days, Sassafras had also reached the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. The speed at which his strength had progressed was astonishing. Brother Yang! Sassafras also shouted excitedly, Li Yun Tian and the others following closely behind. Long time no see. Yang Kai smiled as he looked at everyone. Except for Sassafras, everyone else had grown a lot, all of them having reached the Qi transformation boundary. Hehe, should I call you brother, or brother-in-law? Sassafras looked at Yang Kai with a sinister smile, apparently having learned about the matter between Yang Kai and Su Yan. Up to you. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. Brother-in-law, you're like this. Sassafras looked at Yang Kai with admiration, giving him a thumbs up and whispering, from childhood to now, I always thought that elder sister would be alone for the rest of her life. I never thought that you would actually be able to move her heart. Admirable, admirable. Quickly tell me, how did you do it? Just as he was speaking, he saw Su Yan cast a cold gaze towards him. Sassafras couldn't help but shrink his neck, his body trembling a few times, and he couldn't help but laugh. Is everyone here? Wei Shitong, Su Xianwu, and the others patrolled back and forth, loudly asking. Where's the sect master? He Beishui asked. The sect master wants to stay, Yang Kai said in a deep voice. What? Wei Shitong and the others' faces changed greatly. The 4 great elders glanced at each other, a trace of determination flashing across their eyes. Wei Shitong said, Hehe, since the sect master wants to stay, then I'll stay as well. Second junior brother, take your people and leave quickly. Su Xianwu smiled proudly. Eldest brother, you're wrong. I also want to follow the sect master closely. Third junior brother, take your people and leave quickly. He Beishui laughed and turned to look at Yu Zizai. Fifth junior brother, you're the youngest, so you should be the one to do this. Yu Zizai looked around and saw that there were no elders younger than him. So he pinched his nose and said, I'll also stay. Chapter 293. Everyone stared at each other for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Su Xianwu said, Then all of you stay here and don't order anyone around. Yang Kai, you come here. Disciple is here. Sect master said you know the way, so this time you and Su Yan will lead the way. You must ensure that our High Heaven Pavilion's heritage continues. Do you understand? Yes. Let's go. Wei Shitong waved his hand and without hesitation flew back to High Heaven Pavilion, the others also hurrying to catch up. Let's go too. Yang Kai didn't waste time. Ling Tai Su had already broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary, and the 4 great elders were also strong, so together they were more than enough to resist the attack. What's more, this time it was uncertain whether they would be able to fight. But the people here had to leave. These people were the future of High Heaven Pavilion. If they stayed here, even if Ling Tai Su wanted to talk to the intruder, he would have to be careful. More than 100 people followed closely behind Yang Kai, flying along the edge of the coiling dragon stream. Soon they arrived at their destination, where the demonic qi was churning. A few thousand meters below was the spirit array. Everyone's face was pale and their hearts were trembling, especially the younger generation disciples, who all wore miserable expressions. Very few of the younger generation had reached the Yuan Qi boundary, so standing at the edge of the coiling dragon stream would naturally cause them some fear. Any of the stronger martial uncles come down with me. Su Yan, you come too, Yang Kai said as he led the way down. Immediately, 7 or 8 masters from the previous generation flew down with him. Finding the location of the spirit array, Yang Kai carefully examined it. Martial nephew, what are we going to do? A thin martial uncle asked. He was an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master, and was in existence equivalent to a deacon in High Heaven Pavilion. Looking for a spirit array. Yang Kai replied softly, his eyes quickly wandering around. A moment later his expression brightened. It's here. Everyone followed his gaze. Over there, he saw a bare rock, no different from the rest of the area. Please pour your yuan qi into it, Yang Kai said, stretching out his hand and pressing it against the rock. Yuan qi fiercely searched. His other hand, Yang Kai grabbed Su Yan. This was the first time the two had fought side by side since obtaining the joyous unification art. Although this situation wasn't considered a battle, it was not far from it. As the two of them clasped their hands together, the Zhenyuan fluctuations on their bodies suddenly rose to a whole new level. The yuan qi's flow was obviously much faster. This change made those martial uncles secretly shocked. The others didn't ask any more questions, and simply followed Yang Kai's lead and poured their true qi into their spirit pagoda. With the combined efforts of nearly 10 people, it didn't take long for the same reaction as last time to appear on the huge rock. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be bewildered. While pouring his true qi into it, Yang Kai explained, "This is a void corridor that connects the two places. It is a spirit array left behind by our ancestral founder. This end connects to High Heaven Pavilion. The exit is somewhere else." A martial uncle asked curiously, "How far is it?" The sect leader said that it is thousands of miles away, so once we enter this place, everyone will be safe. Everyone was aghast. The existence of the void corridor had completely exceeded the scope of their knowledge and understanding. Our sect actually has such a thing? That martial uncle's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. I never knew about it. We don't know. Everyone was speechless. Good, besides me and Su Yan, everyone else has their own things to do. Whichever two uncle masters went in first. The rest of you go up and bring down the disciples who haven't reached yuan qi state yet. Yang Kai took up the responsibility of giving out orders. Although he was a disciple of the younger generation, it was not difficult to see how much Ling Tai-su valued him based on the fact that he knew secrets that no one else knew. What's more, Yang Kai's safety was reasonable and watertight, so the several uncle masters weren't dissatisfied with his orders. Immediately, two immortal ascension boundary first and second stage masters jumped into the void corridor. The others all flew up in unison. Only Yang Kai and Su Yan were left to maintain the operation of the spirit array. Smiling at each other, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Actually, I am from the central capital's Yang family." Su Yan's beautiful eyes lit up slightly as she asked curiously, "The cuckoo bird Yang family?" Yang Kai smiled wryly. "And why are you telling me this now?" Su Yan looked at him curiously. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Because I want to steal your heart, so I have to be honest with you." Listening to him speak so bluntly, Su Yan's heart filled with sweetness, her cheeks blushing slightly as a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. This kind of atmosphere was very strange. Even though the two of them had already done it many times, they still felt like a man and woman who were getting along with each other. They were slowly getting familiar with each other through words and actions, slowly removing the barrier between the two of them. In particular, Yang Kai's honesty and sincerity gave Su Yan a sense of happiness that she was being pursued. What girl didn't want to be pursued by the man she liked? Su Yan also hoped so. However, because of the Heaven's Cave Inheritance's joyous unification art, she and Yang Kai had not had time to become familiar with each other before they were already inseparable. Even if she was happy, there was still a missing process. Now, Yang Kai was undoubtedly trying to make up for this missing process, and make up for the shortcomings in Su Yan's heart. At this moment, Su Yan seemed to feel that even if she could not escape today's calamity, she would still be satisfied. Suddenly, a light cough came from above. Yang Kai looked up and saw one of his martial uncles flying down with a young disciple. Ignoring the disciple's screams, the martial uncles directly threw him into the void corridor. You two continue. The martial uncles were also experienced, so how could they not see the subtle atmosphere between the two and immediately flew up again? However, how could they continue? One after another, people were sent down, so Yang Kai and Su Yan could only look at each other and smile bitterly. I want to know about your past. Su Yan's face was slightly red as she ignored the others and whispered in Yang Kai's ear. When we leave this place and settle down, I'll tell you. Good. Su Yan nodded gently before biting her lip and saying, I still want to go out and travel with you. Then let's travel hand in hand and laugh proudly under the heavens. Yang Kai grinned. And Su Yan's heart was filled with happiness as she gently rested her head on Yang Kai's shoulder. Under the coiling dragon stream, the demonic chi was tumbling. Before the sex calamity arrived, a man and a woman stood in the air, snuggling together, the wind blowing, their long hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. This moment was like an eternity. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples who came and went stared at the two of them with wide eyes, their expressions strange. 10 kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, a large group of people was rapidly approaching. Among them were many Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters. Moreover, there were quite a few of them, for in total, while the remaining Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters numbered more than a dozen. In addition, there were also about 40 to 50 Yuan Qi and Separation and Reunion Boundary Masters. This group of people was being led by a woman in her 20s towards High Heaven Pavilion, and soon arrived in front of High Heaven Pavilion's sect. Is this where the Demon Lord was born? The woman in her 20s was as delicate as a flower. She was tall, with bright eyes and white teeth, snow-white skin and jade-like bones. She was wearing a luxurious purple dress, which accentuated her noble temperament. The corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile as a trace of disdain and doubt flashed across the woman's eyes. She lightly said, "It's just a second-class sect. How could it cultivate such a powerful character like the Demon Lord?" Behind her, a man in white clothes immediately walked out, waving a folding fan in his hand as he smiled and said, "Young Lady Chiu, although this is just a second-class sect, there are many hidden experts here. But there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers inside. We can't underestimate this place. Last time, Brother Fan and I suffered a great loss here." This white-robed man was the one Yang Kai had defeated last time, Bai Yin Feng. Since his defeat to Yang Kai, Bai Yin Feng had always wanted to take revenge, but he also had scruples about Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya's tyrannical strength, so he had never found an opportunity to act. This time, when he heard that the Chiu family was sending someone to High Heaven Pavilion, he had immediately volunteered to come, looking for an opportunity to wash away his shame. Although he was smiling and talking to this young Lady Chiu, he still unconsciously walked 3 steps behind her, his demeanor quite respectful, without the slightest arrogance of a young lord from a great family. Even his eyes were clear as they fell on the woman's slender shoulders, without the slightest trace of obscenity. Bai Yin Feng was also a tactful person. His status as a young lord from a first-class family was high and mighty, but in front of this woman, he was nothing. In front of him was the first young lady of the Chiu family, Chiu Yimeng. How could his Bai family compare to the Chiu family? Not to mention the Chiu family's background, Chiu Yimeng was only 21 years old, but her strength had already reached the Yuan Qi Boundary 9th stage. Such aptitude, even in this world, could be counted on one's fingers. What's more, not only was her aptitude extraordinary, but she was also a beautiful woman. The Chiu family had produced such an enchanting woman, so with the exception of the Yang family, which young lord from the other 7 families didn't want to marry her. But the Chiu family's patriarch, Chiu Shoucheng, said he wanted to marry Chiu Yimeng? Yes, marry into the Chiu family. In the future, their children must also bear the surname Chiu. This requirement immediately cut off many people's enthusiasm. But there were still many young lords who hung around Chiu Yimeng all day, looking forward to meeting such a beautiful woman. Chiu Yimeng herself was quite self-disciplined, so when it came to these young lords, she didn't have any deep thoughts. The reason why she came to High Heaven Pavilion this time was because she had been annoyed too much in the central capital, so she deliberately came out to relax and gain experience. Listening to Bai Yin Feng's words, Chiu Yimeng chuckled, but without turning her head, she simply brushed her hair behind her ear and said, "I heard that when young Lord Bai fought with a young disciple of High Heaven Pavilion last time, even his artifact was destroyed?" Bai Yin Feng's expression became bitter as he cursed this slut in his heart, but on his face he put on a humble smile and said, "This Bai's skills are not good enough. Young Lady Chiu must have seen a joke." As the two of them were talking, a beautiful woman appeared next to them. This woman was petite and dainty, half a head shorter than Chiu Yimeng, but her breasts were quite large, full and round, making her extremely attractive to anyone who saw her. Chapter 294. The young woman's face was filled with anger, like an angry little tiger, as she angrily said, "That person is called Yang Kai, right? After Brother Fan returned to Purple Fern Valley last time, he has been in retreat, saying he needs to cultivate well so he can't even beat a second-class sex disciple. I haven't seen him for a long time, all because of this Yang Kai. This time, if I catch him, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." The Brother Fan she spoke of was none other than Fan Hong, who had come to High Heaven Pavilion that day. Luo Xiaoman and Fan Hong were both elite disciples of Purple Fern Valley. They had grown up together and had a deep affection for one another, but now that they had not seen each other for several months, she naturally regarded Yang Kai as the culprit behind all this. Xiao Yimeng looked at her with a smile and softly said, "Little sister Xiaoman, don't be so angry. We came here this time mainly to inquire about the Demon Lord. Everything else is secondary. Don't ruin our plans." Luo Xiaoman angrily snorted, "I don't care no matter what. This time I must capture that Yang Kai and bring him back to Purple Fern Valley so brother can have a good fight with him and resolve the knot in his heart." Saying so, she shook Qiu Yimeng's arm and coquettishly said, "Elder sister Qiu, isn't he just a second-class sex disciple? While you're busy with your big plan, I'll take some people to secretly capture him. I promise I won't alarm anyone." Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and nodded helplessly. "Good, he's just a young disciple. I don't think High Heaven Pavilion will be so untactful." Elder sister Qiu is the best." Luo Xiaoman smiled happily. Bai Yunfeng, on the other hand, lightly coughed and smiled. "Junior sister Luo, it's not that this Bai is trying to boost the morale of others. That Yang Kai is not easy to deal with. A year ago, he was only a separation and reunion boundary cultivator, yet he was able to defeat me. Brother Fan and I have similar strength, but after a year has passed, who knows how much he has grown. So, even if you can capture him and bring him back to Purple Fern Valley to fight Brother Fan, I'm afraid. How could my Brother Fan lose to someone from such a small place?" Luo Xiaoman snorted. He rolled his eyes and said, "If worst comes to worst, I'll just do something to him. No matter what, I have to make Brother Fan defeat him." As they were talking, one of the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters suddenly frowned and said, "Young lady, something's not right. There doesn't seem to be many people here." Qiu Yimeng's expression changed slightly as she quickly asked, "What do you mean?" The man quickly released his divine sense and a moment later said with a strange expression, "It seems that High Heaven Pavilion knows it has provoked a disaster, and has long since made preparations. On one side, there are 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters standing guard. On the other side, there are many people gathered together. They should be the younger generation of High Heaven Pavilion disciples. It seems like they're about to leave." Wishful thinking. Qiu Yimeng coldly snorted. "Send some people to capture those 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Kill without mercy. Everyone else follow me." Yes. Because Bai Yunfeng had previously reported the existence of Ling Taisu, a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, the Qiu family had directly dispatched 4 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. With these 4 people present, Qiu Yimeng believed it would be enough to capture Ling Taisu and Meng Wuya. The large group of people suddenly split into 2 groups and moved in an orderly manner. The 4 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were followed by 7 or 8 other Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, all of them heading straight towards Ling Taisu and the others. The rest of the group, under the leadership of Qiu Yimeng, rushed towards the coiling dragon stream. Under the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai and Su Yan were enjoying a moment of peace when suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked up in a certain direction. "What's wrong?" Su Yan noticed the change in Yang Kai's expression and quickly asked, "Someone's coming." Yang Kai's expression sank. He quickly shouted, "Hurry up, those people have already discovered us." Above, there were still 20 or so disciples who had not yet been brought down. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, the several martial uncles and martial aunt quickly circulated their yuan qi, increasing their speed significantly. The disciples of the younger generation were sent down one by one, disappearing into the void passageway. A moment later, everyone had been properly arranged. "Martial nephew." The several martial uncles and martial aunt flew to the side, their expressions extremely vigilant. as if they were facing a great enemy. You go first, Yang Kai shouted. I'll bring up the rear. The several martial uncles didn't hesitate and dove into the void corridor. Where do you think you're going? In the distance, an angry roar rang out, and before the voice had even faded, a bright light shot out from the distance. The speed of this group of people was beyond Yang Kai's imagination. Yang Kai and Su Yan's expressions both changed slightly as they jointly circulated their yuan qi, and simultaneously sent out a palm strike towards the approaching light. With a muffled bang, the light dispersed and the figures of 20 or 30 people suddenly appeared. Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies both shook violently as they were pushed back several dozen meters, nearly falling down. Yang Kai, we meet again. Among the crowd, Bai Yunfeng, dressed in white robes, roared fiercely. Meeting his enemy, Bai Yunfeng naturally wouldn't give Yang Kai any face. You're that Yang Kai? Luo Xiaoman swept her eyes over him and curled her lips. You don't look that good. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out you're just average. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly, her eyes filled with curiosity, but after seeing Su Yan, her eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly. From this young woman, who was as cold as an eternally frozen snow mountain, Qiu Yimeng felt a strong sense of pressure. A master. Moreover, her strength was no less than her own. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, never having expected that such a small place like High Heaven Pavilion would have such a talent. On top of that, this young woman was not only strong, but also beautiful. Compared to her, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help coldly snorting as she quickly dispelled the faint jealousy in her heart. 2 friends, this time I came to your noble sect because I have something I wish to consult with you about. I hope you two can act sensibly. Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and spoke to Yang Kai and Su Yan while her beautiful eyes stared towards the dark void corridor. Even with her knowledge and identity, she didn't know what this thing was for, so she couldn't help feeling a little curious and stared at it a few more times. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. So what young lady is asking for is to attack High Heaven Pavilion with such great fanfare? The sounds of Ling Tai Su and the others fighting could be heard coming from the other side. Obviously, many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had arrived, and were fighting without even saying a word. Qiu Yimeng didn't care, still smiling faintly. If I don't show some strength, how can your noble sect obediently cooperate? This is just a small trick. I advise you not to resist, otherwise I'm afraid you'll suffer a lot. Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. There were 20 to 30 people on the other side, many of whom had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary. Many of them had locked onto him, and Su Yan with their divine senses. Once he and Su Yan made any movements, they would immediately be ruthlessly strangled. The void corridor was only a few dozen meters away and was still open, but it wouldn't be long before it closed again. Could they rush out? Yang Kai wasn't sure, so he turned to look at Su Yan. Her expression was as calm as an ancient well, indifferent as water, even in the face of 20 to 30 masters. The 2 of you don't seem to be willing to cooperate. If that's the case, then we'll have to offend you. Go seal their cultivations and bring them back. Qiu Yimeng decisively issued an order. From beginning to end a faint smile hung on her face, her expression as calm as ever. Yes. Immediately, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters flew out from behind her, sneering contemptuously at Yang Kai and Su Yan as they approached. Yang Kai squeezed Su Yan's hand and whispered, "You go first, don't worry about me, they won't dare do anything to me." Su Yan hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. In this moment of crisis, she didn't act like some reckless woman who wanted to stay behind with Yang Kai, because she knew that Yang Kai's true identity was the greatest protection. If she also stayed behind, it would only make the situation worse. In an instant, the 2 of them had reached an agreement. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were now within 5 meters of them. At that moment, suddenly, the demonic chi below the coiling dragon stream surged, and more than a dozen ink-black dragon-like demonic chi rushed up, striking the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters like lightning. The demonic chi contained an unparalleled demonic chi, so although the direct impact didn't cause much damage to the 2 masters, it still had the effect of affecting their souls and affecting their minds. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were obviously stunned, their faces filled with pain, their eyes suddenly turning scarlet as they lost all sense of reason. Like beasts that had been imprisoned for hundreds of years, they immediately attacked each other. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, immediately realizing that the old demon had sensed the urgency in his heart and was using some kind of method to help him. Unfortunately, this was all the old demon could do. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted, quickly pulling Su Yan towards the void corridor. The sudden change caused the Chiu family, Bai family, and Purple Fern Valley's three forces to be shocked. Feeling the demonic chi contained within the dozen or so flood dragons, all of them couldn't help but pale. Before they could react, Yang Kai and Su Yan had already rushed out of the blockade and quickly approached the dark passage. "Stop them!" Chiu Yimeng shouted, taking the lead, sending out a series of fierce attacks as she flew forward. "Where do you think you're going?" Luo Xiaoman also hurriedly followed. She was determined to capture Yang Kai and bring him back to Purple Fern Valley, so Fan Hong could defeat him. How could she allow Yang Kai to escape? As soon as the two women moved, everyone else also used their movement skills. In an instant, Yang Kai and Su Yan had entered the void corridor, Su Yan in front while Yang Kai brought up the rear. After entering the chaotic passage, Yang Kai quickly turned around and pushed his Yuan Qi fiercely, bombarding the surrounding area. He wanted to destroy this passage in order to ensure the safety of the people from High Heaven Pavilion. However, the speed of Chiu Yimeng and the others was also extremely fast, so before Yang Kai could destroy the void corridor, more than half of them had already entered. Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman took the lead, looking around at the chaos around them, their pretty faces filled with horror. The two women didn't know where they were. However, since Yang Kai dared to come in, there was certainly no danger. Thinking quickly, Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman simultaneously launched their killing moves towards Yang Kai. In the void corridor, Zhen Yuan was in a mess. The violent collisions produced shockwaves that scattered in all directions. The chaotic space suddenly began to squirm. Chapter 295. A moment later, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he exited the void corridor. The next moment, Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman appeared not far away. The two of them had appeared not far from each other. But now that they had suddenly arrived in an unfamiliar environment, their beautiful eyes filled with confusion as they stared around, completely forgetting to attack Yang Kai. Schwa. Another figure appeared, and after the three people in the field saw who it was, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. This person was one of the family masters brought here by Chiu Yimeng, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master. But at this moment, only half of his body had been sent out, the other half was nowhere to be seen, as if it had been cleaved in half by a peerless master's sword. As his body fell, his 5 viscera and 6 organs scattered all over the ground, blood spattering everywhere. How? Chiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at this scene in disbelief. Luo Xiaoman's face went pale, and she almost vomited, covering her mouth as she moved closer to Chiu Yimeng. "Was it you who did this?" Chiu Yimeng suddenly raised her head and stared at Yang Kai coldly, her Yuan Qi also slowly becoming unstable. She didn't know the mysteries of the void corridor, and only thought that Yang Kai had set up some kind of trap in this chaotic place, allowing him to kill her family's master, so naturally she was furious. An Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master was not easy for the Chiu family to cultivate, but now he had died so carelessly. Yang Kai ignored her and instead looked around with a gloomy expression. Besides himself and the two women opposite him, there was no one else here. Not to mention the High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles and his brothers and sisters who had left the void corridor. Even Su Yan, who had arrived earlier, was not here. Moreover, this place was completely unfamiliar, not the place where Yang Kai and Ling Taisu had last crossed the void corridor. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined everything within a 20-kilometer radius. A moment later, his heart sank to the bottom. There were indeed other people within this 20-kilometer radius. However, none of them were from High Heaven Pavilion, but rather the Yuan Qi and Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters brought by the two women opposite him. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened. The place where they had emerged from the void corridor was a bit far from here, scattered all over the place. There weren't many people, only a dozen or so, of which only 2 or 3 were immortal ascension boundary masters. Is it because of the battle in the void corridor? Yang Kai's face sank as he pondered. There was only one possibility. The collision of true essence in the void corridor had caused the void corridor to collapse, and then the people inside had been teleported to an unfamiliar land. And the half-corpse on the ground should be the result of a part of the body being intercepted in the void corridor. Yang's is it? However, Su Yan should have already safely met up with the other members of High Heaven Pavilion. After all, she was ahead of him. Considering all this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Luo Xiaoman's face was a little pale. Seeing Yang Kai just standing there, she couldn't help feeling disgusted. A disciple of a small sect. What arrogance. Even if he had some means, they were still very limited. Elder Sister Chiu was beautiful and famous. Even if the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families tried to talk to her, she would usually ignore them, but now Elder Sister Chiu had taken the initiative to talk to him. Yet he didn't say anything. She had given him face, but he didn't want it. Yang Kai looked up at the 2 women opposite him with a gloomy expression, a cold light flashing across his eyes. If it weren't for this group of people suddenly appearing, he and Su Yan would already be thousands of kilometers away. They had just agreed to travel the world hand in hand, but because of these 2 women's sudden appearance, they had been separated from each other. Not knowing where to find Su Yan, Yang Kai's depressed mood could be imagined. What is this place? Chiu Yimeng raised her delicate brow, standing there calmly, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she asked softly. Her figure was tall, her legs were long and slender, her waist was slender, and her face was delicate and moving. Especially that graceful waist that seemed to be boneless. It was tightly bound by the purple girdle. It could only be held with one hand, and it was the most enticing. Moreover, as the first young lady of the central capital's Chiu family, her temperament was noble and arrogant. Any young man who saw her would feel a faint sense of pressure, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Every question that came out of her mouth always had an answer. Yang Kai's face showed a trace of disgust and impatience as he sneered. Where is this place? How would I know where this is? As soon as these vulgar words came out, the 2 women opposite him froze slightly. Luo Xiaoman's beautiful face paled, her chest trembling as she ground her teeth and shouted, "Smelly brat, you dare speak to us like that?" Chiu Yimeng's bright face flashed a mocking smile as she calmly chuckled. Interesting, no man has ever cursed at me like this, you're the first. If you don't want to answer, it doesn't matter. Once I capture you, I'll slowly interrogate you. She took it for granted that all of this was Yang Kai's doing, but little did she know that Yang Kai really didn't know where they were. Yang Kai coldly snorted and took a step forward, his yuan qi surging as he activated his self-created movement skill, leaving behind an afterimage as he quickly approached the 2 women. He could perceive that the 3 nearby immortal ascension boundary masters had already discovered Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's whereabouts and were quickly rushing over. So Yang Kai had to capture one of them as a bargaining chip, otherwise he would be surrounded by these immortal ascension boundary masters. Seeing him act so boldly, Luo Xiaoman shouted, "You're asking for a beating." A series of blue halos suddenly burst forth from her tender body, each of them containing a soft and flexible energy, blocking Yang Kai's speed while eroding into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's momentum didn't falter as he pushed his yuan qi fiercely. Luo Xiaoman's martial skill couldn't stop him at all. Seeing him rush towards her like a meteor, Luo Xiaoman finally paled slightly. "Be careful," Chiu Yimeng quickly warned, at the same time waving her hand, and using some kind of martial skill. She grabbed Luo Xiaoman's shoulder and quickly retreated. Yang Kai's footsteps suddenly came to a halt and fiercely punched to the side. Yuan qi collided in midair with a loud bang. The rebounding force actually caused Yang Kai's body to tremble slightly. Before he could react though, Chiu Yimeng suddenly giggled, her delicate body like a leaf floating in the air, her feet lightly stepping on the void, seemingly without any trace. She quickly closed in on Yang Kai. This was a set of profound footwork, and when it was displayed, Chiu Yimeng's entire body seemed to be both real and fake, completely untraceable. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he released his divine sense, and instantly discovered Qiu Yimeng's hiding place, sending out a burning sun's 3-layer blast. Qiu Yimeng suddenly appeared, a trace of astonishment flashing across her beautiful face as she pushed her yuan qi fiercely. With a grunt, Yang Kai couldn't help retreating a few steps. On the other hand, Qiu Yimeng's expression remained indifferent, a calm smile hanging on her face as she swept her eyes over Yang Kai, calmly saying, "You've got some skill, but it's nothing more than this. If that's all you've got, I advise you to obediently surrender, otherwise I won't show any mercy." Troublesome. Listening to her words, Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. He had wanted to capture Luo Xiaoman as a hostage, but this Qiu family's first young lady really wasn't easy to deal with. If he used his full strength, he should be able to defeat her, but not in a short time. The other 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were rapidly closing in, so Yang Kai didn't have much of a chance. "You want to leave?" Qiu Yimeng's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly flashed a touch of pride and slyness, clearly seeing through Yang Kai's thoughts. Not waiting for him to answer, she once again rushed forward. "With me here, do you think you can escape? Get out of my way!" Yang Kai roared, pushing out his palms as he simultaneously used his White Tiger Seal and Divine Ox Seal. The Tiger Seal and the Ox Seal roared as 2 fiery red monster beasts leapt out, baring their fangs as they pounced towards Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng wasn't frightened but instead smiled happily. "Sure enough, no wonder Bai Yunfeng was defeated by you." Saying so, she waved her 2 white hands, releasing a burst of yuan qi that was visible to the naked eye, transforming into a giant hand that slammed down from the sky. Before the 2 monster beasts could reach Qiu Yimeng, they were scattered. Yang Kai grinned as he gripped the Azura sword in his hand, his true Yang Yuan Qi retreating back into the Dantian as the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton burst forth. As the evil Qi descended, Yang Kai's entire body was wrapped in a black fog, only his pair of scarlet eyes exuding a terrifying light. With the Azura sword in hand, Yang Kai seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. Feeling this surging evil aura, Qiu Yimeng's expression finally changed as she cried out in horror. "High Heaven Pavilion really has evil secret arts." Saying so, she stretched out her hand and condensed a huge ball of lightning at the tip of her finger, throwing it towards Yang Kai. Flashing arcs of lightning crackled as they exploded, containing a terrifying power. Yang Kai slashed out with his sword. With a single sweep of his sword, the ball of lightning shattered, and the tiny arcs of lightning slithered out like snakes, covering a radius of more than a dozen meters. Qiu Yimeng quickly retreated, no longer daring to show the slightest contempt, her expression becoming extremely dignified. Yang Kai walked through the world of lightning arcs, his body flashing but unable to hinder him in the slightest. Accelerating his pace, he instantly arrived in front of Qiu Yimeng and slashed down towards her. Feeling the murderous intent and evil intent contained in this attack, Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face paled as she cried out, "Block!" A simple and unadorned shield suddenly appeared in her small hand. The shield was suffused with a dense light, enveloping her within it. This was obviously a defensive artifact, and with the Qiu family's wealth, the grade of this artifact was definitely not low. With a loud clang, the Azura sword struck the shield, and the 2 yuan qi collided violently, rolling up a gust of wind. With a light snort, Qiu Yimeng retreated more than a dozen meters, her tender body swaying. In this confrontation, she had obviously suffered a small loss. Gritting her teeth and looking at the shield in her hand, Qiu Yimeng chuckled. "You really do have some skill. Just a trivial yuan qi 3rd stage, yet you were able to put me in such a difficult position. It seems I underestimated you." Chapter 296. Saying so, she took back the ancient shield into her body and quickly formed a series of hand seals, releasing a series of energy fluctuations of different attributes from her body. Wind, cloud, thunder, lightning. These 4 attributes gathered together to form a terrifying energy around her. She stared deeply at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with unyielding arrogance. "I don't have time to play with you," Yang Kai roared, waving his hand and sending out a sword wave, leaping into the air in an attempt to escape. However, while Qiu Yimeng was delaying him, a nearby Immortal Ascension Boundary Master had arrived, and before he could even appear, an attack was already flying towards him. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, dodging while quickly displaying the first half of his 10,000 swords returned to one. With a clanging sound, countless sword chi suddenly appeared around his body. Waving the Azura sword, Yang Kai sent out countless sword chi to protect himself while the other half shot forward, trying to open up a gap. "Stay here," a voice called out from the side, carrying with it a sense of superiority. "Daring to disrespect the young lady, you're courting death." Facing this tyrannical attack, all of the sword chi in the air were shattered. Not only that, but Yang Kai's momentum was also slightly suppressed. In front of him, a figure flashed and an Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Master blocked his path, staring coldly towards Yang Kai. "Let's see if you have the ability." Yang Kai didn't show any fear, sneering as he once again sent out countless sword chi bolts towards this enemy. At the same time, a series of blood-red petals suddenly flew out from his body, each one a deadly weapon. 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. Since refining this falling flower's cult's hallowed artifact, Yang Kai had not used it. Until now. Finally, Yang Kai had no choice but to use his full strength. 1,000 blood-red petals wrapped around his body, and with a single thought, they transformed into a flurry of red light that shot towards the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Master. A heaven-grade artifact. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Master's eyesight was profound, immediately seeing the extraordinariness of the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. The strength of the Heaven's Gate boundary was not held back at all. A rich and pure yuan qi burst forth from his body as he pushed out with both hands. A mountain-like figure suddenly appeared in front of him and pressed down on the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. With a crash, the 1,000 petals scattered. As they scattered in all directions, the mountain-like illusory figure swayed in midair before suddenly dimming down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai rushed forward with his sword and slashed down at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Master. His opponent had just used a martial skill that consumed a great deal of yuan qi, and was now completely out of breath. Feeling the evil aura from the Azura sword, his expression changed greatly and he hurriedly dodged. Who knew that Yang Kai was just making a feint? It brushed past his body and flew out. "Where do you think you're going?" Qiu Yimeng's tender voice rang out, mixed with a trace of pride and coldness. Suddenly, a huge suction force came from behind, and Yang Kai involuntarily paused, turning his head to look, only to see Qiu Yimeng's wind, cloud, thunder, and lightning attributes gathering together to form a destructive force. It was as if he had been transformed into a muddy swamp, pulling at his body, making it impossible for him to break free. "Bitch!" Yang Kai's face changed greatly as he waved his sword and sent out countless sword chi blades towards Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng remained unmoved, a beautiful smile appearing on her face. Her simple shield appeared in front of her again, blocking Yang Kai's attack for her. However, the 1,000 petals that were scattered outside were now silently closing in on Qiu Yimeng. "Elder sister Qiu, dodge!" Luo Xiaoman shouted as she waved her hands, sending out a series of flashes of light that transformed into a variety of weapons mid-air, and collided with the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. "You won't be able to escape, just obediently surrender." Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly, shouting as she fought with Yang Kai. "Yes, evil demon brat, you can't escape today." Two figures flew over. The other two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had arrived. Yang Kai's face was gloomy to the extreme, and a faint sense of powerlessness filled his heart. Facing a single Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, he had to use his full strength and use all of his artifacts and methods in order to have a chance to escape. Now that all three of them had arrived, how could he resist? Strength. His strength was still not enough. Yuan Qi 3rd stage was really not enough. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who had rushed over weren't polite at all. As they spoke, they began to attack Yang Kai with their respective martial skills. Yang Kai tried his best to resist, but was still unable to fully defend himself. Both his chest and shoulder were struck at the same time. The sound of bones breaking resounded, and the pain was unbearable, causing him to fall like a broken kite. Stumbling to his feet, Yang Kai found himself surrounded from all sides. Three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, plus Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, all of them were glaring at him. Looking at the Azura sword in his hand, Even Qiu Yimeng couldn't help coveting it. The others even more so. As for the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia flying around him, both of them were precious treasures. You can't run now, can you? Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. The 3 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters also looked at him with hostility, coldly snorting as they simultaneously exerted pressure on him. Demon brat. Waste your own cultivation, or this old master will do it himself. One of the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters shouted coldly. Facing this adversity, Yang Kai sneered, his demonic chi fluctuating wildly. Although he had been surrounded, it wasn't impossible for him to escape. Yang Kai thought that if he suddenly used unyielding will and Yang Inflammation Wings at this time, he would have a chance to escape. The speed of Yang Inflammation Wings was much faster than an average Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, so as long as he could cope with the first wave of attacks he would be fine. With the myriad drug milk, even if he was injured, he could quickly heal. The key was, could he cope with the first wave of attacks? Moreover, it was a joint attack. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Why haven't you started yet? The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master saw that Yang Kai hadn't moved yet, and became impatient, angrily shouting as he took a step forward. Just as Yang Kai made up his mind to take this risk, the 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' expressions suddenly changed as they stared up at the sky. Yang Kai also frowned. He felt a tyrannical pressure coming from not far away, one that was much stronger than the 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in front of him. 2 young ladies, be careful. The 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai, and quickly stood in front of Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, their expressions extremely dignified. Soon a bright red figure suddenly appeared. Everyone looked up and saw a graceful figure standing in the air, only a few dozen meters away from them. This figure belonged to a woman who looked extremely enchanting. She was wearing a fiery red robe that was tightly wrapped around her body, outlining her graceful and charming figure. Her appearance was beautiful, and her posture was graceful. Her 2 jade-like arms were exposed, and 2 silver bracelets were worn on her soft and smooth wrists. Her skin was snow white, her legs were long and slender, and her waist was slender and full. She was wearing a pair of shoes made of jade, and her 10 delicate toes were exposed mischievously. She had moon-like phoenix eyebrows, a pair of bright eyes that could captivate souls, and a pair of watery eyes that seemed to contain a myriad of emotions. She had a tall nose, cherry lips that exhaled like orchids, and a face that was as white as cream. Her figure was slender, like a willow tree, a gentle breeze that seemed capable of snapping her in half. At the corner of her eye was a small mole the size of a grain of rice, adding to her charm. Standing in midair, a faint blush could be seen on her cheeks, causing one's imagination to run wild. In contrast to Su Yan's icy beauty and Xia Ningchang's naivety, this young married woman was the kind of woman who was enchanting to the bone. Even if she just stood there, she still exuded an air of grace and grace. When the several men in the field met her eyes, whether they were young or old, all of them involuntarily gulped, their breathing instantly becoming heavy. Her watery eyes seemed to contain an infinite magical power that tugged at everyone's soul. Even Qiu Yimeng's eyes became slightly blurred, her cheeks blushing slightly as her heartbeat accelerated. Soon, Qiu Yimeng sobered up, her heart secretly trembling as she glanced around, gritting her teeth and muttering, "Men really are nothing good." The 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all blushed and laughed dryly. However, they didn't dare show the slightest bit of carelessness. A woman who could make them feel so pressured. How could her strength be low? The woman's pair of watery red eyes swept over the several men in the field before finally settling on Yang Kai, biting her red lips lightly, her brow furrowed slightly as she hesitated for a moment before asking, "Which sect are you a disciple of?" Her voice was sweet and soft. When everyone heard it, they felt as if a gentle little hand had reached into their hearts and was caressing and teasing what was hidden in the bottom of their hearts, making them follow their instincts. This time, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were no exception, the 2 women's cheeks flushing bright red as they involuntarily let out a soft moan from their throats, causing their hearts to flutter and their hearts to flutter. "What?" Yang Kai frowned and asked curiously. He didn't understand what this woman meant. The woman's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, seemingly not having expected that Yang Kai would be able to sober up so quickly. In her current state, if she didn't speak it would be fine, but once she opened her mouth, no matter who it was, they would be affected. So how was it that this young man with such an evil aura seemed to be able to get rid of his instincts? What she didn't know was that Yang Kai had been tortured by the joyous unification art for many years, so compared to others he was much better at suppressing his impulses. Forget it, I don't have time to talk to you. The struggle between the woman's eyebrows became even more apparent as she muttered to herself. Without waiting for Yang Kai to respond, she stretched out her hand and threw out a pink ribbon that shot towards Yang Kai's waist like a snake. Yang Kai's expression changed, and just as he was about to raise his Azura sword to counterattack, the woman had already arrived in front of him, opened her cherry mouth, and spat out a fragrant breath towards Yang Kai. As this orchid fragrance hit him, in an instant, Yang Kai felt his whole body go soft and completely lose the strength to resist. So strong. This woman must have reached the peak immortal ascension boundary. She doesn't look very old, so how could she be so strong? Since you've seen it, I can't let you live. The woman sighed faintly, flicking her wrist and sending out a silver bracelet towards the immortal ascension boundary masters opposite her. Chapter 297. With a flash of silver light, the three immortal ascension boundary masters who had just forced Yang Kai into a dead end fell into a pool of their own blood, unable to put up any resistance, and were killed in a daze. The momentum of the silver light did not diminish as it continued to chase after Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. At this critical moment of life and death, Qiu Yimeng's delicate earrings emitted a faint light which rushed into her mind, instantly waking her up. In a flash, Qiu Yimeng quickly took out her ancient shield and placed it in front of her. With a ding sound, Qiu Yimeng coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, finally stopping the silver light. The woman's brow furrowed as her tender body trembled, blood dripping from her red lips. It seemed that just touching her Yuan Qi had caused her to feel even more unbearable. Not continuing to attack, she hurriedly picked up Yang Kai who was tied up by the ribbon and leapt away, seemingly unable to wait any longer. Luo Xiaoman's face was flushed red, her pair of beautiful eyes blurred, her throat constantly emitting soft moans as her two beautiful legs were tightly clamped together. The boundless pleasure spread like an electric current, numbing her lower body, causing her tender body to tremble involuntarily as a pool of white liquid rolled out from her lower abdomen, soaking her underwear. A high-pitched, stifled moan escaped from her mouth as Luo Xiaoman's body softened, and she fell directly to the ground. Her cheeks flushed red as she gasped for breath, her chest heaving up and down as she basked in the aftershocks of her orgasm. Xiaoman's cough. Qiu Yimeng called out weakly. Luo Xiaoman suddenly recovered and realized that she had lost control of herself and that her lower body was wet. Immediately her beautiful face paled in shock. She didn't know what had happened. Just now, the woman in red had only said a few words, and she had fallen into a dreamy and charming illusion. In that illusion, she had abandoned her self-esteem and shyness, as if she had become a resentful woman who was unsatisfied with her desires, constantly demanding. She had an extremely unbridled instinct, and the object of that demand was actually Yang Kai, the man they had chased all the way here. Recalling the scene just now, Luo Xiaoman was filled with shame and resentment. Her pair of beautiful eyes trembled. Very quickly, boundless hatred and humiliation flashed across them. Xiaoman, come and give me a hand. Qiu Yimeng's Yuan Qi tumbled as her blood flowed in reverse. Unable to move at all, seeing Luo Xiaoman still frozen in place, he couldn't help calling out again. Oh! Luo Xiaoman staggered to her feet, the wind blowing over her lower body causing her to feel a slight tingling sensation, causing her to tremble slightly. What's wrong with you? Qiu Yimeng looked at her suspiciously, seemingly feeling that something was wrong with her. No. Nothing. Luo Xiaoman hurriedly replied, blushing as she hurried over to Qiu Yimeng and took out a bottle of pills from her sleeve. He poured one out and put it in her mouth. Staring at the corpses of the three immortal ascension boundary masters in front of her, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help feeling a bit of fear. After a long time, Qiu Yimeng let out a long breath. Elder sister Qiu, who is that woman? Luo Xiaoman asked as she sat on the ground, hugging her knees. she asked with some lingering fear. Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. I don't know, but no matter who she is definitely a dragon lady. Next time we meet her, we must be careful. Oh, Luo Xiaoman responded somewhat guiltily. A simple sentence was enough to turn an innocent young girl into a resentful woman. Obviously, that woman had cultivated some kind of extraordinary seductive technique. How good could a woman who cultivated such a technique be? Not long after, the dozen or so Yuan-Qi masters who had been scattered around finally arrived. They had all heard the sound of fighting and had come over. Bai Yinfeng was also among them. This little brat's luck was pretty good. Not only had he not died in the collapsed void corridor, he had also not been involved in the battle just now, so he was lucky enough to survive. As soon as the two sides met up and learned about each other's situation, Qiu Yimeng's heart sank. There were less than 10 people left on her side, and all 3 of her Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had been killed. Let's see what this place is first, then we'll decide what to do next, Qiu Yimeng calmly ordered. High up in the air, a red shadow flashed by. It was the enchanting woman from just now. Her strength was indeed very strong, and her flying speed was as fast as the wind. Yang Kai was bound by a pink ribbon, unable to exert any strength, and could only passively allow himself to be carried by her hand. Just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den, Yang Kai thought to himself. This woman didn't even bat an eyelid when she killed those people, not even asking for a reason. Clearly, she wasn't an easy person to deal with, so why did she want to kidnap him? Yang Kai was puzzled. Secretly circulating his Yuan Qi, Yang Kai found that he couldn't use his Yuan Qi at all. Only his divine sense could be used. However, in front of such a master, how could Yang Kai dare to release his divine sense so easily? Don't waste your energy. After being hit by my soul-blowing incense, you'll only feel powerless. Your Yuan Qi will be sealed, unless your strength is higher than mine. The woman's soft voice came from above his head, causing Yang Kai's heart to skip a beat. Soul-blowing incense. Yang Kai grinned. What a good name. Why does this name sound like an aphrodisiac? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Sure enough, this woman was a wanton dragon lady. Just now, her face clearly showed a hint of lust, as if it was surging. Now that he had fallen into her hands, he didn't know whether or not his Yuan Qi would be sucked dry, and he would die of dehydration. Yang Kai instinctively felt that this woman should have cultivated some kind of evil secret art that harvested yang to supplement her yin. If he really died like this, it would be too tragic. You don't know what soul-blowing incense is? The woman was slightly surprised. Should I know? Yang Kai didn't answer but instead asked, immediately taking a deep breath and suppressing the roiling blood in his heart. Forget it, you'd better not talk to me first. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will take you. The woman was originally enduring with great difficulty, but when she heard Yang Kai's shameless and presumptuous words, she couldn't help giggling. Her beautiful eyes glanced down, thinking to herself, this little brat actually doesn't know what soul-blowing incense is. Is he not a disciple of the Holy Land? As she glanced down, she saw Yang Kai also looking up at her. The woman smiled sweetly, her blushing cheeks incomparably alluring. Yang Kai's gaze involuntarily shifted, just in time to catch a glimpse of the enchanting scenery under this woman's skirt. His heart beat even more fiercely. This woman's underwear was actually a pair of hollowed-out black lace panties, and the fragrant grass below her was faintly discernible through the hollowed-out area. It was incomparably beautiful, and her 2 slender legs were like fine jade, pure white and flawless, glowing with an alluring luster like porcelain. These 2 beautiful legs didn't seem to belong to this world. They were like the spirit of heaven and earth, drawing out the most primitive instincts in Yang Kai's heart, causing his eyes to instantly fill with confusion and emptiness as he panted heavily. Not knowing where he got the strength from, Yang Kai actually reached out a hand and directly touched the woman's calf, rubbing and playing with it for a while. The woman felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was already enduring with great difficulty, so when Yang Kai touched her so intimately, her beautiful face suddenly changed, and the blush on her cheeks became even more alluring. She couldn't help but let out a groan as her delicate body trembled like a quail in winter. Smelly brat. The woman was flustered and exasperated, gritting her teeth as she cursed. Although she knew that Yang Kai's offensive actions weren't his own intention, and that she had a large part to play, this kind of touching and pinching still made her somewhat uncomfortable. Wherever his rough hands touched, it seemed to produce an electric current, causing the woman to feel a burst of paralysis. Even though she was an immortal Ascension Boundary Master, she was no longer able to fly steadily. Dragging Yang Kai along, he staggered through the air, as if he was drunk. "Let go." The woman gritted her teeth, lifting one of her jade feet and kicking Yang Kai's shoulder, then pulling the ribbon in her hand. She directly pulled Yang Kai to her side. Yang Kai's dazed eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of madness and cunning. Grinning towards her, he used all his strength to reach out and embrace her slender waist. "You." The woman's face paled, as if she hadn't expected that Yang Kai would still be able to maintain his sanity. Kai Yang was completely unrestrained, his two hands firmly gripping the woman's tender waist. A soft and fragrant feeling spread through his body. This woman's waist really didn't seem to have any bones. It was extremely flexible to the touch. If he used just a little bit of strength, he would be able to break it. His 10 fingers flicked up and down, doing everything possible to tease and caress her, his big mouth not holding back at all, directly biting down on the left side of the woman's full red dress. This bite didn't have the slightest yuan qi. Yang Kai didn't even use much strength, but it was still a deadly attack. The hot male breath penetrated her clothes and scalded the woman's tender body, causing her to go completely limp and tremble. The biting seemed to turn into a sucking action. The woman's yuan qi was unable to circulate properly, and both she and Yang Kai fell to the ground. "Let go of me." The woman clenched her teeth and cried out, resisting the throbbing and stupidity in her heart. Her bright red lips were almost bitten through, her hands holding Yang Kai's head, wanting to push him away, but the numbness attacked her, causing her to be unable to use much strength, but this position made her even more fanciful. "I won't let go." Yang Kai's mouth was chewing on a small red bead, constantly blowing hot air into it, his tongue like a snake as he vaguely answered. This dragon lady's current state was not right, as if she had been drugged with the most overbearing aphrodisiac in the world. Even the slightest touch and caress could make her unable to control herself. Her strength was too high, and there was no way to match it. If he wanted to live from her hands, Yang Kai could only use this kind of dirty method. "Do you want to die? If you don't let go, both of us will die an unnatural death." The woman lightly trembled and moaned. The two were getting closer and closer to the ground. Falling from a height of 300 meters, no matter how strong the woman was, she would still be smashed into a pile of meat paste. "Hee, if I die under a peony, I'll still be a romantic ghost," Yang Kai recklessly teased, not caring about life and death at all. The woman's expression finally changed, and she secretly cursed this stinking brat for being shameless. She took a deep breath, resisting the discomfort in her body and the impulse in her heart, and secretly condensed her yuan qi, abruptly slowing down her falling momentum. But this yuan qi was quickly dispersed by the impact of the sensations in her body. With a bang, Yang Kai and the woman fell to the ground. The two were entangled in each other's arms, rolling several times before gradually coming to a stop. Chapter 298. Fortunately, the falling speed was reduced a lot, so even though they were in a sorry state, neither of them was injured. But after this struggle and resistance, Yang Kai's strength increased a lot. In the midst of the flying dust, he recklessly pressed the woman under his body, and reached out a hand to cover the other full breast. He accurately found the protruding cherry and wantonly kneaded it. The red clothes were a little messy, and the woman's chest revealed a breathtaking snowy white. The two large breasts trembled as if they were about to break free from their restraints and burst out of the clothes. The elasticity was also amazing. Under the two-pronged attack, the woman seemed to have completely lost the strength to resist. Her beautiful eyes were closed, and her long eyelashes kept trembling. Her soft and delicate body twisted under Yang Kai, and there was a burst of suppressed longing in her throat. She seemed to have accepted her fate and no longer resisted. Her hands gently held Yang Kai's head and pulled him up from her chest. Then her cheeks flushed red, and she pressed a pair of red lips on his. Yang Kai was secretly wary of her soul-blowing incense, but he didn't expect her to be so cooperative. He was no longer polite and kissed her. A sweet and wonderful taste spread on the tip of his tongue. just as he tasted something wonderful. The woman suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, and there was a hint of slyness and pleasure in them. Feeling that something was wrong, Yang Kai quickly raised his head. You. Just as he spat out a word, Yang Kai felt the world in front of him turn upside down. In an instant, he lost all consciousness and fell on the woman's chest. The woman kept gasping for breath, calming the rolling blood in her heart. After a while, she recovered some strength. She reached out and pushed Yang Kai away from her delicate body. She slowly sat up, clenching her teeth, and her heart was filled with hatred. After a while, suddenly she laughed again, pursing her red lips, and said to herself, "Stinky brat is very skilled, he's definitely not a good thing. Humph, this king's beauty is not something that just anyone can taste." Saying that, she stood up and tidied her clothes. She looked at the unconscious Yang Kai on the ground with hatred, and lifted him up with one hand. She jumped up again. Yang Kai woke up groggily. He only felt pain all over his body, as if he had been pricked by needles. There was not much light in the surroundings, only a torch stuck diagonally into a mountain wall, the flame flickering. A delicate fragrance, like orchids and musk, lingered at the tip of his nose. This fragrance was somewhat familiar. It was the smell of the flirtatious woman from before. He didn't know if it was her body fragrance or something else. It was neither too thick nor too light, and it was a pleasant smell. It also had some aphrodisiac effects. Thinking of the dragon lady, Yang Kai suddenly sobered up and vigilantly looked forward. He saw that woman sitting cross-legged not far from him. His yuan qi surged fiercely, and his eyes were closed. It was unknown what kind of martial art he was using. Sensing the current state of his body, Yang Kai's expression darkened. Yuan qi had recovered a lot of her strength, and she could also swim. But at this moment, his entire body was imprisoned in place by a mysterious force, and he couldn't move at all. Moreover, he seemed to have been poisoned. When he used his yuan qi, he felt a little dizzy. Yang Kai panicked and quickly calmed down, not daring to move. This should be a cave. The cave was not deep, only about 100 feet or so. He was sitting cross-legged in the innermost part of the cave, and the woman not far from him was blocking his way, clearly not wanting to let him leave. Looking at this woman, Yang Kai had to admit that she was extremely beautiful and charming to the bone. Every part of her body seemed to be made for flirtatious beauty, especially the mole under the corner of her eye, which made her look extremely charming. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's presumptuous gaze, the woman slightly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, containing a touch of lust, watery and seductive. Her cheeks were still red, and the breath she exhaled was boiling hot. "You're awake?" The woman showed a beautiful smile, and looked at Yang Kai with interest. "Hee, what is the meaning of this, elder sister?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently and chuckled. "It's fine if you imprison me, but why are you blocking my way?" The woman smiled and said, "If I don't block you, what if you run away?" Yang Kai said shyly, "Why would I run away? The night is dark, and this little brother doesn't want to leave elder sister alone. In fact, elder sister doesn't need to do this. You only need to say one word, and this little brother is willing to go through water and tread on fire for you, even if it means death." The woman glanced at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Recalling how he had taken advantage of her, her body suddenly went limp, and she couldn't help gritting her teeth in anger. Yang Kai's eyes were burning hot, licking his dry lips as he wantonly wandered around the woman's body, his eyes full of incomparable aggression, as if he wanted to strip her naked, whispering in a low voice, "Actually, I won't hide it from elder sister. This little brother feels like an old friend at first sight, so why don't elder sister let go of me so we can talk? I really like elder sister. This heart of mine can be seen by the heavens, the sun and the moon." The woman couldn't help giggling, her body shaking as she cursed this little brat in her heart, but her white neck was slightly red. Seeing that she wasn't angry at all, Yang Kai's courage grew a lot. In any case, things had already come to this, and this woman's strength was too high for him to escape, so he might as well see what she wanted to do first. If she really wanted to kill him, there was no need for her to hold back until now. The woman slowly restrained her smile, her small white hand covering her red lips, and with a seductive look she whispered, "If you like me, Then why did you use such a heavy hand just now? Are you that willing? What if you hurt me? Seductress. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, almost losing his mind once again. Quickly stabilizing his mind, he chuckled. As the saying goes, the first time you're unfamiliar with the road, the second time you're familiar with the road. This little brother is inexperienced and doesn't know how to please elder sister, so I was indeed a bit abrupt, but now that I have experience, I don't know if elder sister is interested in giving it another try. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Little rogue. The woman bit her teeth and softly cursed, her eyes blurred. Yang Kai's face was the thickest she had ever seen in her life. His ability to lie with a straight face was top-notch. His skillful flirting, how could he be considered inexperienced? He was clearly a veteran in the field of love. She didn't know how many girls he had ruined. Although she could be considered a cheerful woman, Yang Kai's blatant flirting still made her a little shy, not to mention, her body wasn't in good condition right now, so she couldn't bear to hear such words from others. Just as her heart was filled with hatred, she saw Yang Kai's face turn serious and ask, "Is elder sister under the influence of an aphrodisiac?" Her state was clearly one of lust, wanting to find a man to relieve her feelings, but being able to endure for so long. Yang Kai was puzzled. The woman was slightly stunned, her expression somewhat unnatural, but she forced a smile and said, "You can say so, but you can also say no. Then is it true or not?" Yang Kai was confused. "Let's just say it is, but this aphrodisiac is because of me." The woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile, not intending to hide it. "It's because my secret art is about to break through. Every time I break through, it's like this, but this time I was ambushed on the way here and suffered some injuries, so it's more violent than before. I don't know if I can resist." "So you captured me?" Yang Kai suddenly realized. But in his heart, a storm was set off. What kind of secret art would cause a woman to feel lust when breaking through? An evil secret art. An absolutely evil secret art. It was most likely a secret art that harvested yang to supplement yin. Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. If he was really harvested by this dragon lady here, then his life would be too sad. "I was just in case." The woman nodded slightly, not denying it. Yang Kai was imprisoned at this moment, so he couldn't do anything, so she had no reason to lie. "Then why did you find me? Besides you, there were only 3 old men and 2 women. If I didn't catch you, who would I catch?" The woman replied with a faint smile. "Damn, so unlucky. Why didn't that brat by Yinfeng follow me? If he had followed me, I might not have been caught. To be able to work for big sister, it's little brother's honor." Yang Kai smiled, looking at her affectionately. "Why don't you stop resisting? Let's rest early. Every moment is worth 1,000 gold. The woman covered her mouth and laughed, saying angrily, "You wish. The secret art I'm practicing is special, although I can continue to practice it after losing my virginity. But before I reach large success, my cultivation speed will be greatly reduced. I'm only 1 step away. How can I waste all my efforts here?" Yang Kai's eyes sparkled, flashing with light. "So big sister is flawless. Good, good, good. This little brother is also a virgin. We're a match made in heaven. You don't have to resist so hard. If you really can't resist, just come find me." His heart was beating like a drum, although he didn't know what the consequences would be if this woman took him. But seeing how evil her secret art was, the consequences would definitely not be good. So even in front of such a beauty, Yang Kai didn't dare to have the slightest bit of restlessness. The woman stared deeply at him, a trace of pity flashed through her blurred eyes, and asked in a trembling voice, "What's your name?" "Yang Kai." "Yang Kai." The woman lowered her eyes and whispered softly, then nodded seriously. "I'll remember this name. I'm Shanqing Luo." "That's a nice name." Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. This name. Why does it seem like I've heard someone say it before? But this woman's strength was very high. She should be a famous expert. It's normal to have heard of her name. So Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. "I didn't imprison your Yuan Qi. You have to guard your mind. Don't lose your mind." Shanqing Luo reminded with a smile. "Your mind is good, but I don't know if you can resist the next temptation. Also, you better pray that I can resist it successfully. Or else." Yang Kai had a bad premonition in his heart. Shanqing Luo chuckled, but didn't answer. Her watery eyes stared at Yang Kai for a while, then said, "You're quite handsome, although you're full of nonsense and shameless. This isn't your nature, so big sister still likes you." As she spoke, her face turned red, and without giving Yang Kai time to react, she suddenly closed her eyes, her yuan qi surging again. Chapter 299. Yang Kai pursed his lips, secretly paying attention to the changes on Shanqing Luo's side, his heart also extremely vigilant. From her words, it was not difficult for Yang Kai to infer that this was a critical moment for her, and also a critical moment for him. She had captured him just in case. Once she could not resist the temptation of a breakthrough in her cultivation, he would definitely be taken by her. As for the result, even if he used his toes to think, he would know that it would not be good, otherwise why would she be so serious about warning him? Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he considered the way out. Looking up, Yang Kai saw that the true qi in Shanqing Luo's tender body was surging as streams of energy visible to the naked eye gushed out from her body. As soon as these streams of true qi came into contact with the surrounding air, they seemed to undergo some kind of incredible transformation, transforming into crystal clear white threads that shot out from her body. These silk threads were thousands of strands, scattered around Shanqing Luo's body, wrapping her up. As time passed, these silk threads became more and more numerous, more and more dense. Yang Kai's eyebrows jumped as he watched. These silk threads felt like spider silk, but also like silk. Each strand was full of elasticity and toughness. Each strand contained a surging energy. In less than half an hour, Shanqing Luo's entire body was wrapped up by these silk threads. Her seductive peerless face disappeared, and her graceful body was also hidden in the silk threads. All Yang Kai could see was a pure white oval like a silkworm cocoon. It also seemed like a tent, enveloping Shanqing Luo. Her beautiful body was reflected in this oval silkworm cocoon, hazy, making people unable to see through it. A faint fragrance slowly spread in the cave. As the fragrance entered his nostrils, Yang Kai's heartbeat slowly sped up, his blood slowly boiled, and his breathing gradually became heavy. The fragrance emitted from Shanqing Luo's body was the purest aphrodisiac. He felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly circulated the true Yang secret art, guarding his mind. The more he resisted, the more difficult it became. While he was working extremely hard, waves of stifled moans and murmurs came from the Shanqing Luo. When the voice entered his ears, Yang Kai's eyes instantly turned blank. The scene around him changed. The dark cave was gone, the dancing flames were gone, and the sparkling white silkworm cocoon, and the Shanqing Luo inside were also gone without a trace. The place where he was standing suddenly became filled with a fragrant scent. In a room filled with flying petals, the ground beneath his feet was also covered with a layer of luxurious red carpet. A burst of giggles sounded in his ears. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by more than a dozen scantily clad young girls. These young girls only covered their most important parts with some thin gauze, faintly revealing their delicate and beautiful features. Decadent voices rang out, and the dozen or so girls all smiled at Yang Kai. They danced and sang around him. These young girls were thin and round, with different body shapes, but no matter which one of them was beautiful, pure and clean, shy, bold and hot, charming and moving, elegant and quiet. The young girls danced around Yang Kai while looking at him affectionately. Their instinct to please him was to show their most moving side. Stifled moans came from their throats, and their red lips squirmed, exuding infinite desire. Yang Kai's breathing suddenly became rapid. This erotic and obscene scene seemed to be able to dig out the deepest part of a person's heart, turning a person into a beast that had lost its mind. A low growl came from his throat. Yang Kai recklessly grabbed a girl beside him and threw her to the ground while she screamed. The girl's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and she resisted the pain, but still looked at Yang Kai tenderly and sweetly. Murmuring moans came out of her mouth, and she stretched out two pink and soft hands to wrap around Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai grinned at her. With a struggling expression, he punched her in the head. With one punch, more than a dozen girls around him disappeared. Yang Kai's clothes were instantly soaked with sweat, and he couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. This kind of beautiful illusion was really a test of a person's mind. Fortunately, although Yang Kai was also affected, he was able to sober up for a moment at the critical moment. Young Kai thought that he had broken through this illusion, but when he stood up again, he found that the scene before him hadn't changed. Although the dozen young girls had disappeared, there was a bed with a curtain hanging in the middle of the hall. On the bed, a woman with a plump figure lazily reclined, one hand supporting her head, and just happened to look at him with a smile. Through the hazy curtain, Kai Yang could see that she was only wearing a thin silk gauze, like a cicada's wing. A chuckle came from the other side, and the woman on the bed gently waved at Yang Kai. Her whispers contained endless magic, and Yang Kai's recovered consciousness was once again pulled back into the swamp. With scarlet eyes and heavy breathing, he walked to the side of the bed and rudely tore open the pink curtain. What he saw was Shanqing Luo lying on the bed. This dragon lady had a plump figure, her skin was crystal clear, snow-white, and flawless. Her curves were exquisite, and her plump buttocks were high. Half of her hair covered it, outlining the perfect lines, making people's blood boil. She chuckled and slowly got up, her eyes filled with flirtatious feelings. She pulled Yang Kai to the bed and slowly put him down. Yang Kai didn't respond, letting her do as she pleased. Shanqing Luo's eyes were filled with tenderness. She knelt on Yang Kai's body and slowly took off his clothes. Her face was flushed, and she seemed to be both shy and eager. After taking off his clothes, Shanqing Luo breathed like orchids. She bit her red lips, slightly swayed her buttocks, and sat down little by little. A soft and moist feeling came, and Yang Kai's eyes suddenly trembled. The art of yin-yang union of joy involuntarily operated, and a fierce suction suddenly came from his crotch. Shanqing Luo, who was sitting on top of him, let out an extremely mournful scream, and all the illusions collapsed in an instant. Suddenly opening his eyes, Yang Kai sat in the same place, sweating profusely, and gasping for breath. Looking up, he saw that not far away, Shanqing Luo was still in the pure white silkworm cocoon. He didn't know how much time had passed outside, but the art of yin-yang union of joy was still operating, and a huge amount of pure energy was pouring out of the pure white silkworm cocoon into Yang Kai's meridians. The dragon head under his crotch was high, showing a very powerful appearance. Yang Kai took a few deep breaths, slowly calming down his churning blood. He didn't know why the illusions suddenly collapsed, but he was sure that all of this was related to the art of yin-yang union of joy. The art of yin-yang union of joy was a dual cultivation technique, and should be able to restrain Shanqing Luo's art of yin-yang union of joy, so he could smoothly escape from the illusions. After trying, he found that he still couldn't move, and couldn't help but secretly hate. But he wasn't anxious. Shanqing Luo, this dragon lady seemed to be ruthless, but in fact, she wasn't difficult to get along with. Moreover, she didn't want to kill him. After he calmed down, Yang Kai simply ignored her. He wholeheartedly operated the art of yin-yang union of joy. Under the guidance of the art of yin-yang union of joy, a stream of energy was separated from Shanqing Luo's white silkworm cocoon, and poured into Yang Kai's meridians and dantian. Gradually, Yang Kai suddenly felt that he seemed to have a subtle relationship with Shanqing Luo inside the silkworm cocoon. As time passed, this feeling became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a cry of alarm was heard. Yang Kai quickly opened his eyes, and saw Shanqing Luo staring at him with a pair of charming eyes. Huh? Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. How did you get in? Shanqing Luo's small mouth slightly opened. What? Yang Kai frowned, suspiciously looking around. He didn't know when, but he was sitting opposite Shanqing Luo, in the middle of a vast ocean. No, this is my divine sense. You've entered my knowledge sea. Shanqing Luo exclaimed. Her charming face was filled with shock. How did you break into my sea of consciousness? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head and looked down. Sure enough, he found that he didn't have a body, but his divine sense had inadvertently broken into the other party's knowledge sea. Curiously looking at the vast ocean below, it seemed that the sea here contained a very powerful destructive force. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder, this is your knowledge sea. Get out. Shanqing Luo hurriedly shouted. In a person's knowledge sea, it hid all the secrets of that person. Once the knowledge sea was spied on, that person's secrets would be exposed. Therefore, everyone would protect their sea of consciousness very well. Moreover, It was not so simple to break into someone's knowledge sea. Not to mention some defensive soul-type artifacts, there were also some special soul skills. These could prevent others from using their divine sense. How could a master like Shanqing Luo not have a soul-type artifact? How could she not cultivate a defensive soul skill? However, Yang Kai had still quietly invaded her knowledge sea. Shocked seeing Yang Kai still stay in her knowledge sea looking around, she couldn't help feeling anxious and angry, gnashing her teeth and saying, "If you don't leave, I'll make you stay here forever." Yang Kai was startled and quickly said, "Don't, I'll leave now. I haven't seen what a knowledge sea looks like, I'm just looking." Saying so, he quickly left. When Yang Kai's divine sense left, Shanqing Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Only the heavens knew how dangerous it was just now. If he had really seen all her secrets, she would have been completely naked in front of him. This was a person's most private place. Not only that, but if their divine senses had intersected, it would have been very troublesome. Unlike physical contact, divine sense fusion was even more erosive, making people forget to return. It was a taste that was thousands of times more pleasurable than physical contact. Once you tried it, you would become addicted and would never be able to give up. Shanqing Luo was really afraid that Yang Kai had some perverted thoughts and wanted to have a soul intercourse with her. Fortunately, he was tactful and didn't go too far. What was going on with him? Although Shanqing Luo had a lot of questions in her heart, now was the time for her to break through. So naturally she didn't dare to take it lightly. She could only suppress her doubts and concentrate on circulating her secret art. Yang Kai was also circulating his joyous unification art. A clear energy flowed out from the white silkworm cocoon and into his meridians, becoming stronger little by little. As if peeling silk from a cocoon, Shanqing Luo's silkworm cocoon gradually became smaller, and her plump body slowly became visible. Chapter 300. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and moved his stiff body slightly. A burst of popping sounds came from all parts of his body. His entire body seemed to contain an endless amount of energy. The Yuan Qi in his body surged, and he was in a wonderful state like never before. Yuan Qi level 4. These 10 days of meditation, plus the pure energy he obtained from Shanqing Luo's pure white silkworm cocoon, allowed him to break through to this level in one fell swoop. His harvest was huge. Opposite him, 2 pairs of eyes looked over. Yang Kai looked up and saw the dragon lady lazily leaning against the cave wall. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked at him with a complicated expression. Yang Kai was shocked. The Yuan Qi in his body involuntarily circulated. Shanqing Luo smiled and bit her red lips. "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. Even if you had several lives, it wouldn't be enough to keep you alive." Yang Kai's expression became awkward. He thought that this was indeed the case. Immediately his expression relaxed. He laughed and cupped his hands. "Thank you, sister, for not killing me." Shanqing Luo shook her head. "I didn't want to kill you. I had no choice but to kidnap you." As she spoke, she couldn't help but cough lightly. Her face was slightly pale. "What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at her. This dragon lady's aura was much weaker than before. Moreover, she seemed to be injured. "Isn't it all because of you?" Shanqing Luo bit her teeth lightly. Her pair of red phoenix eyes revealed a miserable expression. "Me?" Yang Kai pointed at himself with a confused expression. He didn't understand. "What did you do to me?" "I didn't do anything," Kai Yang replied in a daze. "Then why did you take away so much of my energy?" Shanqing Luo gritted her teeth hatefully. Yang Kai's expression froze as he recalled what had happened before. He frowned and said, "I fell into an illusion and slept with you on the same bed. Then, I used a set of cultivation methods and escaped from the illusion." Shanqing Luo blushed. She looked at him in disbelief. "With me?" "Yes, you're very proactive and bold." Yang Kai nodded fiercely. Recalling the Shanqing Luo's performance on the bed, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. "What a pity." Yang Kai sighed, somewhat vexed. "Little bastard." Shanqing Luo spat softly, her face flushed red. "Does it affect you?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "What do you think?" Shanqing Luo took a deep breath. Her full breasts heaved up and down. His red clothes were almost torn apart. I was on the verge of breaking through, and my energy was diverted by you. Haha, don't you think it affected me? Yang Kai suddenly felt embarrassed. Really? I didn't know. If you knew, I would have killed you a long time ago. Shanqing Luo looked at him hatefully. Why would I let you live until now? Then you didn't break through? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. No. Not only did I not break through, I also suffered from the backlash of my technique, and my strength fell greatly. I don't know when I'll be able to break through again. Tell me, is this your fault? How can you blame me for this? Yang Kai rubbed his nose, but when he heard her say that her strength had fallen greatly, his expression became more relaxed. He looked at her meaningfully and said, Then what's your current level? Yuanqi level 1. Are you satisfied? Shanqing Luo replied unhappily, giving Yang Kai a flirtatious look. You should have said so earlier. Yang Kai laughed loudly, and the last trace of caution and cautiousness he had completely disappeared. He was completely relieved. This dragon lady was only at Yuanqi level 1, which was even lower than his own. Now he didn't need to be afraid of her anymore. However, even though her level was lower than his, she still had the foundation of an expert. If he really fought with her, it was hard to say who would win. Fortunately, no matter who it was, they didn't have any killing intent towards each other, so they shouldn't fight. AI, it's not all your fault. If I didn't kidnap you, you wouldn't have met with this misfortune. I brought this upon myself. Shanqing Luo sighed faintly. Hearing her sincere words, Yang Kai felt a bit guilty and nodded awkwardly. If that's the case, then I should thank you for saving my life before. Stinky brat, you still have some conscience. Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled lightly. It seemed that the failure of her breakthrough this time didn't affect her at all, nor did it bring her the slightest bit of bad mood. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai suddenly stood up and said, You rest, I'm going to find something to eat. Be careful. Shanqing Luo softly exhorted. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. He didn't know why this dragon lady was so concerned about him, but he didn't think too much about it and turned around to leave the cave. After Yang Kai left, Shanqing Luo let out a soft sigh, her expression becoming slightly strange as she placed her hand on her chest, her cheeks blushing slightly as she muttered to herself. So he's a sentimental man, huh? Shanqing Luo's body was special and her cultivation method was special. Although she was flirtatious and charming, she would only like one man in her life and would only have sex with that man once. Before that, she had to plant a seed of love in her heart. When the time was right and the seed was full, it would be time for the two of them to make love. That night, that man would die without a doubt. At the same time, her cultivation method would reach the grand accomplishment stage. Yang Kai had been impudent to her before, unintentionally entering her knowledge sea and leaving a trace of his divine sense. Without a doubt, he had inadvertently planted a seed in her heart. This was a love seed. Her cultivation method was a very pitiful and sorrowful one. Every generation was passed down to only one woman. But every generation of women had to experience this kind of inhumane torture. Shanqing Luo still remembered how her mother missed her father for the rest of her life. What kind of torment and torture she suffered in her heart. In the end, she was depressed and died. Because the love seed would only be complete when the love was strong. In order to reach the grand accomplishment stage, the women of Shanqing Luo's cultivation method had to give all their sincerity. It was an unforgettable love. In one night, her beloved died. What woman could accept this kind of thing? And now, this kind of thing was about to happen to her. Lightly biting her red lips, Shanqing Luo was a bit at a loss. She wasn't mentally prepared at all. Originally, she wanted to wait a few years and find a suitable man to fall in love with, but she didn't expect this to happen so suddenly. Crackling sounds came from not far away. The tip of her nose was still lingering with the faint smell of meat. Shanqing Luo fluttered her dense eyelashes a few times and slightly opened her eyes. Yang Kai was sitting not far in front of her. A bonfire had been lit, and a half-cooked game was being roasted over the bonfire. You're really not worried? Yang Kai chuckled. When he came back and saw that this dragon lady had actually fallen asleep, he couldn't help but be surprised. What's there to be worried about? Don't tell me you're going to eat me? Shanqing Luo looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yes, as long as you don't mind. I'm afraid you don't have that good fortune. Shanqing Luo laughed again and again. After a while, the game was roasted. Yang Kai tore off a piece of meat and handed it over. Shanqing Luo took it. She slowly tore off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. She elegantly chewed it with her mouth, her posture elegant. On the other hand, Yang Kai held the rest of the game and ate heartily, his eating manners rough. Barbaric. Shanqing Luo glared at him. Yang Kai chuckled and asked while eating, "Where is this place? I didn't have time to ask you. You don't even know where you are?" Shanqing Luo looked at him suspiciously. "You're not a disciple of the Holy Land?" "Holy Land? What Holy Land?" Yang Kai's head was confused. Shanqing Luo had asked him before which leader he was a disciple of. Now that he thought about it, he was probably related to this Holy Land. He was stunned. Yang Kai said in shock, "This place isn't Dahan?" Shanqing Luo giggled and said, "Are you really confused or pretending to be confused? This place is naturally Dahan." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I really don't know, I just randomly stumbled into this place." Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Shanqing Luo straightened her face and said, "This is Changyin Holy Land." Changyin Holy Land? Changyin Evil Land. Yang Kai was shocked and stared at Shanqing Luo in shock. "You really aren't a disciple of the Holy Land?" Shanqing Luo frowned and said with some annoyance, "What evil land? Don't make it sound so unpleasant. The evil land you speak of is the Tao in our hearts. It's just that everyone's ideas are different, so why do you have to make such a clear distinction? It's just that there are so many disputes in this world." Changyin Evil Land. Shanqing Luo. Yang Kai's mind flashed and he suddenly stood up, staring at the dragon lady opposite him, his eyes narrowing as he called out, "Beguiling Demon Queen Shanqing Luo?" Changyin Evil Land. Under the Demon Lord there were 6 great evil kings. Thunderclap Beast King, Tyrannical Force King, Profound Een Ghost King, Beguiling Demon Queen, Lightning Flash Shadow King, and Annihilating Poison King. Because of the appearance of the Demon Lord, Yang Kai had learned some information about the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land some time ago, so he had naturally heard of the 6 great evil kings. Of the 6 great evil kings, only one was a woman. That was the one in front of him. The one with the charm of a femme fatale, Shanqing Luo. No wonder he felt this name was familiar when he heard it before. Seeing Yang Kai so surprised, Shanqing Luo chuckled and calmly said, "Yes, it is this queen. What's wrong, are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned, his expression becoming indifferent. "What's there to be afraid of? It's just that the rumored #1 seductive woman in the world is right in front of me, so it's a bit unreal." Yang Kai stared at Shanqing Luo from top to bottom while clicking his tongue in wonder. So this is what the rumored beguiling demon queen looks like. Sure enough, hearing about her is not as good as meeting her in person. "Haven't you seen enough, little bastard?" Shanqing Luo felt his fiery gaze making her feel uneasy, so she waved her hand and threw the piece of beast meat towards him like a hidden weapon. Yang Kai leaned to the side, causing her to miss and then sit back down with a grin, frowning deeply. This time, the collapse of the void corridor had actually sent him to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. This place was the opposite of where Su Yan and the others had settled down, so it would be impossible to find them in a short time. Moreover, since this place was the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, there would definitely be many evil demons here, so how could he leave? He first had to establish a good relationship with the dragon lady Shanqing Luo. With her identity and means, it would be easy for her to send him away from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Making up his mind, Yang Kai tore off another piece of barbecue meat and handed it to her. Shanqing Luo shot him a disgruntled look and snorted, "This thing is stained with your saliva. I don't want to eat it." "It's not like you haven't eaten it before." Yang Kai grumbled, but didn't force her. Shanqing Luo suddenly became angry, her chest heaving up and down as she recalled the time she had been forced to kiss him, grinding her teeth so hard they almost broke. Chapter 301. In the dense forest, Qiu Yimeng and the others were fleeing in a panic. Behind her, Luo Xiaoman and Bai Yunfeng both looked distressed and had many wounds on their bodies. In addition, the original dozen or so Yuan-Chi cultivators were now missing 2 or 3. As they ran, Luo Xiaoman's chest bounced up and down, as if she was carrying 2 snow-white rabbits in her arms. If it were any other time, Bai Yunfeng would definitely have taken in such a beautiful sight. But right now, this little brat was not in the mood at all. His life was on the verge of being forfeit, so how could he care about such beauty? There seemed to be some kind of pursuer behind the group. So in a panic, everyone was unfamiliar with this place and quickly lost their way, only knowing to follow behind Qiu Yimeng, running at full speed. The Yuan-Chi passed by too quickly, and a small mountain appeared in front of them. Qiu Yimeng let out a light breath and said, "Let's stop and rest up ahead. The people behind us shouldn't be able to catch up so quickly. Let's recover first before continuing." Hearing her say this, the group couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. After running for a day and a night, no one could afford such a consumption of energy. Not long after, everyone came to a secluded mountain and found a place to sit down, taking out pills to restore themselves. Next to them was a clear spring flowing down from the top of the mountain. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman hurriedly went up and drank a few mouthfuls of water to moisten their dry throats and wash their faces, finally relaxing. Since the day they met that enchanting red-robed woman, their group had begun to run out of luck. The 3 immortal ascension boundary cultivators who had followed them were all killed by that woman. And then the dozen or so Yuan-Chi cultivators, under the leadership of Qiu Yimeng, explored the surrounding terrain, but before they could figure out the situation, they were surrounded by a group of cultivators who cultivated evil arts. After a fierce battle, they were finally able to break through. But the noise they made alarmed even more people. The strength of this group was not weak. However, there were too many enemies, and the number of pursuers behind them had only increased over the past few days. In desperation, Qiu Yimeng could only retreat into this dense forest, trying to use the terrain here to find an opportunity to break through. The 2 women sat down, both looking exhausted. "Elder sister Qiu, what is this place?" Luo Xiaoman's pair of big eyes were filled with panic. Listening to Luo Xiaoman's question, Qiu Yimeng's expression froze. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, I'm not sure if I'm wrong. This should be the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land." The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land? Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Everyone else also stared at her in amazement. Bai Yunfeng frowned and asked with some disbelief, "Young lady Qiu, how can you be sure this is the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land?" Qiu Yimeng glanced at him faintly. "Besides the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, where else can there be so many cultivator who have fallen into the evil Tao? Didn't you see their expressions when they were fighting? That doesn't necessarily mean this place is the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land." Bai Yunfeng still couldn't believe it. "Perhaps this is the territory of an evil sect." Qiu Yimeng chuckled. "I'm sure this is the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Then what should we do?" Luo Xiaoman didn't have any ideas of her own, unlike Qiu Yimeng, who was confident she could take charge of the overall situation. Hearing this, her beautiful face couldn't help but turn pale. "I don't know." Qiu Yimeng shook her head bitterly. This time, she had only intended to lead the group to High Heaven Pavilion. But now they had suddenly arrived at the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land thousands of kilometers away. The deviation was too great. The Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land had countless masters and evil demons everywhere. This group of people had no master guarding them, so it was impossible for them to break through the blockade and leave safely. On top of that, the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land and the forces outside were like fire and water. Once this group of people fell into enemy hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was especially true for Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, both of whom were peerless beauties, so if they were caught by those evil cultivators, all that awaited them was a fate of being toyed with and humiliated. Take this time to rest. Fortunately, there aren't many masters among the people chasing us. Otherwise we would have nowhere to run. Qiu Yimeng sighed deeply. And Luo Xiaoman nodded and closed her eyes obediently. Less than half an hour after the group had recovered, Qiu Yimeng suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "Hurry up, someone's coming." Hearing her shout, everyone hurriedly woke up from their meditation and followed her out. During this past month, Qiu Meng had detected the enemy's movements many times in advance and led everyone to avoid many dangers. Although they didn't know how a Yuanqi 9th stage cultivator like her managed to do this, everyone had long been convinced by her methods and naturally obeyed her orders. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo walked through the jungle. After getting along with her for nearly a month, Yang Kai discovered that this enchantress's heart was actually quite good. She looked weak and delicate, her face was charming, and her age was probably around 27 to 28 years old, but she was skilled at maintaining her appearance, no different from a teenage girl. In fact, she even had a unique temperament that came with the passage of time. This kind of temperament was particularly attractive to men. Coupled with her charm, it could be said that Shanqing Luo was the nemesis of all men in the world, attracting both young and old alike. During this time, Yang Kai also behaved very calmly, no longer blindly calling her elder sister like before, causing Shanqing Luo to have a whole new level of respect for him. It was rare for a 17 or 18-year-old boy to have such a calm personality. Although the two of them had been together for a long time, they hadn't talked much. Shanqing Luo didn't speak much, and Yang Kai also didn't try to annoy her. Most of the time, he just followed her, and when he rested, he would meditate and cultivate, not relaxing for even a moment. Traveling with such beauty, his mood was pleasant, and he wasn't lonely along the way. According to Shanqing Luo, she had come out this time to find something that had a lot to do with her. In the past, her mother had come looking for it, and before that, her grandmother had also come looking for it. Now it was her turn to do so. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Before coming here, her strength was extraordinary, so naturally there wouldn't be any problems. However, after the backlash of her cultivation method, her strength had dropped significantly, and now she had only recovered to the 3rd level of Yuan Qi, so she couldn't go to that dangerous place anymore. Without a strong foundation, going there would only be suicide. However, the two of them wandered in this dense forest for more than 10 days, but they still stayed there. As they walked, Yang Kai frowned and looked at her suspiciously. He stopped and said, "Beauty, let me ask you a question." "What?" Shanqing Luo also stopped and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Are you lost?" Yang Kai asked the guess in his heart. Shanqing Luo's face showed an unnatural expression, and her eyes flickered. Yang Kai was stunned. "You're not really lost, are you?" Shanqing Luo blushed slightly and snorted. "So what if I'm lost? Is it strange?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "If you're lost, you should have said so earlier. I thought you had a clear goal, so I followed you blindly for so many days." Fortunately, she hadn't been in a hurry these days, and her expression was calm. If Yang Kai hadn't noticed that the scenery here was familiar, he probably wouldn't have remembered. However, she was also an expert, so how could she be lost? Yang Kai felt that it was a little inconceivable. "What do you know?" Shanqing Luo snorted, and her small nose wrinkled. "This is a maze forest, and there is a natural array here, covering an area of 100 miles. If my strength was still there, I would naturally find a way out, but now I can only rely on my luck." As she spoke, she glared at Yang Kai and gritted her teeth. "In the end, it's still your problem. What does it have to do with me?" Yang Kai was angry. "Who shared the energy when I broke through? Who made me suffer from the backlash of my secret art, causing my strength to drop so much?" Shanqing Luo questioned. When she brought Yang Kai to this maze forest, she hadn't expected that she would suffer from the backlash of her secret art, and now she couldn't get out. Good, it's my problem." Yang Kai knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't bother to argue with her, and instead slightly released his divine sense, only to find that the effective range of his divine sense had been greatly reduced, only covering an area of less than a kilometer. Shanqing Luo looked at him with a light smile, and said, "I know you're a bit strange, just Yuan Qi 4th stage, but you've already cultivated your divine sense. But without the strength of an immortal ascension boundary, it's impossible to find a way out, so save your energy." "Beauty, we're in trouble." Yang Kai stared at her, his expression changing slightly. "What?" Before he had finished speaking, the sound of flapping clothes came from not far away, and immediately 6 or 7 figures suddenly descended from the sky, landing not far in front of the two of them. Shanqing Luo's face also sank, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she stared at the newcomers. When she saw the appearance of the person who had come, her temperament suddenly changed, becoming overbearing and arrogant. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise, thinking to himself that she was indeed worthy of being one of the 6 great evil kings. This kind of superior attitude was not something an average person could imitate, but at the same time he was also secretly on guard against these newcomers. As soon as the 6 or 7 people landed, they discovered Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo. This group of people had chased after Qiu Yimeng and the others, but after seeing Shanqing Luo in her red robes, their expressions changed abruptly, and they all took a step back. Shanqing Luo just stared at them with a smile, her arrogant temperament becoming more and more obvious. Being stared at by her like this, the faces of these people became more and more gloomy, each of them feeling as if they were facing a great enemy. I was wondering who it was. It turns out it was just a few of the Beast King's subordinates who didn't have eyes. Shanqing Luo snorted, slowly saying, her expression filled with arrogance and coldness. These people all trembled, their faces suddenly going pale. One of the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Masters quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed, trembling as he said, "Subordinate Guo Yuanming greets Master, Queen. I did not know Master was here. If I have offended you, please forgive me." As he spoke, he lowered his eyes and stared straight at his toes, not daring to meet Shanqing Luo's eyes. "Greetings, my lord." The others also hurriedly bowed, their expressions respectful, but there was also a hint of fear. Everyone's raised arms were trembling slightly. It was obvious that they were extremely scared. "Humph," Shanqing Luo snorted, causing these people to become even more frightened. "Your courage isn't small. Did you come here to chase me?" As she spoke, her expression became unfriendly, a murderous intent flashing across her eyes. Chapter 302. Hearing Shanqing Luo's question. Those people complained incessantly in their hearts, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. How did they end up encountering this dragon lady here? The heavens don't have eyes. We don't dare. Guo Yuanming couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Master knows. This subordinate is only tracking a group of Yuanqi cultivators who broke into the Holy Land. This subordinate doesn't want to offend Master Feng Wei. This subordinate deserves to die 10,000 deaths. "Oh, is that so?" Shanqing Luo lightly responded. Her nasal voice was very strong, and her voice was charming and enchanting. When those people heard this, not only did they not feel that it was pleasant to hear, but they also felt as if there was a thorn in their back. They all broke out in cold sweat, not daring to make a sound. Shanqing Luo calmly raised her orchid fingers, gently stroking her fingernails, and said with an indifferent expression, "Since you know that you deserve to die 10,000 deaths, why don't you make a move? Do you want me to send you on your way?" Guo Yuanming's body instantly trembled, and with a plop, he knelt on the ground, his head touching the ground as a chill ran down his spine. The people behind him were also drenched in cold sweat. Large drops of sweat slid down their heads and flowed down their necks to their chests. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he silently stood behind Shanqing Luo. This was the first time he had seen the Dragon Lady's methods, and it was really awe-inspiring. Was this the real beguiling demon queen? Although he didn't quite understand the situation in front of him, Yang Kai guessed that Shanqing Luo had some grudges with the masters in front of him, so she was bullying them for no reason. Moreover, Shanqing Luo's current strength had greatly decreased, so she probably wanted to use this kind of preemptive strike to scare them away. Shanqing Luo suddenly laughed and said to the other side, "Get up, I was just joking with you, how could you take it so seriously, so boring?" Guo Yuanming didn't dare to move, he didn't believe Shanqing Luo, this kind of woman, if he stood up, she would directly kill him. He repeatedly kowtowed and thanked. "Thank you, Master, for not killing me. Thank you, Master, for not killing me." Shanqing Luo coldly glanced at the other side, and said with a cold voice, "Go back and pass a message to your master. Regarding the matter a month ago, I will have a good talk with him sooner or later, so get lost." Guo Yuanming, as if he had been spared from a dream, he quickly got up, while he lowered his head and retreated. "Please rest assured, Master, I will definitely pass your message's order." Shanqing Luo's Shanqing Luo. Sha Qing Luo's Qing Luo 6 people. He mustered all of his strength. In the blink of an eye, they were nowhere to be seen. Shanqing Luo, Shan 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 Demon. Shan 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 Yu, Shan Shan Shanqing. T. In his heart, he greatly admired this dragon lady's methods and the majesty she had just displayed. Shanqing Luo walked faster and faster, and after a while, she actually flew like the wind. Why are you so fast? Didn't you already deceive them? Yang Kai asked while chasing after her. It's only for a while. Guo Yuanming's scheming is deep. Who knows when he will see through it? My relationship with the Thunderbolt Beast King is not very good. The reason I was injured before was because he brought people to ambush me. Those people are the Beast King's subordinates. If they catch me, I'll be finished. Shanqing Luo hurriedly explained, her feet not stopping for a moment. In a flash, she had already traveled more than 10 zhang. Tiare. Yang Kai's expression was strange. You are an evil king. That Thunderbolt Beast King has the same status as you. Yet he dared to bring people to ambush you. If there isn't any serious conflict of interest, then it must be that he covets your beauty. The temptation of a beautiful woman is indeed very strong. You shut up. Shanqing Luo glared at him, her expression becoming cold. Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders and stopped talking. Guo Yuanming's group of 7 fled more than a dozen kilometers before suddenly coming to a stop. What's wrong, Brother Guo? An Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage master looked at him and asked. Guo Yuanming's brow furrowed as he glanced back at Shanqing Luo. Seemingly thinking of something, he asked, don't you think that dragon lady is acting a bit strange today? What's wrong? Why would she let us go so easily? The more Guo Yuanming thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Master brought people to ambush her a month ago, not to mention the past grievances between her and Master. Even if we met her a month ago, we definitely wouldn't have had a good time. Then why would she let us go? Guo Yuanming frowned and pondered. Hesitantly he said, I heard that although we weren't able to capture the dragon lady in that battle, she was still struck by one of Master's moves. That's right, I saw that her aura was a little unstable just now. Could it be that she was seriously injured in that battle, and still hasn't recovered? How could the power of Master's moves be so easily neutralized? Guo Yuanming's eyes lit up. She must have been seriously injured, otherwise she wouldn't have let us go so easily. I still remember that half a year ago, Brother Yuan, your little brother was killed by that dragon lady on the spot just because he glanced at her. The dragon lady is vicious and merciless. How could she be so easy to deal with? Hearing this, Yuan Shi's gloomy face flashed a trace of resentment as he coldly snorted. If it weren't for the special secret art she cultivated, the previous generation's queen wouldn't have been able to pass down most of her cultivation to them. How could she be so strong? A little brat. Father here would have killed her long ago. Guo Yuanming's eyes narrowed as he grinned meaningfully. If Brother Yuan wants to avenge your little brother, I'm afraid this is your chance. Everyone present understood the meaning behind his words, and couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. Not everyone dared to have ideas about the beguiling demon queen. Are you afraid? Guo Yuanming sneered. Since she let us go, she must have some scruples, but what is she worried about? She must be worried that she can't beat us. Yuan Shi nodded. Brother Guo's words are reasonable, but this is only a guess. What if she isn't injured, or has already recovered from her injuries? We'll know once we try. Guo Yuanming grinned meaningfully. Let's see if you have the guts. The others were silent as they glanced at each other with hesitant expressions. It was undeniable that Guo Yuanming's words were very reasonable, but they were still afraid of what if. Seeing the hesitation on everyone's faces, Guo Yuanming struck while the iron was hot. Everyone, this is the famous beguiling demon queen. Don't you want to have a taste? To be able to experience such a woman once. Even if you die, it would be worth it. Thinking about Shanqing Luo's tender body and seductive voice, thinking about how she had been stripped naked, thinking about her moans and cries, everyone's breathing became heavy. Guo Yuanming continued. Moreover, since she can pass on her cultivation to the next generation, it doesn't mean she can't pass it on to us. Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Strength. Even if we split it evenly, each of us should be able to increase our cultivation by at least 1 or 2 minor realms, right? Everyone was finally moved. Yuan Shi's eyes flashed as he quickly nodded. Brother Guo is right. We can both taste her beauty and obtain her cultivation. It is indeed worth risking our lives for. The others thought about it carefully before gritting their teeth and agreeing. Guo Yuanming laughed loudly. Brothers, you're truly loyal. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and catch up. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo flew through the jungle, their direction uncertain. Half a day later, suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. Shanqing Luo's face sank. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Sure enough, we've been discovered." Saying so, she quickly stopped and took a deep breath to calm the blood in her heart. Together with Yang Kai, she calmly stood in place. It's them. Yang Kai released his divine sense slightly and noticed the number of people approaching, his face also becoming gloomy. Shanqing Luo's worries were indeed reasonable. Although she had scared off that group of people with an overbearing attitude, and didn't have many flaws in her words and actions, those who were meticulous could still find clues. It was like a little bit of blood in the sea. A fierce shark would always be able to find the scent. Master. A moment later, Guo Yuanming and the others suddenly appeared not far away, all of them looking a little nervous, but now they were not as cautious as before, their eyes flashing with a meaningful light. They also dared to secretly look at Shanqing Luo, their eyes flashing with obscene light from time to time. What's the matter? Shanqing Luo asked with a cold face. Haha. Master's speed is so fast, it took us a long time to catch up. Guo Yuanming's attitude was clearly more presumptuous than before. Obviously he was testing, but he was already 80% sure of his speculation. It had only been a short time since they separated from her, but it took them a long time to catch up. If it weren't for a guilty conscience, why would they run so fast? Cut the crap, what's the matter? Shanqing Luo looked impatient and coldly shouted. It's like this subordinate forgot one thing before. My master once told me that if I met you, I would give you a small gift. This is a small gift for mistress. I hope that mistress won't take what happened a month ago to heart. Saying so, Guo Yuanming casually tossed something towards Shanqing Luo. This was a chess piece, of special quality, obviously a good grade secret treasure. At this moment, this secret treasure was filled with yuan qi by Guo Yuanming. It seemed to be thrown casually, but in fact it was filled with evil intentions. Shanqing Luo casually caught it. Although she was prepared, she was still shocked by this chess piece and her delicate body trembled. Her arms slightly numb. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the people around them all lit up. Guo Yuanming, you're courting death. Shanqing Luo shouted. Guo Yuanming laughed. I am master, forgive me, this subordinate accidentally used a little too much strength. But with master's strength, how could you not catch it? Could it be that master's current strength is greatly reduced? At the end of his words, his voice was low, and his pair of eyes did not hide the obscene light in them, constantly roaming over Shanqing Luo's body. Shanqing Luo's expression changed slightly, knowing that the other party had seen through her, so she no longer tried to hide it and laughed lightly. Yes, my strength is greatly reduced, but if I want to kill you bastards, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. As she spoke, her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly glowed with a dense light, as if they contained endless magic, drawing in everyone's divine soul, trying to pull them in. At the same time, a strange fragrance filled the air, causing every man's heart to involuntarily beat faster, and their blood to boil. Yang Kai's eyes were slightly confused for a moment, but he quickly regained his clarity. Yuan Qi quickly retreated into Dantian. The Azura sword appeared in his hand, and the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton burst out. Wrapped in a cloud of black qi, he arrived in front of Guo Yuanming. Chapter 303. Yang Kai's reaction speed was extremely fast. He had acted almost as soon as Shanqing Luo used her seduction technique. Shanqing Luo was secretly surprised. She didn't know how he could escape from the illusion so quickly. Not to mention that he was only at the 4th level of Yuan Qi. Even an immortal ascension boundary master wouldn't be able to escape so easily in front of her. Which sect did this little hooligan come from? The Shura sword spat out black gas and stabbed towards Guo Yuanming's neck like a snake coming out of its hole. Guo Yuanming's blank eyes suddenly emitted a cold light as his mouth curled into a sneer. Yang Kai's face darkened. He quickly changed from attack to defense, his yuan qi bursting out majestically. Ding! Yang Kai rolled back and returned to Shanqing Luo's side. His hand holding the sword trembled slightly as his blood and qi flowed backwards. He let out a heavy groan before calming down. Ha ha! Guo Yuanming looked up to the sky and laughed. His expression revealed a trace of obscenity. He licked his lips and stared at Shanqing Luo unscrupulously, saying, "This subordinate has long heard of Master's dream. It is indeed extraordinary." Shanqing Luo's charming face flashed a trace of coldness. Only now did she know that Guo Yuanming and the others were already prepared. If Master's strength wasn't damaged, we naturally wouldn't be able to resist this dream. But now he. Guo Yuanming laughed obscenely and raised his arms, shouting, "Brothers, it seems that Master's body isn't very good. Later on, you must be gentle. Don't ruin our queen's delicate body." "Brother Guo, don't worry. We will be gentle." Yuanshi stepped forward and stared at Shanqing Luo without fear. A series of obscene laughter sounded. Everyone was still a little uneasy. But now that they had easily resisted Shanqing Luo's dream, their morale was greatly boosted. Shanqing Luo was so angry that she laughed. She looked at everyone and said in a soft voice, "Do you really think you can defeat this king?" Seeing that she was calm and composed without the slightest trace of fear, Guo Yuanming's heart also jumped. Hesitation appeared on his face. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Everyone, you have to know that once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. We have already offended this lowly servant. If she escapes this time, I believe you don't need me to remind you of the fate that awaits us." With Shanqing Luo's means and personality, if she really escaped, then these people wouldn't be able to live in peace even if they hid at the ends of the earth. Knowing the severity of the matter, the others nodded in agreement. "If that's the case, then I can only give it a try. If I can taste the most seductive woman in the world, why should I fear death?" Guo Yuanming said in a low voice, "Brother Ban, you're the weakest, so I'll leave that eyesore to you. Get rid of him as soon as possible, and come help us." A skinny man looked at Yang Kai and grinned. "No problem." Shanqing Luo giggled. Secretly circulating her yuan qi, she suddenly waved her hands forward and shouted, "Daring to offend this king, all of you will die." A series of crystal-clear white silk threads suddenly filled the sky and shrouded the crowd. These 6 or 7 people were all immortal ascension boundary masters. However, their strength wasn't too high, most of them just immortal ascension boundary 1st or 2nd stage. Only Guo Yuanming was a 3rd stage master. Shanqing Luo suddenly launched an attack, forcing everyone to hurriedly circulate their secret arts and use their artifacts to resist. Yang Kai waved his hand and condensed nearly 1,000 sword qi blades around him. Thousands of blood-red petals fluttered in the air, transforming the world into a sea of flowers. His opponents were all immortal ascension boundary masters, so Yang Kai had no intention of holding back. Such a concentrated attack also caused the enemy to be in a fluster as they tried to defend themselves. Shanqing Luo quickly formed a series of seals with her hands, and the crystal-clear silk threads covering the sky suddenly seemed to come alive, wrapping around 2 of the immortal ascension boundary 1st stage masters. These 2 were the weakest of the group, so in a moment of carelessness, they were bound by the silk threads. Yang Kai took this opportunity to release his white tiger and divine ox seal, summoning 2 jet-black beast phantoms to roar towards the sky, baring their fangs as they rushed towards the 2 men, biting them fiercely. Thousands of blood-red petals attacked in unison, each petal as sharp as a blade. Waves of miserable shrieks rang out from the other side, causing Guo Yuanming and the others to be greatly alarmed. Poo 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 blood splashed. Shanqing Luo's eyes flashed with amazement. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so powerful. This series of fierce attacks was not something a yuan qi 4th stage cultivator could display. Clenching her fists, the silk threads tightly bound the 2 wounded immortal ascension boundary 1st stage masters, and instantly dismembered them. With the 2 of them working together, they were able to kill 2 immortal ascension boundary masters in a single blow. At the same time, Shanqing Luo's tender body suddenly burst forth with more white silk threads, enveloping the remaining people. Gracefully stepping forward, she instantly closed in on Yang Kai, grabbed his arm and shouted, "Let's go!" Yang Kai waved his hand, and the thousands of petals quickly flew back into his body. Without stopping, he and Shanqing Luo quickly fled. This dragon lady was only a Yuan Qi third-stage cultivator. Being able to join forces with him to kill two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was already the best she could do. Although the battle was short, the amount of Yuan Qi she had consumed was definitely not small, so staying here wouldn't be good for her. Cheap slut. Guo Yuanming's angry shout came from behind. He hadn't expected that Shanqing Luo had only made a feint. After she left, he realized that the other party had no intention of fighting. After a dozen breaths of time, Guo Yuanming and the others finally managed to break free from the white threads. Each of them staring towards the direction Shanqing Luo had disappeared with some lingering fear in their eyes, thinking that the evil king was truly the evil king. Even if she was seriously injured, she would not be easy to deal with. What do we do now? Yuan Shi asked with a gloomy face. Guo Yuanming bitterly said, if you don't want to be hunted down by her, the only way is to catch up and kill her. Listen to Brother Guo. The remaining people nodded in unison. The others no longer hesitated and hurriedly chased after her. Shanqing Luo held onto Yang Kai's arm, originally intending to run with him, but as soon as they started running, she discovered that this little rascal's speed wasn't much slower than hers. She didn't know what kind of strange footwork he was using, but with a schwa 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 sound, he was able to cover several dozen feet. While running, her plump chest rubbed against Yang Kai's arm, causing Shanqing Luo's face to turn slightly red, and she hurriedly tried to pull back her arm. Don't! Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. My footwork is used for short distances. Once I use up all my Yuan Qi, I need to slow down a bit. When that happens, I'll need your help. Yang Kai hurriedly held on to her hand. Oh! Shanqing Luo nodded slightly, continuing to hold onto Yang Kai's arm as they ran together. Half an hour later, Guo Yuanming and the others were getting closer and closer. They also knew that if they allowed Shanqing Luo to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable, so they desperately chased after her. Shanqing Luo lightly gritted her teeth and said, if we can escape this time, I'll definitely let them die a horrible death. Yang Kai curled his lips. You should think about what will happen if they catch you. Shanqing Luo's face suddenly paled, her heart filled with fear, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble a little. Suddenly, an intoxicating blush appeared on her charming face, and she resolutely said, if that's really the case, then before that, I'll give myself to you first. Anyway, you're not bad looking, so it's better than letting those scums take advantage of me. Ah! Yang Kai turned his head to look at her in surprise, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Beauty, although I'm very happy to hear you say that, I know that if I'm taken by you, there won't be a good ending, so it's better to avoid it. I can't afford it. Shanqing Luo bitterly looked at him and softly said, so you know. Of course I know. In this life and death situation, there was no need to hide, so Shanqing Luo sighed and explained. My physique is special, it's called the Poisonous Widow. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly asked, what kind of physique is this? What are its characteristics? If I'm aroused, all my body fluids will contain poison, including the breath I exhale. Shanqing Luo looked at him with a smile. Now you should know why you fainted when I kissed you last time, right? Recalling that sweet and wonderful taste, Yang Kai couldn't help but lick his lips. The deeper the emotion, the stronger the poison. Last time, I only gave you a small warning. Who told you to be so dishonest? Smiling wryly, Kai Yang replied. I had no choice. You were the one who captured me for no reason. And all of your bodily fluids, does that also include down there? Shanqing Luo's face turned red, and she spat, rogue. Yang Kai turned pale with fright. Then wouldn't I be dead if I did it with you once? Yes. Shanqing Luo took a deep breath, somewhat regretting telling him these things. This little rogue dared to say anything, he didn't hide anything. It was really unbearable. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, how about I make you aroused, then you can poison them to death with a few mouthfuls of saliva? Can you be a bit more serious? Shanqing Luo couldn't stand it anymore at this time. What was this little bastard thinking? I'm serious, Yang Kai said with a serious face. While the two were talking, their feet didn't slow down at all, their speed like the wind. Suddenly, the front suddenly opened up. They had rushed out of the forest. The two of them abruptly stopped in their tracks as they stared ahead in astonishment. Not far away, there were actually two groups of people. A group of people surrounded another group of people in the center. Those people who were surrounded all had ashen faces and resentful expressions. Yang Kai glanced around and couldn't help letting out a light sigh. He found that the surrounded group was actually the cultivator group headed by Qiu Yimeng, the big-breasted Luo Xiaoman, and the Bai families by Yunfeng were also among them. In addition, there were 3 or 4 Yuanqi cultivators and several corpses on the ground, their blood flowing freely. The circle of people outside was looking at Qiu Yimeng and the others with a smirk, most of their eyes lingering on Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's beautiful bodies, their eyes filled with lust. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly while Luo Xiaoman's beautiful face paled. The two women leaned back to back, gasping for breath, their yuanqi almost completely depleted. They had fled for so many days, but today, they were finally caught by the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator. And after a fierce battle, they were completely surrounded. Seeing that escape was hopeless, Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo rushed in. Chapter 304. It wasn't that Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were careless. It was just that the two of them had been in the middle of a romantic conversation and hadn't expected that there would be people in front of them. When these two appeared, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. The people surrounding Qiu Yimeng and the others should be the cultivator from the ash-gray cloud evil land. Their numbers and strength far exceeded Qiu Yimeng's group, and now they were all looking at the two women in the field with relaxed expressions, ready to enjoy the struggle and resistance of these two beauties in this desperate situation. The struggle and resistance of a beautiful woman always had a unique flavor to it, especially Luo Xiaoman. Her voluptuous breasts swayed up and down in panic, causing the surrounding men to become even more lustful as they stared at her with lustful eyes. So even though they had the absolute upper hand, this group of people didn't rush to attack Qiu Yimeng and the others, instead wearing shameless smiles on their faces, their demeanors extremely ambiguous. Haha, this time we've struck gold. When Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo appeared, one of the Yuanqi Boundary 8th-stage men's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Shanqing Luo and burst out laughing. Shanqing Luo was known as the world's most seductive woman, so naturally she had her own unique charms, which were undoubtedly more attractive than Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. In particular, this dragon lady was currently running away in a panic, her body dripping with sweat and her cheeks flushed red, making her look even more charming and enchanting. The big man stared at Shanqing Luo with a burning gaze, his breathing becoming heavy as he shouted, "Big brother, look, another beauty has delivered herself to our door. This one is so charming." "Not bad. I've never seen such a beauty before. I've never seen such a tasty woman before. Big brother, you'll have a taste of the soup later. When Big brother is done playing, we'll go. This kind of woman's body. We won't get tired even if we play with it 1,000 times." Another person also shouted excitedly, "Aren't there 2 little girls here? Although they aren't as good as this woman, they are still a rare beauty. This is a rare beauty. We are truly blessed today. Ha ha ha." The group's obscenities made Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman pale, while Shanqing Luo's pretty face also sank. Among this group of people, the only immortal Ascension Boundary Master stared at Shanqing Luo for a moment before his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Shut up!" The crowd's shouts and laughter suddenly stopped. "What's wrong, big brother?" Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know why he had looked like he had seen a ghost. The immortal Ascension Boundary Master's forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat as he cupped his fists towards Shanqing Luo and said, "Beast King's subordinate, Gu Tian Luo, greets Mistress Queen. S of Shan's Qing Luo's is Luo. A woman S's, SASS. SSSSS. Normally, if any man dared to show the slightest hint of lewdness while looking at her, she would tear them into 10,000 pieces. But now these reckless bastards of his actually wanted to play with her, praising her's goods. It's over. With this woman's personality, none of them would be able to escape today. Respectfully bowing, Gu Tianluo felt a chill in his heart. All of his previous confidence had disappeared, leaving behind only a deep sense of fear. A bunch of fools. Idiots. Even if you want to die, this is not the way to go. Even if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Originally, he could have enjoyed the wonderful taste of two little beauties, but now he had stepped into the gates of hell. The difference between now and then was enormous. The depression in Gu Tianluo's heart could be imagined. On top of that, the dragon lady's expression was obviously not good. This time he was afraid he really would not be able to escape. Seeing Gu Tianluo solemnly bow, the others were also shocked. Carefully savoring his words, Master Queen, besides the dragon lady, who else could it be? In an instant, everyone trembled, a look of horror appearing on their faces. None of them had ever imagined that the woman they had just flirted with was that woman. With the situation suddenly reversed, Qiu Yimeng saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly shouted, Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned towards her and quietly squeezed Shan Qingluo's hand, hinting to her that they should leave quickly. There were still several immortal ascension boundary masters chasing after them. Shan Qingluo secretly nodded, only letting out a light snort, not saying anything, and together with Yang Kai, the two of them strolled away. Qiu Yimeng quickly squeezed out an ugly smile, trying to hide her flirtatious expression, and said, Yang Kai, you won't just stand by and watch us die, right? Good or bad, we came here together. Shan Qingluo's methods. Qiu Yimeng had personally experienced them, killing 3 immortal ascension boundary masters with just a wave of her hand. Although she had a grudge with her, in the end, she was still a woman, so falling into her hands was better than falling into the hands of this group of scum. She had kidnapped Yang Kai that day, and now the two of them had appeared here together in an intimate manner, so Qiu Yimeng naturally thought that there was some kind of relationship between them. So she had pinned her hopes on Yang Kai. As long as Shan Qingluo could help, they could escape the sea of bitterness and avoid this crisis. Yang Kai, save us. Luo Xiaomen also exclaimed, her eyes filled with hope and pleading. Haha, do we know each other? Yang Kai glanced at them with a smile, his expression indifferent. Yang Kai was currently like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to protect himself, so how could he be in the mood to care about the life or death of others? What's more, if it weren't for Qiu Yimeng leading a group of people to High Heaven Pavilion, he would have already been together with Su Yan, living a carefree and happy life. How could he be in such a state now? If one really wanted to investigate, these two women were the culprits of all this, so it was already good enough that Yang Kai didn't find trouble with them. It's me, Yang Kai, I'm Luo Xiaoman, we've met before. Luo Xiaoman really thought that Yang Kai didn't remember her, so she quickly explained, please save us. What's in it for me to save you? Yang Kai chuckled. After a short while, he and Shan Qingluo had already walked a short distance away. What benefits do you want, elder sister Qiu, and I can give you? If I want you, will you give me? Luo Xiaoman suddenly became speechless while Qiu Yimeng couldn't help taking a deep breath, a look of disgust appearing on her face. It's time to go, Yang Kai whispered to Shan Qingluo. Before we go, let's warn them not to bully those two women. Do you like them? Shan Qingluo looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. No, I just feel that it would be strange if they were to be defiled. Yang Kai frowned. In fact, I'm quite protective of them. Shan Qingluo giggled, but before she had time to shout, Guo Yuanming's angry roar came from behind. Cheap slut, don't even think about leaving. The two women's expressions changed slightly, and without any hesitation, they quickly flew out. Gu Tianluo raised his head suspiciously, frowning as he shouted, Is it Brother Guo? Guo Yuanming was stunned for a moment before his expression became joyful. Brother Gu, quickly stop that dragon lady Shan Qingluo. Ah, Gu Tianluo was shocked, thinking to himself that today he had suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Not only were his subordinates blind, even Guo Yuanming had gone crazy. You want to go crazy? Why are you dragging me into this? Opportunity knocks but once. That dragon lady is seriously injured, and is no longer as strong as she used to be, Guo Yuanming shouted. Gu Tianluo stood up straight, thinking to himself that it was no wonder she had so hurriedly passed by him, even ignoring his subordinates who had tried to flirt with her. She's seriously injured. In an instant, The humility and panic on Gu Tianluo's face disappeared as he decisively formed a seal with his hands and sent out a golden beam of light. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo had only flown a few dozen meters when the golden beam of light arrived in front of them and suddenly transformed into a golden light curtain. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were caught off guard and collided head-on with the golden light curtain, sending both of them flying backwards. When they landed on the ground, Guo Yuanming and the others had already closed in and surrounded them. Yang Kai cursed. His luck was really bad today. Even running away was intercepted. Ha ha ha. Guo Yuanming laughed as he stared at Shanqing Luo coldly and wickedly. Mistress, you won't be able to escape. Save your energy. Shanqing Luo coldly snorted, her beautiful eyes staring at Gu Tianluo as she scolded. Gu Tianluo, do you also want to die? Gu Tianluo shrunk his neck and smiled. Master must be joking. Who would want to die if they can live? Today, a few of my subordinates have offended you. I just want you to stay and have a good talk with me. I don't have any other intentions. I hope you can understand. If you don't want to die, kill them for me and I'll let bygones be bygones. Shanqing Luo said coldly. Guo Yuanming sneered. Cheap slut. Don't try to put on airs here. Do you really think you're still at your peak? No matter how eloquent you are, don't even think about leaving. Since we dared to do this, we'll definitely do it to the end. Good. Yuanshi stepped forward and stared at Shanqing Luo. Master, if you still value your life, please don't resist, otherwise it won't do anyone any good. Shanqing Luo sneered, her eyes filled with disdain. If I go all out, I can at least take 3 of you with me. Which one of you wants to come? The several Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all frowned, their expressions filled with dread. It was precisely because they were afraid that Shanqing Luo would go all out that even though they had surrounded her, no one dared to act rashly. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even a rotten ship has 3 pounds of nails. After all, this was the beguiling demon queen, not an ordinary master. So, you're also powerless to protect yourselves. Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo curiously, a trace of satisfaction flashing across her eyes. But a few days ago, this woman in red had displayed such terrifying strength, so why was she so weak today? However, thinking about the current situation, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help sighing. Luo Xiaoman's eyes dimmed as she completely lost focus, like the dark clouds in the sky, blocking out all light. Originally, she could have pinned her hopes on Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo, but now even the 2 of them were surrounded. This kind of result was something she had not expected, making her previous pleas seem like a joke. Chapter 305. When the fight starts, you leave on your own. While the 2 sides were facing each other, Shanqing Luo suddenly whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and seemed to be lost in thought, turning a deaf ear to her words. Hey! Shanqing Luo nudged Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses, a strange expression on his face as he whispered. It seems we still have a chance. What? Shanqing Luo was surprised. There's something down here. Yang Kai gently stamped the ground. Just now, he had secretly released his divine sense to see if there was anything nearby that he could use, but he didn't expect to suddenly discover that there were many life auras underground. Moreover, these life auras were densely packed and there were many of them, many of which were extremely rich in vitality. Looking around, sure enough, this place was somewhat different from other places. All around them was a dense forest, but within a radius of 1,000 feet, there wasn't a single blade of grass. It was a standard circular area. There was definitely something strange down here. Although they didn't know what was down there, they could only take the risk. At the very least, they had to drag a few people down with them. Do it. Guo Yuanming saw Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo whispering to each other, and knew that they must be discussing an escape plan, so he didn't dare delay. With a roar, he fiercely activated his Yuan Qi and attacked with a killing move. Seeing that he had already made his move, the others naturally didn't hesitate. Buy me 10 breaths of time. Yang Kai roared, quickly activating the star mark that he hadn't used in a long time. What are you doing? Shanqing Luo cried out in alarm. Without hesitation, she hurriedly shook the silver bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet turned into a silver light and flew out. At the same time, A pink cloth fan suddenly appeared in her hand, on which there were many exquisite patterns of men and women. These men and women were completely naked. They posed in all kinds of positions and did their best to make love. These patterns were vivid and lifelike, embroidered vividly. Shanqing Luo Yuanqi was poured in. As her hands trembled, the men and women on the patterns seemed to come alive, and they continued to work with all their might. There were even faintly discernible murmurs and groans. A ring of dense light rippled out and enveloped everyone. Shanqing Luo stood in the middle with a charming smile on her face. Her graceful and exquisite figure was displayed. Her soft breasts were perky and straight, and her plump buttocks were high up. Her delicate body swayed with the wind, forming an irresistible charm. A seductive aura spread out and enveloped the entire area. Everyone present, regardless of whether they were men or women, whether they were from Qiu Yimeng's side or the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's side, all looked slightly startled. The gazes of those with slightly lower strengths were even dumbfounded, and they'd completely fallen into boundlessly charming and gentle spring. Their gazes were dazed while their expressions were dull, and they were unable to extricate themselves. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both let out a soft groan at the same time, their legs softening as they fell to their knees. An enchanting blush appeared on their cheeks. The men and women on the cloth fan seemed to have become living creatures at this moment, fiercely drilling into everyone's minds, clearly displaying their pleasure and beauty in front of everyone's eyes. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, who were still young and inexperienced girls, when they saw such a ferocious and cruel scene, how could they bear it? Guo Yuanming was shocked, and while urging his Yuan Qi to resist the attack of the silver bracelet, he quickly called out, "Be careful, it's the Qing Luo fan." The Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters also paled, each of them blushing furiously as they retreated, trying to resist the boundless charm that had invaded their minds. They obviously knew the power of this artifact. This was an artifact passed down from Shanqing Luo's lineage, and her own name was derived from this artifact. With this Qing Luo fan, the power of the dreamscape she displayed was greatly increased. Seeing everyone retreat, Shanqing Luo laughed again and again, her giggling like a demon's voice, causing everyone's mind to sway. "Cheap slut!" Guo Yuanming cursed, his face as red as a monkey's but, struggling to resist, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Let's see how long you can last. When your Yuan Qi collapses, I'll definitely strip you naked and play with you in front of everyone here." Shanqing Luo's expression became cold, and as she sent out a series of hand seals, the silver bracelet's attack became even faster. Starlight suddenly emerged, as if a star field had descended from the blue sky. Light flashed from the back of Yang Kai's hand, and as he raised his hand, a blurred star mark appeared. A fierce Yuan Qi fluctuation spread out, and even the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't dare underestimate it. Guo Yuanming and the others were all shocked as they looked towards Yang Kai, only to see him raise his right hand full of stars and create a star field. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she looked at Yang Kai in amazement, as if she hadn't expected him to have such a fierce killing move. If this move was used, no Immortal Ascension Boundary Master present would be able to withstand it. While everyone was still in shock, Yang Kai's right hand slowly and strangely smashed into the ground. Hong. The ground shook violently, and Guo Yuanming and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Yang Kai would use this move on them. Kacha. A cracking sound spread out, and everyone looked down, only to see that with Yang Kai's fist as the center, countless cracks had suddenly appeared, spreading out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Guo Yuanming frowned, faintly feeling that something was wrong. Even if the power of that move was great, it shouldn't have produced such an effect. Hurriedly releasing his divine sense to investigate, the next moment his expression changed greatly. "Not good, the ground is empty," and, before he could finish speaking, a loud crashing sound rang out, and the ground within 1,000 meters suddenly collapsed, causing everyone to involuntarily fall down. Yang Kai laughed. "Let's go." While using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai had already noticed that the people below had been alerted, so if he didn't leave now, it would be too late. Reaching out and grabbing Shanqing Luo's waist, the latter gave him a disdainful look but didn't resist. the two of them quickly flying away. How could Guo Yuanming and the others allow them to escape? Immediately, they flew up as well, but before they could use their killing moves, a series of puffing sounds suddenly rang out from below. It seemed like something had been spat out. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard. It was Yuan Shi's voice. Guo Yuanming turned pale with fright. He hurriedly looked down and saw that there were countless huge spiders below. There were also spider eggs of different colors. Yuan Shi was wrapped in a spider and was being dragged down by a spider the size of a calf. This spider was extremely tough. Even an Immortal Ascension Boundary second stage master, like Yuan Shi, was unable to break free. *pu. One after another, white objects were spat out from the spiders' mouths, and as they flew through the air, they suddenly transformed into giant tentacles that blotted out the sky, making it impossible to dodge. After 2 breaths of time, most of the people had been wrapped up and fell to the ground. Only a few of them were still flying through the air. But it was still too late. Even Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo had been bound by a few of these giant tentacles, and were slowly falling down. What the hell is this? Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly, while Yuan Qi madly slashed out with the Azura sword. The Azura sword was a heaven-grade artifact, so its sharpness was not ordinary. Even if these spiders were ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary masters, they wouldn't be able to break free, but under the Azura sword, they were still torn apart like silk. It's them. Shanqing Luo looked down and couldn't help exclaiming, so it was here. What? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. What I'm looking for is down there. Shanqing Luo's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. What you're looking for are spiders. Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly remembering that Shanqing Luo had said her special constitution was called the Poison Widow. Wasn't the Poison Widow a spider? Oh no. These spiders are poisonous. Shanqing Luo seemed to remember something, her beautiful face suddenly turning pale as she warned. If she had been an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage master, she wouldn't have been afraid of these spiders, but now that her strength had plummeted, there was no way she could resist the invasion of the poison. By the time she realized the situation was bad, it was already too late. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, also feeling that something was wrong. His whole body felt weak, unable to summon any strength, and his consciousness was rapidly fading. This is bad. Not only was he unable to escape, but he was also trapped inside. Although before he acted, Yang Kai already knew that the thing down below wasn't easy to deal with. He hadn't expected to provoke so many spiders. These 8-legged spiders, each larger than a calf, were clearly 6th-order monster beasts. There were as many as 20 to 30 such monster beasts down below. But if he hadn't done so, he and Shanqing Luo wouldn't have been able to escape the pursuit of Guo Yuanming and the others. Now that he had trapped them, the situation wasn't too bad. Thinking so, Yang Kai's consciousness gradually blurred. Before he completely lost consciousness, Yang Kai pushed his palms together and sent out a ray of light towards a nearby spider. With a slight smile on his face, he and Shanqing Luo fell to the ground, both of them hugging each other. The spider seemed to be stunned for a moment before slowly crawling forward, spitting out a mass of spiders from its mouth, wrapping them up and dragging them away. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai faintly woke up. His body was still weak, and he couldn't even move. Layers and layers of spiders wrapped around him tightly, binding him tightly. Through the light from outside and the blurry image, Yang Kai saw many spider egg-like existences, densely packed together. At first glance they looked familiar. Thinking about it carefully, weren't they the same as the silkworm cocoons that Shanqing Luo had made when she was breaking through a month ago? Many spider eggs had traces of wriggling. Yang Kai slightly released his divine sense, and immediately sensed that many powerful people had woken up, and were thinking of ways to break out. But with the spider poison in their bodies, how could they get rid of it? Rhythmic bursts of hot air came from his chest, and a faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai looked down and saw a head of soft black hair. Shanqing Luo was snuggled up in his arms, deeply asleep. Their bodies were closely pressed together, and his hand was still on her waist. Feeling that soft and delicate body and the amazing elasticity of her chest, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little restless. Chapter 306. Gently calling out to her a few times, Shanqing Luo showed no signs of waking up. Left with no other choice, Yang Kai could only move his fingers, stroking Shanqing Luo's smooth and tender waist, his fingers involuntarily sinking into her round and beautiful buttocks, fiercely rubbing them a few times. With her sacred buttocks being violated, Shanqing Luo finally woke up. Involuntarily twisting her tender body, she issued a bone-chilling sound from her throat. Hearing this, Yang Kai's mind shook and he quickly stopped his movements. After that pair of watery red phoenix eyes opened, Yang Kai hurriedly reminded her, "Beauty, you must not be in heat with me." Shanqing Luo's physique was special. Once she was in heat, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Kai did not want to be knocked out again after just waking up. Her eyes slightly confused for a moment, Shanqing Luo finally remembered everything. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's small movements just now, the dragon lady actually gritted her teeth and glared at him. "Little bastard, what did you do just now?" Yang Kai grinned and shrugged. "I just wanted to wake you up." Not waiting for her to react, Yang Kai changed the topic. "What do we do now?" Shanqing Luo's brow wrinkled as she struggled slightly, but soon discovered that both she and Yang Kai were tightly wrapped in layers of spiders, so there wasn't much room to move. The two of them were tightly pressed together, so as soon as she tried to move, a hot and hard object pressed against her lower abdomen. Her eyelashes trembling slightly, Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said seriously, "It's an instinctive reaction. It's not what I want. It can only be said that beauty's charm is too great." Shanqing Luo did not seem to be annoyed, but her face was still a little red. "These spiders are very tough, it's hard to break free." Yang Kai frowned and said seriously, "But my artifact can cut them open." "Don't act recklessly," Shanqing Luo hurriedly reminded him with a solemn expression. "Our bodies are weak now. Even if we can cut open the spider, we won't be able to escape. There are so many level 6 monster beasts outside. If we provoke them, I'm afraid we'll only die faster." Yang Kai nodded slightly. It was because of this that he didn't dare to cut open the spiders. Although he had controlled one of the rank 6 spiders before he fainted, it wasn't of much use now. He just let it stand guard outside to protect him and Shanqing Luo. "You said you came here to look for something. What is this place?" This underground area was clearly a spider's nest, and it was no ordinary spider's nest. With so many level 6 monster beasts living here, as well as countless level 5 and level 4 poisonous spiders, no one would dare to lower their guard. "This is the broodmother's lair," Shanqing Luo answered softly. Her breath was like orchids, and a faint fragrance blew on Yang Kai's neck, giving him a strange feeling. "My body constitution came from here. It is said that several hundred years ago, one of my ancestors accidentally came here and was bitten by a poisonous spider. After returning, his body constitution changed, and it was passed down from generation to generation. In this world, some people had very special constitutions that were different from ordinary people. Until now, Yang Kai had only seen Xianing Chong with the sacred spirit medicine body. And now he had seen Shanqing Luo with the poisonous widow body constitution. But when comparing the two, Shanqing Luo's body constitution seemed a little evil. Most of the special constitutions were innate, and only a few could be inherited. The poisonous widow body constitution was, without a doubt, an inherited one. Every generation, after reaching a certain level of strength, will come here in search of something. With that thing, we can fully display the potential of our body. Shanqing Luo continued to explain. "I've never been here before, but I've heard my mother tell me the route. I didn't expect to accidentally come here this time. I don't know if this is heaven's will or not." Sighing faintly, Shanqing Luo didn't know whether she was lucky or unlucky. "Yang Kai?" As the two were talking, Qiu Yimeng's voice suddenly called out. She had actually woken up from her slumber. Yang Kai looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a struggling white spider egg about 3 meters to his left. "Elder sister Qiu." Luo Xiaoman's crying voice also came from his right. What a coincidence. Both of these girls were actually by Yang Kai's side. "Xiaoman, don't be afraid, don't move, don't attract the attention of those monster beasts." Qiu Yimeng remained calm and comforted Luo Xiaoman in. Luo Xiaoman responded cleverly, no longer struggling. Yang Kai, I know you're next to me. I heard your voice. Qiu Yimeng called out softly. In this dangerous place, she didn't dare speak too loudly. What do you want? Yang Kai responded with a grunt. He didn't have a good impression of this woman. She had come to High Heaven Pavilion in such a domineering manner, not giving him a chance to explain, and as a result, causing everyone to fall into such a predicament. Are you still angry? Qiu Yimeng chuckled lightly, not showing the slightest trace of embarrassment. We're all in the same boat. Why would a big man like you care so much about a little girl like me? Little girl. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Qiu family's first young lady, famous far and wide, only 21 years old. Yuan Qi 9th stage, the future hope of the Qiu family, the central capital's 8 great families' young lords all scramble for you. You're not a little girl, right? Qiu Yimeng smiled tenderly. I didn't know you were so interested in me. What, do you like me? If you want to use a beauty trap on me, then forget it. Yang Kai curled his lips. Father is holding the world's most charming woman in his arms. A single pinch and you're already wet. Who do you think you are? If you have something to say it quickly. Shanqing Luo gently pinched Yang Kai, but a trace of pride flashed across her eyes. When others praised her charm, it was likely they had ulterior motives, coveting her beauty. But Yang Kai's praise was very pleasing to the ear. But the words one pinch and you're already wet were a bit strange. You speak so harshly. Qiu Yimeng frowned. If you don't like it, then don't tell me. I'm too lazy to waste my saliva with you. Qiu Yimeng chuckled. But you're right, in front of elder sister Shan Menger's willowy figure is indeed unpresentable. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed as she whispered to Yang Kai. This little girl is quite interesting. Yang Kai responded in a low voice. I'm afraid she has some other request. Sure enough, Qiu Yimeng said. Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng greets elder sister Shan. A few days ago, I didn't know it was elder sister Shan's phoenix body, so I've offended you. I hope elder sister Shan won't take it to heart. Shanqing Luo's name. Qiu Yimeng had naturally heard of her. She was one of the 6 great evil kings, and although her strength was the lowest among them, she was also the youngest. In time, she would definitely be able to compete with the other 5. A month ago, she didn't know her identity, but now that she knew, Qiu Yimeng naturally didn't dare act presumptuously. Shanqing Luo giggled as she looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Little girl, you have such a sweet mouth. It's just that you keep calling me elder sister, 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 elder sister. Qiu Yimeng laughed dryly and said softly, how could elder sister be old? You look even younger than little sister. If we go out together, others will only think I'm older than elder sister. Shanqing Luo's smile grew wider and wider as she shook her head. Demoness. Yang Kai took a deep breath and didn't dare to stare into her eyes again. Otherwise he would do it again. Little sister Qiu sure knows how to talk. Seeing that Shanqing Luo no longer had any intention to embarrass her, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Even as the first young lady of the Qiu family, she had to bear a lot of pressure, and was constantly on edge for fear of angering the beguiling demon queen. I wonder if little sister Qiu has anything to say? Little sister wouldn't dare. Qiu Yimeng replied softly. Little sister just wants to ask elder sister if there is a way for elder sister to escape. Here, Shanqing Luo was the strongest, and although she was also trapped, if there was a glimmer of hope to escape, only Shanqing Luo could do it. Everyone else, such as Guo Yuanming, wasn't even considered. If elder sister can escape, can you take little sister with you? Qiu Yimeng said cautiously. I won't ask elder sister to work for nothing. The Qiu family has a naturally occurring appearance-setting bead, a naturally occurring heaven-grade top-rank artifact. If you wear it all year round, it can keep your face from aging. If elder sister doesn't mind, little sister can have someone send it to your house. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed, seemingly interested. Qiu Yimeng was truly worthy of being the first young lady of the Qiu family. Although she was young, she was well aware of the human heart. Even if she promised Shanqing Luo any kind of heavenly treasure or pills, she wouldn't be tempted. But this artifact that could help a woman retain her youthful appearance was something no beauty could refuse. Who didn't want to be young and never grow old? Especially a charming woman like Shanqing Luo. She was even more afraid of her wrinkled, sallow face after 100 years. Seeing Shanqing Luo remain silent, Qiu Yimeng immediately calmed down. Knowing that she had been moved, she quickly said, "If elder sister has any other requests, please feel free to ask. As long as little sister is capable of it, I will agree." "Really?" Shanqing Luo suddenly smiled slyly. "Naturally. Good, then I want you and that little girl named Xiao Man." Qiu Yimeng's expression froze for a moment before she forced a smile. "What does elder sister mean?" "I have a little hooligan here who seems to like you two very much. If you can be his maidservant for a year, when I escape, I'll take you with me." "Hey." Yang Kai couldn't help but poke her and say with a sullen expression, "Why are you dragging me into this? I don't deny having evil thoughts about them, but that's a man's nature. I won't have anything to do with them. I'm just saying, I don't have a way to escape yet." Shanqing Luo smiled sweetly. "Is that what he wants?" From Qiu Yimeng's side came a soft grinding sound. Although it was subtly suppressed, one could still hear the anger in her voice. "No, that's what I want. Elder sister is really good to him." Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. She really couldn't understand why the dignified, beguiling demon queen would take a fancy to a little brat from High Heaven Pavilion. Moreover, the two of them seemed to have known each other for less than a month. What had happened in this 1 month? "Please allow me to think about it, elder sister." Qiu Yimeng bit her red lips and replied. Shanqing Luo didn't force her and just nodded lightly. Chapter 307. Inside the spider egg, Yang Kai suspiciously sized up Shanqing Luo. With a strange expression, he said, "Beauty, you wouldn't have taken a fancy to me, right? Why are you suddenly so good to me?" Shanqing Luo's face slightly reddened. She gave him a displeased look. "So what?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Aren't you an old cow eating young grass?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch, ouch." Shanqing Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. She twisted Yang Kai's chest without letting go. Gritting her teeth, she said, "So what if I'm an old cow eating young grass? It's your good fortune that this king has taken a fancy to you. I can't afford to accept it." Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief, his face full of disbelief. "Even if you have taken a fancy to me, I can't really do you. Why do you have to seduce and torment me?" Shanqing Luo's face was cold. She looked at him with a murderous gaze. "You've done so many bad things to me. My body has almost been touched all over. I've already kissed you, and now you're hugging me without letting go. Are you going to go back on your word? Isn't it just touching a few times? Is there a need to blame it on me?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. With a serious expression, he said, "Besides, I'm so young and inexperienced. Before I met you, my body and mind were pure and flawless. You also kissed me, so if we really count it as you taking advantage of me, let's not mention it again. We're even." "Little bastard, you're full of evil tricks. You're so skilled. How are you inexperienced?" Shanqing Luo looked at Yang Kai angrily. She suddenly smiled. "The poisonous widow's bloodline will only fall in love with one man in her life. You've made me fall in love with you, so don't even think about running away in this life." "Damn, is there still justice?" Yang Kai complained incessantly. Shanqing Luo giggled. Her smile was like a flower. There was a trace of craftiness in her proud expression. At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly came from outside. Everyone who woke up had a great change in expression. They listened carefully, only to hear the sound of something being cut. Through the layers of spiders, they seemed to be able to see dark red blood splattering everywhere. "Young master, don't come out so easily. They're guarding outside." "Ah!" A person screamed mournfully, and soon there was no more sound. A moment later, there seemed to be the sound of something being chewed. Shanqing Luo's beautiful face turned slightly pale. The water snake's soft and boneless body couldn't help but shrink into Yang Kai's arms. "They're from the Bai family." From the right came Luo Xiaoman's slight cry and exclamation. Although this little girl's chest was quite big, her courage was quite small. For the past month he had been fleeing in panic. His nerves had been stretched to the limit. Usually, with Qiu Yimeng comforting her, she didn't mind, but now that she was suddenly surrounded by spiders and separated from Qiu Yimeng, she couldn't bear the pressure. Xiao Man, don't cry, otherwise you may alarm those spiders. Qiu Yimeng lowered her voice and anxiously called out. But how could Luo Xiaoman bear it? Although she covered her mouth with both hands, the sound of her crying grew louder and louder, until an 8-legged spider the size of a calf appeared in front of her. Frightened by this, Luo Xiaoman screamed out loud and suddenly fainted. It's over. Everyone thought this woman was about to be killed by the spider. Even Yang Kai couldn't help holding his breath and carefully listening to the movements around him. Who would have thought that the 8-legged spider that had walked up to Luo Xiaoman would actually just wander around for a moment? Then it slowly walked away. Qiu Yimeng let out a sigh of relief and a moment of fear. When she regained her composure, she found that her clothes were soaked and her body was cold. It seems that as long as we don't break through the spider, it won't matter even if we speak loudly. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. That by family cultivator just now. Obviously, he had used some unknown method to escape from the spider, and was now being killed. Listening to him say this, everyone couldn't help relaxing slightly, and from all directions came the sound of heavy breathing. Before this, everyone had tried their best to suppress their breathing and heartbeat. Brother Gua, Yuan Shi's voice called out. I'm here. Gua Yuanming quickly responded, softly calling out, is everyone all right? No. Gu Tianluo also responded. We're just surrounded by these spiders, and can't move for the time being. Yuan Shi's cold voice sounded. It's possible to break through, but Brother Gua, what do we do about those spiders outside? How are we supposed to resist? Gua Yuanming was also at his wit's end. Against 20 to 36th order monster beast, they only had 5 or 6 immortal ascension boundary masters, so they were no match for them. Moreover, the accuracy of these spiders' spray was truly incredible, so even if they could fly, they wouldn't necessarily be able to escape. Damn, this time we really suffered a big loss. Yuan Shi cursed angrily. Why is there a nest of spiders here? Hearing this angry voice, Shanqing Luo chuckled and sneered. Retribution. Gua Yuanming couldn't help cursing. Cheap slut. You'd better pray that this father doesn't escape. If this father does, sooner or later I'll fuck you to death and make you beg for mercy under my crotch. Shanqing Luo's face went cold, taking a deep breath, wanting to say something, but in the end she held back. Everyone couldn't fight right now. A woman would never be a man's opponent in a war of words, no matter what kind of foul language was thrown at her. The one to suffer would always be Shanqing Luo. Ha! Seeing her remain silent, Yuan Shi also laughed. Brother Gua, that slut is known far and wide. If you go alone I'm afraid you won't be her opponent. Be careful she doesn't suck you dry. Gu Tianluo also interjected. Brother Gua is not alone. We have so many brothers here. That's right, that's right. Once we're free, we'll line up and take turns to fuck her. Don't let her rest for even a moment. I want to see how long this world's most seductive woman can last. By the way, brother you, aren't you cultivating the yin-yang replenishing technique? I don't know if it's your technique or our master's seduction technique that's better. That brother you laughed and said. In terms of cultivation technique, how could this you dare to be mentioned in the same breath as that bitch? It is said that that bitch has many beautiful men in her palace. Every day, there are many young men who have their yang qi sucked dry and died. They are carried out and thrown into the mass grave. However, if I don't use my technique, this you is confident that this slut can fuck me. Ha! Brother you is so bold. Brother Ban is too kind. A few days ago, this you took in a few more goddaughters. All of them are virgins, pure and beautiful. Once this you escapes, this you is willing to offer up those goddaughters for the brothers to enjoy as much as they want. Brother you is very loyal. Gua Yuanming praised, although he was in prison. He couldn't help breathing heavily, but with a wretched smile he said, when the time comes, we'll cripple the Queen's master's cultivation, and feed her an aphrodisiac. Brothers can play with Brother Yu's goddaughters while appreciating her reaction. Heh, when the time comes, that woman's master will probably cry and beg us to fuck her. Play with her 1,000 times, then sell her to the world's lowest brothel. Let those peddlers, beggars and wanderers taste her beauty. After 3 or 5 years, the world's most charming woman will become a piece of rotten meat that even wild dogs won't be willing to smell. Ha ha ha, dirty words. The more you speak, the more disgusting they become. This group of ash-gray cloud evil land masters can't escape, so they're trying to find joy in their misery. Instead, he began to tease Shanqing Luo. Listening to these words, Shanqing Luo's face became paler and paler, her breathing becoming heavier and heavier, her tender body trembling uncontrollably, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Obviously, she was enraged. Yang Kai also listened with a gloomy expression. I'll kill them all. Sooner or later I'll kill them all. Shanqing Luo clenched her teeth, clenched her fists, and muttered under her breath. As the beguiling demon queen, no man dared to look her in the eye, let alone hear so many filthy words being thrown at her at once. However, this time she was like a tiger in a plain, being insulted by these little bastards under the Beast King's command. I'll help you vent your anger. Yang Kai chuckled. What? Shanqing Luo looked up at him curiously. Just listen. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously, his expression slowly becoming cold. The group of people were still acting presumptuous, their mouths constantly spouting obscenities, but just as they were venting their frustrations, a scream suddenly rang out. Everyone's conversation came to an abrupt halt. Brother Yuan, what happened to you? Guo Yuanming turned pale with fright. He recognized that the voice belonged to Yuan Shi. He shouted, but there was no response. Brother Yuan. Several people called out, but Yuan Shi still did not respond. An ominous feeling slowly shrouded everyone's heads, but before they could figure out what was happening, another scream rang out. This time it was Brother Yu, he screamed. Get lost, I didn't go out. How could I be attacked if I stayed here? As he spoke, Brother Yu struck out with a martial skill. This time it was a disaster. The 8-legged spiders from all directions heard the commotion, all crawling towards him. Brother Yu did not even have time to react before he was completely dismembered. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to speak again. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes lit up. She glanced suspiciously at Yang Kai, not knowing if all this had anything to do with him. Yang Kai grinned and said softly, It's not over yet. As he spoke, a panicked shout came from the other side. Brother Ban, there's a spider over there. What? As he screamed, Brother Ban didn't want to just sit there and wait for his death. In a panic, he circulated his true essence and tore the spider apart violently. Just as his head popped out, a spider leg as sharp as a knife chopped down. His vision blurred, his head rolled to the ground, blood spurting out like a fountain. What's going on? Guo Yuanming cried out involuntarily. He thought that there would be no problem speaking, but he did not expect to attract the attention of the spiders. There was a movement in front of him. Through the hazy white spider, Guo Yuanming saw a giant creature standing in front of him. It was clearly a calf-sized level 6 monster beast. Everyone, these spiders are starting to kill people. Let's go. Guo Yuanming did not understand. He roared loudly, broke through the spider with a bang, and exchanged blows with the 8-legged spider in front of him, using the force to roll and fly up into the sky. Seeing Guo Yuanming so decisive, the others did not dare to hesitate. They all used their own methods to escape and followed closely behind him. Puff, puff, puff. Below them, 20 to 30 level 6 monster beast watched covetously, all of them spitting spiders into the air, those who flew up one by one, but before they could fly far, they were tied up again and fell to the ground like dumplings. Chapter 308. In the blink of an eye, everyone was tied up again. The calf-sized 8-legged spiders swayed their huge bodies and walked over to the group of cultivators, spitting out their spiders and wrapping them up before slowly pulling them back. Seeing that their lives were not in danger for the time being, the frightened crowd couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. They really couldn't understand why one of the spiders had just started a massacre. But before they could completely relax, the same spider that had just killed them suddenly walked up to them, raised its sharp foreleg high, and stabbed down fiercely. Poo. Blood splashed, and screams rang out as Guo Yuanming's body was directly penetrated. He struggled and wriggled as he screamed. The spider no longer cared about him, and allowed him to be dragged away by the other spiders, soon leaving behind a trail of blood on the ground. Not only him, But all of the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator had a large hole poked in their bodies by this spider. A few of them were unlucky and died on the spot, while those who didn't die were pale with fright. Screams rang out endlessly as one bloody mark after another appeared on the ground, a shocking sight to behold. Qiu Yimeng's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with horror as her expression filled with horror. When she heard Guo Yuanming's shout just now, she almost couldn't hold herself back and rushed out. If she had really rushed out, she would most likely have ended up like them. Fortunately, before leaving, she had checked the movements of Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo. Since they hadn't moved, Qiu Yimeng had also gritted her teeth and stayed behind, ready to pin all her hopes on Shanqing Luo. Now it seemed that she had made the right choice. The remaining ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator was dragged back, and all the monster beasts surrounded one of its companions whose forelegs were covered in blood. It was unknown why it had suddenly decided to kill these people. After sizing them up for a while, these monster beasts gradually dispersed. Why? Guo Yuanming clutched his stomach. Even if he circulated his secret art, he still couldn't stop the blood from flowing, his voice gradually becoming weaker. Why is this happening? That beast seemed to have specifically targeted the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator, but none of the others had touched it. This made Guo Yuanming unable to understand. This is retribution, ha ha ha. Yang Kai's wild laughter came from the other side. You did this? Shanqing Luo looked at Yang Kai in amazement, her tone full of disbelief. Yang Kai's eyes just a moment ago. Those people had suffered a tragic attack. If one were to say that it had nothing to do with Yang Kai, Shanqing Luo would never believe it. However, she hadn't seen him do anything. So how of this of the beasts of the ash-gray evil land cultivator? Satisfied? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Shanqing Luo's pair of enchanting phoenix eyes flashed with a strange light as she stared deeply at Yang Kai, unblinking, a trace of emotion flashing across her eyes. Suddenly, she tiptoed slightly and pressed her pair of red lips against his. Oh! Yang Kai was caught off guard, and Shanqing Luo's hands involuntarily tightened. The dragon lady's willowy waist fiercely bent, as if she wanted to melt her whole body into Yang Kai's. Her pair of red lips were thin, tender, and crystal clear. Not only did they look captivating, but they also tasted the same bone-chilling. Sensing the soft and fragrant taste, Shanqing Luo hurriedly released him. Looking at Yang Kai with a smile, she said, "You can't stay here for too long. In case you really fall in love with me, that wouldn't be good." Yang Kai's expression became bitter as he licked his lips. Damn it. I knew you'd never be able to satisfy your desires. Poor me, such a young and strong man. What can I do if I fall into your hands? Don't act like you're innocent. Shanqing Luo's tone was full of annoyance. Other men don't even dare to look at me. You've already taken advantage of me. Let me say this first, I won't be responsible for you. Yang Kai said with a straight face. He said seriously. What are you doing? Qiu Yimeng suddenly asked softly. Talking about love. Shameless. Qiu Yimeng hurriedly remained silent, her face slightly red, thinking to herself that it was no wonder she heard a light panting coming from next door. Time passed, the sun rose and the moon set. Several days had passed since they had been caught by these spiders, but the people trapped inside still hadn't found a way to escape. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo were still hugging each other. This dragon lady was truly worthy of her reputation. Sometimes, with just a single movement, breath or glance, she could seduce Yang Kai, making him unable to stop himself. However, due to her special physique, Yang Kai not only couldn't act recklessly, but he also couldn't tease her, so his days were extremely difficult. Qiu Yimeng remained calm, and didn't show the slightest worry or panic from beginning to end. On the other hand, Luo Xiaoman washed her face with tears every day, constantly in fear. Bai Yunfeng had also woken up, but after learning about the current situation, he had remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. The cultivator of the ash-gray cloud evil land had all died due to excessive blood loss, their deaths extremely miserable. On this day, Yang Kai, while using his divine sense to investigate, suddenly felt an extremely tyrannical presence. The vitality of this existence was even higher than that of the sixth-order poison spiders. It had suddenly appeared, as if it had always been there, but had only just awakened. Before Yang Kai could warn Shanqing Luo, a feeling like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart descended from the sky. Suddenly, everyone felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them from above. Under the gaze of these eyes, no matter who it was, they all felt a sense of insignificance and inferiority, as if they couldn't compete with them at all. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly, and he couldn't help urging his yuan qi. Shanqing Luo suddenly shouted, "Don't move." "What's wrong?" Seeing her expression as if she knew something, Yang Kai asked anxiously. "It's her." Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, her expression extremely complex. "Ooh, Spider Mother." Shanqing Luo replied softly, "Seventh Order monster beast. None of us are its match." "Seventh Order?" Yang Kai exclaimed. "Yes." Shanqing Luo nodded solemnly. "Otherwise, why do you think this group of monster beasts can live so comfortably? A Sixth Order monster beast's monster core is also very valuable. There are so many Sixth Order monster beasts here. If it wasn't for the Spider Mother, they would have been wiped out long ago. With a Seventh Order monster beast here, even if someone accidentally stepped into this place and wanted to attack the Sixth Order monster beast, they would have to consider whether they were strong enough. However, the Spider Mother spends most of her time laying eggs in a deep sleep, so unless someone attacks here, she won't bother with anything." Shanqing Luo explained softly, "There's a spider stone statue here, look over there." Following the direction she pointed, Yang Kai indeed saw a hazy stone statue standing not far away. This stone statue was incomparably huge. It should be in the shape of an 8-legged spider. The Spider Mother usually lives here, and the thing I want to take is the venom secreted by the Spider Mother. In this world, only women of the Poison Widow bloodline can safely enter that stone statue. Then, doesn't that mean the Spider Mother can sense your bloodline? Yes, that should be the case. Shanqing Luo nodded slightly. It was also her first time here, so she wasn't too clear about the specific situation. "Then you should discuss with it, see if it can let us go," Yang Kai suggested. "I'll try." Shanqing Luo bit her red lips. She also didn't have much confidence. Closing her eyes, she tried to communicate with the Spider Mother according to the method left behind by her mother. A moment later, a flirtatious voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. Even Kai Yang could hear it clearly. You're a woman of the Poison Widow bloodline?" Yang Kai's expression changed. He twisted to look around, but couldn't see anything. That voice sounded soft, as if a beautiful woman was whispering in his ear. It couldn't help but make his heart flutter. Shanqing Luo hurriedly reminded, "Don't panic, the Spider Mother is communicating with me through divine sense." Yang Kai's face revealed a look of shock. A monster beast that could communicate with people through divine sense. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Could a monster beast do this? At least a rank 6 monster beast wouldn't be able to. But this Spider Mother was a rank 7 monster beast. Maybe it really did have this ability. Shanqing Luo had already opened her mouth to reply. "Yes. This junior greets the Spider Mother." "Who is Han Fei Yin to you?" the Spider Mother gently asked. "She is my mother." Shanqing Luo was also very careful, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. "It's been 30 years. This generation has already grown up, but why is your strength so low?" Shanqing Luo bitterly smiled. "There was a problem. I should be able to recover in a few days." "Yes," the Spider Mother softly replied. After a while she said, "Since you can find this place, then come to my place to take the things and leave. In any case, your bloodline has some relationship with me." Seeing her so easy to talk to, Shanqing Luo couldn't help but look happy. She quickly said, "Forgive this junior, but this junior came with the person beside me. Can you let him leave with me?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect this woman to be so righteous. "Humph," the Spider Mother coldly snorted. "These people destroyed my nest, and they still have delusions of leaving? Apart from you, everyone else will die. Spider Mother, please have mercy." "There's no need to say more." Shanqing Luo grit her teeth and glanced over at Yang Kai, a trace of struggle flashing across her face, but soon she resolutely said, "Please have mercy, Spider Mother, I only want to take him away." "Impudence." The Spider Mother's voice sounded a little annoyed, and even the 8-legged spiders outside began to spit out spider silk, clearly not friendly. Forget it, I'll give you 5 days to think about it carefully. After 5 days, I will wake up again at that time if you don't leave. Don't even think about leaving. The spider mother said coldly, no longer moving. At the same time, the haze that had been pressing down on everyone's heads disappeared. Apparently it had fallen into a deep sleep again. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's eyes trembled. The conversation between Shanqing Luo and the spider mother had reached their ears, causing them to be as shocked as Yang Kai. None of them had expected such a powerful monster beast to exist in this world. Bai Yunfeng, on the other hand, suddenly screamed, "We're going to die in 5 days?" Before the spider mother appeared, although everyone was in a state of panic, the spiders hadn't done anything to them, so there was still some hope, but now that the 5-day deadline was right in front of them, who could accept it? Chapter 309. In his panic, Bai Yunfeng suddenly shouted, "Yang Kai, father won't let you go even if I become a ghost. What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai shouted angrily. Heh. Bai Yunfeng laughed bitterly, his voice sharp. "If you hadn't penetrated the ground, how could we have fallen here and been caught by this group of spiders? If I hadn't penetrated the ground, you would have been killed by Guo Yuanming and his people long ago. How could you still be alive?" Yang Kai sneered, knowing that Bai Yunfeng's mind was no longer clear. "Father is a member of the Bai family. Would those bastards dare kill me?" Bai Yunfeng roared. "As long as I reported my true identity, they would only take me to the Bai family to ask for a reward. How could they harm my life? You may not have to die, but if young lady Qiu and young lady Luo fell into those people's hands, haha, I'm afraid they would lose their innocence. I think they would rather be trapped in a spider's web than be caught by those bastards. Their innocence has nothing to do with me. As long as father is alive, it's fine." Bai Yunfeng roared without thinking. As soon as these words left his mouth, he seemed to realize that he shouldn't have said such words and suddenly fell silent, not uttering a single word. "Bai Yunfeng, I didn't expect you to think like that." Luo Xiaoman's pained voice sounded, filled with extreme disappointment and disgust. A woman's innocence was sometimes more important than her life. At that time, if she had really been caught by the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's cultivator, Luo Xiaoman would have taken her own life before being humiliated. Qiu Yimeng faintly said, "Every man for himself, Xiaoman, you don't need to worry about it." Her voice was like an ancient well, without the slightest hint of emotion. Greedy for life and afraid of death, the Bai family really are spineless. Luo Xiaoman sneered. "I'm too lazy to argue with you." Bai Yunfeng snorted. This time, he had completely torn apart all pretense of cordiality with these two women. Although it wasn't to the extent of turning his blade against them. Even if they could escape this place, it was likely they would never be together again. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo both stared at each other speechlessly. After a long silence, Yang Kai frowned and said, "If you want to leave, you can leave now, right? That spider mother didn't have any intention of keeping you here." Shanqing Luo shook her head slowly. "But it won't let you go." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange as he stared at her seriously, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Our friendship doesn't seem to be that good. Just like Qiu Yimeng said, every man for himself, the devil takes the hindmost." Shanqing Luo just looked at him with a smile. "You can't be serious, right?" Yang Kai was slightly moved. "I told you, a woman of the Poison Widow bloodline will only fall in love with one man in her lifetime. Do you think I'm lying to you?" Shanqing Luo sighed faintly and said, "If it weren't for you leaving your aura in my knowledge see last time, I wouldn't have cared if you lived or died. You little bastard, you're both a rogue and a pervert. You should have been killed long ago to prevent you from ruining those innocent girls. But now that things have come to this, what can I do?" Unless Shanqing Luo didn't want her secret art to reach the grand accomplishment stage. The seeds of love had already taken root and sprouted in her heart. It was only a matter of time before they grew. When a woman's feelings were full, she would need to spend a night with the man she loved. Moreover, women of the Poison Widow bloodline, once they fell in love, they were more unforgettable than other women. Therefore, the women of this bloodline had always been extremely sad. On one hand, it was their undying love, on the other hand, It was their secret art to the grand accomplishment stage. Even if they abandoned their secret art because of their love, they couldn't resist the attraction and temptation between them. Shan Qingluo's mother, Han Fei Yan, had inadvertently made love with her father one night, and after waking up, her lover had died beside her, causing her to suffer for the rest of her life. Yang Kai's expression was extremely dignified as he stared deeply into Shan Qingluo's eyes, as if he wanted to see through her heart and look directly into the depths of her memories. Shan Qingluo smiled faintly and without any hesitation, took the initiative to release the defenses of her knowledge sea and softly said, "If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself." Yang Kai also didn't hesitate, his divine sense directly entering her knowledge sea. It was a boundless sea, just like the last time he saw it. Above the sea, Shan Qingluo's delicate body stood against the wind, smiling as she stared at Yang Kai's divine sense, softly saying, "Don't touch me, this is my soul. If you touch it, the consequences will be unimaginable." "I know," Yang Kai responded in a deep voice. If the two souls were to merge, perhaps they would be able to taste the taste of soul intercourse that was thousands of times more wonderful than soul intercourse. But if their minds were not stable, they would only lose themselves in soul intercourse, instantly turning into an idiot. Yang Kai was also clear about the stakes involved. Shan Qingluo waved her hands, sending a beam of light into Yang Kai's divine sense. Prying into the information contained in these beams of light, Yang Kai gained insight into all of this dragon lady's emotional experiences and all of her thoughts, leaving nothing behind and no possibility of concealment. He also saw the special characteristics of her bloodline physique and the dangers of her secret art, and realized his own fate in the future. Scene after scene flashed before his eyes, as if he was experiencing it himself, vividly. After a long time, Yang Kai slowly withdrew from her knowledge sea. Their eyes met and Shan Qingluo smiled tenderly. "Do you believe me now?" Yang Kai nodded with a heavy expression. Never would he have thought that this dragon lady's secret art would be so special. With a bitter smile, Yang Kai said, "Should I say I'm honored or unlucky?" It was true that she had feelings for him, but in the end, it was also true that she wanted his life. Shan Qingluo's expression darkened slightly, softly saying, "None of the women in our bloodline would really want to kill the man they like. But this kind of attraction is simply irresistible. No matter how far apart they are, they can still be pulled to each other's side. And in the midst of chaos and unconsciousness, they can use their pure bodies to kill the man they like." Although it was said that dying under a peony flower would be romantic even as a ghost, this was only a saying. When the time came, no man would be able to die with a smile. Have you ever thought of resolving this? Of course we have, but we don't know what to do. Shan Qingluo slowly shook her head. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Yang Kai was somewhat dispirited and did not want to talk about it anymore. Since you don't want to leave me behind, we should first think of a way to escape from here. Wait 5 days, when the spider mother wakes up, then I'll talk to it. And if it doesn't work? Yang Kai frowned. If it doesn't work, then I'll leave. Shan Qingluo pursed her lips and smiled, not a trace of worry on her face. Yang Kai's eyes flashed softly asking, "If you can recover your full strength, can you leave this place?" "Of course I can leave." Shan Qingluo nodded. "But right now I'm only in the Yuan Qi 3rd stage. If I want to fully recover, it will take at least a few months. I might have a way." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, peeking into Shan Qingluo's thoughts, and felt a lot more at ease with her. This dragon lady was known for her debauchery, her secret art, and the artifacts she used were all unsightly, but in fact before meeting him, her mind and body were completely blank. She knew more about the matters between men and women than most people, but she had never personally experienced it. "What method do you have?" Shan Qingluo asked curiously. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, holding a small piece of myriad drug cream. "Open your mouth." Shan Qingluo glared at him, not knowing what he was trying to do, but she still opened her thin lips. The myriad drug cream was directly thrown in. "Circulate your secret art and refine it." There was no need for Yang Kai to say anything. The moment the myriad drug cream entered her mouth, Shan Qingluo's face filled with amazement, quickly closing her eyes and circulating her secret art. The main reason her strength had dropped was because of the backlash from her secret art. In the end, it was just an internal injury. With the help of such a small piece of myriad drug cream, this kind of injury should be able to be healed. The spider mother would wake up again in 5 days, but with the help of the myriad drug cream, Shan Qingluo's recovery would definitely not take that long. With nothing to do, Yang Kai decided to rest and preserve his strength. As time passed, the aura and yuan qi fluctuations coming from Shan Qingluo's body became more and more violent. Obviously, she was quickly recovering. Perceiving the changes here, Qiu Yimeng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised her head and looked over, her pair of beautiful eyes flashing, a look of struggle on her face, unknown as to what she was thinking. After being trapped for so many days, her strength had long since been restored, but with so many sixth-order monster beasts outside, even if she could break through the spider web, she didn't dare act rashly. Shan Qingluo's actions had undoubtedly given her a glimmer of hope. However, when she remembered the conditions she had proposed before, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help but hesitate. She was the first young lady of the Qiu family. How could she become a maidservant to some nameless junior? Not to mention her, even Luo Xiaoman's identity was much nobler than that young man's. If this matter were to spread out, where would the Qiu family and Purple Fern Valley's face be placed? Moreover, it was only for a year. In a year, who knew what that rogue bastard would do? 3 days later, Shan Qingluo suddenly opened her eyes, a brilliant light flashing across them, and her soft and plump body seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power. "You've recovered?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. And Shan Qingluo nodded happily, looking at Yang Kai with great interest. "I didn't know you had such a treasure." After praising him, she reached out and pinched Yang Kai's chest, fiercely twisting it, grinding her teeth. "If you have such a good thing, why didn't you use it on me before? You bastard, it seems you're still on guard against me." Yang Kai's expression became awkward as he let out a dry laugh. If he hadn't seen through her thoughts, how could Yang Kai have dared to allow this dragon lady to recover her strength? "Since you've recovered, let's hurry up and leave." Yang Kai squeezed her little hand. Shan Qingluo hesitated for a moment before saying, "Since we've come here, I want to extract the spider mother's venom as well. Otherwise, if I take you away this time, it will definitely anger the spider mother, and we won't be able to come here again." "Are you sure?" "A little bit. Do you have a spider under your control?" "Let it create some chaos." "Good." Yang Kai nodded, and then issued an order to the spider he controlled. Chapter 310. A moment later, the spider suddenly went berserk and attacked its companions. Seeing this, the other spiders hurriedly rushed towards the battlefield. Shan Qingluo waved her hand and directly cut a hole in the spider's body, her figure flashing and disappearing. Her voice reached Yang Kai's ears. "Don't move. Wait for me to come back." Yang Kai naturally didn't move, his expression calm as he carefully observed the situation outside. The spider he was controlling was currently fighting with its companions. The sixth-order monster beast had already regained much of its consciousness. Although it wasn't much, at least it was capable of some simple thinking. The spiders who were being attacked didn't seem to understand why their companion had suddenly gone crazy, just as they didn't understand why it had killed so many Ashgray Cloud Evil Land cultivator before. After resisting for a moment, the spiders seemed to have communicated with each other, and suddenly decided not to hold back, as if their companion had already lost its mind and could no longer be saved. In just a short time, the sixth-order monster beast controlled by Yang Kai was killed. Only then did the gathered spiders scatter like birds and beasts. "Yang Kai!" Qiu Yimeng suddenly called out. Yang Kai's face remained cold and he didn't respond. "Has elder sister Shan recovered her strength?" Qiu Yimeng asked eagerly. There was still no response. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. "Yang Kai, you're not such a stingy man, are you? I admit that I've offended you before. Is it not enough for me to apologize to you?" "No need. Young Lady Qiu's identity is noble. I can't afford it," Yang Kai said. Qiu Yimeng chuckled. Good, I was wrong, I really was wrong. I shouldn't have brought people to your high heaven pavilion to cause trouble. In fact, I didn't do anything to you. You're so strong. If we really fought, who knows who would win and who would lose? Before this, I really couldn't believe that a small sect could cultivate a disciple like you. Don't try to flatter me, it sounds disgusting. Haha, you and I are both understanding people. I won't beat around the bush and annoy you. Xiao Yimeng chuckled and said, when elder sister Shan comes back, can you ask her to take me and Xiaoman out? Don't worry, as long as she agrees, my Qiu family will definitely repay her generously. It's her business whether she saves you or not. I can't interfere. Yang Kai frowned. It can't be. I see that your relationship is so good. The beguiling demon queen has never been so intimate with a man before. If you can put in a good word for us, Sister Shan definitely won't leave you to die. Xiao Yimeng's voice softened. As long as you don't make me or Xiaoman your maidservants, you can set any other conditions. Even if you want to marry a young girl from a side branch of my Qiu family, I can also make the decision to agree. But in front of Sister Shan, I think it's best if you don't mention this matter, lest she gets jealous. Yang Kai showed an impatient look. I already told you. Whether she saves you or not is her business. I can't even protect myself right now. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with me? Xiao Yimeng smiled bitterly, her eyes filled with tears. But I can only pin my hopes on you. If you don't help, I'm afraid Xiaoman and I won't be able to escape this calamity. As she spoke, her voice became choked with sobs. Do you really have the heart to watch us die? Knowing that she was just putting on an act to gain his sympathy, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling disgusted. He no longer wanted to talk to her. Yang Kai had never had a good impression of women who played mind games. Yang Kai. Xiao Yimeng didn't give up, and continued to call out softly over and over again. Although the conversation between the two was quiet, Luo Xiaoman, who was not far away, naturally heard it clearly. Seeing Yang Kai act so ruthlessly, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help feeling defeated. Helplessly she whispered, Elder Sister Qiu, what should we do? Xiao Yimeng sighed and gave up trying to move Yang Kai, smiling bitterly. Let's wait, we can't really die here. At that moment, a fragrant wind suddenly blew over, and a bright red figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. With a wave of her hand, the spider binding Yang Kai was cut open. Let's go, Shanqing Luo said nervously, grabbing Yang Kai with one hand and flying upwards. Yang Kai also followed with a dignified expression. Under the investigation of his divine sense, the unique vitality of the spider mother was rapidly awakening. Apparently, Shanqing Luo's actions had awakened it. Elder Sister Shan. Xiao Yimeng hurriedly called out, gritting her teeth, her face showing a trace of hesitation. However, she also knew that this was a rare opportunity. If she let Shanqing Luo go, she and Luo Xiaoman would really have no chance to escape. Elder Sister Shan, I agree to your previous conditions. Please take me and Xiaoman with you. Xiao Yimeng shouted. Shanqing Luo frowned at her, waving her hand and sending out two pink ribbons, directly wrapping around Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, and shooting them high up into the sky. Seeing that Shanqing Luo didn't leave them behind, whether it was Xiao Yimeng or Luo Xiaoman, both of them felt a sense of joy. You've failed your own bloodline. How dare you not listen to my advice? Where do you think you're going? The spider mother's angry voice rang out, no longer containing the slightest hint of charm. Now she was like an enraged madwoman. As she spoke, two white and tough spider silk threads flew through the air. These two spider silk threads were incredibly fast, arriving in front of them almost instantaneously. Shanqing Luo and Yang Kai both hurriedly tried to block them. The yuan qi collided, and the two spider silk threads were blocked, but the aftermath of the collision severed one of the ribbons in Shanqing Luo's hands, the other end of which happened to be tied to Luo Xiaoman. A cry of alarm rang out as Luo Xiaoman's beautiful eyes filled with panic, her heart instantly filled with horror. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and his hand moved quickly, wrapping around Xiao Yimeng's waist and sending her flying towards Luo Xiaoman. Before she could fall, Xiao Yimeng quickly reached out and grabbed Luo Xiaoman's clothes, lifting her up. Elder Sister Qiu. Luo Xiaoman exclaimed in a trembling voice, tears rolling out of her eyes as her chest heaved up and down, her pretty face filled with panic. I've caught you, don't worry, I won't let go. Xiao Yimeng smiled at her, a trace of fear flashing across her face. Shanqing Luo stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, her lips curling into a soul-stirring smile. Yang Kai simply shrugged his shoulders. That kick just now had been done without any consideration. It was purely an instinctive reaction. Suddenly, Bai Yinfeng's shout came from below. "Take me with you. You bunch of sluts. How could you leave me here alone? I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's faces filled with disgust as their expressions became cold. A long road tests a horse's strength, and a long time reveals a person's heart. Bai Yinfeng had given the two women a good impression before, and although he wasn't particularly outstanding, he was still the young lord of a first-class family. He had both wealth and power, and his own strength wasn't low either. There were also many young women chasing after him. But this time, he had completely exposed the dark side of his heart. This man is worse than dog shit. Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman didn't even have any sympathy for him. In a small lake, the surface of which was sparkling and clear, the water was so clear that one could vaguely see the aquatic plants and fish swimming happily. A bonfire was lit and Yang Kai was roasting a few fat fish from the lake. Luo Xiaoman and Xiao Yimeng sat next to him, breathing in the clear and free air, while looking at him with complicated expressions. Suddenly, a sound came from the lake, and Shanqing Luo gracefully emerged from her bath. Her skin was like the most exquisite silk with a seductive luster, and her snow-white skin was faintly tinged with a strange red light as she slowly walked over with her bare feet. Her demeanor was magnificent, her thin and tender red lips slightly pursed, and most of her body was exposed to the air. Only her chest and the fragrant grass between her legs were covered by her undergarments, faintly discernible, giving her a wonderful appearance. Such a seductive and enchanting appearance. Not only did Yang Kai's heartbeat accelerate, even Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman blushed slightly, their breathing becoming slightly rapid. The three of them quickly averted their gazes, and silently cursed this enchanting seductress. Shanqing Luo giggled as she took in the gazes of the three of them. Arriving at the lakeside, she put on her clothes, half covering her body, step by step, snuggled up to Yang Kai and sat down beside him. "Can you be a little more discreet?" Yang Kai frowned. "Do I need to be discreet in front of you?" Shanqing Luo giggled. "We've kissed, what's the point of being so particular?" Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both looked stunned as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise, their eyes gradually becoming strange. Although Xiao Yimeng had previously felt that the relationship between Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo was not simple, she had never seen it with her own eyes and didn't know how close they were. Sitting next to him in such a disheveled state, if she wasn't in love with him, what woman would be so shameless? Is the world's most charming woman really taken? Xiao Yimeng was slightly dazed as she looked at Yang Kai again. Although his appearance was sloppy and his strength wasn't bad, in the end he was still just a young boy, only a Yuan-Qi fourth-stage cultivator. How could he capture the heart of the beguiling demon queen? Xiao Yimeng stared at him in amazement, unable to recover for a long time. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and didn't look at the sight of Shanqing Luo Xiaoman, instead focusing on grilling the fish. As the fragrance of the meat filled the air, Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's stomachs couldn't help grumbling. The two women couldn't help blushing. The two of them had been chased by the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's cultivator for more than a month, and hadn't had much time to rest. They were both tired and hungry, physically and mentally exhausted, and then they were captured by the spider. "Many thanks to elder sister Shan for saving us this time." Xiao Yimeng squeezed out a smile and thanked her. Shanqing Luo smiled sweetly and said, "Between you and me, it's just a transaction, there's no need to thank me. That being said, if it weren't for elder sister Shan, Xiaoman and I would have been doomed." Xiao Yimeng shook her head gently. After saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai with a complicated expression and reluctantly said, "Thank you too." At the last moment, if it weren't for him, Xiao Yimeng definitely wouldn't have been able to reach Luo Xiaoman's side in time. Yang Kai's face remained cold and he didn't respond. Xiao Yimeng suddenly felt bitter. Chapter 311. Half a month later, Fragrance City. This was a prosperous city that was not inferior to any other city in the outside world. And it was also where the beguiling Demon Queen's palace was located. The ash-gray cloud Evil Land covered a vast area, and was divided into 6 major blocks, each of which was guarded by 6 evil kings. With Fragrance City as the center, The land within a 1,000-kilometer radius was Shanqing Luo's territory. Over the past half a month, Shanqing Luo had led Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman through the territories controlled by the other two evil kings, carefully returning to this place. After stepping into Fragrance City, no matter who it was, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. After half a month of getting along, not only had Yang Kai's perception of the ash-gray cloud evil land changed, but even Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's impressions of the ash-gray cloud evil land had been subverted. According to rumors, the ash-gray cloud evil land was filled with evil cultivators and evil demons. Any random person one encountered was an unforgivable traitor. However, according to Shanqing Luo's introduction, the ash-gray cloud evil land was not as bad as the rumors said. At the very least, this was the case in the territory she controlled. It was undeniable that there were indeed many evil cultivators in the ash-gray cloud evil land, but even more of them were honest people. There were many cultivators who had committed crimes in their own sect, and were forced to enter the ash-gray cloud evil land. There were also some who had offended great sects they couldn't afford to offend, and had entered the ash-gray cloud evil land to avoid disaster. There were also some who, because their secret arts were relatively dark, were classified as evil demons by the world, and were like rats crossing the street. It could be said that many of the cultivators in the ash-gray cloud evil land had their own bitter past, and were not necessarily full of evil. The world only recognizes the light and refuses to acknowledge the darkness in their hearts, so we are called evil. Haha, how ridiculous. Shanqing Luo said helplessly as she spoke. Although she was one of the 6 great evil kings and ruled over a 1,000-kilometer radius, she still couldn't change the deep-rooted beliefs and views of the world. Yang Kai remembered the words of the old demon. What was a person? What was a demon? Humans and demons were one family. Everyone had evil in their hearts. After entering the city, the bustling city made Yang Kai's eyes light up, and he clicked his tongue in wonder. If he didn't clearly know that he was inside the ash-gray cloud evil land, Yang Kai would have thought that this place was just the same as the city outside. Everything here was no different from the cities outside. Many ordinary peddlers and runners lived here, and the cultivator who came and went was like a school of carps crossing the river. Most people did not bully the weak when interacting with these ordinary people. Occasionally, there would be a few who looked perverse. The cultivator covered in evil qi also followed the rules of Fragrance City, not daring to act rashly. Inside the city, from time to time, there would be some cultivator in black robes walking by. These people were the law enforcement team responsible for maintaining order in Fragrance City. Anyone who did bad things in Fragrance City would be mercilessly attacked by these law enforcement teams. Therefore, in the entire ash-gray cloud evil land, Fragrance City was the safest city. Under the effective management of Shanqing Luo, this city was becoming more and more prosperous. There were very few people who committed crimes here. The Queen Master, at this moment, was wearing a black veil, not revealing her true face as she led the way, walking at a leisurely pace. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman followed behind her, secretly observing the scene in the city, while secretly admiring her. To be able to keep the entire city so peaceful, Shanqing Luo's methods were not simple. As they walked, Yang Kai's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Noticing this, Shanqing Luo turned to look at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai grinned. "Beauty, as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. Let's part ways here." Although it was a very happy thing to win the favor of a beauty, Yang Kai was really afraid that one day Shanqing Luo would not be able to hold herself back and would pluck him. Moreover, he had been separated from Su Yan for some time now, so Yang Kai wanted to inquire about Su Yan's situation. Hearing him say this, Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed as she understood what he was thinking. Grinning, she walked back and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, exhaling deeply. "Do you think you can get away? You don't need to be so enthusiastic." Yang Kai's expression became bitter. The thing he was most worried about had happened. He was afraid that Shanqing Luo would not let him go. On the way back, he had tried to escape many times, but every time before he could even begin to act, she had seen through him. Shanqing Luo was so powerful, if she really wanted to force him to stay, there was nothing he could do. "It's chaotic outside. Even if you go out, it won't be safe. You should stay here with me for a while. How long? Depends on my mood, hee. Yang Kai's face became even more gloomy. If he stayed, wouldn't he become this dragon lady's gigolo? Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both looked at him gloatingly, feeling a burst of pleasure in their hearts. Being bound by Shanqing Luo, unable to move, this dragon lady still put on a very cute appearance, holding onto Yang Kai's arm and gently snuggling up to Yang Kai. Fortunately, she was wearing a veil, otherwise, if someone were to see this scene, Fragrance City would be in chaos. After a while, they arrived at Shanqing Luo's palace. This palace was built magnificently, covering an extremely large area. It was decorated with magnificent jade buildings, flying dragons and phoenixes, creating a magnificent atmosphere. After entering, Yang Kai was surprised to find that this huge palace was very quiet, as if there weren't many people living here. Walking through the corridors, the sound of small bridges and flowing water could be heard, giving off a very poetic and picturesque feeling. In my palace, besides a few maidservants, there is no one else. It has always been deserted, so you don't need to be so cautious. Shanqing Luo explained softly. After returning to the palace, she was completely relaxed, reaching out to untie the veil on her face and slowly stretching, revealing her beautiful curves. Who is it? A tender voice called out as a purple figure quickly approached. It's me. Shanqing Luo replied softly. The person who had just arrived paused for a moment before flying over at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, a sweet, petite woman appeared in front of everyone. Master, you're finally back. This woman looked to be in her 20s, and was in the prime of her youth. After seeing Shanqing Luo, her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with joy and relief. Because she was so happy, her pair of eyes overflowed with tears, and after coming to a stop, the jade rabbit on her chest shook exaggeratedly. Yang Kai glanced at her faintly, and found that this young woman's dress was quite tasteful. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyebrows were like thin smoke. Her pair of beautiful eyes were slender and bright. Her nose was delicate and delicate. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her lips were like orchids. Her face was as beautiful as a flower, and her skin was crystal clear like snow. Her figure was graceful and enchanting. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. Worthy of being the beguiling demon queen's maid, she actually has such beauty. Sweeping her with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this young woman actually had a cultivation at the Yuanqi boundary 7th stage. Although she wasn't as strong as Qiu Yimeng, she wasn't far behind and should be 1 or 2 years younger than Qiu Yimeng. Being swept by his divine sense, the young woman couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine, her eyes suddenly turning cold as she stared deeply at Yang Kai. Her senses are quite sharp. Yang Kai chuckled and casually turned his eyes away. Frowning slightly, the young woman obviously didn't know why Shanqing Luo had brought 3 people back, but she didn't bother arguing with Yang Kai and instead asked eagerly, Master, I heard that the Beast King brought people to ambush you. Are you hurt? It's nothing serious. Shanqing Luo shook her head slightly. Don't worry. That's good. The Beast King is really despicable. Because of this matter, the elders almost ran over and fought with him. By the way, Master, right now the central capital's 8 great families are jointly attacking the Holy Land. Our Fragrance City has also dispatched a lot of people to meet them, the elders said. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm a little tired today, Shanqing Luo interrupted her. Leave it to the elders to decide. The young woman nodded slightly, glancing suspiciously at Yang Kai and the other 2. These 3. Shanqing Luo frowned as she looked at Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, suddenly chuckling, waving her hand and sending out 2 streaks of light. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's tender bodies trembled, and by the time they reacted, their Yuanqi had already been disabled. What does elder sister Shan mean? Qiu Yimeng asked with a forced smile. Nothing, Shanqing Luo chuckled lightly. Bai Luo, take these 2 girls to Fragrance Pavilion. Bai Luo looked curiously at Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, wondering how these 2 had offended her master, and were now under house arrest in Fragrance Pavilion. Although it was strange, Bai Luo didn't ask and simply clapped her hands. Soon, a few young women walked over. These women were all as beautiful as flowers, and their strength was not low either. However, they were dressed like maids. Take them to Fragrance Pavilion. Bai Luo ordered. Yes. Take good care of them. Don't let these two young ladies suffer any grievances, Shanqing Luo said with a smile. Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's expressions became gloomy, but they didn't resist, simply smiling helplessly and following the maids away. What about him? Bai Luo pointed to Yang Kai and asked, her heart full of doubts. She had never seen her master bring a young man into the palace. Even when the other evil kings came to visit, they were only arranged in the reception area. No man had ever set foot in this quiet place. Shanqing Luo smiled meaningfully, and also sent a streak of light into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he quietly circulated his yuan qi, but soon found that it wasn't blocked, only that there was an additional mark on his body that he couldn't remove by himself. Take them to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion to rest. Shanqing Luo smiled lightly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face became sullen, his stomach filled with dissatisfaction. Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion? Bai Luo exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. That place was the deepest part of the palace, and was also the best pavilion in the palace. It was the place where the master had lived when she was still a young lady. There was also the bed and curtains used by the master herself, the pillows and jade cushions, and even the remnants of the master's body fragrance. Most importantly, it was where the master's memories were from when she was a young girl. How could such a private place be arranged for a man to live in? Chapter 312. But now, this unknown man was actually going to live in Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, causing Bai Luo's heart to fill with shock. What is this little brat's background? How could he be so important to her master? Surprised, Bai Luo's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help staring at Yang Kai, her expression filled with jealousy and unwillingness. You've been running around all this time, you must be tired. You should rest early today. When I'm done with my business, I'll come talk to you again, Shanqing Luo said with a sweet smile. Yang Kai's expression remained cold as he glared at her, but didn't say anything. Under the eaves, he had no choice but to lower his head. Bai Luo was about to clap her hands and summon a few more maids when Shanqing Luo suddenly said, You personally take him to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. Bai Luo was startled, her expression becoming more and more surprised before she nodded. Yes. Shanqing Luo then whispered to Yang Kai, You little bastard, don't bully her. I watched Bai Luo grow up, she's like a sister to me. I know. Yang Kai responded with a sigh. Go. Bai Luo then led Yang Kai through the palace. Following closely behind this enchanting young woman, Yang Kai found that Shanqing Luo's palace was indeed very quiet. Although the outside was a bustling city, inside there wasn't the slightest noise, and instead a fragrant aroma permeated the air. Every path was clean and spotless. From time to time, they would come across a few beautiful maids, all of whom would respectfully bow to Bai Luo while curiously sizing up Yang Kai. Along the way, Bai Luo didn't encounter a single man. A short time later, they arrived at Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. It was an elegant three-story loft that wasn't too big nor too small. It had a unique flavor to it, and there were many flowers and plants planted in front of it. It was currently the season when flowers bloomed. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Hey, Bai Luo called out to Yang Kai as she led the way. Be careful when you walk. Don't step on these flowers and plants. They were all personally planted by Master. If you break them, I'll make you pay. Oh. Yang Kai responded indifferently. He knew that this little girl had a problem with him, so he didn't care about her resentful tone. What kind of person is this? Bai Luo's heart was filled with resentment. This little brat didn't look like a powerful character, and his clothes and temperament didn't seem like he came from a noble background, so why was Master so interested in him? Furthermore, the Master had warned him not to bully him. Can he beat me? Bai Luo couldn't help feeling annoyed. If it weren't for the fact that Shanqing Luo was treating Yang Kai with such a high standard, Bai Luo wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to spar with Yang Kai and teach him a lesson. They went up to the second floor of the attic. Bai Luo opened the door and was the first to enter, a look of joy appearing on her pretty face. Not bothering to pay any attention to Yang Kai, she instead leapt directly onto a large bed in the middle of the room. She was sprawled out on the bed, hugging a pillow in her arms. Her delicate nose twitched as she sniffed with all her might. As she sniffed, a look of extreme happiness appeared on her face. This was the bed that Master had slept on, and this was the pillow that Master had rested on. There was also the scent of Master. Bai Luo felt her soul flutter as her cheeks blushed. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at her, secretly laughing in his heart. He knew that in this little girl's heart, Shanqing Luo was her greatest idol, which was why she was behaving so inexplicably. However, this little girl's posture only served to accentuate her perky buttocks. Taking a closer look at this boudoir, Yang Kai nodded. Not bad. Bai Luo instantly woke up and quickly got up from the bed, her almond eyes widening as she grit her teeth and asked, "Not bad?" Yang Kai nodded. This was a woman's boudoir, so it was somewhat inappropriate for him to live here. Giving it a not bad evaluation was already good enough. Haha, it really is not bad. Bai Luo ground her teeth and snorted. This is the place where Master lived when she was still a young girl. I tried so hard to convince Master to let me live here. Yet you, a smelly brat of unknown origin. Not only do you not feel satisfied, you actually think it's not bad? Yang Kai stared at her blankly, only now understanding why she was so hostile towards him. Rubbing his nose awkwardly, he asked, "Sister Bai Luo, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about me? Who do you think you are?" Bai Luo stood up angrily, hugging the pillow in her arms and stomping out of the room. "Why did you take that pillow away?" Yang Kai was speechless. "This was used by Master." Bai Luo turned around angrily and angrily shouted, suddenly walking back to Yang Kai's side and picking up the mattress. "This was also used by Mistress." Like a little boss, Bai Luo glared at Yang Kai fiercely before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai was surprised, realizing that this woman's worship of Shanqing Luo was not just a little bit. It had definitely reached the point of obsession. Not caring about this, Yang Kai jumped onto the bed and sat down cross-legged. He definitely couldn't stay in Fragrance City for long. Shanqing Luo's secret art was simply too dangerous. If he stayed here, sooner or later he would die at her hands. However, this dragon lady had now regained her strength, so Yang Kai couldn't escape even if he wanted to. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have given her the myriad drug cream. But at that time, he had no other choice but to escape from the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair. On top of that, the mark that dragon lady had placed in his body was definitely for tracking purposes. If he wanted to leave, he would first have to deal with this mark. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai carefully examined the situation in his body. Although his divine sense couldn't see inside his body, it was still easy for him to sense his body's condition. After a while, Yang Kai felt a faint energy attached to his ribs between his chest and abdomen, like a maggot attached to a tarsal bone. He tried to use his true Yang Yuan Qi to dispel it, but to no avail. Even the evil energy of the unyielding golden skeleton couldn't be purified. It was attached to his body. It wasn't harmful to his body, nor would it hinder the operation of his Yuan Qi. However, this energy was like a bright lighthouse in the darkness, allowing Shanqing Luo to easily sense his position. If only the old demon was here. He could see what kind of energy this was, but unfortunately, ever since the old demon entered the coiling dragon stream's body, there had been no news of him. While he was trying, Yang Kai suddenly sensed a wisp of divine sense drifting to his side. "Little bastard, what are you doing?" Shanqing Luo's voice immediately sounding both angry and happy. "Sleeping." Yang Kai rolled his eyes, cursing in his heart. He already knew that there was something wrong with the energy the dragon lady had injected into his body, but he hadn't thought that this would alarm her. Shanqing Luo smiled tenderly and said, "Don't waste your energy. That's my soul-chasing seal. Unless I remove it myself, even a peak immortal ascension boundary master won't be able to remove it. With this seal, no matter how far you run, I'll be able to find you." "There's no need to do this," Yang Kai said with a bitter expression. Shanqing Luo giggled. "Who told you to be so dishonest? If you were honest, I wouldn't have treated you like this. Good, you can rest for the night. Tomorrow I'll come find you. I promise you won't be bored." "Forget it. You really are heartless," Shanqing Luo snorted, withdrawing his divine sense. In desperation, Yang Kai could only give up on the idea of breaking the soul-chasing seal and rest for the night. The next day, Yang Kai was alarmed by the sound of footsteps coming from downstairs and awoke from his meditation. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The door opened. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure walked in gracefully, and a bewitching smile hung on her face. It was hard to tell how old this beautiful woman was, but she was at most 25 years old. Her figure was full, her pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to constantly bloom with an alluring light, and her skin was white and delicate. She was also extremely charming, and although she wasn't as beautiful as Shanqing Luo, she wasn't far off. She was the type that exuded a ripe fragrance from head to toe, the type that could be easily pinched. However, compared to Shanqing Luo, this woman was more amorous while Shanqing Luo was more delicate. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile and softly said, "Did young lord rest well last night?" "Not bad." Yang Kai nodded slightly. The beautiful woman stepped forward, walked to the side of the bed, and gracefully bowed. Her breath smelled like orchids as she said, "This servant was sent by the Lord to serve the young master. The young master can just call me Yinli. And these two girls." The beautiful woman introduced herself as she waved her hand. Immediately, two young girls with different temperaments walked out from behind her. One looked gentle and quiet while the other looked dignified and elegant. Whether it was the beautiful woman or the two girls, they were both beautiful and pleasing to the eye. "This is Ruoyu." The beautiful woman pointed to the gentle and quiet girl, and then pointed to the other dignified and elegant girl. "This is Ruoqing. Greetings to young lord." The two girls gracefully bowed. Their manners were comparable to the young ladies of large families. There was simply no flaw to be found. Yang Kai's face darkened. He didn't know what this dragon lady Shanqing Luo wanted to do. These three girls had different temperaments, but no matter which one it was, they could arouse a man's desire to conquer them. Not to mention the two young girls Ruoyu and Ruoqing. The beautiful woman Yinli's temperament was only slightly worse than Shanqing Luo's. Moreover, she had an advantage that the other young girls didn't have. That was, her extremely plump body and her pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to emit a seductive light at all times. "Does this mean I'm going to fall in love?" Yang Kai's heart was beating like a drum. The beautiful woman Yinli smiled and said, "Master said that during young lord's stay in Fragrance City, these servants will take care of young lord's daily needs." "Then I'll have to trouble you." Yang Kai responded indifferently. "Of course young lord is master's honored guest." The beautiful woman Yinli smiled, but her cheeks suddenly blushed as she softly said, "Master also said that if young lord has any request, these servants must satisfy it." "Any request?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he understood the hidden meaning behind these words. The beautiful woman gently nodded. This time, even Ruoyu and Ruoqing were bashful, their eyes slightly drifting, not daring to look at Yang Kai, their expressions slightly nervous. Chapter 313. Regardless of what purpose Shanqing Luo had for sending these three women here, the three of them were quite considerate in their service. In this loft, the second floor was a place to rest. On the first floor was a large bathtub carved from white jade. It was not cheap. As for the third floor, there was nothing special about it. It was probably just a place to enjoy the scenery. Under the instructions of the beautiful woman Yinli, the two young girls, Ruoyu and Ruoqing, supported Yang Kai on either side, regardless of whether he was willing or not, and led him directly to the bathtub on the first floor. Inside, steam rose and the fragrance of flowers wafted out. At some point, a pool of hot water had been prepared, and this pool was filled with petals of various colors. Yang Kai's face went black. A big man soaking in a flower bath here. No matter how he thought about it, it was strange. "Young lord, please bathe and change clothes first." The beautiful woman Yinli had a faint smile on her face from beginning to end, looking very pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai calmly nodded. After waiting for a long time, he found that whether it was Yinli, Ruoyu, or Ruoqing, neither of them had any intention of leaving, so Yang Kai couldn't help looking at them in surprise and asking, "Your master didn't ask you to help me bathe, right?" The beautiful woman, Yinli, pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. "If young lord wishes, this servant will obey." The master said that any request of young lords must be satisfied. Towards the end, her voice gradually lowered and her face flushed red, somewhat embarrassed. Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing's tender bodies tensed up. No need to trouble yourself, you can leave first. Yang Kai waved his hand. The beautiful woman's pair of peach blossom eyes couldn't help showing a touch of surprise as she glanced over at Yang Kai in surprise. On the other hand, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, upon hearing Yang Kai's words, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The three of them quickly left. Yang Kai then took off his clothes and jumped into the bath. The temperature of the water was neither too hot nor too cold, just enough to wash away the fatigue he had accumulated over this period of time. He didn't know how Su Yan was doing after leaving the void corridor. He should have been able to cross 10,000 kilometers in an instant, but where were they now? What about High Heaven Pavilion? What was the result of the battle with Grand Master? Yang Kai was somewhat upset. Outside the loft, Bai Luo stood angrily waiting. She really couldn't understand why her master was treating this little brat so well. Not only had she provided him with the best accommodation, she had even sent the best maidservant in the palace. Regardless of whether it was in terms of appearance or temperament, the three of them were all top-notch within the temporary imperial residence. Such considerate care. Not even when the other evil kings came to visit. That brat didn't look like a decent person. It couldn't have eaten Yunli, Ruoyu and Ruoqing, right? Thinking so, Bai Luo became even angrier, secretly feeling that the three women were not worth it. Yunli was one thing. She had been a widow for many years and hadn't had a good life. Of course, Ruoyu and Ruoqing also had similar thoughts. If they were together with that little brat, it wouldn't be surprising for them to be attracted by him. But Ruoyu and Ruoqing were sisters who had grown up together with Bai Luo. Both of them were pure little girls, so if their pure bodies were really ruined by that little brat, this old lady will castrate him. A murderous intent flashed across Bai Luo's eyes as she secretly made up her mind. Just as she was about to explode with anger, Bai Luo saw Yunli, Ruoyu and Ruoqing walk out together. Bai Luo gawked for a moment before immediately feeling overjoyed. Rushing over, she grabbed Ruoyu and Ruoqing's hands and anxiously asked, "Are you all right? Were you molested by him?" Ruoyu and Ruoqing both blushed and quickly shook their heads. The beautiful woman Yunli giggled. "Sister Bai Luo worries too much. That young lord doesn't look like a lecherous man, he's actually quite obedient." "Really?" Bai Luo was taken aback. "Did you tell master's instructions to him?" "Yes, I did." Yunli nodded slightly. "He didn't try to take advantage of you?" Bai Luo tilted her head and asked in disbelief. "No." Yunli chuckled. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Ruoyu and Ruoqing." Bai Luo stared at them suspiciously. Ruoqing shook her head and blushed. "Bai Luo, you're thinking too much. Just now I was so scared. I really thought he was some kind of lecherous pervert." "Strange, how could that be? This young lady has always been quite good at judging men. That little brat obviously has a belly full of dirty tricks. There's no reason he wouldn't molest you." Bai Luo frowned. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she snorted. "And it must be because it's his first time here and he's a bit embarrassed. Men are all like that. It's not like you haven't seen those evil kings and young lords who visit the palace as guests. Which one of them doesn't drool at the sight of you? They can't wait to strip you naked and carry you to bed." Listening to her words, Ruoyu and Ruoqing became nervous again. "He's definitely that kind of man, first pretending to be refined to lower your vigilance. Then when you're unprepared, he'll eat you up body and heart. In fact, he's just a wolf in sheep's clothing." Bai Luo speculated. Ruoyu and Ruoqing were startled. The beautiful woman Yunli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Sister Bai Luo, don't scare them. That young lord shouldn't be a bad person. Besides, if he really wanted to take action, we wouldn't be able to resist." Bai Luo glared at her for a moment before suddenly pouncing forward and grabbing hold of the two soft mounds on Yunli's chest, squeezing them as she grinned wickedly. "It looks like elder sister Yun is already mentally prepared. Is it because there has never been a man in this palace before, and you haven't been nourished for so many years that you can't help but want to throw yourself at him?" Suddenly being attacked, the two sensitive mounds on her chest were accurately pinched by Bai Luo, causing the beautiful woman Yunli to almost collapse into her arms. her white cheeks suddenly flushing red as she grit her teeth and whispered, "What are you talking about? So sensitive, you really are one." Bai Luo not only didn't let go, but instead increased the intensity of her grip, pushing her yuan qi into her fingertips in a rhythmic manner, fiercely stimulating the two red mounds on Yunli's chest. And a moan came from the beautiful woman's mouth, her pair of peach blossom eyes instantly blurring as a strange red glow appeared on her skin. As soon as this sound entered their ears, Ruoyu and Ruoqing both felt a strange sensation in their hearts. Bai Luo giggled and leaned her head towards the beautiful woman's slender white neck, stretching out her delicate tongue and licking her earlobe. Yunli suddenly shivered. Ruoyu and Ruoqing both stared dumbfounded at this scene, their hearts pounding like a little deer. Although they had long known that Bai Luo cultivated the same seductive secret art as their master, and knew a great deal about the matters between men and women, they had never imagined that she would be so irresistible when she went crazy. "Damn girl, don't make trouble." The beautiful woman Yunli resisted the throbbing of her heart and the ecstasy of her body as she struggled to free herself from Bai Luo's arms. Her two beautiful legs almost couldn't support her own weight, causing her to feel weak and powerless, and even her voice was extremely strange. "Humph. Sure enough, a mature woman really is different." Bai Luo licked her red lips, a look of longing appearing on her face as her eyes filled with lust. "I won't play with you anymore. Why don't you go find Qianing and Qianhen? Master assigned them to you to cultivate your seductive secret art. Ruoyu Ruoqing and I still have to serve that young lord for breakfast. It's not good to delay." The beautiful woman Yunli shot her a disdainful look, seemingly understanding Bai Luo's temperament, quickly calling out to Ruoyu and Ruoqing, "Let's go." Ruoyu and Ruoqing hurriedly followed. "Elder sister Yin, I'll come find you tonight," Bai Luo called out from behind in a sweet voice. Yunli turned around and glared at her fiercely. "Ruoyu Ruoqing and I will be resting here tonight. If you have the courage, then come." After finishing his bath, Yang Kai changed into a clean set of robes. These robes had all been bought by Shanqing Luo early in the morning, and were all bright and shiny, perfectly matching Yang Kai's physique, further accentuating his extraordinary aura. Even the beautiful woman Yunli, Ruoyu and Ruoqing couldn't help looking at him. Breakfast had already been set up outside, with a variety of exotic delicacies, a pleasing sight to behold. The beautiful woman Yunli scooped a spoonful of porridge for him and said, "These were all personally prepared by this servant. Young lord should eat them while they're hot." Pausing for a moment, she smiled and said, "Young lord's physique is slightly thin. It should be because he has been running around outside all year round, right? You should eat more to supplement your body." Yang Kai responded faintly before asking suspiciously, "Where is your master?" "Master has some matters to attend to today," Yunli replied with a smile. "I thought she would come over to accompany me for breakfast." Yang Kai frowned. Listening to him say this, the beautiful woman Yunli and the two girls couldn't help showing a strange expression, secretly wondering what Yang Kai's background was. Daring to have Shanqing Luo accompany him to eat. None of the other 5 evil kings had such good fortune, right? "If I want to find her, where should I go?" Yang Kai asked as he ate. The beautiful woman Yunli smiled and said, "Master said that she will be busy these past few days, so if young lord has any questions, you can ask Miss Bai Luo. She's been waiting outside since early morning." "I've been played," Yang Kai snorted. Yesterday, Shanqing Luo had said that she would come to find him today, but now she had changed her mind. She must have known that he wanted to discuss his departure with her, so she had decided to avoid him. Sweeping away the food on the table, Yang Kai walked out of the loft. The enchanting young woman, Bai Luo, was standing outside waiting, her expression clearly showing that she didn't like Yang Kai, but since Shanqing Luo had given her orders, she didn't dare disobey in the slightest. "Miss Bai Luo," Yang Kai called out. And Bai Luo responded faintly, her face filled with an unapproachable arrogance. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I want to see your master." Bai Luo frowned and said unhappily, "Master is discussing some important matters with several of the city's elders today. I'm afraid she won't have time to see you." "When will the discussion be over?" "Probably not in the next few days. Master has been away from Fragrance City for almost 2 months now, And during this time there has been a lot of fighting, so many things need to be handled by her. Yang Kai's expression became cold, his mood suddenly becoming unhappy. Bai Luo hesitated for a moment before reluctantly saying, "But Master said last night that in order to make up for her mistakes, she will allow you to enter her treasure house." Chapter 314. Treasure House. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he silently cursed the dragon lady. Was she trying to tempt him with benefits? In his heart, Yang Kai muttered to himself, "Is there anything good in that treasure house?" "Nonsense." Bai Luo glared at him. "Master's treasure house naturally has many good things. Master said that your strength is too low. So if you enter her treasure house you can find something useful to enhance your cultivation and strength." "Then what are we waiting for?" Yang Kai urged. Seeing him seem to be somewhat impatient, Bai Luo began to despise him even more in her heart, silently cursing him for being a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Although she was very reluctant, as long as it was something Shanqing Luo ordered, Bai Luo would not hesitate to complete it. "Come with me," he said somewhat impatiently, and then led the way. After walking around the palace for a long time, they suddenly came to a secluded room. Entering this room, after walking a few dozen meters inside, they came face to face with a thick door. This door was made of some unknown material, and appeared to be quite old. It was also thick and simple, obviously not something that could be easily broken open. What was even stranger was that there was no handle on the door, nor was there any gap. It was as if it was connected to two walls. Bai Luo took out a black rectangular object from her waist, and quickly formed a series of hand seals, pouring her yuan qi into it. A moment later, she placed this rectangular object on the door. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the heavy door opened with a loud bang. Yang Kai looked around curiously and couldn't help but praise. "This place is very safe to hide things in." Bai Luo snorted lightly, proudly saying, "Naturally, this entire treasure house is made of scarlet desolate black gold. Even if a peak immortal ascension boundary master came here, they wouldn't be able to open it in a short time. This can be said to be the safest place in the world." Listening to her boasting, Yang Kai didn't refute her, instead just secretly curling his lips. In terms of safety, his black book space was the safest place. "Come in." Bai Luo walked in first and greeted Yang Kai. After the two of them entered, the door to the treasury closed again. Although this treasury was sealed, it was still a treasure trove. However, it wasn't dark at all. The walls were decorated with precious pearls the size of cobblestones. The precious pearls emitted a gentle light. The entire treasury was illuminated by the radiance. Once inside, Bai Luo expressionlessly introduced the various items to Yang Kai. "Over there are gold and silver items, over here are herbs, over here are pills, over here are artifacts and weapons, and over here are secret arts and martial skills. And take a look for yourself, don't bother me if there's nothing important." She seemed to be eager to get rid of Yang Kai. Yang Kai wrinkled his nose and frowned. "Sister Bai Luo, did your master say how many things I can take from here?" Bai Luo sneered. He said disdainfully, "How much more do you want?" "I'm just asking." Bai Luo's face sank as she impatiently said, "Master said you can take as much as you want." "Oh." Listening to her say so, Yang Kai no longer had any scruples and directly walked over to the pile of herbs. Seeing him not show any trace of politeness, Bai Luo couldn't help muttering, "Humph, sure enough, he's just a country bumpkin. I really don't understand why Master is so good to him." As he spoke, he quickly went to the secret treasure and took out a pair of exquisite earrings from it. This pair of earrings was blue in color. They were crystal clear, almost like 2 drops of tears. Holding the earrings in the palm of her hand, Bai Luo smiled happily, not willing to let go. On the other side, Yang Kai sneered. Shanqing Luo, that dragon lady, had placed him under house arrest in her palace. Although she didn't have any malicious intent, it still made him feel uncomfortable. However, she had actually allowed Yang Kai to enter her treasury, which was her mistake. If Yang Kai wanted, it wouldn't be a problem for him to completely empty this entire treasury. After all, the black book space was much larger than this treasury. However, Yang Kai didn't want to expose the secret of the black book space, so he could only look for things here that were useful to him. The Dantian's yang liquid needed to be replenished. Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the unyielding golden skeleton's energy reserves as it had a massive amount, so there was no need to worry about it drying up. Only his yang liquid was constantly decreasing. As long as it was a yang attribute herb or pill, Yang Kai didn't let them go and collected them all into the black book space. And herbs and pills that could nourish the soul were also relatively rare, so he couldn't let them go. The 5-colored soul-warming lotus needed these herbs to evolve and expand his divine sense, so Yang Kai swept them all into the black book space. As for secret arts and martial skills, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. He didn't need any secret arts or martial skills, and there shouldn't be anything good here. Yang Kai was more interested in finding a high-quality soul skill to cultivate. Although his divine sense had been tempered long ago, because he didn't have a soul skill, it hadn't played much of a role until now and could only be used to explore the surrounding environment. However, searching through this treasure house, Yang Kai couldn't find any decent soul skills. Occasionally there would be one or two, but they were all trash below earth grade. Yang Kai really didn't care about such soul skills. Even if he cultivated them, they wouldn't be of much use and would only be a waste of time. After searching for a while, Yang Kai only found some yang attribute herbs and pills. In addition, there were only a few things that could be used to nourish his divine sense. Symbolically taking out 2 bottles of heaven-grade pills, Yang Kai searched for a long time before finally finding Bai Luo. This enchanting young girl had already worn a pair of earrings under her delicate earlobes, and was holding a mirror in her hand while giggling to herself. Kai Yang's sudden appearance in front of her gave her a fright. Patting her soft chest with her small hands, she wrinkled her eyebrows and took a deep breath. She angrily said, "How come you don't make a sound when you walk?" Yang Kai was surprised. "It's you who's immersed in your own world, isn't it?" Bai Luo's small face blushed, and she quickly removed the earrings from her earlobes before carefully putting them back in their original place, reluctantly withdrawing her gaze and asking, "Did you find them?" What did you find?" Yang Kai waved the 2 bottles of pills in his hand, causing Bai Luo to be slightly surprised. Chuckling lightly, she said, "I didn't think you would be so tactful. I thought you would definitely." Halfway through her sentence, Bai Luo curled her lips and didn't continue. "Definitely what?" "Nothing, since you've found them, let's go." "But are you sure you only want these 2 bottles of pills? Master said he wanted you to find something to enhance your strength." Bai Luo asked uneasily, "Can you enhance your strength like this?" "That's enough." Yang Kai nodded. "I'm too lazy to care about you. I'll tell you this first. It's not that I don't want to give you a choice, it's that you only want these 2 bottles of pills." Master asked, "Don't say anything about me." Yang Kai nodded indifferently, and, leaving the treasure house, Bai Luo closed the door again, and turned around. A small box flew towards her. Bai Luo was shocked and quickly reached out to catch it, staring at Yang Kai vigilantly. After seeing what kind of box she had just caught, she couldn't help calling out in surprise as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. Yang Kai smiled faintly and asked, "Do you like this?" "Of course I like it." Bai Luo nodded repeatedly, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on her face. Opening the box, she found the pair of earrings she had tried on for a while before putting them back. "How did you know?" Bai Luo looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "I can tell just by looking at your expression." Yang Kai chuckled. "I'm not blind." Heh. Bai Luo couldn't help feeling joy in her heart, and quickly took out the earrings. Staring at them dazzlingly, she said, "These are just ordinary Earth-grade low-rank artifacts, but from the first time I saw them I fell in love with them." "If you like them, why didn't you ask your master for them? I see that your master treats you well," Yang Kai said suspiciously. "These are the relics of my old master. I was afraid that if my master saw them he would be sad." Bai Luo sighed faintly, suddenly hugging them tightly in her arms like they were precious treasures. "Are these for me?" "Why else would I take them out? If your master asks, just say I took them." "Thank you." Bai Luo stared at him with a complicated expression before suddenly becoming vigilant. Why are you so good to me? Do you have some kind of ulterior motive? Are you interested in me?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're thinking too much." "I'll tell you, I don't like men." Bai Luo stared at Yang Kai with great vigilance. seemingly trying to discern whether he was telling the truth or not. So no matter how much you try to court me, I won't be tempted. In my heart, my master is the most perfect partner. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning, staring at her in amazement. You mean you like Shanqing Luo? Bai Luo's face blushed red, but she still stiffly nodded, her eyes filled with a sense of longing. Sooner or later, I will become master's wife. At this moment, she showed the beautiful feelings a young girl should have, but this partner, there seemed to be some problems. Yang Kai took a deep breath and nodded, hesitating for a long time before finally saying, Then I wish Bai Luo all the best. Bai Luo giggled, tilting her head as she looked Yang Kai up and down, saying with satisfaction, I now find that you're not so annoying after all. It seemed that Yang Kai giving her a gift was quite effective. At least she didn't treat him as coldly as before. Haha. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Bai Luo then said, Good, now that we've finished exploring the treasure house, Master said that if you feel bored, I can take you for a walk around the city. Do you want to go out? No need, I want to go back and cultivate. Yang Kai said. Humph. Bai Luo snorted meaningfully. And Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion has elder sister Yunli Ruoyu and Ruoqing. There really isn't much fun outside. Also, if you really, when you do that, you'll first lay your hands on elder sister Yunli. She was married for less than a month before her husband died. And now she hasn't touched a man for almost 10 years, so she'll be like a wolf or a tiger. You have to take care of your body. And elder sister Yunli likes it when people touch her ears. Bai Luo blushed as she gave Yang Kai some advice, her beautiful face filled with excitement. Yang Kai's face went pale. How could such an enchanting little girl speak of such vulgar things? On top of that, she seemed to be quite experienced. He really didn't know where her experience came from. Chapter 315. On the second floor of Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on a fragrant bed, his expression solemn as he breathed evenly. Circulating his true Yang secret art, he was refining and absorbing the Yang attribute spirit grasses and pills in his stomach. These things from the Shanqing Luo's treasure house were all of high quality, at least earth-grade high rank, while most of them were heaven-grade. Things that could be stored in the treasure house of a master, like the beguiling demon queen, were naturally not too bad. A slight humming sound rang out as Yang Kai circulated his true Yang secret art, causing the medicinal efficacies of these pills and herbs to rapidly transform into pure true Yang Yuan Qi that filled his meridians. Back in Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak, Xiao Fusheng had prepared a pot of medicinal soup for Yang Kai, using a special secret art to fully absorb the medicinal efficacies and develop the potential of his meridians. It was only now that the medicinal soup truly played a role, allowing him to temper his Yuan Qi more effectively and conveniently than before. Moreover, this effect would accompany him throughout his life, and the more he cultivated, the more he would realize the benefits. After a dozen or so cycles, before the first drop of Yang liquid had even formed, the energy in his body suddenly expanded, and a silent ripple spread out like a wave, quickly disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai clearly felt that his strength had soared, giving him a comfortable feeling both physically and mentally. Yuan Qi Boundary 5th Stage. Ever since he had stepped into the true element boundary, every breakthrough had become more difficult than before. However, Yang Kai had been consistently taking a small cup of myriad drug liquid every day, using this liquid to improve his physique and cleanse his meridians. After such a long time, whether it was his physique or meridians, they had all significantly improved, so even after breaking through to the Yuan Qi boundary, he could still easily break through. Being stuck in the Yuan Qi boundary 4th stage for more than a month now, it was only natural for him to break through now. Scorching hot true Yang Yuan Qi burst out from his body like a tongue of fire. The temperature of the entire room rose. Holding his breath, Yang Kai restrained his Yuan Qi, allowing the tongues of Yuan Qi to submerge into Yang Kai's body and disappear. His whole body felt warm and comfortable. The Yang Kai secret art was the most masculine of the true Yang secret art. It made Yang Kai, who practiced this secret art, look full of majestic Yang Qi at this moment. His meridians were swollen, and could no longer accept any more pure and explosive Yuan Qi. With a dripping sound, a new drop of yang liquid was formed and immersed into the dantian. His swollen meridians instantly felt empty, making him feel uncomfortable. However, the medicinal herbs and elixirs that were consumed quickly produced new yuan qi. It filled the emptiness of his meridians. The ticking sound was extremely pleasing to the ear. This was a sound that went straight to the heart. After all the medicinal efficacies had been completely absorbed, the dantian had a few dozen drops of new yang liquid. Exhaling lightly and feeling the fullness of dantian, Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Although the amount of yang liquid stored in Yang Kai's storage was not much, the quality of the yang liquid was no longer comparable to before. It could also last for a very long time. Without relaxing, Yang Kai continued to close his eyes. After replenishing the yang liquid, it was now time to nourish his divine sense. The soul-chasing seal that the Shanqing Luo had inserted into Yang Kai's body. It should be a soul skill. So as long as his divine sense was strong enough, he could break it. If he wanted to strengthen his divine sense, he would need to take some precious treasures. Or he would need to cultivate a soul skill. Yang Kai had only cultivated one soul skill, and that was the Soul Palace. However, this soul skill was not only for defense, it also had strict requirements for the cultivation environment. For the time being, there was no need to consider it. How could he make his divine sense grow quickly enough to break the Dragon Lady's soul-chasing seal? Yang Kai frowned, thinking hard. As he thought about it, suddenly his eyes lit up. He remembered the previous 2 times when his divine sense had rapidly grown stronger. Both times he had gone deep into some dangerous places, and his divine sense had cycled back and forth between consumption and replenishment to become stronger. The first time was in that isolated world's white mist forest, where the soul-cleansing dew was formed. The second time was in the coiling dragon stream, where the demonic qi had attacked his soul and damaged his divine sense the most. Through this process, his divine sense had grown stronger. This kind of speed was not something that cultivating a soul skill or taking precious treasures could compare with. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't dare use this method to cultivate their divine sense. If one's divine sense was seriously damaged, a few times wouldn't necessarily lead to an accident, but if it happened too many times, it could become a permanent injury that could never be healed. But Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai had the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, a supreme treasure that could nourish his divine sense, so he didn't need to worry about leaving behind any permanent damage. Frowning, Yang Kai pondered for a long time before finally deciding to go all out. Replenishing his divine sense was easy. Some of the herbs and pills he had taken out from Shanqing Luo's treasure house, as well as the myriad drug milk, could be used to supplement his divine sense. Consuming his divine sense was also easy. Yang Kai also had the true alchemic way in his mind. The last time he had probed it for a long time, he had only managed to discover a single spirit array that was used to assist in alchemy. As long as he used his divine sense to probe this true alchemic way, he could quickly consume his divine sense. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immersed himself in exploring the true alchemic way in his mind. This true alchemic way was extensive and profound. Its records were complex and profound. If he wanted to thoroughly comprehend it, he would need to spend a great deal of time and divine sense to do so. Yang Kai wasn't interested in the true alchemic way, so he didn't pay much attention to it. A moment later, a sharp pain spread through his mind and his entire body became exhausted, his face suddenly pale. His divine sense had been completely exhausted. A cool feeling overflowed from his mind. This was the soul-warming lotus repairing his damaged divine sense. After a while, the pain disappeared and the damaged area was completely repaired. However, the divine sense he had consumed was not replenished. After his last experience in the myriad drug pond, Yang Kai knew that it took a long time for his divine sense to recover. If he allowed it to recover on its own, even with the help of the soul-warming lotus, it would take at least 4 or 5 hours. Because his divine sense was not as easy to restore compared to a cultivator's yuan qi, it was extremely difficult to cultivate his divine sense. Weakly, Yang Kai took out a bottle of spirit-restoring pills and poured one into his mouth along with a little bit of myriad drug milk. Refining it, he absorbed its medicinal efficacies. A moment later, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was once again replenished, and his spiritual energy was once again restored to its peak. His divine sense once again penetrated into the true alchemic way, prying into its mysteries. Time passed, and Yang Kai didn't know how long it had been. Yang Kai continued this cycle of replenishing his divine sense. With each cycle, his divine sense really did increase a little. Although the degree of enhancement was not great, it was still accumulating. The results were very gratifying. Not only that, the mysteries of the true alchemic way also piqued Yang Kai's interest. Last time, Yang Kai had spent a great deal of effort, but he had only been able to discover a single spirit array that assisted in alchemy. That spirit array could increase the grade of the alchemy process. For example, if he used this spirit array to assist in alchemy, it was possible to obtain a mysterious grade pill from a furnace of heaven-grade high-rank materials. Of course. However, there was a possibility that the effect would not be very good. Furthermore, the higher the grade of the medicinal pill, the more difficult it would be to refine it. The higher the grade, the worse the effect. As he delved deeper into the true alchemic way, Yang Kai discovered that there were a variety of spirit arrays recorded in it. At the very least, he had glimpsed a few of them. This included improving the quality of the pills, increasing the probability of pill veins appearing, increasing the success rate of alchemy, and many other functions. And this was just the beginning of the true alchemic way. It was difficult to imagine what kind of mysteries would be hidden in the later chapters. In addition to the spirit arrays, there were also some special alchemy techniques, the selection of materials, and so on. All of this information was imprinted in Yang Kai's mind, so that if there was an opportunity in the future, he could pass it all on to Xia Ningchang and Xiao Fusheng. In just 2 days, all of the herbs and pills Yang Kai had plundered from Shanqing Luo's treasure house had been consumed. Things that could nourish one's soul were relatively few. So how could they withstand Yang Kai's unbridled consumption? Other immortal ascension boundary masters would carry 1 or 2 bottles of these pills, but that was only in case of emergencies. Who would take them one after another? Without these pills and herbs, relying on the myriad drug milk alone would not be enough to quickly restore one's spiritual energy. Although the myriad drug milk also had a certain role, its effects were too broad and did not specifically target one's soul. Taking it once or twice would have a significant effect, but once it was used too many times, it would become unreliable. Its more important role was to catalyze the medicinal efficacies of pills and enhance their efficacy. Without pills that could nourish one's soul, it would take twice the effort for half the result to cultivate, making it difficult for one to find motivation. Someone come. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before frowning and shouting towards the outside. He could feel that during the past few days he had been cultivating, there were still 3 people's life auras in Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. They should be the beautiful woman Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing. Yang Kai lived in one of the inner rooms, and there was a side room outside where the 3 of them lived. At all times, there would be someone waiting there, waiting for Yang Kai to summon them. As soon as he shouted, there was a rush of footsteps as the beautiful woman Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing all came over. What orders does young lord have? The beautiful woman Yunli looked towards Yang Kai with a smile and asked softly, "Where is Bai Luo?" Miss Bai Luo, at this time she should be cultivating in her own residence, Yunli replied. Go call her over. Yes. Yunli nodded before turning to Ruoyu and Ruoqing and saying, Go invite Miss Bai Luo over. The 2 girls nodded, turned around and left. On the other hand, the beautiful woman Yunli stayed behind for some unknown purpose, her pair of watery peach blossom eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she softly asked, Young lord looks very tired. Have you not rested well these past few days? No, Yang Kai shook his head faintly. I've just been cultivating. The beautiful woman smiled, swaying her beautiful hips as she walked over, bringing with her a mature and elegant demeanor. Without any scruples, she climbed onto the bed and knelt down behind Yang Kai. Stretching out her 2 delicate hands, she gently rubbed Yang Kai's head. Chapter 316. A light and airy feeling washed over him as the beautiful woman Yin Li's slender fingers seemed to possess some kind of magical power. Wherever they passed, Yang Kai's physical and mental fatigue would be dispelled, causing him to involuntarily relax and feel extremely comfortable. The land of warmth and gentleness was the tomb of heroes. This saying was not false at all. Yang Kai also calmly closed his eyes and enjoyed this intoxicating feeling. He wasn't a hypocritical person. Shanqing Luo had sent Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing to serve him, clearly wanting to satisfy any of his requests. How could Yang Kai not know that as long as he wanted to, he could do whatever he wanted with these three women? Of these three women, one was mature and voluptuous, one was gentle and quiet, and one was elegant and dignified. Each of them had their own unique charms, but all of them were equally attractive to men. Now that this beautiful woman had taken the initiative to serve him, Yang Kai naturally didn't refuse. If he did, it would appear as if he had a guilty conscience. The room fell silent for a time. Yang Kai didn't speak, and the beautiful woman Yunli also remained silent, only concentrating on kneading his chest. As time passed, Yang Kai clearly noticed that the breathing of the beautiful woman half kneeling behind him had become slightly heavier, and even her body temperature had gradually risen. Her breathing was like an orchid, and her heartbeat had also become faster and faster. Yang Kai didn't know if it was intentional or not, but during the process of kneading, her full and supple chest rubbed against his back from time to time, as if they were close, yet also apart. Her two cherry-like peaks rubbed against his spine, giving him a burst of sharp sensation. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming slightly strange. Could this beautiful woman Yunli really be like Bai Luo had said? She had been lonely for a long time, and now she was acting like a wolf or a tiger. Otherwise, how could she be making such a big commotion? The strange reaction of this beautiful woman also caused Yang Kai to become somewhat restless. Yunli wasn't very old, at most 25 years old. Although she wasn't at the prime of her life, she was still at the peak of her youth. Most importantly, she was far more mature than most young girls, both physically and psychologically. If something really did happen between them, she wouldn't be so entangled. This woman had already been married 10 years ago, but her husband had died within a month, so she had been a widow for 10 years. 10 years ago, she was only 15 years old. After tasting that wonderful feeling, she hadn't continued for a long time. Perhaps she was really moved. He seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's reaction. Yunli smiled. Taking the initiative to distance herself from Yang Kai, she softly said, "Young Lord Lady Bai Luo should be here soon." Yes. He knew that she was reminding him. Yang Kai just nodded and said no more. The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai in surprise. She didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. He couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. A moment later, the sound of Bai Luo grinding her teeth and cursing filled the air. It seemed that she had just been at a critical juncture in her cultivation, when she was disturbed by Ruoyu and Ruoqing. However, since Shanqing Luo had given her orders, she had no choice but to hurry over. Yang Kai. Arriving at the bottom of the loft, Bai Luo placed her hands on her waist and raised her chin as she called out. Yang Kai stood up. Walking over to the window, he directly jumped down and landed in front of her. A woman should act like a woman. Why are you acting so fierce? Yang Kai frowned. None of your business. Bai Luo ground her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai, angrily saying, "Don't think that just because you tried to please me last time I don't hate you anymore. Let me tell you, if it weren't for Master's orders, this lady wouldn't have bothered with you. Then give me back my things." Yang Kai stretched out his hand in a serious manner. "What things?" Bai Luo asked curiously. "That pair of earrings." Bai Luo quickly stepped back and stared at Yang Kai incredulously, a bitter expression appearing on her face as she asked, "Are you serious?" "There's no use in me trying to please you. Why should I try to please you? Give me back my things," Yang Kai said coldly. Hey, are you still a man or not?" Bai Luo suddenly became dumbfounded and sarcastically said, "Things that have been given out are like spilled water. How can you ask for them back? Aren't you being too petty?" "That's because you're ignorant," Yang Kai sneered. "Who said that things that have been given out can't be asked for back?" "I said so." Bai Luo stubbornly refused. "I won't give them back. I won't give them back to you even if you kill me. You gave it to me yourself that day. Since it's in my hands, it's mine. Are you going to give them back or not?" "Nope." "Good." Yang Kai nodded and strode out. Where are you going? Bai Luo sensed something was wrong and quickly stepped in front of him. I'm going to tell your master that you stole an artifact from her treasure house. Yang Kai stared at her provocatively and sneered. You. Bai Luo staggered back a few steps, her finger trembling as she pointed towards Yang Kai, her face flushed red. How can you be so shameless? That was clearly something you took out from her treasure house and threw to me. That day you said. That day I didn't say anything. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smug smile. Little girl, you're still too inexperienced. Do you really think this young master would be so kind as to give you something? And that day, besides those 2 bottles of pills, I didn't take anything else. Yang Kai calmly added. Don't be so unreasonable. Bai Luo was completely dispirited. She finally understood what it meant to eat someone's mouth was short and her hands were soft. Although she couldn't wait to tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces, she still put on a pitiful expression on her face. Looking towards Yang Kai with an aggrieved expression, Bai Luo sobbed. You're not such a person, right? My attitude before was bad and I apologize to you. Do you really have the heart to see me being misunderstood by my master and then punished? Bai Luo stared at him pitifully. The more she spoke, the more her eyes became red, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai didn't buy this at all and coldly said, Sorry, I'm such a shameless and heartless person, and I'm also particularly vengeful, so provoking me is definitely not a wise choice. I'll remember you. Bai Luo saw that her soft approach didn't work, so she didn't bother to put on a pitiful appearance and bitterly grit her teeth. What do you want? Nothing. I'm just bored, so I'm going to find your master and have a chat. Bai Luo's yuan qi fiercely surged as she glared towards Yang Kai, seemingly unable to restrain herself from teaching him a lesson. Yang Kai stared back at her indifferently, grinning meaningfully. Bai Luo's yuan qi 7th stage cultivation wasn't worthy of his attention. If she dared to attack him here, Yang Kai could use this as an excuse to cause a ruckus with Shanqing Luo, completely freeing himself from this dragon lady's shackles. The 2 of them stared at each other for a moment before Bai Luo's imposing manner suddenly collapsed and she weakly said, State your conditions, this lady accepts. Since childhood, this was the first time she had ever received a gift, and now it had become a fatal hindrance. In the future, even if she was beaten to death, she would never accept another gift, especially from a man. Bai Luo felt like her young heart had been deeply hurt, completely shrouded in a lingering shadow. Either show me some respect, or return my gift. Yang Kai stared at her calmly. I know. Bai Luo weakly responded. What else? I'm going out for a stroll, you come with me. And, that's a good boy. Yang Kai proudly laughed and walked out. Even after the 2 left, the beautiful woman Yun Li, as well as Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, who had just arrived, were still staring at the backs of the 2 in amazement. Bai Luo, did she just admit defeat? In Fragrance City, Bai Luo had always been fearless. With the exception of Shanqing Luo, no one had ever been able to make her so obedient. But now Yang Kai, this man of unknown origin, had actually made her admit defeat? The beautiful woman and her 2 maidservants both couldn't help feeling a sense of disbelief, not knowing what to say. Right, did Shanqing Luo tell you that if I want to buy something, she has to pay for it? Walking out of the palace and onto the main street, Yang Kai suddenly asked. Bai Luo nodded lightly. Suddenly remembering something, she angrily shouted. Is master's name something you can call her by? Before she could finish her words, Yang Kai knocked her back. In front of your master, I dare call her that, and she doesn't object. You're just a little girl, so why are you being so long-winded? You. Bai Luo snarled. I'm warning you, don't go too far. Yang Kai ignored her and continued walking forward. Behind him, the sound of grinding teeth could be heard, and Yang Kai clearly felt a pair of resentful eyes bite into his back. After wandering around the city for a while, the pair came to a medicine shop. This medicine shop was opened by one of Fragrance City's relatively powerful forces. As soon as the 2 of them stepped inside, the shopkeeper of this medicine shop stumbled out from behind the counter and hurriedly bowed to Bai Luo, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Lady Bai Luo, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not coming out to meet you. As soon as the shopkeeper called out, All the shop assistants in the medicine shop immediately scrambled to their feet while the other guests also fled as if they were avoiding snakes or scorpions. In the blink of an eye, only the shopkeeper remained in the medicine shop. Yang Kai stared blankly at all this, realizing that Bai Luo's reputation in Fragrance City wasn't very good. Bai Luo responded in a lukewarm manner. Lady Bai Luo, what do you want to buy today? The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked cautiously. I don't want to buy anything he does. This one here is the master. You take care of him. Bai Luo pointed to Yang Kai snappily. The shopkeeper didn't quite understand, glancing back and forth between Yang Kai and Bai Luo suspiciously. Do you have any pills that can nourish one's soul and restore one's soul? Yang Kai asked directly. Yes. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. Soul-nourishing pill, soul-restoring pill, soul-restoring pill. These are all things this honored guest needs. Which one do you want? How many do we have? Yang Kai asked. There aren't many of these kinds of pills. Each one only has 3 or 4 bottles. Only the soul-restoring pill has 5 bottles. I'll take all of them. Yang Kai waved his hand and said generously. In any case, with Shanqing Luo acting as a spendthrift, it would be a waste not to buy them. Besides, Shanqing Luo was the great evil queen of this generation, so this kind of money was nothing to her. Chapter 317. All of them? The shopkeeper looked dumbfounded, and even Bai Luo looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. What do you want these things for? You haven't even reached the immortal ascension boundary yet. Don't meddle in things you shouldn't meddle in. Yang Kai replied faintly. Sister Bai Luo, this? The shopkeeper turned to ask for instructions. Didn't you hear? This young master said he wants them all, so take them all out. Just pack them up and send them to Master's palace. You won't be short on money. Bai Luo had just suffered at the hands of Yang Kai, so in the blink of an eye, she had taken it all out on the shopkeeper. Yes. The shopkeeper nodded. Although Bai Luo's temper wasn't good, when doing business with her she would never bully others, so the shopkeeper wasn't worried about her reneging on her debt. However, who was this boy? Bai Luo seemed to hold a great deal of resentment towards him. The shopkeeper's heart pounded, but he didn't dare neglect, quickly packing up all the pills Yang Kai wanted and ordering one of the shop assistants to deliver them to the palace. When the shop assistant walked past Bai Luo, he kept his head down, his eyes staring straight at his toes, not daring to look at Bai Luo at all. After leaving the medicine shop, Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally glanced over at Bai Luo. Many men in the city seem to be afraid of you. Bai Luo said valiantly, her enchanting face filled with arrogance and pride, puffing out her chest and casually declaring, if they dare look at me, this young lady will dig out their eyes. That's too much. Kai Yang frowned. Isn't being beautiful so that others can look at you? If others don't look at you, then what's the point of that? What's the point of being beautiful? What do you know? Bai Luo glared at him. You men's minds are filled with dirty thoughts. Seeing a beautiful woman you want to do bad things. This young lady doesn't want to be looked at like that. Not everyone is like that. Yang Kai argued unconvincingly. Bai Luo swept her eyes over him for a moment before suddenly saying, and you're definitely not. At the very least, when you looked at me, you didn't show any obscene eyes. I admit that you're better than most men in this regard. Sister Bai Luo is too polite. Yang Kai responded lightly. Now, where do you want to go? Bai Luo crossed her arms behind her back, revealing her delicate curves. She said impatiently, if you don't want to walk around, I will return to my residence to cultivate. Of course we have to stroll around. Fragrance City has more than one medicinal workshop, right? There are 4 or 5 rooms. You're still going to the pill shop? Bai Luo looked at him with slight surprise. You're not going to buy some soul-nourishing pills, are you? Of course. What's the point of buying so many? Do you even need them? Bai Luo grumbled before curling her lips and saying, Fine, I won't meddle in your business. If you want to buy it, I'll take you there. Rolling her eyes, Bai Luo suddenly giggled before quickly putting on a serious expression, coughing lightly and pretending to be nonchalant as she led the way. Although Fragrance City was not small, there were only a few medicinal workshops here. After all, to be able to sell pills in large quantities, one needed a powerful family as a backer. The financial, human, and material resources involved were not something some small forces could satisfy. Therefore, in the entire city, there were only 5 medicinal workshops in total. Bai Luo led the way in front of Yang Kai for quite some time. Finally, after visiting the first 4 pill shops and sweeping up all the pills that could replenish one's soul and nourish one's soul, he led Yang Kai to the 5th pill shop. Inside Heavenly Lu Medicine Workshop, a young man in a tight suit hurried up to the 2nd floor and knocked lightly on the door of a certain room. A thunderous voice immediately rang out from inside. "Fuck, who is it? Didn't I tell you not to bother me if it wasn't important? Little brat, I'll twist your dog head off." "Young master, it's about young lady Bai Luo." The young man in the tight suit was cursed like a dog but didn't complain at all, instead still replying respectfully. Immediately, a thumping sound came from inside, as if the person inside the room had quickly stood up and rushed out. On the 1st floor of Heavenly Lu Medicine Workshop, the shop assistants who were working all wore bitter expressions as they stared up at the ceiling in horror, fearing that their young master would stomp a hole through it. With a crashing sound, the door was opened, and an extremely tall and sturdy man rushed out. He looked like a strong bear. This man wasn't very old, only in his early 20s, but he was extremely handsome and had a unique physique. His face was covered with a full beard, giving him an extremely rough appearance. Only his pair of small and narrow eyes, combined with his physique, gave him a somewhat sinister appearance. This was the young master of the family behind Heavenly Lu Medicine Workshop, Lu Yu. The Lu family was a great force in Fragrance City, and its patriarch was one of Fragrance City's elders. They had been assisting the Shanqing Luo for more than 200 years, and could be said to have worked hard for many years. The Lu family's main residence was not in Fragrance City, but rather a mountain villa 100 kilometers outside of the city. The reason why Lu Yu wanted to stay in Fragrance City's medicine workshop was because of his relationship with Bai Luo. Since accidentally meeting Bai Luo a year ago, Lu Yu had been shocked by her beauty and was determined to marry her into his family. Although Bai Luo's background was low, and she was neither a pretty girl from a humble family nor a noble family, she was still the most popular person in the Shanqing Luo, so the Lu family was quite supportive of this matter, and allowed Lu Yu to stay in the city. Unfortunately this year, Lu Yu had only seen Bai Luo a few times, and each time it was Bai Luo who was forced to flee the Shanqing Luo's palace. Even Lu Yu didn't dare to casually break into it. Every time Bai Luo fled into the palace, Lu Yu could only sigh. If there was anyone in Fragrance City that Bai Luo was afraid of, it was none other than Lu Yu. Whenever Bai Luo thought about this man who was more than 4 times her size, she would wake up from nightmares. Rushing out of the room, Lu Yu grabbed the young man who had come to deliver the message. This young man was also extremely strong, but now he was being carried by Lu Yu like a little chick, his feet dangling off the ground. "What happened to Bai Luo?" Lu Yu asked hurriedly. The young man's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he hurriedly said, "Young master, didn't you say before that once young lady Bai Luo left the palace, you would report to me? Today she came out." "She came out." Lu Yu looked overjoyed, tossing the young man to the ground before running 3 steps back and asking, "Where is she now?" The young man's expression became strange as he replied, "Young lady Bai Luo is currently heading towards Heavenly Lu Medicine Square." "HM?" Lu Yu stared blankly for a moment before asking coldly, "Are your dog eyes not deceiving you?" "It's true, she really is heading towards Heavenly Lu Medicine Square." How could that be? Although Lu Yu's appearance was earth-shattering, what was at odds with his physique was that he was a clever man. He had long known that Bai Luo didn't like him and had always been chased back to the Queen's Master's palace, so how could she possibly be a sheep in a tiger's den this time? Did she come alone? Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Lu Yu's expression became cold, his small and narrow eyes narrowing slightly as a cold light flashed across them. "No." The young man who had delivered the message trembled and stammered, It seems she came with a young man." Lu Yu's yuan qi suddenly erupted, causing the 2nd floor of the room to shatter as he sneered. "A young man. I'd like to see who dares have ideas about this father's woman." On the street, Yang Kai stared at Bai Luo suspiciously. Although he knew that she was definitely up to something, Yang Kai wasn't quite sure what she was planning to do. This enchanting girl's expression was quite hesitant, her brow furrowed, as if she was struggling to decide what to do. Bai Luo was naturally a little worried. Lu Yu wasn't an easy person to deal with, so if he really came to Heavenly Le Medicine Square, it would definitely cause some trouble. What if this smelly brat was killed by Lu Yu? He was an honored guest of her master. If something really happened to him, it would be difficult to explain to the master. However, Bai Luo quickly calmed down. If she really couldn't handle it, she could just use her master's name. Even if Lu Yu was arrogant, he wouldn't dare not give face to the master. And teaching this little brat a lesson should be enough, lest he think this girl is easy to bully. Remembering Yang Kai's previous attitude towards her, Bai Luo couldn't help grinding her teeth. Haven't we arrived yet? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Bai Luo was walking very slowly, obviously thinking about something. We're here. Bai Luo's slender fingers pointed forward. That's the largest medicine square in Fragrance City, and also the last one. How about we don't go? Bai Luo suddenly said. At this moment, she didn't want to act so viciously. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully, a playful look on his face. There's someone there, I hate him. I'm afraid we can't go. Yang Kai chuckled. Someone else has come to invite us. Ah. Bai Luo was stunned, looking up and suddenly wearing a bitter expression. Several men dressed in martial attire quickly rushed out of the Heavenly Le Medicine clinic opposite them, and walked straight towards them. These people's strength wasn't weak, and although they weren't young, they were all masters at the Yuan Qi realm. When they arrived in front of the two, they all smiled and cupped their fists. Young Lady Bai Luo, my young master has been waiting for you for a long time. I hope young Lady Bai Luo will give us some face and come to the medicine square for a chat. I have nothing to say to your young master. Bai Luo's face filled with disgust as she pulled Yang Kai aside. Let's go. One of the men stepped forward and blocked her path, smiling bitterly. Young Lady Bai Luo, if you don't go, I'm afraid we'll lose a layer of skin today. I hope young Lady Bai Luo can take pity on us. We don't want to anger our young master. What does your life or death have to do with me? Bai Luo shouted coldly. The man who spoke helplessly said. Young master also said that if young Lady Bai Luo doesn't want to give us face, then forget it, but this young lord must come with us. He dares. Bai Luo's voice became colder and colder, her beautiful eyes filled with anger and regret. She really shouldn't have dragged Yang Kai into these muddy waters. She knew that coming here was definitely not a good thing, but she had still brought him along. Heh. Whether we dare or not isn't up to young Lady Bai Luo to decide. This young lord, please. The men looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he frowned and said, I came here to buy pills. Whatever grievances you have, I won't get involved, so don't drag me in. Chapter 318. By now, Yang Kai also understood what was going on. That Lu Yu probably had some kind of interest in Bai Luo, so when he saw Yang Kai together with Bai Luo, he couldn't help feeling annoyed. Bai Luo was also aware of this and had brought him here in hopes that Lu Yu would teach him a lesson. But she didn't know why, but she regretted it now. Thinking so, Yang Kai glanced over at Bai Luo faintly. Feeling the cold light in his eyes, Bai Luo's heart clenched. Since this young lord wants to buy some pills, please, our Heavenly Le Medicine Square is the largest medicinal shop in Fragrance City. We won't disappoint you, haha. The young man in the black robe said to Yang Kai with a smile. Having reached this point, if he tried to leave now, he would only be looked down upon. What's more, the other party had clearly invited him over, so even if he wanted to leave he couldn't. I'll settle this with you when we get back. Yang Kai coldly snorted and stepped towards Heavenly Le Medicine Square. Bai Luo's face filled with worry as she hurried to catch up. Her enchanting face filled with annoyance. The group entered Heavenly Le Medicine Square, but before Yang Kai could even stand still, he felt a pair of sharp and hostile eyes land on him. Following this gaze, Yang Kai's expression became cold. He had never seen such a tall and sturdy man before. His body was like an iron tower, and he was 2 heads taller than the average person. Moreover, the muscles on his body were bulging, and every piece of flesh was filled with explosive power. He was born with big arms and a round waist. He had a bear's waist and a tiger's back, just like a god standing there. His small and narrow eyes were narrowed, revealing only a small gap, but they still bloomed with a cold light as his mouth curled into a cold grin. Although he had not yet fought with him, Yang Kai could still feel a slight pressure from this burly man. This Lu Yu's combat strength was likely no worse than Qiu Yimeng's, perhaps even slightly higher. Lu Yu, what do you want to do? As soon as Bai Luo came in, she took the initiative and sternly said, he is Master's honored guest, don't be too presumptuous. Master's honored guest? Lu Yu's expression was slightly startled. Immediately sneered, his eyes becoming as cold as ice. Him? Who does he think he is? How can he be the Master's guest? He obviously thought that Bai Luo was just trying to scare him and didn't take her words seriously. I'm serious. Bai Luo anxiously said. If anything happens to him, you'll also be finished. Master's anger is no joke. Even the Yu family can't protect you. Cut the crap. Lu Yu said impatiently. Bai Luo being so protective of Yang Kai only made him feel more and more uncomfortable, grinning fiercely as he said, even if he is Master's honored guest, so what? It would be fine as long as he didn't die. Besides, with his thin arms and legs, I don't want to make a move. I don't want others to say that I'm bullying him. Hearing this, Bai Luo couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. At least you have some self-awareness. As long as Lu Yu didn't make a move, no one would die. While the two were talking, Yang Kai just watched from the side. At this moment, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and say lightly, you can settle your grudges by yourselves. As I said, I'm just here to buy some pills. Buy pills? Lu Yu grinned meaningfully. If you want pills, I have plenty here. If others came here to buy them, the price would be fair, but if you want to buy them, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Lu Yu, do you really have to be like this? Bai Luo's expression also became cold. Your heavenly Lu Medicine Square opened its doors to do business. Why make things difficult for him? So what if I'm making things difficult for him? Unless, haha, Bai Luo, you agree to marry me. As long as you marry me, I, your father, will immediately kowtow to this little brat and apologize. Lu Yu's expression changed as he looked at Bai Luo with a grin. In your dreams? Bai Luo clenched her teeth and refused. This lady would rather marry a dog than marry you. Lu Yu didn't get angry and instead just smiled, as if even if Bai Luo said some harsh words, she wouldn't be able to provoke him. Turning his eyes to Yang Kai, Lu Yu's smile faded and his expression became cold. Little brat, your luck isn't good. Since Bai Luo won't marry me, you're in big trouble. What kind of pills do you want to buy? Lu Yu suddenly asked. Bai Luo thought he had changed his mind and smiled happily, quickly replying, pills that can restore one's soul and soul. Oh, the heavenly Lu Medicine Square still has a lot in stock. Lu Yu nodded, waving his hand. Bring out all of these pills. The shop assistant in the heavenly Lu Medicine Square quickly complied and a moment later, brought out a dozen bottles of pills. Just send them to my palace. I'll come to settle the bill another day. Bai Luo smiled lightly, looking at Lu Yu and saying, I didn't think a bear like you would be so easy to talk to. Haha. Lu Yu grinned, turning to Yang Kai and saying, whether I agree or not depends on whether this friend gives me face or not. Face is earned by oneself, not given by others. Yang Kai coldly snorted, being dragged into this mess for no reason. He was extremely unhappy. If he was unhappy, no one else would be happy. Well said. Lu Yu laughed heartily, as if these words had touched his heart. Friend, I'll give you two choices. First, take these pills and get the hell out of Fragrance City. Get as far away as you can and never appear in front of me again for the rest of your life. I choose the second choice. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and interrupted his words. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment before grinning. Little brat, you're quite arrogant. I haven't seen someone like you in a long time. Saying so, he took the initiative to jump back a few steps and said to the other youths, you guys play with him, whether you win or lose, these pills belong to him. Bai Luo was shocked and screamed, hey Lu Yu, you're going too far. All of them are at the Yuan Qi boundary. One-on-one is one thing, but how can you let them bully you with numbers? So what if they bully you with numbers? Lu Yu's face was full of disdain. Here you can either compete with me in terms of wealth or family background. He has nothing, so he can only compete with me in terms of combat strength. What I hate most is arrogance. The several youths grinned, all of them shaking their necks and tilting their heads, slowly walking over to Yang Kai and surrounding him. The strength of these youths wasn't low, at least a Yuan Qi 3rd or 4th order cultivator, one of them even being a Yuan Qi 6th order cultivator. Inside Heavenly Lu Medicine Square, several old men narrowed their eyes as they stared outside, their expressions indifferent. Although they were all immortal ascension boundary masters, they wouldn't intervene in a fight between youths. Lu Yu's arrogance wouldn't allow them to do so, but Yang Kai and Bai Luo had come together. Their relationship was definitely not ordinary, so if they really provoked the other immortal ascension boundary masters in the city, or even Shanqing Luo, things would only become more troublesome. No matter how much these youths fought, it was still a matter of loyalty, not something worth mentioning. Therefore, they just turned a blind eye to the situation outside. It wasn't the first time their young master had bullied others. Killing them was a common occurrence, so it wasn't a big deal. Little brat. It's not too late to back out now. Father will allow you to choose one more time. Lu Yu laughed wildly. Before his laughter faded, Yang Kai had already made his move. A Yuan Qi 3rd order youth only saw a blur in front of his eyes before his whole body suddenly flew through the air. A burst of pain coming from his chest before he fell unconscious. Asterisk prung pung pung. Asterisk a series of muffled sounds rang out as 3 or 4 figures flew through the air, accompanied by muffled groans and the sound of bones breaking. In the blink of an eye, several youths under Lu Yu fell to the ground with a loud thud. Only the Yuan Qi 6th order cultivator was left. He didn't even have time to recover before he found that his companions had been sent flying. Then, a figure appeared in front of him like a gust of wind. In a panic, he hurriedly tried to defend himself, but his opponent easily broke through his defenses, and he was completely suppressed before he could even react. A sky full of fist shadows, each one of them ethereal and illusory, flew towards him. Superimposed on top of each other, they suddenly bombarded his whole body. Asterisk pa 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 pa. Asterisk this person's Yuan Qi was so strong that he couldn't even lift a finger, and the sound of bones breaking rang out from all over his body. In the midst of the explosion, Yang Kai leapt up and kicked him in the shoulder, sending him flying like a ragged sack before he fell to the ground, motionless. Lu Yu's pupils shrank. The moment Yang Kai attacked, he had already noticed the strength and purity of Yang Kai's true qi. The sudden burst of Yang Kai's true qi strength and purity made him almost unable to believe his eyes. In the blink of an eye, all of his subordinates had been wiped out. Ah! Bai Luo blinked her big eyes, a look of shock filling her face as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. Although she had been in contact with Yang Kai several times, she didn't know much about him. Her knowledge was limited to Yang Kai's not-so-high realm. This was the first time she had seen him fight. In a flash, 4 or 5 Yuan Qi cultivators had been defeated. What kind of combat strength was this? Could a Yuan Qi 5th stage cultivator achieve this? Bai Luo's heart trembled. She suddenly understood why her master valued him so much. Him being a Yuan Qi 5th stage cultivator seemed to be quite extraordinary. Inside Heavenly Lu Medicine Square, the several old men also narrowed their eyes in shock. Yang Kai's attack was decisive and extremely ruthless. The several Yuan Qi young men all had their bones broken in at least a dozen places. The Yuan Qi 6th stage cultivator was even more miserable, probably unable to get out of bed for at least half a year. How come they had never heard of such a powerful and overbearing young man before? In the middle of the square, Yang Kai stood there indifferently, glancing over at Lu Yu before calling out, "Bai Luo." "HM." Bai Luo was surprised and quickly responded, "Take these pills, let's go." And Bai Luo quickly ran out and grabbed the dozen or so bottles of pills the shop assistant had brought out before walking over to Yang Kai with a worried expression. "You want to leave?" Lu Yu roared, his voice like a thunderbolt on a clear day, causing the entire street to tremble. With a loud roar, Lu Yu leapt up into the air and landed in front of Yang Kai, blocking his way, glaring at him menacingly. "You want to leave after injuring my people? You won't get away so easily. What do you want?" Yang Kai stared at him coldly. "Fight with me." Lu Yu cracked his neck, his expression fierce. "If you can beat me, it won't be too late for you to leave." "Lu Yu, don't go too far." Bai Luo frowned coldly. "I've already gotten what I want. Do you still have the capital to make me fight?" Yang Kai looked at him disdainfully. Lu Yu sneered. A pill to supplement your soul. There is also a divine spirit pill in the square. A mysterious grade low-rank pill. What do you think? Not interested. Chapter 319. You don't even fancy a mysterious grade pill? Lu Yu was startled. This wasn't an ordinary pill, but one that could repair one's spiritual energy. The value of this pill was much higher than a bottle of other mysterious grade pills, at least a few 100,000 silvers. Mysterious grade pills weren't something that could be casually refined. In the entire Great Han Dynasty, there were no more than 30 alchemists who could refine mysterious grade pills, yet Lu Yu didn't even spare a glance at them. Was this little brat's vision so high? Not interested. Yang Kai quickly said. Lu Yu's eyes suddenly became cold, and his yuan qi fiercely burst forth. Father doesn't care if you're interested or not. Since you've been targeted by Father, you'll have to fight even if you don't want to. As he spoke, the ground where he stood cracked and stone fragments flew out. A dark purple light emerged from Lu Yu's body and transformed into an invisible energy that rushed towards Yang Kai. Lu Yu, if you dare hurt him, you're dead. Bai Luo's beautiful face went pale as she screamed. Although Yang Kai had just defeated several yuan qi cultivators in a flash, Lu Yu was different. He was a famous existence in the entire Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, and although his appearance wasn't very good, his combat strength was quite high. Few of the younger generation could fight against him. Moreover, Lu Yu was a bloodthirsty person. Those who had exchanged blows with him all died cleanly, not leaving a single one alive. Bai Luo didn't know if Yang Kai was his opponent, so how could she not be worried? If something really happened to Yang Kai, how could she explain this to Shanqing Luo? While she was still in shock, Yang Kai's yuan qi also burst forth. Asterisk poo poo poo, asterisk the two attacks condensed from their respective yuan qi collided, and were evenly matched. Lu Yu's invisible attack was cleanly resolved. Before he had time to catch his breath, Yang Kai suddenly saw Lu Yu's mouth curl into a smug smile. His expression changed and he leaped into the air. Asterisk ci, asterisk suddenly, an evil light shot out from the ground, almost piercing through Yang Kai's foot. Huh. A cold light flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so vigilant and able to avoid that sudden attack. Yang Kai, who had leaped into the air, looked like a burning fireball. The true Yang yuan qi was pushed to the limit. It swooped down like an eagle soaring through the sky, carrying with it a destructive force. Sensing the heat and pressure coming from above his head, Lu Yu didn't dare to be careless. He raised both his palms and met the attack head-on. Boom boom boom. The violent yuan qi collided with each other like waves, and each collision brought out a halo of light. It spread outwards like ripples. In such a collision, Lu Yu's tower-like body slowly sank into the ground. It wasn't that he wasn't as strong as Yang Kai, but that the ground couldn't withstand such an attack. With Lu Yu as the center, cracks that looked like turtle patterns had already appeared on the ground where he stood. The cold light in Yang Kai's eyes grew stronger. He threw out his yuan qi without any scruples, trying to push Lu Yu into the ground. Sensing his intentions, Lu Yu let out a furious roar. Like a mad beast, his muscles bulged as he used all the strength in his body to fiercely throw out a punch. Half of Fragrance City trembled. The surrounding shops were smashed into pieces by this punch, and the shop assistants inside all screamed. They hurriedly ran away. Even Heavenly Lo Medicine Square couldn't avoid it. Yang Kai looked dignified. He had no intention of dodging. Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. 3 bursts of energy instantly superimposed under Yang Kai's control. Boom! Lu Yu's body was smashed half into the ground, and Kai Yang borrowed the force of the rebound to float to the side. Once he had stabilized his footing, his face was slightly pale. Lu Yu didn't suffer from this blow. Instead, it was Yang Kai who suffered. But being forcefully smashed into the ground, what Lu Yu lost was face. There was complete silence, not a sound could be heard. The onlookers all turned to look at Yang Kai again, their eyes filled with shock and surprise. None of them had expected him to be able to beat Lu Yu into such a state. What's going on? A number of figures flew over from all directions, all of them Immortal Ascension boundary masters from the city. Under Shanqing Luo's management, Fragrance City rarely had street fights, But today's battle had caused such a ruckus that even the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters couldn't help but rush over to see what was going on. After discovering that the one fighting at the scene was actually Luyu, they couldn't help feeling stunned. The most important thing was that Luyu seemed to have suffered a loss. His body was buried in the ground, and the one he was fighting was actually just a young boy. What happened? Who is Luyu fighting with? These people flew to the side and grabbed a few of the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters inside Heavenly Le Medicine Square. Who is he? He can actually fight Luyu head-on. One of the Le family masters smiled bitterly. We don't know where this little brat came from, but according to Bai Luo, he is an honored guest of the Queen's Master. An honored guest of the Queen's Master? How come we haven't heard of him? Don't worry about that. What should we do now? It's over. The young master has never suffered such a big loss before. This time I'm afraid he won't be able to settle this peacefully. Heh. In the middle of the field, Liu suddenly laughed a few times, raising his head and glaring at Yang Kai, the chill in his eyes almost solidifying as he said in a low voice, "No one has ever dared to treat me like this. Your courage isn't small." As he spoke, Liyu's body once again emitted a purple demonic qi, but this time, this demonic qi was like a solid tattoo on his body. Demonic purple qi body. Some of the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in the crowd exclaimed, "Is Liu going to use this move?" The young master still can't suppress this demonic qi. Quickly stop him. It's too late. What kind of background does this little brat have? How did he force the young master to use this move? The group of people were so anxious that their foreheads were dripping with sweat, but there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that Liu would quickly defeat Yang Kai and disperse his demonic purple qi body. The demonic purple qi body was a martial skill that was born inside the evil cavern. A cultivator would enter the evil cavern and absorb the flowing time Great Emperor's demonic qi. If one's luck was good enough and if one's aptitude was high enough, they would be able to comprehend this martial skill. Every year, many cultivator would enter the evil cavern in an attempt to comprehend its mysteries, but the number of people who entered was not small, and many of them died. Occasionally, there would be a few people who were lucky enough to come out alive, but they were not necessarily able to comprehend this martial skill. Liu was one of those who had successfully comprehended this martial skill. Every year, he would spend a period of time in the evil cavern to absorb the demonic qi in order to enhance the power of this martial skill. After so many years, this martial skill could already play a significant role. Using the demonic purple qi body, Liu's strength soared, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Leaping up from the ground, he grinned maliciously as he approached Yang Kai. As he took a step forward, a mace suddenly appeared in his hand. The barbs on the mace were incomparably sharp, and the surface of the mace flashed with a bright red light, as if it was made of thick blood. This mace had obviously killed a lot of people. Liu was going all out. Everyone who saw this knew that he must have flown into a rage out of humiliation. That was why he had used the demonic purple qi body as well as an artifact. He didn't intend to hold back at all. Yang Kai, you be careful. He doesn't have any sense of reason right now. Bai Luo's beautiful face went pale as she screamed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at her coldly and snorted. Noticing the approaching demonic qi, Yang Kai leisurely pushed Jin Yang Yuan qi back into the dantian. The energy inside the unyielding golden skeleton suddenly erupted. Asterisk hua. Asterisk as if dark clouds had covered the sky. A dark turbulence instantly swallowed all the light. Everyone only felt their vision go dark, and they couldn't see anything. Immediately, two scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness, just like Liyu's, filled with madness, bloodthirst, and cruelty. What a strong evil qi. Everyone was shocked as they stared at Yang Kai's transformation in amazement. All of them dumbfounded for a moment. These immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all had extremely sharp divine senses and keen eyesight. How could they not notice that Yang Kai's evil qi was even stronger than Liyu's? Could it also be a martial skill he comprehended inside the evil cavern? Why does it look so similar to Liyu's? Besides the color of their bodies being different, there wasn't much difference. No, it's not the same. A relatively strong immortal Ascension Boundary Master said in amazement. Look, although their eyes are similar, Liu obviously doesn't have much consciousness left. His mind has been swallowed by the evil qi inside his body. He's acting on instinct. But this boy, his eyes are very calm. Could it be he can suppress the evil qi inside his body? I'm afraid so. Damn, what kind of freak is this? A group of people suddenly shouted. Only the several immortal ascension boundary masters from Heavenly Lu Medicine Square frowned. You're dead, haha. Lu Yu muttered under his breath, his cold and crazed eyes locked onto Yang Kai. Holding his mace, Lu Yu slowly walked over, and as he approached, a violent pressure pressed down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned the blood-red Azura sword into his hand. With a shake of the sword, Yang Kai's body instantly filled with sword qi. A heaven-grade artifact. The group of immortal ascension boundary masters exclaimed. Heaven-grade artifacts were rare. Even for these people, only a few of them possessed a heaven-grade artifact. Moreover, this was a heaven-grade longsword artifact. Its value was much higher than ordinary artifacts. As soon as this sword appeared, the evil qi emanating from this boy's body seemed to become denser, even more tyrannical than before. At such a young age, his strength was so tyrannical, and he even had a heaven-grade artifact to protect himself. Not to mention he was an honored guest of the beguiling demon queen. This little brat's background wasn't small. Perceiving this, the foreheads of the Lu family's immortal ascension boundary masters were instantly filled with cold sweat. Was he the descendant of one of the evil kings? If that was the case, and Lu Yu had provoked him like this, the Lu family would be in big trouble. Sister Bai Luo, Sister Bai Luo. One of the Lu family masters quietly came over to Bai Luo's side and whispered cautiously, "What is this young lord's identity?" Bai Luo stared at Yang Kai, her seductive face completely drained of blood as she smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know. It was Master who brought him back. I said he was Master's honored guest." "You don't know anything?" The Master didn't give up and continued to ask. Bai Luo slowly shook her head. Hong Hong Hong. While the two were talking, Lu Yu and Yang Kai had already begun fighting. Lu Yu, with his demonic purple qi body, held a huge mace in his hand, each of his strikes seeming to contain a tremendous amount of power. As he weaved through the air, Yang Kai's dark sword qi was shattered into pieces. Chapter 320. Lu Yu's physique was strong and robust. With the huge wolf-tooth club in his hand, he exuded a tyrannical aura of supremacy. Every time he swung the wolf-tooth club, every strike would cover a huge area. The thousands of sword qi streams surrounding Yang Kai's body were destroyed before they could even play a role. His face sinking, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a black sword wave condensed from Yuan qi, shooting straight towards Lu Yu, almost cutting the void in half. Lu Yu grinned and did not dodge, instead raising his club and slashing down. With a bang, the black sword wave was shattered, and although Lu Yu's body was slightly shaken, he was not injured in the slightest. His footsteps did not stop as he fiercely smashed towards Yang Kai. Wrapped in the inky black demonic qi, Yang Kai's pair of red eyes flashed coldly. Black qi swirled around his palms as he fiercely pushed them forward. White tiger seal, divine ox seal. Accompanied by the roar of a tiger and the roar of an ox, two huge black beast phantoms appeared, one bearing its fangs as it pounced towards Lu Yu while the other rushed forward. Dong dong dong. The earth trembled fiercely. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with madness. Not only was he not shocked, he laughed loudly and went up to greet him. He shouted, Good, but you are still dead. I will drink your blood dry. You are qualified to make me do that." The wolf-tooth club swept out in both directions and the two beast phantoms were directly blown away, dissipating into the air and disappearing. However, after this short delay, Yang Kai had already made his next move. 3 sword qi streams opened up a path in front of him, as his demonic qi suddenly transformed into a giant hand that covered the sky and slammed down towards Lu Yu. 2 months ago, Yang Kai was still unable to control his own demonic qi at will, but since learning Xiao Fusheng's method of controlling Yuan qi on Hidden Cloud Peak, his ability to control this demonic qi was no longer something he could compare to before. Although this kind of control was still superficial, it was much better than before. Quickly approaching, Lu Yu smashed the 3 sword qi streams with his club, causing his hairs to stand on end as his purple demonic qi surged. Before he could dodge, he was struck by the pitch-black hand. Hong Long Long, it was as if the entire earth had been slapped down, and the green slabs turned into fragments that fluttered about endlessly. The darkness churned, and Lu Yu completely disappeared into the darkness. Bai Luo's jaw dropped, not knowing what to say. She had thought that Yang Kai's previous performance was already strong enough, but she had never imagined that this wasn't even Yang Kai's true level. The mysteriousness and strangeness of this person had far exceeded Bai Luo's imagination. Young Master! The several Lu family Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters exclaimed. However, he immediately calmed down. Under the probing of their divine senses, they found that Lu Yu's vital energy and blood had not weakened at all. Instead, due to his anger, they were rapidly increasing in strength. This little brat is quite fierce, actually being able to force Lu Yu to eat defeat after defeat. Ha ha ha. I really want to see what kind of expression that old dog Lu Wuji will have when he hears this news. An Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator, who had come to watch the show, laughed loudly. He seemed to be very happy to see Lu Yu being bullied. Lu Wuji, the previous patriarch of the Lu family, peak Immortal Ascension Boundary. He was also an elder of Fragrance City. What a pity, the several elders and master have all gone to the Beast King's territory. I'm afraid we won't be able to see them for the time being. Someone else gloated. The faces of the several Lu family Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters suddenly went black. All of them glared hatefully at these people. Yang Kai's expression remained cold, his brow wrinkling slightly as he carefully sensed the changes in Lu Yu's aura. Suddenly, a faint purple light burst forth from the boundless darkness. When this faint light appeared, it looked like a small flame. However, this flame quickly spread outwards like a prairie fire. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk, a burst of purple demonic chi broke through the darkness and shot towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. This purple demonic chi almost condensed into a tangible substance, like a burning flame, but what was strange was that not only did it not have the slightest heat, it instead gave off a bone-chilling cold. Asterisk pa 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 pa. Asterisk, Yang Kai's demonic chi surged, the black and purple demonic chi madly colliding, neither side able to gain the upper hand. A moment later, the purple demonic chi returned, breaking through the blockade of darkness, and Lu Yu's burly figure once again appeared in front of everyone. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yu rested his huge mace on his shoulder, letting out a low and gloomy laugh. Yang Kai's expression sank. He suddenly discovered that at some point his body had caught fire, and this time it was a purple demonic fire. A bone-chilling cold spread from the location of the fire, quickly wrapping around his entire body. As the demonic fire burned, not only did it cause one to feel a chill from the bottom of their heart, but it also caused their energy to rapidly dissipate. This was not a fire, but rather the effect of the purple demonic chi that had reached a certain level of density. As the temperature of his body rapidly decreased, so did the demonic chi around him. Yang Kai's entire body was quickly covered in a layer of frost, even his hair and clothes becoming white as snow. Lu Yu's mouth bloomed into a cold grin. You're dead. As he spoke, the purple tattoos on Lu Yu's body seemed to come alive, breaking off from his skin and transforming into terrifying vipers that opened their fangs and bit towards Yang Kai. This little brat is finished. The spectating Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters once again excitedly commented. In this group of people, with the exception of the Lu family's masters, they were all eager to see the world burn. Who cared if Yang Kai was a master, an honored guest, or a young master of the Lu family? If his body had not been frozen, he might have been able to fight Lu Yu, but now that his body was frozen, his movements were sluggish, so how could he avoid Lu Yu's attack? In for a penny, in for a pound. After Lu Yu released the purple tattooed snakes, he also rushed towards Yang Kai with his wolf-tooth club. He was determined to kill him. Don't. Bai Luo screamed, but how could Lu Yu, who had lost most of his consciousness and only wanted to kill Yang Kai, pay her any attention? At that moment, the sluggish Yang Kai's body suddenly fluttered with blood-red petals. A seemingly intoxicating floral fragrance wafted out from these petals. These petals quickly gathered together, and soon formed the shape of a blooming begonia flower, which wrapped around Yang Kai's body, leaving not the slightest gap. Another heaven-grade artifact? The Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Only now did they realize that the situation was far from good. If Yang Kai taking out a heaven-grade artifact before made them realize that Yang Kai had some background, then this one was truly not small. At the very least, this wasn't something the Lu family could contend with. What kind of force could allow a young man to carry 2 heaven-grade artifacts? Moreover, both of them were weapons that exuded thick murderous intent. The Lu family couldn't. Lu Yu only had a single heaven-grade artifact. Was this young man related to one of the other 5 great evil kings? Or was he the disciple of some hidden master? The Lu family's immortal ascension boundary master's jaws dropped. What are you waiting for? You idiots! Quickly stop Lu Yu. One of the spectating immortal ascension boundary masters didn't want to make things too big, and quickly reminded them. Oh! The Lu family masters woke up from their stupor, not daring to hesitate. They all rushed towards the battlefield. In front of the budding thousand-blossoming blood begonia, Lu Yu held his mace high and released his full strength. With a loud bang, the flower bud instantly shattered, revealing Yang Kai inside. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai was sent flying, vomiting a mouthful of blood midair. But the purple demonic flames that originally wrapped around his body had disappeared at some point. His expression extremely cold, Yang Kai quickly waved his hands. Thousands of petals flew back and forth. The Azura sword light was like a snake coming out of its hole, swallowing and spitting. A huge sword light appeared and slashed down towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu's pupils shrank. With a roar, his muscles bulged as he raised his mace to block the sword light. But the thousands of petals continued to attack. All of you stop! The Lu family's immortal ascension boundary masters finally arrived, one blocking Yang Kai while the rest rushed to Lu Yu's side. With the combined strength of these masters, the thousand-blossoming blood begonia and the Azura sword chi were both blocked. Young master! Stop fighting! Get out of my way, I'll kill him! I can kill him! Lu Yu's yuan chi surged violently as he waved his mace, sending the immortal ascension boundary masters into a panic. Who the fuck stops me? I'll kill them all! The several immortal ascension boundary masters glanced at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, suddenly nodding and quickly attacking. With a series of bangs, Lu Yu was knocked unconscious. They had no choice but to do this. Knocking Lu Yu out like this would inevitably cause him to suffer a backlash from the demonic purple chi body. After all, he still couldn't completely control the demonic energy in his body. Because of this concern, even though they knew Yang Kai's background wasn't small, they didn't stop him. But when Yang Kai took out a second heaven-grade artifact, even if they didn't want to stop him, they had no choice but to. This young man's background had suddenly become much bigger. Lu Yu suffering some injuries wasn't a big deal, but the key was that they couldn't afford to offend the great force behind Yang Kai. That great force or master was not someone the Lu family could provoke. What's more, he was an honored guest of the Shanqing Luo. They couldn't afford to provoke him. What do you mean? Yang Kai stared coldly at the Lu family's immortal ascension boundary master blocking his way, methodically taking back his thousand-blossoming blood begonia. Young lord! The Lu family's immortal ascension boundary master frowned, cupping his fists and smiling bitterly. Young lord, please calm your anger. My young master has offended you many times before. I hope young lord can forgive him. As you can see, my young master has lost his mind after using his demonic purple chi body. He doesn't really want to fight to the death with you, so this battle, let's end here. Yang Kai raised his brow and sneered. Your Lu family is quite arrogant, fighting as you please and stopping as you please. The Lu family's immortal ascension boundary master was suddenly at a loss for words, his expression turning ugly. However, he was also powerless to refute. This young man had said before he came that he was only here to buy pills. Yet his young master had insisted on provoking him. Just as he didn't know how to answer, Yang Kai lightly said, since he was knocked unconscious by you, even if I wanted to continue, I wouldn't be able to. Please forgive me, young lord. The Lu family's immortal ascension boundary master smiled apologetically, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Thinking the other party was easy to talk to, he couldn't help feeling grateful. Yang Kai coldly snorted, turned around and walked away, his cold voice echoing, this matter isn't over. Chapter 321. Bai Luo carefully followed behind Yang Kai, holding a dozen or so bottles of spiritual energy-restoring pills in her arms. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared towards the not-so-tall figure in front of her, her brow furrowed in a complicated and annoyed expression. What she had done today really made her regret it. If she hadn't taken him to Heavenly Le Medicine Square, nothing would have happened. The key was that she had first intended to let Lu Yu teach him a lesson, but the result was that she hadn't intended to be so vicious and ended up offending him. Not only that, but he was also so strong that he was able to fight evenly with Lu Yu. At the end of the day, Bai Luo felt like she had no sense of shame at all. Along the way, Yang Kai's silence and indifference made her feel even more uncomfortable. After finally returning to the palace, Bai Luo couldn't bear it any longer and quickly stepped in front of Yang Kai, blocking his path and angrily asking, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Yang Kai glanced over at her faintly, his brow furrowing slightly. "Hey." Bai Luo stretched out her hand and waved it in front of him. "Why are you ignoring me? I know you're very strong, but you don't need to ignore me like this, right? When I took you to Heavenly Le Medicine Square before, I really wanted to let Lu Yu teach you a lesson. Who told you to be so hateful? But later, I didn't want to do that, but at that time the situation was already out of my control. And, I'm sorry, don't be angry." Although Bai Luo was an orphan and didn't come from a noble background, she was still the most popular person in Shanqing Luo's eyes. On top of that, she was an enchanting beauty and had always been quite arrogant. Coupled with her unique hobbies, she had never put any man in her eyes. When Shanqing Luo brought Yang Kai back that day, she had not only allowed him to live in Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, she had also sent 3 of the palace's best women to serve him, naturally causing Bai Luo to feel a little annoyed. Bai Luo didn't have a good impression of Yang Kai, but because of Shanqing Luo's orders, she had never taken Yang Kai seriously. Until today's battle, Yang Kai was able to compete with Lu Yu and even not fall into a disadvantage. Bai Luo realized that this man was different from other men, and understood why Shanqing Luo valued him so much. With her temper and arrogance, sincerely apologizing at this time was simply too much. This was the limit of what she could do. Standing in place, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stared at Bai Luo. He didn't speak. Bai Luo's expression suddenly became unhappy and she angrily said, "I've already apologized, can't you forgive me? Isn't it said that all men are magnanimous? I don't think so." Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Bai Luo's lapel, and pulled her in front of him. Bai Luo's beautiful face paled in an instant, almost reflexively wanting to attack, but remembering Yang Kai's terrifying combat power, she quickly changed her mind. "Luo of Yang Kai's. You're dead." Yang Kai snorted coldly. His tone was cold and firm, not sounding like he was joking at all. Noticing his seriousness, Bai Luo's heart couldn't help trembling. His entire body was ice cold. Just as she was about to say something stubborn, Yang Kai suddenly let go of her. His face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was also a trace of purple energy in the blood. That trace of energy was squirming. It was as if it was alive. "Ah!" Bai Luo exclaimed. "Get lost." Yang Kai suddenly sent out a palm strike, pushing Bai Luo back a few dozen meters, and in the next moment, his body was wrapped in a thick layer of purple demonic flames. A bone-chilling coldness spread out. Yang Kai's hair and clothes instantly turned white, and wisps of icy cold aura spread out. Kacha, with Yang Kai as the center, a radius of more than 100 feet was instantly frozen. Bai Luo's beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at Yang Kai. It turned out that this person hadn't completely neutralized the power of Lu Yu's attack, but had instead used some unknown method to seal it inside his body. Now it was acting up again. This was the purple demonic spirit fire from the evil cavern. It wasn't a real fire, but rather a condensed form of energy from the purple demonic spirit chi. Lu Yu had absorbed and refined this energy, mixing it into his attacks. This kind of demonic energy was extremely difficult to deal with. Once one was struck by it, they would become like maggots. Unless one's strength far surpassed Lu Yu's, sooner or later their yuan qi would be swallowed up by this demonic energy and frozen to death. Bai Luo had only heard about it, but had never seen it before. Today was the first time she had the privilege of witnessing it. "Are you hurt?" Bai Luo asked in a trembling voice. Noticing Yang Kai's current state, the dissatisfaction in her heart was instantly replaced by guilt. Nonsense, why don't you try being hit by that mace? Yang Kai grit his teeth and replied, taking a deep breath and circulating his true Yang secret art, once again suppressing the purple demonic spirit fire from his body into his meridians. Lu Yu was worthy of being a master of the younger generation. Although it seemed that Yang Kai had won the battle, and even the Lu family's immortal ascension boundary masters had come out to support him, but the real result was only known to Yang Kai himself. If they had really continued fighting, he wasn't sure he would have won. After all, Lu Yu's cultivation was 4 minor realms higher than his own. On top of that, that mace had hit Yang Kai hard. Even with the protection of the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 organs had all been dislocated. Then what do we do? Bai Luo asked anxiously. Heal me? Are you a pig? Then let's go back quickly. Bai Luo hurriedly said, stepping forward to support Yang Kai and quickly rushing back to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. Although Yang Kai had called her a pighead, Bai Luo wasn't the slightest bit annoyed. At the very least, she didn't feel any cold murderous intent from Yang Kai's tone. In other words, he wasn't angry at all. Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. As soon as Yang Kai returned, he went straight to the first floor, quickly removing his robes and diving into the warm bath. Outside, the 3 women who were serving Yang Kai stood side by side with Bai Luo. What happened to young lord? The beautiful woman Yunli noticed something was wrong and asked softly. He fought with Lu Yu and suffered some injuries. Bai Luo replied softly. Yunli reached out and covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. You fought with the Lu family's young master? Why did you fight? Don't ask, it's my fault. Bai Luo sighed, handing over the pills in her sleeve to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, a look of loss filling her face. The beautiful woman Yunli stared at her thoughtfully for a moment, and couldn't help understanding many things, so she didn't ask any more questions. Elder sister Yin, he seems to still have some prejudice against me. How can I apologize to him in order to appease his anger? After a moment of silence, Bai Luo suddenly turned and asked, Apologize? Yinli's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise as she stared at Bai Luo in amazement, joking. Little Bai Luo actually knows how to apologize. The sun must have risen from the west today. Could it be that you? No. Bai Luo glared at her fiercely before suddenly smiling wickedly. You slut, what's going on in that head of yours? Do you want me to teach you a lesson so you don't become too dissatisfied? Don't. Yinli was taken aback and quietly moved away from Bai Luo. Then tell me, what should I do? Yinli smiled sweetly, her face blushing slightly as she whispered. A woman's body is the best weapon. You really do have such thoughts in your head. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Bai Luo said angrily. You keep an eye on him, I'll go back first. If anything happens here, don't forget to inform me. Yinli, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing nodded together. Inside the bath, Yang Kai closed his eyes and began circulating his true Yang secret art. The purple evil qi was flowing through his meridians and being incinerated by the pure true Yang Yuan qi, some of it being expelled from his body while the rest being absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Although this energy was also extremely evil qi, essentially sharing the same source as the unyielding golden skeleton's energy, there were still some differences. This was the energy Lu Yu cultivated, mixed with his understanding of the martial Dao and brand, as well as his own aura. Lu Yu's understanding of the martial Dao and Yang Kai's brand were incompatible, so they could only be eliminated. What was left was the purple spirit demonic qi that Lu Yu had absorbed from the evil cavern, which could be absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton after being refined. This evil qi was very difficult to dissolve, so it took Yang Kai 3 or 4 days to gradually dissolve and refine the purple spirit demonic qi in his meridians. From the unyielding golden skeleton, it seemed that this so-called purple spirit demonic qi was very much to its liking. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart tremble. His battle with Lu Yu had not resulted in a clear victory or defeat, but thanks to that battle, Yang Kai's true element boundary 5th stage cultivation had been completely consolidated. Yang Kai had also seen what kind of strength the top masters of his generation had. So far he had only encountered a few difficult opponents, 9-star sword schools Wu Qingyi, Qiu families Qiu Yimeng, and this Luyu. Each of them had extraordinary backgrounds, so their strength was a wake-up call to Yang Kai, and he no longer dared to underestimate any of them. The world was so vast, who knew how many geniuses there were like them? Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai felt both physically and mentally refreshed. His injured 5 viscera and 6 organs had all returned to their original positions, and the water in the bathtub had become a deep purple color, giving it a terrifying appearance. Getting up from the bathtub, Yang Kai dried the water on his body, put on his clothes, and went outside. When Yun Li Ruoyu and Ruoqing saw him come out, they couldn't help smiling happily. Has young lord's injuries healed? Yun Li quickly stepped forward and asked. Yang Kai nodded. That's good. Yun Li also breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Ruoyu and Ruoqing and saying, Go inform Miss Bai Luo that young lord has fully recovered, so she doesn't need to worry. Yes. Ruoyu and Ruoqing nodded, turning around and leaving. Yun Li stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, smiling as she said, Young lord may not know, but Miss Bai Luo has been coming here several times a day to inquire about your condition. I can see that she hasn't rested well these past few days, so she must be very tired. She asked for it. Yang Kai snorted. The reason Bai Luo was so concerned about him was not because she was worried, but rather because she was afraid that Shanqing Luo would punish her when she found out. How could Yang Kai not understand this? Yun Li pursed her lips and smiled. Bai Luo is still young and not very sensible. Living in the palace all year round and being doted on by master, she really is spoiled. Young lord is master's magnanimity. There's no need to lower yourself to her level. Chapter 322. Let's see how she performs in the future. Seeing Yun Li speak up for Bai Luo, Yang Kai didn't say anything more. What's more, he didn't want to bring up the previous matter again. He was only angry that Bai Luo had schemed against him and dragged him into such a troublesome situation. He believed that after this incident, Bai Luo wouldn't dare act rashly again. Yun Li then said, The pills young lord bought before have been placed in your bedroom, and the accounts have also been settled. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking to himself that having a big backer really made a difference. Buying so many bottles of spiritual energy restoring pills without having to pay for them himself. It was no wonder that the young lords and young ladies of great forces were able to cultivate much faster than the average person. With such a huge amount of resources at their disposal, if they started from the same starting line, their achievements would always be higher than others. This world had always been so unfair. Also, the Lu family sent someone to deliver something the day before yesterday. The beautiful woman continued to report with a smile. Oh, the Lu family? Yang Kai's brow rose slightly, a bit surprised. They sent a bottle of mysterious grade pills, which are also used to restore one's soul. Yun Li looked towards Yang Kai, covering her mouth as she giggled. I heard that the Lu family transferred these pills from their family headquarters 100 kilometers away, and ordered this servant to make sure young lord accepts them. Seeing that young lord was in the middle of healing, this servant took the initiative to keep them. Young lord, do you want to return them? Of course not. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Why would I want to return them? Since they sent them to my doorstep, naturally I have to accept them. Seemingly knowing he would say this, Yun Li nodded slightly. That's true. If I were to return them, I'm afraid it would cause the Lu family to lose face. So it's best to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Young lord really is a magnanimous person. This flattery. Yang Kai couldn't help sweating slightly. The Lu family sending him such a precious gift. Yang Kai could understand. It was nothing more than trying to resolve the previous crisis. However, the Lu family was still a great force. Yang Kai was rather surprised that he was willing to compromise. Shanqing Luo is quite awe-inspiring. Yang Kai muttered softly. He only thought that Yu Jia was being nice because of Shanqing Luo. What he didn't know was that the Yu family didn't know his background, and didn't want to offend him. If they could kill Yang Kai quietly, they would be able to do so. How could the Lu family be so generous? But the key point was that the battle between Yang Kai and Lu Yu took place in Fragrance City, and so many people were watching it. For the time being, they did not dare to offend him, and could only swallow their anger. Although a bottle of profound-level pills was expensive, it was still not enough. But the Yu family could afford it. Hearing his words, Yunli smiled and continued. There is one more thing I need to report to young master. What is it? There are many young masters and young ladies from the great forces in the city who want to invite young master to their residence. I'm afraid they want to make friends with young master. Yang Kai's origin was too mysterious, and it was difficult not to attract the attention of others. These days, the great forces of Fragrance City had been inquiring about Yang Kai's background, but after inquiring about it, not to mention his origin, even his name was not clear. So they wanted to invite Yang Kai. They wanted to use this opportunity to spy on him. If his background was really not small, they naturally wanted to make friends with him. If he didn't have a background, there was no harm. With such a promising young man, any force would be willing to extend an olive branch. Not going. Yang Kai frowned. I have nothing to say to them. Seeing him refuse so decisively, the beautiful woman was startled for a moment before she smiled. That's fine. I'm going to cultivate. After saying this to her, Yang Kai directly rushed up to the second floor. Watching his back disappear, the beautiful woman Yunli wore a strange expression and shook her head with a wry smile. She had never seen someone so obsessed with cultivation. From the looks of it, his strength was not without reason. The next few days, Yang Kai continued to pry into the mysteries of the true alchemic way, but his progress was very slow. He didn't know when he would be able to see the whole picture. However, Yang Kai didn't care. He only wanted to use the true alchemic way to cultivate his spiritual energy. Obtaining the knowledge contained within the true alchemic way was only secondary. After consuming a bottle of pills to restore his spiritual energy, Yang Kai's spiritual energy grew significantly. Not only did it become more resilient, but the range it could cover was also much larger than before. The consumption of pills was very fast because the quality of these pills was not high. If the quality was not high, the medicinal efficacy would not be ideal. If Yang Kai wanted to quickly restore his spiritual energy, he could only make up for it with quantity. Only the last bottle of mysterious grade pills sent by the Lu family lasted less than 2 days before it was completely consumed. No one had ever dared to cultivate their spiritual energy like Yang Kai, recklessly exhausting his spiritual energy, and then crazily consuming pills to supplement it. If it were anyone else, they would have long since suffered a serious injury. If their spiritual energy wasn't in chaos, they would have become an idiot. How could they survive? But under the effect of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about such things. 10 days later, after consuming all the pills, Yang Kai felt that his spiritual energy had grown a lot. He tried to destroy the soul-seeking seal that Shanqing Luo had left in his body, but unfortunately he was still unable to shake it. Instead, he provoked the divine sense that the dragon lady had left in the soul-seeking seal, causing her to gasp and hallucinate, causing Yang Kai to become enraged. Sooner or later he would strip her naked, hang her up, and give her a good beating. Yang Kai secretly swore in his heart. With a light knock, a knock came from outside. Come in. Yang Kai shouted. The door was pushed open and by Luo, wearing a fiery red dress, her face enchanting and hot, giggling as she walked in. It was obvious that she had deliberately dressed up, and the choice of clothes she had chosen to imitate Shanqing Luo's style, giving her a hint of charm. Yang Kai was slightly startled. How come it's you? Since returning to the palace that day, Bai Luo had not appeared in front of Yang Kai, but from time to time, Yunli would put in a few good words for her, asking Yang Kai not to pursue the previous matter. Yang Kai had never imagined that today she would take the initiative to come looking for him. However, the current Bai Luo was no longer as arrogant and overbearing as before. When facing Yang Kai, she couldn't help feeling a bit nervous and depressed. I came to see you, Bai Luo said softly, showing a rare tenderness as she timidly stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled. If you still care about that matter, you don't need to worry, I won't trouble you. You're not angry? Bai Luo looked at him in surprise. As long as you don't scheme against me again. NNN. I promise I won't do that again. That day was just an accident. Bai Luo smiled tenderly, running over to Yang Kai and whispering, if Master asks about what happened that day, My hands were itchy, so I exchanged some pointers with Luo. Yang Kai naturally knew how to answer. Bai Luo giggled, her slender white palms patting her breasts as she took a deep breath. She had completely put down the big stone in her heart. Sincerely, she said, "You're really a good person. I was wrong about you before." Just as she finished praising him, she found that Yang Kai was staring at her breasts. Hurriedly blocking his gaze, she blushed and said, "Hey, don't look at them like that." Saying so, seemingly thinking of something, Bai Luo let go of her arms and deliberately puffed out her towering breasts, indifferently saying, Look, I'll apologize to you. In any case, I won't lose anything." Her acting so carefree was a bit too much for Yang Kai to bear. Giggling, Bai Luo directly jumped onto the bed and came to stand behind Yang Kai. Half kneeling, she then stretched out her hands, straightened Yang Kai's head, and gently massaged it with her 10 fingers. "Why are you?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Every day at this time, isn't it elder sister Yin Li who comes to help you relieve your fatigue? Today, I took on this task and originally wanted to apologize to you, but I didn't expect you to be so accommodating. This young lady rarely serves you, so I'll be grateful and enjoy it." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling stunned, only now realizing that Bai Luo really felt guilty about what had happened that day. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to please him like this. Since that day when Yinli helped Yang Kai massage, Yang Kai had become addicted to this and wanted to do it with her every day. Cultivating one's divine sense brought about exhaustion. Every time it would be dispersed by those slender fingers, making one feel as if they were floating in the clouds. It was a comfortable feeling. Bai Luo must have inquired about this from the very beginning. Her technique wasn't as good as Yin Li's, but it was still quite diligent. After a long time, Bai Luo suddenly asked, "Is it very comfortable?" "It's all right," Yang Kai said honestly. "Only all right?" Bai Luo was quite shocked. "How do I compare to elder sister Yin Li?" "Not as good as her." Bai Luo snorted, her face filled with unwillingness, rolling her eyes as she grinned wickedly. Suddenly, a soft moan sounded in Yang Kai's ear, one that seemed to carry an endless charm and temptation. Immediately, from all directions, a burst of erotic moans rang out. Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw a series of enchanting young women wearing revealing clothing, their robes half undone, their jade-like bodies wrapped around him like water snakes. In an instant, Yang Kai's breathing became heavy and his entire body began to burn with lust. Realizing that something was wrong, Yang Kai quickly circulated his joyous unification art, causing Bai Luo, who was behind him, to let out a soft groan and suddenly collapse, her beautiful eyes blurring. The yin-yang joyous unification art seemed to be able to break through all kinds of seductive techniques. Last time, when Yang Kai had been affected by Shanqing Luo's aura, he had used the joyous unification art to escape from the illusion. This time, it really did dispel the illusion. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Bai Luo's cheeks were flushed red and her beautiful eyes were watery. Obviously, she had suffered a backlash from using her beguiling technique. Fortunately, she had only just begun using her beguiling technique and didn't have any hostility towards Yang Kai, so the backlash was very slight, only affecting her state of mind and not injuring her. "Making you feel good." Bai Luo gasped for breath, her whole body feeling weak and powerless as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. "But what did you do? Why did I suffer a backlash?" "You cultivate a beguiling technique?" Yang Kai stared at her dumbfoundedly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He was quite surprised that her secret art was actually the same as Shanqing Luo's. And Bai Luo responded softly, her enchanting appearance and moans teasing Yang Kai's mind. This was a far more effective form of seduction than her beguiling technique. Yang Kai grinned wickedly. "You're finished. I just told you not to scheme against me, yet you're doing this again. It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet." Chapter 323. Grinning, Yang Kai directly pushed Bai Luo under his body, his pair of big hands unscrupulously covering her pair of plump breasts. Feeling a scorching heat and amazing elasticity, Yang Kai's whole body instantly ignited, feeling his blood boil and his lower abdomen heat up. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since the last time he had dual cultivated with Su Yan. During this time, he had experienced a variety of temptations, And although he had always been able to hold himself back at the last moment, over the years, a small spark had been buried deep within him. Now, by Luo using her beguiling technique on Yang Kai had undoubtedly ignited this spark. "Hey, you, what are you doing?" Bai Luo was shocked and quickly tried to push Yang Kai away, but after suffering the backlash of using her beguiling technique just now, she had no strength at all. Now that Yang Kai was needing her, her tender body became even more limp, so how could she possibly push him away? Feeling a burning hot aura, Bai Luo's heart trembled and her mind was almost swallowed up by this hot aura. With a tearing sound, Bai Luo's clothes were torn apart, and she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine as her red robes were torn apart, exposing more than half of her snow-white skin to the air. "You bastard!" Bai Luo ground her teeth and cursed, her eyes filled with both fear and confusion, clenching her hands into fists and pounding Yang Kai's shoulders. Oh, while she was pounding Bai Luo's chest, she suddenly felt a numbing sensation, as if an electric current was flowing through her body, causing Bai Luo's mouth to emit a strange sound. This caused her to feel even more embarrassed. She lowered her head and saw the hateful man kissing the red mark on her chest. That pair of big hands was also very dishonest, rubbing back and forth between her waist, back, cleavage and buttocks. Every time they rubbed, it would bring a wave of dizzying impact. "Don't," Bai Luo whispered softly, but the strength in her hands gradually weakened. It seemed that she was no longer willing to push this man away, and gradually, her whole body tensed up. He placed a finger in his mouth and sucked on it. A humming sound came from his mouth, and he no longer resisted. On the contrary, her face was full of enjoyment and pleasure. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, and her snow-white skin was dripping with fragrant sweat. There was a faint layer of red light on it. She couldn't help but cooperate with Yang Kai, looking forward to more pleasure. Yang Kai was stunned. Yang Kai had only wanted to teach Bai Luo a lesson. Although teaching a woman such a lesson was a bit excessive, it didn't matter who he was dealing with. Since Bai Luo cultivated a beguiling technique, naturally she wasn't unfamiliar with the matters between men and women. This was a lesson she would never forget. Only then would she stop scheming against him in the future. Unexpectedly, this enchanting girl didn't resist for long. Not only did she compromise, but she was also quite cooperative. This was undoubtedly a piece of heartening news. Realizing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. As he tumbled, his clothes fell off. Just as he was about to take action, Bai Luo suddenly sobered up and hurriedly stopped Yang Kai, a look of panic filling her face as she said, "No, no, no, you can't do this. You're kidding." Yang Kai stared at her without blinking. After reaching this point, was he really going to hold back? "If you really can't bear it, I'll call elder sister Yin Li over. If you really can't, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing are also fine. They were all sent by master to serve you. No matter what you do to them, they won't resist." Bai Luo said eagerly, a pleading look on her face. "How about it? I'll call all three of them in. No need to trouble yourself, it's you." Bai Luo's expression became sullen as she quietly glanced towards Yang Kai's proud dragon head, and couldn't help crying out in alarm, seemingly having been greatly frightened. Suddenly, her face filled with shyness, avoiding Kai Yang's burning gaze. She mustered up her courage and whispered, "Do you want to try something else?" "What?" Yang Kai was stunned. That's. Bai Luo grit her teeth and whispered softly, "That's what?" Yang Kai asked in confusion. Bai Luo was speechless and quickly pulled Yang Kai's ear, pulling his head down and whispering a few words into his ear, her white cheeks becoming more and more alluring as her beautiful eyes blurred. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before suddenly reacting, causing Bai Luo to be completely stunned, asking in shock, "Is that really possible?" Bai Luo nodded gently. "How do you know?" Yang Kai was shocked, suddenly feeling as if in front of Bai Luo he was as pure as a piece of white paper. "I cultivate a seductive technique. All of this was taught to me by master." What Yang Kai didn't know was that because Bai Luo cultivated a seductive technique, Shanqing Luo had specially assigned 2 young girls to assist her. It was precisely because she had spent so much time with these 2 young girls that Bai Luo had developed this special hobby. "Then do you want to?" Bai Luo saw Yang Kai standing there in a daze and couldn't help crying out, covering her face as she asked. Although she was usually carefree, in the end, she was still a young girl, so at this time, she couldn't help blushing. Yes, Yang Kai said with great interest. First of all, don't ruin my body, the rest is up to you. Bai Luo blushed as she added, flipping over and pressing Yang Kai under her body, smiling charmingly as she licked her lips and lowered her head. A hearty roar, followed by a burst of nasal moans, instantly rang out. Outside Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, the beautiful woman Yun Li, Ruoyu, and Ruo Qing were sweeping the fallen leaves when the sound of light footsteps approached them. Yun Li raised her head, only to see two unfamiliar women appear in front of her. There were very few strangers in the palace, so Yun Li had never seen these two before, but after a little thought she knew who they were. They should be the two girls her master had brought back a few days ago, one named Qiu Yimeng, and the other named Luo Xiaoman. They had been placed under house arrest in Yingxiang Pavilion after sealing their Yuan Qi. Probably because of their good performance, they had been allowed to walk around the palace for the past few days. They should be related to the Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion's young lord who was obsessed with cultivation. Thinking of this, Yunli greeted them with a smile on her face and said, "You two are Miss Qiu and Miss Luo, right?" Qiu Yimeng looked at the beautiful woman in front of her, a trace of surprise flashing across her eyes. She hadn't expected that any of the women in Shanqing Luo's palace would be so beautiful. Nodding, she asked, "And how should I address elder sister?" Yunli chuckled. "Young lady Qiu is too polite, just call me Yunli." The beautiful woman naturally knew that Qiu Yimeng's identity was extraordinary. Although she was now just a prisoner, she was still of noble birth, so how could she really call her elder sister and take advantage of her? Qiu Yimeng smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Yunli smiled and said, "Are you two here to see young Master Yang?" I heard from the people in the palace that he lives here, so I came all the way here to discuss something with him. I don't know if it's convenient for him right now." Right now? Yunli glanced back at the second floor of Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion and chuckled. "It should be fine, young Master Yang takes a break around this time every day." "Rest?" Qiu Yimeng was surprised. "Is he usually very busy?" "And since young Master Yang arrived here, he has been cultivating all the time." Qiu Yimeng couldn't help smiling bitterly. Although she and Luo Xiaoman were both diligent in their cultivation, they didn't spend all their time cultivating. Now that they heard that Yang Kai hadn't relaxed even after arriving here, they couldn't help admiring his perseverance. "Come with me. Since you are young Master Yang's old friends, he should be willing to meet you." Yunli chuckled, putting down the broom in her hand and saying a few words to Ruoyu and Ruoqing before leading Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman inside. Looking around at the surrounding environment, Qiu Yimeng's expression became even more bitter while Luo Xiaoman angrily whispered in Qiu Yimeng's ear, "That smelly brat's living environment is so good. There are so many flowers and plants here, and the view is quite broad." On the contrary, the fragrance pavilion where the two of them lived, although it had the word fragrant in its name, didn't even have a single flower or plant. Its location was also quite remote and gloomy, almost like a prison cell. Compared to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion in front of them, it was on a completely different level. He even has a single loft and 3 maids to serve him. The more Luo Xiaoman spoke, the angrier she became. She and Qiu Yimeng were both under house arrest, so how could Yang Kai be treated so well? In terms of status, the two of them were much higher than him. Wow, there's even a bath. After entering Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, Luo Xiaoman became more and more restless, staring at the huge bath enviously, pitifully saying, "Elder sister Qiu, I really want to take a bath here. After coming here, I haven't had a chance to take a bath. I'm itching to death." Hearing her say this, even Qiu Yimeng felt uncomfortable and couldn't help calling out softly, "Xiaoman." "Smelly brat." Luo Xiaoman muttered discontentedly. Yunli, who was leading the way, suddenly turned around and smiled. "Young Master Yang is actually a good person. I'm afraid the two of you have some kind of misunderstanding about him. I'll talk to him later. He should allow you to take a bath here." "I don't want to. What if he's too lecherous?" Luo Xiaoman exclaimed. Yunli smiled and said, "That won't happen. Young Master Yang isn't interested in women." Saying so, her face blushed slightly. Mi Ruoyu and Ruoqing were sent by Master to serve young Master, but after so many days, young Master has been very polite to us and has never crossed the line. although he could have done so you don't have to worry. Is he really that good? Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, as if she hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be so indifferent in the face of such beauty, instead spending all his time cultivating. This young man really did have some skill. At the very least, his perseverance and aptitude were quite good. If she could win him over to the Qiu family and provide him with cultivation resources, he would likely have great achievements in the future. Thinking about this, Qiu Yimeng smiled wryly. She didn't know when she would regain her freedom, so it was undoubtedly too early to think about such things. However, if she could really regain her freedom, she would strive to win him over to the Qiu family. Such a young man was rare. Qiu Yimeng secretly made up her mind. As the group chatted, they soon arrived at the second floor. Yunli whispered, "Young Master Yang is inside. Please wait a moment while I inform him." "Thank you for your trouble." Qiu Yimeng nodded lightly. Chapter 324. Yunli smiled faintly and stepped forward, reaching out her jade white hand, but just as she was about to knock on the door, there was a sudden movement inside. This movement was strange, and the sound was not soft either. It seemed like a man was roaring, and a woman was sobbing. However, the man's voice was clear, and the woman's voice was not clear, as if her mouth was blocked by something. When the sound reached the ears of the three women outside, all of them were stunned. But soon, the beautiful woman Yunli's white neck turned pink. Her raised hand trembled slightly, and her eyes became misty. She withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Biting her red lips, she stood there, not knowing what to do. Qiu Yimeng also froze for a moment, but immediately seemed to remember something, her face suddenly turning red as she ground her teeth and cursed, "Bastard!" Luo Xiaoman blinked her big eyes and listened carefully, her beautiful brow wrinkling slightly as she asked, "Elder Sister Qiu, what's that sound?" And Qiu Yimeng was caught off guard by this question, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Inside there's probably someone cultivating." Casually speaking, Qiu Yimeng blushed and couldn't continue. Luo Xiaoman looked at her suspiciously, then turned to Yunli and whispered, "Cultivating? Why does it feel like we're in a fight? Why are you blushing?" "Nothing." Qiu Yimeng lied through her teeth, feeling her face burn like it was on fire. At that moment, the movement inside suddenly became louder and more violent. The man's roar and the woman's muffled groan mixed together, converging into a violent shockwave that reached the ears of the three women. This sound seemed to contain some kind of magical power, causing their legs to soften and their delicate bodies to flush red. "Ah!" Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, her face filled with shock. "Elder Sister Qiu, did that bastard man..." "What?" Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed, her heart a mess. "Did he kill the woman inside?" Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, her beautiful eyes trembling violently as she softly pleaded, "Elder Sister Qiu, let's go, I feel so uncomfortable." "What's wrong?" Qiu Yimeng was startled and quickly asked. Luo Xiaoman hesitated for a moment before whispering, "I need to go to the bathroom, let's go." Qiu Yimeng's face was so red it was almost bleeding. He also felt that this was not a good place to stay. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Yunli and leave, the door in front of him suddenly opened. Immediately after, an enchanting young woman appeared in front of the three of them. They all looked at each other with extremely red faces. The enchanting girl's hair was messy, and her clothes were untidy. It was almost snow-white, but there was a dark red halo on it. It was holding a few pieces of clothing in its hands, and it had a panicked expression on its face. Looking down her tender white body, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman clearly saw 5 finger marks all over her body, especially on the 2 white bunnies on her chest. The deep 5 finger marks were clearly visible, as if they had been branded into her body, a shocking sight to behold. Between her slender and fair legs, a sparkling and translucent thread slid down her thighs. At the corner of her mouth, there was a trace of milky white liquid. "Ah!" Bai Luo was taken aback and stared blankly at the 3 women in front of her, grit her teeth, blushed, and rushed past them, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Although she wasn't dressed properly, but since all the people in the palace were women, she didn't have anything to hide. On the other hand, in front of Yang Kai, she didn't want to stay a moment longer. After Bai Luo left, the three women were still immersed in a strange silence. After a while, Luo Xiaoman suddenly recovered and asked softly, "Elder sister Qiu, what did that girl eat?" Qiu Yimeng's face was also filled with confusion as she slowly shook her head. What did she eat? Why didn't she wipe it clean? Yunli slowly turned around, her voice trembling slightly, not daring to look at Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, simply asking, "Two young ladies, do you still want to see young Master Yang?" Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Since they had already come here, they couldn't just turn around and go back. Yunli nodded before standing at the door and calling out, "Young Master, young Lady Qiu and young Lady Luo have come, they want to see you. Come in." Yunli stared blankly for a moment before turning to Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman and saying, "Two young ladies, please." Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both straightened their faces and stepped inside. After they entered the room, Yunli ran downstairs as if she was fleeing. Inside the room, Yang Kai sat boldly in an armchair inlaid with gold and jade, his robes neat and tidy, smiling as he looked at the two girls who walked in. Meeting his eyes, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help recalling the scene just now, her pretty face blushing slightly as she quickly averted her gaze. Luo Xiaoman followed behind Qiu Yimeng timidly, gritting her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't care and just stared at them. Being stared at by this unscrupulous gaze, Qiu Yimeng actually forgot what she had come here to do and stood there dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, the sound of footsteps came from downstairs again, and a moment later, Bai Luo returned in her fiery red robes. At this moment, she had already put on her robes, and although her cheeks were still flushed, she no longer had the previous embarrassment and had instead regained her usual enchanting appearance. Without any scruples about Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman inside the room, Bai Luo shouted to Yang Kai, "Hey you bastard, I'm warning you. I just wanted to experience what it's like to be a man. I didn't want to have anything to do with you. Today's matter. You don't owe me anything and I don't owe you anything, so don't bother this young lady in the future. Do you understand?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before nodding with a wry smile. Understood. Bai Luo waved her small fists angrily and declared, "If you dare to harass me, this young lady will teach you a lesson, humph." Seeing Bai Luo so disdainful of Yang Kai, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help feeling a sense of mutual hatred, smiling towards her, seemingly hoping that Bai Luo would scold Yang Kai a few more times to vent her anger. However, Bai Luo only said a few words before turning around and leaving. "Elder sister." Luo Xiaoman couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly called out, "What's wrong?" Bai Luo looked at Luo Xiaoman with a smile. Bai Luo Xiaoman's eyes wandered between her two huge peaks. "You didn't wipe your mouth clean after eating, there's still." Luo Xiaoman reminded her with a smile, reaching out and touching the corner of her mouth. "Ah." Bai Luo was stunned, reaching out and wiping her mouth, discovering that it really was the case. Glaring at Yang Kai bitterly, she then turned to Luo Xiaoman and said, "Thank you, I'll find you another day to play." Luo Xiaoman responded happily. Unexpectedly, the women in this palace are quite easy to talk to. Qiu Yimeng observed from the side. She felt like something was wrong, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, so she frowned and thought hard. However, nothing came to mind. Bai Luo left like a whirlwind. After being interrupted by Bai Luo, Qiu Yimeng's mood stabilized and she smiled towards Yang Kai. "I didn't see it. You seem to be living quite comfortably here. The environment is so good, and there are so many beautiful women to serve you. I'm sure you're enjoying yourself quite a bit, right?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he stared at Qiu Yimeng, raising his brow. "First young lady Qiu didn't come to find me today to envy my life, right? If you have something to say, don't beat around the bush, just say it directly. I don't like women playing games in front of me." Qiu Yimeng was stunned for a moment before nodding with a smile. "Let's get straight to the point. It's like this. I want you to help the two of us leave here." Sure enough, Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he said lightly, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who would do such a thing?" Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly. "At the very least, your strength isn't sealed. If you don't try, how will you know?" Sighing faintly, she said, "You're different from me and Xiaoman and I have our Yuan Qi sealed, so we can't fight." Are you willing to stay here for the rest of your life? Saying so, Chiu Yimeng smiled. You don't have to worry about food and clothing here. You have the beguiling demon queen as your backer. You don't have to worry about cultivation resources, and you have beautiful women to serve you. I'm afraid no man would be willing to leave here. Don't try to provoke me. Yang Kai sneered. Do you think it'll work? Chiu Yimeng frowned. Perceiving Yang Kai's stubbornness, she smiled bitterly. Fine, I'll be frank. Tell me your conditions. What do you want me to do in order to help me and Xiao Man leave? Why do you think I can let you leave? Yang Kai frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. This woman was too self-righteous. Because your relationship with the beguiling demon queen is not ordinary. As long as you're willing to put in a few good words in front of her, Xiao Man and I aren't of much value to her, so what use is there for her to detain us here? My Chiu family and Purple Fern Valley can use materials to make up for her losses. Seeing Yang Kai contemplating, Chiu Yimeng hurriedly said, You just need to pass on a message. Xiao Man and I really can't see her, otherwise we wouldn't have come to ask you for help. I can't see her either. Yang Kai coldly snorted. How is that possible? She was so good to you before. Chiu Yimeng said with a look of distrust. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. I'm not afraid to tell you, Shanqing Luo is not in Fragrance City right now. She seems to have gone to the Thunderbolt Beast King's territory with some of the city's masters. Yang Kai knew this news because when he was fighting with Lu Yu that day, he had inadvertently overheard some of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters talking about it. Although he had fought with Lu Yu that day, Yang Kai was still able to keep his eyes and ears open. Ah! Chiu Yimeng exclaimed, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement and eagerness as she hurriedly asked. Since she's not here, why don't you leave? Do you really want to stay here for the rest of your life? Where can I go? Yang Kai stared at her coldly, his eyes filled with disgust and disgust. Go. Chiu Yimeng was suddenly at a loss for words. That's right, where could he go? High Heaven Pavilion was probably empty right now. His sect elders, fellow brother, sister, senior sister, all of them were gone, so where could he go? It seemed he had nowhere to go. Yang Kai's words immediately made Chiu Yimeng realize his dilemma. What's more, what Chiu Yimeng didn't know was that Yang Kai still had Shanqing Luo's soul-seeking seal in his body. With this thing, even if Yang Kai fled to the ends of the earth, Shanqing Luo would still be able to find him. So it was better to save his energy and stay here. Chapter 325. Do you want to come back to the Chiu family with me? Chiu Yimeng suddenly proposed seriously, her eyes filled with sincerity. This was definitely an opportunity. Chiu Yimeng could also see that the relationship between Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo was one of superficial unity, so if she could offer him effective conditions at this time, it would undoubtedly be a great opportunity for the Chiu family to win him over. This time's imprisonment would also be worth it. Chiu Yimeng was a decisive woman, and naturally knew what to do at this time. Young Lady Chiu, are you joking? Yang Kai looked at her indifferently and sneered. I'm serious. Chiu Yimeng brushed her hair behind her ear. I can provide you with better treatment than here. You can have anything you want, cultivation resources, beautiful women to serve you. I have everything. Elder Sister Chiu. Luo Xiaoman whispered. She hadn't expected Chiu Yimeng to offer such generous conditions in order to win over Yang Kai. The Chiu family was one of the 8 great families of the central capital. Its influence was huge, and its capital was strong. Many people in the world wanted to drill into it, but the Chiu family's eyes were also high. Ning Ke didn't want to rot, so they only accepted foreign elites or masters. But even if they wanted to win over a few Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they didn't need to pay such a big price, right? Was this guy really so valuable? However, although Luo Xiaoman's mind wasn't as sharp as Chiu Yimeng's, she had been with Chiu Yimeng for a long time and knew she had a good eye for people. Since she dared to say so, this man in front of her might really be worth winning over. Thinking so, Luo Xiaoman no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, even looking at him with a serious expression. What do you think? I'm very serious about this matter. Chiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai solemnly and continued to ask. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. He hadn't expected that this woman not only had great aptitude and strength, but also had a very decisive temperament. Based on her performance during this time, if this woman didn't die young, she would definitely become a great character in the future. Even if I told you before, if you want to marry a woman from my Chiu family, I can make the decision to agree. I happen to have a cousin who is quite beautiful. You can even take her as a concubine. Yang Kai looked at her playfully. Women can't tempt me. Chiu Yimeng giggled, her beautiful eyes watery. Then just now. That was just an accident. Kai Yang replied calmly, without the slightest bit of embarrassment. So do you agree or not? Chiu Yimeng saw that Yang Kai was completely airtight and couldn't help feeling annoyed. If it were any other young man, he would have long prostrated himself on the ground and submitted to such conditions, but he had an indifferent expression on his face. She didn't even seem to be tempted. What appetite was this bastard's? No. I'm living quite well right now. Kai Yang didn't want to waste any more words with her, so he simply refused. Chiu Yimeng was startled for a moment before suddenly smiling. You should think about it. You family, you families. She knew that she couldn't force this kind of man. She had to give him the freedom to choose, otherwise, not only would he fail, but it would also ruin things. In her heart, she was secretly annoyed with herself for being so eager. But seeing him act so carefree, Chiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling a little angry, so she asked anxiously. Let's talk about another matter. Can you help me and Xiaoman pass a message to the beguiling demon queen? Let's talk about it after I see her. Yang Kai frowned and shrugged. As you can see, I'm also a prisoner now. However, my treatment is much better than yours. Chiu Yimeng smiled. In any case, I must thank you. If I can survive this disaster, after I return to the Chiu family, I will definitely restore High Heaven Pavilion's reputation. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, staring at her for a long time before he nodded slightly. Chiu Yimeng's words. Finally, she had won some goodwill from Yang Kai. Make yourself at home, Yang Kai said before closing his eyes and meditating. Chiu Yimeng watched for a while, and found that this young man was really cultivating in front of her and Luo Xiaoman. She couldn't help smiling, knowing that he was sending them off. Not wanting to stay any longer, she pulled Luo Xiaoman and said, let's go. Oh right. He hadn't left yet. Before they left, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, if you want to take a bath, let Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing prepare some warm water. The bath is on the first floor. I won't be leaving this room for a while. Chiu Yimeng's face reddened, realizing that the words she and Luo Xiaoman had said before they went upstairs had been heard by him. Thank you. I hope we won't be enemies in the future. Staring deeply at Yang Kai, Chiu Yimeng said in a low voice. Going down to the first floor, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help asking softly, Elder Sister Chiu, do you really think so highly of that guy? Chiu Yimeng's expression became dignified as she pondered for a moment before nodding. And of all the people I've fought, he is the most powerful. Moreover, after not seeing him for half a month, he seems to have become a lot stronger. Although his cultivation is lower than mine, in front of him, I always feel an invisible pressure. That may be because our Yuan Qi has been sealed. If we really restore our strength, we won't necessarily be afraid of him. No. Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. I believe in my intuition. I'm afraid even the Lu family's Lu Qingyao is no match for him. Even the first young lords of the 8 great families can't compare to him? Luo Xiaoman's eyes filled with surprise. It's the 7 great families. The Yang family's young lords are all outside, so they don't count. Chiu Yimeng smiled wryly, thinking about the way the Yang family cultivated their direct descendants. She couldn't help feeling a bit disdainful. Thinking about it, she suddenly became vigilant. Yang Kai's surname was also Yang. Could it be? It shouldn't be. Although she didn't recognize any of the Yang family's young lords, they couldn't possibly be his age. Only the youngest young lord of the Yang family was similar in age to Yang Kai, but it was said that this young lord was congenitally deficient and unsuitable for cultivation. However, this person's ruthlessness and domineering attitude was exactly the same as the Yang family's. Fortunately, this person doesn't have any background. If his background was big, haha. Chiu Yimeng smiled wryly and shook her head. When she was in the central capital, she had always been arrogant, and few of the young lords could enter her eyes, but now that she had come out for a stroll, she had encountered such a character. While talking, Qiu Yimeng went outside to find Yun Li and asked her to prepare some hot water for her, then went to the bathtub on the first floor to take a bath. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai really had been cultivating on the second floor and hadn't come out. Since that day, after venting all of his accumulated frustrations on Bai Luo's cherry lips, Yang Kai's temperament had become completely indifferent. On the road of cultivation, there was a balance between relaxation and relaxation. That moment of relaxation seemed to have completely eliminated all of Yang Kai's exhaustion over the past year, and his whole person seemed to have been refreshed from the inside out. Yang Kai faintly felt that his state of mind had improved somewhat. With the improvement of his state of mind and the relaxation of his body and mind, Yang Kai's cultivation speed had also become much faster. Although he didn't have any pills to supplement his spiritual energy, Yang Kai still didn't stop comprehending the true alchemic way. Each time he did so, Yang Kai would exhaust his spiritual energy and wait for a few hours, allowing his soul to slowly recover. During this time he would circulate his true Yang secret art, not relaxing for even a moment. During this time, the unyielding golden skeleton and incense burner finally played a role. These two things had been sealed away for a long time, and Yang Kai hadn't used them in a long time. However, as long as there was an opportunity, Yang Kai would remember to use them. 3 days later, Shanqing Luo returned to Fragrance City. The first thing he did was to go to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. After not seeing her for a few days, this dragon lady seemed to have become more enchanting and charming, her whole body constantly exuding a seductive charm. Her delicate body was like a weak willow branch swaying in the wind, seemingly unable to withstand a single blow. But in fact, it contained a great deal of strength. This was one of the world's top masters. No one could underestimate her. Her beautiful eyes looked towards Yang Kai and smiled. "Little bastard, you've been quite obedient these past few days." Yang Kai put on a cold smile and coldly snorted. "I know my place." "Good, don't be angry," Shanqing Luo said in a soft and charming voice. "Didn't I leave a few women to serve you? How come I heard Yun Li say you haven't eaten any of them? I didn't think you'd be so serious." Shanqing Luo looked at him strangely. Yang Kai felt a bit guilty. Shanqing Luo giggled and leaned forward, whispering softly, "Bai Luo's skills aren't bad." "Not bad." Yang Kai blushed and quickly changed the subject. "Dragon lady, why did you leave me here?" "I didn't want to do anything." Shanqing Luo's tender body twirled, and in a flash of light, she sat down on the fragrant bed and smiled towards Yang Kai. "Are you bored staying here? What do you think?" Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Shanqing Luo asked, "Then why don't you go out for a walk?" "Where can I go?" "You can go wherever you want. No one is stopping you." Kai Yang stared at her for a moment, then suddenly reacted, looking at her in surprise. "You mean I can leave here?" "Of course, when did I say you can't leave here?" You woman." Yang Kai's stomach was filled with annoyance. "Good, don't be angry." Shanqing Luo's expression became serious as she said, "I came back this time to tell you that you can leave this place. If you want a man, you can't just lock him up. This is something I understand. You can keep my body here, but you can't keep my heart." Yang Kai nodded, eagerly suggesting, "Then the soul-chasing seal. Keep it for now, otherwise I won't be able to find you." Shanqing Luo pursed her red lips, her expression somewhat sad. "Good." Yang Kai didn't force her. Although Shanqing Luo said he could leave, Yang Kai didn't feel too happy, at least not as excited as he had imagined. Probably because he knew that this dragon lady didn't have the slightest malicious intent towards him, so although she had trapped him here these past few days, he didn't feel much resentment. Moreover, by borrowing her name, Yang Kai had also obtained a lot of benefits, so he didn't suffer any losses. If he hadn't entered Shanqing Luo's knowledge sea and seen a lot of her inner thoughts, Yang Kai would have already shed all pretense of cordiality with her. Chapter 326. Right. How are you going to deal with Qiu Yimeng? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Luo Xiaoman doesn't matter. Although Purple Fern Valley's influence isn't small, compared to yours, Qiu Yimeng is a member of the Qiu family. I know how to deal with them. Shanqing Luo chuckled. But I can't let them go yet. I'm going to take them to the battlefield tomorrow. Battlefield? Young Kai raised his brow. The world's great forces are besieging the ash-gray cloud evil land, and have been fighting for a long time now. Shanqing Luo smiled at Yang Kai. Why are you taking them to the battlefield? Naturally, I have my own purpose. Do you want to come with me? No need. Yang Kai stretched his body and chuckled. It's rare for me to be free. I won't follow you and continue to be manipulated by you. You're really cruel, a fickle man. I've always treated you with such sincerity. Shanqing Luo glared at him with resentment. Enough. Wrinkling his brow, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked, Right, I have something to ask you. What kind of place is the evil cavern? Shanqing Luo stared at him in surprise. Where did you hear that? When I was fighting with Lu Yu that day, I heard someone mention it. They said that the martial skill Lu Yu used was something he learned from the evil cavern. Shanqing Luo nodded lightly, not asking about the grievances between Yang Kai and Lu Yu. With her shrewdness, how could she not guess that Bai Luo had played a role in this? She simply said, The evil cavern is a very strange place, filled with evil qi. It can be considered a dangerous place. Lu Yu's demonic purple qi body is also a good martial skill, but he can't fully display it. So the power he can display is greatly reduced. Why, do you want to go and see it? That's a bit of an idea. Yang Kai didn't deny it. That day when he was refining the demonic purple qi, his unyielding golden skeleton had faintly stirred, which made Yang Kai very curious. He didn't know what kind of mysteries were hidden within the evil cavern. If possible, he might be able to pry into the secrets of the unyielding golden skeleton. Right now, the world was in chaos, and smoke was everywhere. Yang Kai admitted that his strength was too low, so he couldn't get involved. He might as well find a place to train himself, and make plans after he grew up. Go there. Shanqing Luo furrowed her beautiful brows. She was a little worried, but she quickly relaxed. That's fine. You seem to be cultivating an evil technique. You might really gain something if you go there. However, the evil cavern was located in the profound Een Ghost King's territory. That place isn't as safe as Fragrance City. There may be enemies everywhere. If that's the case, I'll have Bai Luo send you there tomorrow. She knows the way so you don't have to find it yourself. All right. The next day, at dawn, Bai Luo ran over. Since that passionate day, this enchanting girl had not appeared in front of Yang Kai again. Now that she saw him again, she couldn't help blushing slightly, but she still glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Curling her lips, she said, Master asked me to take you to the evil cavern. You bastard. Even if you want to die, you shouldn't go there. If you just said so, this young lady could have dealt with you. Yet you still made me go there. It's really annoying. Yang Kai chuckled and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. And do you have anything you want to pack? If not, we can set off now. That place isn't close to Fragrance City. It'll take a few days to get there and back. No, let's go. The two of them left the palace. Coincidentally, they met Shanqing Luo, Qiu Yimeng, and Luo Xiaoman outside. It seemed like they were waiting for Yang Kai to come out. The three of them glanced at each other, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both wearing miserable expressions, seemingly hoping that Yang Kai would say a few more words to resolve their current predicament. Frowning, Yang Kai turned a blind eye. Since Shanqing Luo didn't intend to take their lives, she must have other plans, so there was no point in trying to persuade her. I'll take you along the way for a while, then we'll part ways half a day later to help you save some strength. Shanqing Luo chuckled, waving her hand, and a soft qi wrapped everyone up before flying directly out of Fragrance City. This simple action caused Yang Kai's brow to twitch. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's hearts also sank, knowing that escaping from the hands of the beguiling demon queen was nothing more than a pipe dream. The group moved extremely quickly, crossing a few thousand meters in the blink of an eye. As they flew, Shanqing Luo whispered to Yang Kai, The evil cavern is in the territory of the profound Een Ghost King, and with my evil king's token, no one should dare to provoke you. But you and Bai Luo shouldn't cause any trouble when you arrive there. The people there aren't as easy to deal with as they are in Fragrance City. Bai Luo will take you to that place and then come back. Yang Kai nodded slightly. There are many evil spirits inside the evil cavern, and although there are many people who obtain benefits from it every year, many more die inside. Don't go too deep. The deeper you go, the stronger the evil spirits will become. You won't be able to deal with them. What are evil spirits? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Evil spirits are the demonic chi and demonic chi inside the evil cavern. They are very difficult to deal with. They don't have sentience, but they are very aggressive. As long as it's a living thing, they will attack. In addition to comprehending martial skills, what other benefits are there? Yang Kai asked. It was rare for Shanqing Luo to know so much about the evil cavern, so naturally he had to inquire about it first. In addition to comprehending martial skills, there is also the ability to increase one's strength. After those evil spirits are defeated, they will leave behind an evil spirit essence, which is a mass of energy. If one can absorb and refine it, they can increase one's strength. Therefore, there are many people who enter the evil cavern at all times in the hopes of becoming stronger. Not only are there cultivators from the ash-gray cloud evil land, but there are also people from the outside who disguise themselves and sneak in. There are all kinds of people. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded. However, there are also some evil spirit essences that contain some special things, such as a variety of strange martial skills. Lu Yu's demonic purple chi body was comprehended in such a way. But these martial skills are quite sinister. Another example is the evil spirit essence that can increase one's spiritual energy. Some people have obtained such a thing, and their spiritual energy has greatly increased. Is there such a good thing? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. During this time, he had been thinking about increasing his spiritual energy like crazy. There are many good things, but you also need to have the ability to earn them. Shanqing Luo smiled. And the world is really mysterious. Such a thing actually exists. Yang Kai said in amazement. The last time he had gone to Nether Mountain for life experience was also the same, but he didn't know how it had formed. I heard my mother say that the evil cavern is connected to another place. Shanqing Luo finished speaking and also chuckled lightly. Obviously, she didn't take this matter seriously. What place? The demon world. The group of people all looked surprised. None of them had ever heard of such a thing. It might be true, otherwise there would be no other explanation for why there are so many evil spirits there that they can't be killed. You're joking. Yang Kai sneered. Haha. My mother also heard it from her mother. Shanqing Luo giggled. Yang Kai, you want to go to the evil cavern for life experience? Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at him curiously. Yang Kai nodded. Can you take us with you? I also want to go. Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly. Shanqing Luo glanced at her meaningfully. Qiu Yimeng smiled wryly. I can help him. The more people there are, the better. After all, my strength isn't too low. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Shanqing Luo softly comforted. I'm taking you to the battlefield just so you can see how those who came to attack the ash-gray cloud evil land treat the people here. Qiu Yimeng was slightly surprised. She somewhat understood Shanqing Luo's intentions. In fact, good and evil are not as clear-cut as you think. This world is not just black and white. Shanqing Luo's always soft and seductive voice was now slightly low. Half a day later, the group parted ways. Shanqing Luo took Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman away while Yang Kai and Bai Luo flew towards the profound Yin Ghost King's territory. The profound Yin Ghost King. Among the 6 great evil kings, the Ghost King was ranked near the top and was extremely difficult to deal with. The Ghost King had once coveted the beauty of the previous generation's beguiling demon queen, and had even secretly launched a sneak attack on her. However, in order to save the previous generation's beguiling demon queen, the relationship between him and Shanqing Luo was not very good. As a result, the relationship between the two territories had become somewhat turbulent. Therefore, even if Bai Luo had Shanqing Luo's demon king token, she didn't dare show it casually. She didn't want to attract the attention of the Ghost King's cultivator. The two of them cautiously made their way towards the evil cavern without any hindrance, not encountering any trouble. Occasionally, they would come across a cultivator, but both of them would vigilantly observe each other, not daring to act rashly. 3 days later, The two of them arrived at a spot about 3 kilometers from the evil cavern. Here they were. Bai Luo stopped and pointed to the front. The place you want to go is over there. Yang Kai looked up and glanced over. He didn't find anything strange. There was no trace of demonic qi as he had imagined. Hey, you bastard, you better be careful when you enter, don't die. Bai Luo angrily snorted. Yang Kai turned to look at her and suddenly chuckled. Why are you so concerned about me? Don't tell me you've fallen for me? Nonsense. Bai Luo cursed. You think this old lady will fall for you? This old lady would rather be a dog shit than fall for you. Don't bother with me. I'll tell you right now, last time we don't owe each other anything. If you dare to go out and say anything, I'll castrate you. Just as Bai Luo was cursing him, Yang Kai suddenly rushed up, grabbed her waist, and kissed her fiercely. Woo-woo. Bai Luo struggled fiercely and fiercely tried to resist. Suddenly, Kai Yang let go of her and laughed heartily before quickly leaving. Bastard! Bai Luo pursed her red lips, feeling as if she had bitten them so hard they were bleeding. A bitter taste spreading from the tip of her tongue. Damn, I'll never touch a man again. Bai Luo thought to herself. Waiting until Yang Kai disappeared from her field of vision, Bai Luo coldly snorted and turned around to leave. 3 kilometers away, Yang Kai found a deep black pit in the ground. Standing next to it, a cold wind blew up from below, causing not only his body to shiver, but also his divine sense to feel extremely cold. Worthy of being called a danger zone, it was indeed a bit strange. Yang Kai secretly pondered, circulating his true Yang secret art slightly, dispelling the cold feeling. Yang Kai leapt into the air and quickly descended. Chapter 327. The cave seemed to be extremely deep. Yang Kai couldn't reach the bottom even after falling for a long time. After a while, he suddenly heard sounds of fighting coming from below, and a series of flickering lights flashed in front of his eyes, indicating that someone was releasing their martial skills. Yang Kai became even more vigilant, knowing that Shan Qingluo's words were not false. Although this evil cavern was extremely dangerous, there were still people training inside at all times. Yang Kai had only just entered, yet he had already encountered people. The more dangerous a place was, the more benefits there were. The evil cavern's various wonders were enough to attract people to come here. This was also because the world was in chaos right now, so many people were fighting outside. If it were normal times, there would likely be even more people here. When there were many people, there would be disputes, fights, and bloodshed. This was a principle that had existed since ancient times. After a while, the sounds of fighting and the flashes of light became clear. Yang Kai listened carefully and determined that there should be 4 people on the other side. Their strength wasn't very high, probably all Yuan Qi cultivators. As he fell, Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense to probe the surroundings. A series of extremely evil energies spread throughout the range of his divine sense. These energies were either strong or weak, giving off a very uncomfortable feeling. These should be the so-called evil spirits. There were also some auras of cultivators, but they were very scattered, each one minding their own business. Although he didn't perceive any danger for the time being, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his divine sense. Releasing one's divine sense was a very dangerous thing. If one encountered an attack that could harm one's divine sense, they could be injured. Therefore, even if one was an immortal ascension boundary master, they wouldn't constantly release their divine sense, only occasionally using their divine sense to investigate the surrounding environment. After half a cup of tea worth of time, Yang Kai finally arrived at the bottom of the cave. Not far in front of him, there were 4 people fighting fiercely, using all kinds of martial skills. This group of people cooperated closely, one retreating, one advancing, one returning. Advancing and retreating, there wasn't the slightest panic. What they were fighting were a few oily green things. These things looked like humans, and there were blurry and ferocious facial features on their faces. However, their bodies were illusory and corporeal at the same time, ethereal and illusory. Amidst their ferocious roars, bursts of ghostly wails and howls could be heard, although they weren't very strong. However, it was extremely difficult to kill. This should be the evil spirit. It was indeed a little strange. Yang Kai had suddenly appeared behind them, but none of them had noticed him. They were probably too focused on the battle in front of them. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, young Kai deliberately made some noise. The four of them were startled and hurriedly turned their heads to look back. The next moment, a person silently jumped out of the battle circle. He faced young Kai warily. Young Kai was expressionless and didn't show any hostility. He just stood there quietly, waiting for the battle to end. That person observed for a while, and also noticed this. He couldn't help but smile at young Kai as a gesture of goodwill. Young Kai nodded lightly, not paying any attention to him. He just quietly observed the environment of the evil cavern. There seemed to be a completely different world underground. The entire underground was hollow, and there were only a few stone pillars that stood tall from time to time. The inside of the evil cavern was a barren wasteland, without a single trace of life. It was hard not to feel depressed, and the environment was quite complicated as well. The roots were intertwined. Although this place was deep underground, it was not dark. Everywhere there was a kind of sparkling light, like fireflies, but also like the wisps. The entire ash-gray cloud evil land was like an azure purgatory, and even the people inside were affected. It also looked ferocious and terrifying. After observing for a while, young Kai began to plan. If the old demon was here at this moment, these green evil spirits would undoubtedly be a great source of nourishment for him. Unfortunately, he was probably still at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, absorbing the demon chi here. Of the several cultivator in front of him, although one of them was on guard against young Kai, and one less companion, the remaining three didn't dare to hold back. Using all kinds of fierce martial skills, they quickly killed the few green evil spirits. Accompanied by a burst of sharp howls, the green evil spirits' bodies suddenly collapsed and disappeared into thin air. All that was left were a few lumps of something that looked very clear, but still contained a bit of evil energy, floating in the air. Evil spirit essence. Young Kai's heart skipped a beat. All the cultivators who came to the evil cavern were here for this evil spirit essence. Absorbing and refining it would allow them to obtain all kinds of benefits. However, these green evil spirit essences looked a bit weak and didn't contain much rich energy. Discovering this, young Kai withdrew his gaze. The several cultivators all looked at young Kai and were very satisfied with his calm performance. One of them, who looked relatively calm, turned to another woman and said, "Sister Rong, put these things away." The woman nodded and then pulled out a small bottle from the cloth bag at her waist. Pointing the bottle at the green evil spirit essences, she gently circulated her yuan qi. Xiao xiao xiao. The bottle wasn't too big, so it contained all the evil spirit essences. The girl smiled and shook the bottle, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at it, a very satisfied expression on her face. Young Kai's brow wrinkled as he curiously observed all this. The man who had just spoken seemed to notice this and couldn't help smiling heartily before cupping his fists towards young Kai. "This one is called Tao Yang. May I ask what your excellency's name is?" "Young Kai. So it's Brother Yang." Tao Yang chuckled and raised his straight eyebrows, bluntly saying, "Looking at Brother Yang's appearance, it seems you don't know much about this place." Young Kai nodded. Shanqing Luo had only told him about the dangers and opportunities inside the evil cavern. But she hadn't said anything about this bottle that could collect evil spirit essences, so he was quite concerned about this. "First time here?" "First time." "No wonder." Tao Yang seemed to be a bit friendly. At least he didn't show any malicious intent, nor did he rely on his superior numbers to bully others. Young Kai felt the need to re-examine the cultivator of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. The world's prejudices against the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land were too great. So they thought that anyone who lived here was not a good person. Didn't they know that bad people and good people coexisted everywhere? While Young Kai and Tao Yang were talking, the other three people around him were also looking at Young Kai with great interest, seemingly thinking that this person was a bit stupid and ridiculous. He didn't know anything yet still dared to rush into the evil cavern alone. He really didn't know how to write the word death. "What is this bottle?" Young Kai pointed to the bottle in the girl's hand and asked. Since Tao Yang didn't have any malicious intent, naturally he could inquire about it. "This." Tao Yang took the bottle from the girl's hand and shook it in front of Young Kai. Inside the bottle was a dense green light that seemed to flow like a stream of water. This is a purifying spirit bottle, an artifact specially refined for the cultivator, who comes here for life experience. What's its use? Seeing that he really didn't know anything, Taoyang couldn't help smiling bitterly, rubbing his forehead and patiently explaining. Brother Yang, you know that after an evil spirit is killed, it will leave behind a spirit essence, right? This spirit essence contains a variety of mysteries. After it is absorbed and refined, one can obtain many benefits. But this spirit essence is not something that can be casually absorbed. It contains a lot of yin and evil qi. This requires a cultivator to refine it. And the stronger the evil spirit, the richer the yin and evil qi it leaves behind after its death. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He could also perceive the yin and evil qi contained in the evil spirit essence. It was pure and vicious energy that no one could accept. If one absorbed too much of it, they would only lose their mind. Refining it will take some time. Inside this evil cavern, there are dangers everywhere. You can't just absorb and refine an evil spirit's essence every time you kill one. That would be too dangerous and too stupid of a person to do such a thing. Taoyang chuckled. The purifying spirit bottle comes into play. It can store an evil spirit's essence inside. Once you find the right opportunity and a safe place, you can take out the spirit essence and use it. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly realized he hadn't expected there to be so many secrets behind this evil cavern. Since he had come here alone, it seemed he would have to be more careful. Moreover, the purifying spirit bottle has the effect of purifying yin and evil qi. The longer it is kept inside, the easier it will be for us to refine the spirit essence. However, doing so will damage the purifying spirit bottle, so it's best not to keep it for too long. Try to find an opportunity to refine it as soon as possible. It can also increase your strength, haha. Thank you for the advice. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Brother Yang is too polite. Taoyang smiled faintly. Saying so, he frowned slightly. His expression seemed to be struggling and hesitating, but soon he turned to the woman and said, Junior sister, give me another bottle. Hearing this, the woman took out another bottle and handed it to Taoyang. Taoyang threw it to Yang Kai and said with a smile, Brother Yang, it's best if you also bring one, otherwise it will be very troublesome for you to be alone. Brother. Seeing him so generous, directly giving away a purifying spirit bottle to a stranger, the other three couldn't help calling out. A purifying spirit bottle, although it wasn't a high-end artifact, was still quite troublesome to refine, so they had only brought 3 with them this time. How could they just give one away? Everyone is here to gain experience, so we should help each other and help each other. Taoyang quietly glared at the other 3 and motioned for them to shut up. Yang Kai reached out and took the purifying spirit bottle, his brow wrinkling slightly. As the saying goes, one should not receive a reward without pains. Although he didn't have any malicious intent towards Taoyang's group when he came down, they were just strangers who had met by chance, so for them to be so generous made Yang Kai feel somewhat surprised. This made him suspicious, wondering if the other party had something to ask him for help with. But they didn't know him, so why would they ask for his help? Wanting to return the bottle, Yang Kai restrained himself. When others gave him something, it wouldn't be good to just return it like this. It might give them the feeling of being snubbed, and if things went south, they might even turn on him. What should he give them in exchange? Yang Kai hesitated. Sweeping the black book space with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that in addition to the myriad drug liquid, spirit milk, and spirit ointment, there was also the yin-yang monster ginseng. In addition, there were the artifacts from the Endless Sea Island's great sex, as well as the Azura sword and thousand-blossoming blood begonia. These were all things he couldn't give away. In addition to this, there were some pills. Some of these pills were prepared for him by Ling Tai-su and hadn't been used up at that time. There were also 2 bottles of heaven-grade pills that he had taken out from Shanqing Luo's treasure house. Chapter 328. After investigating for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he was actually quite poor. After thinking about it carefully, he decided to give them a bottle of heaven-grade pills. A bottle of heaven-grade pills was not cheap, and since he had taken them from Shanqing Luo's treasure house, each bottle was worth at least 200,000 or 300,000 silvers. It should be enough to offset a purifying spirit bottle. Yang Kai frowned as his divine sense wandered around the black book space. Although it was only for a moment, in the eyes of the others, he seemed to be in a daze. The other three didn't mind that Tao Yang had given Yang Kai a purifying spirit bottle, but because he was their brother, they had endured it. However, they still felt that their brother was being too generous and somewhat reckless. They had only met for the first time, so even if they wanted to make friends with him, there was no need to do this, right? At this moment, seeing Yang Kai actually put on an indifferent expression, they couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. The girl named Rong Mei seemed to be a straightforward person and immediately coldly snorted. When others give you something, can't you even say thank you? You're not a mute. The other two also stared at him coldly, as if they had just suffered a big loss. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before looking up at them and lightly saying, "Sorry, I was thinking about something and lost myself." "Are you done thinking?" The girl named Rong Mei didn't give up, as if she wanted to hear Yang Kai say thank you before she would give up. Yang Kai nodded and casually tossed a bottle to Tao Yang. He then cupped his fists and said, "Until we meet again." Saying so, his figure flickered and he flew off like a bolt of lightning. Rong Mei chased after him a few steps, but when she found that Yang Kai had disappeared, she suddenly became annoyed and stamped her foot. "This person! You-ha!" Tao Yang looked at his three junior brothers and junior sisters, helplessly shaking his head and sighing. Although he didn't scold them, the disappointment on his face was obvious. "Brother!" A thin junior brother looked at him suspiciously. "Is he worth being so friendly with?" "That's right. He doesn't look like a powerful figure, and his clothes are even more ordinary. Why would you give him a purifying spirit bottle for free?" Rong Mei's eyes were filled with confusion. She muttered softly, "What an annoying person. He didn't even say thank you." "Why would he say that? He didn't take the purifying spirit bottle for nothing." Tao Yang finally glared at them. He handed the bottle that Yang Kai had just thrown to Rong Mei and said lightly, "See for yourself." "What?" Rong Mei took it in dissatisfaction and pouted her small mouth. "Isn't it just a bottle of medicinal pills? How can it compare to the value of the purifying spirit bottle?" While complaining, she casually opened the bottle and took a whiff. Her beautiful face suddenly changed color as she looked at Tao Yang in shock. A trace of helplessness flashed in Tao Yang's eyes. "It can't be?" Rong Mei looked surprised. As if she could not believe it, her small hand trembled as she poured out a pill from the bottle. She placed it on her palm and carefully observed it. The other two also came over and sniffed the rich pill fragrance. Looking at the round and plump pill, they all exclaimed, "A heaven-grade pill?" "Look carefully." Tao Yang's eyesight was obviously better than the three of them, so he was able to see the quality of this pill at a glance. Could it be a heaven-grade high-rank pill? This time the three of them not only did not complain, but instead showed a look of joy. "A heaven-grade high-rank yuan qi pill." Tao Yang smiled bitterly. "Tell me, can it offset the value of the purifying spirit bottle?" Rong Mei's face turned red. Bayan nodded. These people had entered the evil cavern to gain experience, so naturally they would bring some medicinal pills with them. However, the highest grade of medicinal pills they had brought was only a heaven-grade low-rank yuan qi pill. Compared to the bottle that Yang Kai had casually thrown out, it was only 2 small grades lower. The value of the pills was also very different. Moreover, sometimes, the value of a good bottle of medicinal pills could not be measured by money. It could save lives at a critical moment. What kind of background does that guy have? Why is he so generous? The thin junior brother asked with an inexplicable look of shock. Speaking of which, it was very interesting. This was the first time that his brother and that person had met, but one was more generous than the other, as if they were competing. Give a peach and return a plum, that's it. Tao Yang smacked his lips, looking at the three of them with disappointment. "No matter what kind of background he has, brother, I wanted to befriend him, but it was ruined by the three of you." The three of them couldn't help feeling a little guilty, repeatedly admitting their mistakes. Rong Mei curiously asked, "Brother, how do you know that he is a person worth befriending? There are all kinds of people who come here. What if he's an evil person?" Tao Yang smiled. "If he was a treacherous person, he wouldn't have deliberately made a noise to let us notice him." The three of them suddenly understood. They had thought that Yang Kai had accidentally made a noise when he landed, but they never expected that he had deliberately made a noise to alert them. He probably didn't want to misunderstand, so he did this. It seemed that he wasn't a person who liked to cause trouble, and his nature wasn't bad. Moreover, Tao Yang's eyes seemed to flash with lightning, and he was very shrewd. Although his words and behavior revealed that he didn't know much about this place, since he dared to come here alone, he must have something to rely on. This person is undoubtedly very strong. It can't be, he is younger than us. Rongmei obviously didn't believe it. Age doesn't mean everything. Didn't you see that when he was facing the four of us alone, he wasn't nervous at all? He didn't care about us at all. What does this mean? It means that he is not afraid of us, and may even have the strength to kill us. This is why I want to befriend him. How is that possible? The three of them exclaimed again and again, shaking their heads. I don't believe it. Tao Yang looked at them helplessly. Don't be so short-sighted, okay? There are many geniuses in this world, and there are many powerful people everywhere. You have to look at the long term. Rongmei chuckled. But even if brother says so, I still don't believe it. Hee, there are definitely geniuses, but at his age, if he can kill the four of us, he is not a genius, but a monster. The other two nodded, looking like they had said what was on the bottom of their hearts. Sigh. Tao Yang only felt that he had wasted a lot of words, but still couldn't broaden the horizons of his three junior sisters and junior brother. He sighed. You guys, remember one thing, in this world, you can be weak, but you can't be discerning. But you can't be so blind. You have to see clearly who you can't offend and who you can make friends with. If you can do it, you can live a long life. Okay, I know brother is going to talk about platitudes again. Let's go in, that person is one step ahead of us. Rongmei walked forward and dragged Tao Yang. Let's go faster, maybe we can meet him again. At that time, we can see whether he is really strong or not. It's useless for you to say more now. That's right. Tao Yang's eyes brightened, and he also quickened his pace. He also wanted to know, what was the reason Yang Kai dared to enter this place alone? A few miles away, Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the green evil spirit floating not far in front of him. It was like a ghost. After carefully observing it, he found that the evil spirit was indeed only a half entity. It had no limbs. It only had vague facial features, but it was terrifying and looked ferocious. After looking at it for a moment, Yang Kai walked towards it. Evil spirits didn't have intelligence, but they were very sensitive to the aura of life. As long as there was a living thing within a certain range, they would be hunted down. If they couldn't be defeated, they would definitely not be able to escape. Yang Kai was only a few dozen feet away when he was discovered by the evil spirit. With a howl, the evil spirit floated towards Yang Kai like catkins. In an instant, a cold wind blew, and ghosts wailed and wolves howled. Yang Kai waved his palm at the evil spirit, and the hot wind from his palm directly hit the evil spirit's body. The evil spirit was suddenly beaten into a state of disarray, and where the true Yang Yuan Qi had penetrated, it was as if it was on fire, burning fiercely. Although the true Yang Yuan Qi was quickly offset by the evil spirit's evil energy, this palm seemed to have caused it to suffer a great loss, and its entire green body dimmed a lot. The body that was charging forward suddenly paused, and the wailing and howling stopped abruptly. Immediately, the evil spirit suddenly turned around and fled in panic. Yang Kai was stunned, faintly feeling that something was wrong, and hurriedly chased after it. Who would have thought that although the evil spirit didn't have a physical body, its speed of escape was quite fast. Yang Kai chased it for a long time before finally catching it. After 3 to 5 moves, he defeated it, leaving behind only a mass of evil spirit essence. The degree of ease was far beyond Yang Kai's imagination. Before, when he saw Tao Yang's group of 4 dealing with those evil spirits, Yang Kai had thought he would be the same. Standing in place, frowning for a long time, Yang Kai still felt that this phenomenon was not normal. It was said that evil spirits would fight to the death when they encountered a living being, so why did it run away after just 1 move? Moreover, it only took a few moves to kill an evil spirit. Could it be that the true Yang Yuan Qi restrained it? After thinking about it for a while, this was the only reason that made sense. The true Yang Yuan Qi had always been the nemesis of evil spirits, and Yang Kai had relied on it to suppress the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became quite excited. Inside this evil cavern, he undoubtedly had a great advantage over the others. If he didn't take advantage of this advantage, wouldn't it be too wasteful? Taking out the purifying spirit bottle, Yang Kai imitated Rong Mei's actions, slightly circulating his Yuan Qi and pouring it into this artifact. In an instant, a suction force emerged from the purifying spirit bottle and sucked in the evil spirit essence. Very interesting. Yang Kai chuckled to himself. Putting away the purifying spirit bottle, Yang Kai continued on his way. There didn't seem to be many traces of cultivator activity nearby, only a small number of people. As Yang Kai walked, he killed all the evil spirits he saw, not letting go of a single one. After suffering the first time, Yang Kai became more decisive, not giving any evil spirits a chance to escape, directly crushing them with brute force. In less than half a day, the purifying spirit bottle had been filled with 20 masses of evil spirit essence, a rich harvest. However, Yang Kai could also feel that the energy contained in these evil spirit essences was not very strong, so even if he absorbed them, the increase in strength would not be much. Chapter 329. More than a dozen miles behind Yang Kai, Tao Yang and the others had been carefully walking, but after walking for so long, they still hadn't found a single evil spirit, so they couldn't help but feel strange. Why is it so peaceful here? Sister Rong frowned and muttered. Tao Yang looked surprised, his face faintly showing some horror as he quickly said, I'm afraid that the evil spirits along the way have already been cleaned up. Who would bother to clean up the outermost evil spirits? Sister Rong chuckled, suddenly seeming to think of something. She turned to look at Tao Yang and said, Brother, you mean? Others wouldn't bother to come back, but from the outside to the inside, they would have to clean up. Tao Yang's eyes shone as he looked ahead. It seems that I still underestimated his ability. This person is not only strong, but his secret art and martial skills seem to be very effective in restraining the evil spirits here. Otherwise, even if he is strong, he wouldn't be able to move so quickly. The other three were shocked, no longer daring to underestimate Yang Kai in the slightest. Yang Kai held the purifying spirit bottle in his hand, facing the mass of evil spirit essence in front of him, but after trying for a while he still couldn't absorb it. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. After carefully looking at it for a long time, he suddenly recovered. The purifying spirit bottle seemed to have a limited capacity, so it was impossible to absorb the evil spirit essence indefinitely. Thinking of this, Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. He directly reached out and sucked the evil spirit essence into his palm, guiding it through his meridians a few times. Under the burning of the pure true Yang Yuan Qi, the mass of evil spirit essence was quickly purified and turned into a stream of energy that poured into the unyielding golden skeleton. It was much simpler than he had imagined. After swallowing such a stream of energy, the unyielding golden skeleton suddenly felt a strange sensation. It was as if it was extremely hungry for this kind of energy and was unsatisfied. Sure enough, the energy here was very much to the unyielding golden skeleton's appetite. Perceiving this point, Yang Kai couldn't help but look happy. The last time he refined Lu Yu's purple demon fire, he also felt a little bit like this. Yang Kai had already guessed that this place was the blessed land of the unyielding golden skeleton, and now it seemed that his guess was correct. Anyway, refining the evil spirit essence was quite easy. Yang Kai simply absorbed all 20 essences from the purifying spirit bottle into his meridians. In less than a quarter of an hour, it was completely refined. The unyielding golden skeleton gave off an even more pleasurable feeling, and even Yang Kai felt his body and mind relax. The only thing that was a little disappointing was, this energy only increased Yang Kai's strength, and didn't allow him to comprehend anything else, not even the power of his spiritual sense. Grinning, Yang Kai was also quite satisfied. After all, it was said that inside the evil cavern, special evil spirit essences were relatively rare, and whether one could find one depended on one's luck. Just as he was about to continue his exploration, his mind suddenly stirred, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. He couldn't help but have an extremely strange expression. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while, then hurried in that direction. Half an hour later, the sound of fighting reached their ears. There were flashing lights of various colors and martial skills. Looking in the direction of the light, Yang Kai saw many people gathered together. These people were both men and women, but none of them were very old. Under the leadership of a young girl, they were fighting several evil spirits. The martial skills displayed by these people were quite sinister. Everyone's hands were pale white, like ghost claws, exuding bursts of cold air. From time to time, some people would use martial skills in the form of ghost faces. They let out ferocious howls as they entangled with the evil spirits. These ghost-face martial techniques were somewhat similar to the evil spirits to a certain extent. They all had indistinct facial features and were extremely frightening. What made Yang Kai even more concerned was that the evil spirits they were facing were somewhat different from the ones he had encountered before. The evil spirits he had encountered before. They were all green in color, but the ones in front of them were. However, it was dark red like fresh blood, which made people's hair stand on end. Moreover, these red evil spirits were undoubtedly much stronger than the green ones. Even their illusory bodies were much more solid. Therefore, even though this group of people had more people than Tao Yang's group, they couldn't win in a short time. 4 or 5 red evil spirits gathered around, letting out sharp howls from time to time. In the howls, they seemed to have resonated and acted in unison. If they failed to hit, they would immediately retreat. They were much more troublesome than the green evil spirits. However, on the scene, this group of cultivators had the upper hand. After a while, the bodies of the red evil spirits gradually dimmed. After one of them was defeated, the scales of victory immediately tilted towards the cultivators. The ghostly face martial skills were also released by them again and again, attacking the red evil spirit as easily as crushing dry weeds. Somehow, one of the red evil spirits bypassed the crowd and directly pounced on Yang Kai before it died. Yang Kai frowned, but he didn't dodge. He wanted to test the red evil spirit's combat strength. He stretched out a hand, Yuan Qi surging in his palm, and met it head-on. With a palm strike, the red evil spirit collapsed in the sky, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit origin floating in front of Yang Kai. This mass of evil spirit origin was clearly much better than the one Yang Kai had before. Yang Kai didn't want to touch this mass of evil spirit origin, but it seemed that the unyielding golden skeleton's appetite had been stimulated by the energy just now. At this moment, it actively produced a suction force and directly sucked this mass of evil spirit origin into its body. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel stunned and helpless. Over there, the group of cultivator were a little shocked when they saw Yang Kai destroy the evil spirit in one move, but now that they saw him take away the evil spirit origin without any hesitation, their faces sank, and their expressions suddenly became unfriendly. "Hey friend, don't you think this is a little unkind?" Immediately, a handsome young man stood up and looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy face. Sorry, I didn't mean to." Yang Kai knew that he was in the wrong and didn't want to quibble. "You didn't mean to?" The young man sneered. "You took away the evil spirit origin that originally belonged to us, and you still want to say that you didn't mean to?" Although Yang Kai's performance just now surprised him, he wasn't afraid. After all, there were 7 or 8 of them. What's more, Yang Kai's reason wasn't convincing at all. Taking something in front of others by force, what else could it be but intentional? Hearing what he said, the others also stepped forward, coldly sizing up Yang Kai, none of them willing to give up. Only one young girl, her beautiful face somewhat pale, stared at Yang Kai, a trace of panic flashing across her beautiful eyes. Her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly. She remembered the inhuman torture and the unbearable pain she had suffered. "Friend, let's make it clear. Although our Ghost King Valley isn't a great sect, we aren't so easy to deal with." The gloomy young man sneered at Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, "I'll compensate you." "Compensate? How?" The young man snorted. "No need." Before Yang Kai could answer, the young girl who had been hiding behind the crowd walked up to him. The panic in her eyes had disappeared, and she simply looked at Yang Kai faintly. "You don't need to compensate me, junior sister." The young man looked at the young girl in surprise. not knowing why she would say this. I know him. There's no need to care about this. The young girl's expression was indifferent, but when she looked at Yang Kai, her face became slightly red. She remembered how she and ZMO had tried to seduce Yang Kai in that isolated world. At that time, she had believed Zemo's words and thought he had some kind of hidden disease, but she hadn't expected him to take advantage of her. Do you know him? The young man became more and more confused. Looking at the young girl and then back at Yang Kai, he couldn't help feeling confused. And he can be considered my savior. The young girl finally showed a smile, but this cold woman's smile was slightly stiff. Young Lady Lung, we meet again. Yang Kai smiled at this young girl. This young girl was Ghost King Valley's Lung Shan. In the minds of both ZMO and Lung Shan, Yang Kai's divine sense brand, so as long as they weren't too far apart, Yang Kai could feel their existence, but Yang Kai hadn't expected to meet Lung Shan here. And we meet again. Lung Shan nodded slightly, feeling relieved in her heart. It seemed that this young man didn't intend to speak about what had happened in that isolated world, nor did he intend to use his divine sense brand to torture her. Although she had long known that Yang Kai wasn't a bad person, Lung Shan was still a little worried. Seeing that the two of them were really familiar with each other, the Ghost King Valley disciples couldn't help glancing at each other, and the hostility of the gloomy young man also converged. You should first refine this evil spirit essence. Once that thing is absorbed into your body, it will be harmful if you don't refine it as soon as possible. Lung Shan whispered before turning to the others. All of you put away this evil spirit essence and be vigilant. Don't let it take advantage of you. And everyone quickly got to work. Yang Kai also chuckled and began circulating his true Yang secret art. The red evil spirit essence was really different, and the energy it contained was much higher than that of the green evil spirit essence. A moment later, Yang Kai's body felt light and he said, "Done." "Done," the gloomy young man exclaimed, frowning as he stared at Yang Kai. "Friend, how can you refine this evil spirit essence so quickly? Have you finished refining it? This thing isn't a joke. If you don't clean it up, it's very likely it will leave behind some hidden dangers." He kindly reminded Yang Kai, obviously because Lung Shan had said he was her savior, otherwise, it would have been impossible for his attitude to change so much. "And I cultivate a Yang attribute secret art, so it's quite effective against this," Yang Kai lightly explained. "So that's how it is. I was wondering why friend was able to destroy that red evil spirit in a single move. Your strength is a bit too strong, haha. It turns out it's because Yuan Chi's attribute secret art can restrain it. It scared me." The gloomy young man was no longer gloomy and laughed heartily. "Nice to meet you. My name is Chen Yi. I apologize for offending you just now. I hope this friend won't mind." Yang Kai. The other party was willing to reconcile, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't care. After all, it was his fault. Chapter 330. Inside the evil cavern, in a secluded location, the Ghost King Valley disciples were sitting together. They had just experienced a battle and needed a little time to recover. In this kind of evil cavern, only by maintaining their peak state could they ensure their own safety. Although they were meditating and resting, these people still didn't relax in the slightest, constantly keeping an eye out for any movement around them, guarding against the sudden appearance of the red evil spirits. Yang Kai secretly nodded as he curiously glanced over at Lung Shan. After not seeing her for nearly a year, this ice-cold girl seemed to have grown a lot. Lung Shan wasn't the strongest in this group, nor was she the oldest, but everyone's command fell into her hands. It was under her command that this group of people could be so orderly. Her relatively high status in Ghost King Valley was one of the reasons for this, but it was also likely that she had honed a lot of experience in that isolated world. The young man, Chen Yi, was also sitting nearby with a smile on his face, looking towards Yang Kai with a kind expression. He didn't seem to know that Yang Kai had killed 2 elite Ghost King Valley disciples, nor was he aware of the grievances between him and Lung Shan. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai asked curiously. He really hadn't expected to meet an acquaintance in the evil cavern this time. Although in that isolated world, Yang Kai and Zemo's relationship was better than Lung Shan's, because of the brand of divine sense in Lung Shan's mind, there was still a faint connection between the two. However, this connection was one-sided. Yang Kai could feel Lung Shan's presence, but she couldn't feel Yang Kai's. Of course I can be here. A smile appeared on Lung Shan's cold face. Don't you know where this place is? Evil Cavern. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing. The profound Een Ghost King's territory. Ghost King Valley. It turns out your Ghost King Valley is in the ash-gray cloud evil land. Lung Shan nodded lightly. Yang Kai was suddenly surprised. Is Ghost King Valley related to the profound Een Ghost King? Although they both have the title Ghost King in their names, there isn't much of a connection between them. It's just that they fall under his jurisdiction. Chunyi interjected with a smile. It seems that Brother Yang doesn't know much about the ash-gray cloud evil land. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. Chunyi laughed and said, It doesn't matter. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask me. Since you are my junior sister's savior, you should know. Since you are a friend of my Ghost King Valley, naturally you are a friend of this Chunyi. May I ask where Brother Yang is from? Brother! Lung Shan shouted. She knew Yang Kai's sect, but because she knew, she felt that this matter was of great importance. High Heaven Pavilion wasn't famous before, but after the birth of the Demon Lord, it became famous all over the world. Because of their relationship with the Demon Lord, the entire High Heaven Pavilion wasn't very well received. This phenomenon was not limited to the outside world. It was the same in the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Because as soon as the Demon Lord appeared, he brought war to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. This was not something everyone wanted to see happen. Aware of Lung Shan's reminder, Chunyi smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. Forget I asked Brother Yang, please don't mind me. In his heart he was also a bit curious. Where did this Yang Kai come from? Why couldn't he say anything about it? Yang Kai smiled faintly. But why are you here? Lung Shan asked curiously. High Heaven Pavilion was thousands of miles away from here, so it must have taken a lot of effort to get here. I heard there was something here, so I came to play. Chunyi and Lung Shan were both stunned and couldn't help smiling bitterly. Your courage is really big, actually daring to come here to play. Lung Shan shook her head helplessly, but she knew Yang Kai's strength and strangeness. So she didn't show too much surprise. Perhaps he really was qualified to come here, to play. Right, why are you dealing with red evil spirits? All I've encountered along the way are green. Yang Kai asked about the doubts in his heart. Ah! Chunyi laughed, understanding that Yang Kai really had come here to play. Otherwise how could he not have gathered enough information about the evil cavern? Lung Shan couldn't help smiling, gently pursing her lips. The other Ghost King Valley disciples also looked at Yang Kai with a funny expression. Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly. Good. Lung Shan lightly coughed. Chunyi's expression became serious. Finally he asked, Brother Yang, the green evil spirits you encountered were somewhat different from the red evil spirits, right? And the red one is undoubtedly much stronger. It's like this, the deeper you go into the evil cavern, the more powerful the evil spirits you encounter. Green evil spirits are only encountered in the outermost area, so they are relatively easy to deal with. Red evil spirits are only slightly stronger than green evil spirits. However, they aren't too difficult to deal with. Further in, there are purple evil spirits, black evil spirits, each one more powerful than the previous, and their bodies also become more and more solid. Black evil spirits already have a complete physical body. They are existences that even immortal ascension boundary masters have to avoid. For people like us, at best, we can only have ideas about purple evil spirits, but if we encounter black evil spirits, we should quickly run, otherwise if we're not careful, we'll lose our lives here. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Purple evil spirits. It was likely that Lu Yu's demonic purple chi body and purple demon spirit fire were obtained from purple evil spirits. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Moreover, in addition to these 4 ordinary evil spirits, Brother Yang, you should also pay attention to a special kind of evil spirit. After Chunyi's impression of Yang Kai had greatly changed, he also intended to make friends with him. So he decided to tell him everything he knew. Oh. Yang Kai looked at Chunyi in surprise and found that his expression was extremely dignified. And there was also a trace of worry in his eyes, so he couldn't help asking. What kind of evil spirit? Soul-type evil spirits. Chunyi said in a low voice with a warning tone. This thing looks the same as the other evil spirits, so it's very difficult to distinguish. But if you encounter it, I advise you to run away as fast as you can. Why? Because they have soul skills. Chun-Yi grinned. We're just Yuan Qi cultivators. If we encounter this kind of evil spirit, we won't be able to deal with it. Brother Yang, do you have an artifact that can defend against soul skills? Yang Kai shook his head. That's not good. Chun-Yi frowned slightly. Those who come here will generally bring some kind of artifact that can defend against soul skills, and if the conditions are good, they will also bring some offensive artifacts that can restrain evil spirits. However, Brother Yang, your secret art and Yuan Qi attribute can restrain evil spirits, so you don't need to worry about this. It doesn't matter, I shouldn't be so unlucky. Yang Kai smiled. Although he didn't have an artifact that could defend against soul skills, he still had a few soul skills in his mind, so the defensive power of his spirit palace shouldn't be bad. So he didn't really care. And soul-type evil spirits are generally quite rare. Chun-Yi nodded. After a few words, the atmosphere became joyful and harmonious. As they were talking, a strange sound suddenly rang out in the distance. This sound was sharp and harsh, like the sound of a flute, but also like the howling of ghosts. When the Ghost King Valley disciples heard this sound, they couldn't help turning their heads towards the source of the sound. There's movement. Chun-Yi's expression became serious. Chun-Yi said in a low voice, Let's go take a look. Lung Shan also nodded slightly. Yang Kai didn't ask for details, but looking at the faces of this group of people, it didn't seem like something big had happened. Let's go. Chun-Yi beckoned everyone to set off. Turning to Yang Kai, he asked, Brother Yang, if you don't mind, how about we go together? Good. Yang Kai nodded. Just now he had accidentally taken their evil spirit essence. Since he had promised to compensate them, he should keep his word. Taking advantage of others was not a good thing. Everyone walked in the front while Lung Shan deliberately fell behind, walking side by side with Yang Kai. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Yang Kai thought she was a little worried and quickly reassured her. I know you won't. Lung Shan shook her head. That's not what I wanted to tell you. Oh, then what did you want to say? Lung Shan smiled lightly. I wanted to tell you that we came to the evil cavern this time. We didn't come here for life experience. If not for life experience, then why did you come here? Yang Kai was puzzled. We came here looking for someone. Looking for someone. And a few outsiders killed many free and unfettered sect disciples, and then fled here. Ghost King Valley isn't far from free and unfettered sect, so we were pulled in to help. Yang Kai glanced at her casually, and found that when she mentioned free and unfettered sect, her expression was somewhat resentful. Chuckling lightly, he asked, Does that free and unfettered sect often bully your Ghost King Valley? You didn't come here willingly this time, did you? You know too much. Lung Shan glared at him, more and more confirming Yang Kai's guess. She lightly said, I'll tell you in advance, after all, you don't belong to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, and free and unfettered sect is pursuing a cultivator from an outside force. If you see a fellow Taoist in danger, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble. Fellow Taoist? Yang Kai sneered. This father's sect is no more. Where would I find a fellow Taoist? Lung Shan's expression darkened. I've also heard about what happened to High Heaven Pavilion. My condolences. Yang Kai snorted. Perhaps because of Shan Qing Luo's influence, or perhaps because of the changes in High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai didn't care about righteous or evil. The world's general trend had nothing to do with him, so when he looked at people and dealt with them, it was his personal preference. Then what kind of person is free and unfettered sect chasing? Yang Kai couldn't help but ask curiously. Besides a woman, who else could it be? Lung Shan smiled contemptuously. Free and unfettered sect. The most free and unfettered of all, you know. Ah, I understand. Yang Kai couldn't help sweating. He hadn't expected the cold Lung Shan to actually say such words. And it's said that they're a pair of twins with extraordinary beauty and strength. The two of them working together is quite clever. Lung Shan's eyes secretly flashed with satisfaction. They killed more than a dozen free and unfettered sect disciples, but unfortunately, in the end, they were still forced to come here. You're quite prejudiced against free and unfettered sect. Yang Kai chuckled as he looked at her. Has anyone in free and unfettered sect ever coveted your beauty? Lung Shan proudly raised her head, not giving a direct answer, but the answer was obvious enough. Heh. Yang Kai chuckled, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he asked in a low voice. If those two women were really caught, what would you do? I don't know. Lung Shan shook her head. I don't want to get involved in this matter, but since Master has ordered us to do so, we can only put on an act. We may not actually catch them, but when we do, then we'll talk. That's true. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Chapter 331. The group continued walking forward for a long time. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he stared in a certain direction. Wait. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed Lung Shan. Stop. Chen Yi noticed the movement behind him and quickly raised his hand. The group of Ghost King Valley disciples quickly stopped, each of them on alert. What's wrong? Lung Shan asked in surprise. Yang Kai didn't answer, instead focusing more and more on the situation. A moment later, his expression became cold and his body shot out like a bolt of lightning, his yuan qi surging as he stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. In the void, there seemed to be a series of ripples, and as these ripples spread out, a figure suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. This person's face showed a trace of surprise and horror as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, his figure quickly retreating as he raised his hands and shouted, Hey hey hey! Yang Kai's expression froze as his eyes fell on this person's pale white hands. Every Ghost King Valley disciple's hands were this color, as if there was no blood flowing through them, making them look extremely terrifying. Ah! Brother Yang, stop! Chen Yi also hurriedly shouted. Hearing this shout, Yang Kai also quickly stopped. He's one of us, he's one of us. Chen Yi and Lung Shan hurriedly caught up. I saw it. Yang Kai smiled. He had thought that someone was lying in ambush waiting for an opportunity to attack, but he hadn't expected that this person was also a Ghost King Valley disciple. So the voice just now was a signal sent out by this person. After the man was forced to reveal himself, he stared at Yang Kai in shock until Chen Yi arrived and exclaimed, Fuck, who is this guy? Junior sister Lung's savior. Chen Yi briefly introduced. Yang Kai now knew that this Ghost King Valley disciple, Cheng Ying, had been leading the way. Sorry, it's a misunderstanding. Yang Kai cupped his fists towards him. Fuck, you're amazing. Cheng Ying shouted. I brought a concealment artifact and used the ghost concealment martial skill. Brother Shen and the others couldn't see where I was hiding, so how did you see through it with a single glance? Hearing his words, everyone realized that something was wrong. If it wasn't for Cheng Ying's ability to hide herself perfectly, she wouldn't have been able to do so. They would not allow him to explore the path ahead alone. With this kind of concealment technique, even an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary Master wouldn't be able to see through it. It was also by relying on this that Cheng Ying was able to obtain all kinds of information like a fish in water. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai, who hadn't even reached the Immortal Ascension boundary yet, was able to see through it so clearly. How could they not be surprised? Yeah, Brother Yang, how did you do it? Chen Yi asked curiously. Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, Maybe my senses are much sharper than the average person. Is that okay? Cheng Ying obviously didn't quite believe it, but since Yang Kai said so, he didn't ask anymore. Lung Shan stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Her beautiful eyes flashed thoughtfully. Not wanting to get to the bottom of the matter, she changed the subject. Cheng Ying, since you sent this message, did you find something? Cheng Ying recovered from his daze. Wiping his mouth, he excitedly said, Yes. Those two girls. Lung Shan's expression suddenly became cold. As a woman, the word girls was a bit harsh to her ears. Ahem. Those two women's whereabouts were exposed. Cheng Ying grinned meaningfully. Waving his hands, he continued. But they're incredibly strong. Their cultivations obviously aren't very high, but when they join forces, their strength soars. They must have cultivated some kind of special secret art. That group of free and unfettered sect idiots didn't know how strong they were, so several of them died. That fool Yu Qing was almost castrated by one of them. That scene, TSK, it was too horrible to look at. This Cheng Ying seemed to be quite a lively person. As he spoke, he gestured to his crotch and shuddered. Just looking at it made this brother's crotch feel cold. I'm scared. Ahem. Junior brother Qingying, don't talk nonsense. Chun-Yi saw Lung Shan's expression turn ugly and quickly interrupted his nonsense. Heh. Chungying awkwardly scratched his head and pretended to slap his mouth. Yes, my mouth is cheap. Junior sister, please don't be angry. Lung Shan snorted. She knew that this was his nature. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Chun-Yi's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely gloating. Then, was Yuqing castrated or not? Chungying said with some frustration. No, it's a pity. But after taking that blow, I estimate that he won't be able to get hard for 10 days or half a month. He deserves it, he deserves it. The second half of his sentence was directed towards Lung Shan with a smile. It's a pity. Chun-Yi also sighed. What happened later? What happened to those two women? Later, they ran away deeper inside. Chungying's expression suddenly became serious. There are purple evil spirits moving around inside, and there are so many of them. I estimate that they are about to reach their limit. Is that so? Chun-Yi frowned. What does Yuqing mean? His meaning is naturally to capture them alive. So, he wants us to cooperate with them. First kill those purple evil spirits, then capture those two women. Fuck. Chun-Yi angrily cursed. Ghost King Valley had suffered many losses in front of Free and Unfettered Sect over the years, but because Free and Unfettered Sect occupied a yellow spring pond which was of great benefit to the cultivation of Ghost King Valley's disciples, even if Ghost King Valley was angry and resentful, they still had to give way. In order to obtain that yellow spring pond, Ghost King Valley had sent countless female disciples into Free and Unfettered Sect as dowries over the years for the men of Free and Unfettered Sect to vent their frustrations. The two sects had long been like fire and water, but it was impossible for them to directly go to war, barely maintaining a fragile balance. Therefore, even if Lung Shan and the others were unwilling to participate in this matter, they had no choice but to rush over to assist Free and Unfettered Sect, because Yuqing had promised that if they could capture those two women alive, he would open the Yellow Spring Pond for a month. 1 month was enough for the strength of hundreds of Ghost King Valley's disciples to soar. Lung Shan and the others couldn't refuse such a temptation. Yuqing now wanted the Ghost King Valley disciples to rush over, clearly wanting to use them to clean up the purple evil spirits and minimize his own losses. The disciples of the two sects had been dealing with each other for many years and were quite familiar with each other's tricks, so how could Chun-Yi and Lung Shan not understand his intentions? So should we go? Chungying looked at Chun-Yi and Lung Shan and asked. Chun-Yi grit his teeth and didn't say anything, just staring at Lung Shan. Lung Shan sneered. Of course we should go. Even if it's just to see their miserable state, we should still go. Chun-Yi's spirit suddenly rose and he nodded. And what junior sister says makes sense. After the group finished their discussion, they immediately followed Chungying's lead and walked forward. Along the way, they didn't encounter any evil spirits, presumably because they had been cleaned up earlier. After walking for a long time, a group of people appeared in front of them. Their numbers no less than the Ghost King Valley group, and looking at the nearby traces, it was obvious that a great battle had just taken place. There were traces of blood on the ground and several corpses lying around. An evil-looking man with a pale complexion was sitting beside Yang Kai, completely ignoring his image. Large drops of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his face was filled with hatred as he stared at the depths of the evil cavern, muttering under his breath. You two sluts, sooner or later I'll catch you and teach you a lesson. Daring to hurt me here. Under the dim light, one could clearly see that in the middle of this man's thigh, there was a half-foot-long wound that was still bleeding. In front of this man, a beautiful woman was kneeling in front of him, her head bowed as she applied medicine to his wound. Even in this kind of environment, this sinister-looking man's crotch was still erect. When the Ghost King Valley disciple came over, Lung Shan turned her eyes away in disgust, but Chun-Yi, on the other hand, glanced over with interest and ridiculed. This injury isn't serious, it's just a flesh wound. Yuqing, what are you yelling about? Yuqing suddenly became furious. If it weren't for my good luck, this wouldn't be just a flesh wound. Those two sluts must pay the price, I'll make them beg for death. Yuqing clamored, looking extremely furious. Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced over at the free and unfettered sect's group, and was surprised to find that all the men in this sect had pale complexions, as if they were lacking in vitality. On top of that, all of them were exceptionally handsome, but their pale complexions completely ruined their beauty. Every free and unfettered sect male disciple was accompanied by a number of beautiful women. Unlike the pale complexions of the men, these women all had rosy cheeks and bright smiles, as if they had been nourished quite well. When they looked towards the Ghost King Valley disciples, they didn't bother to hide the lustful look in their eyes. There was even one woman who boldly threw a tantrum towards a male Ghost King Valley disciple, licking her lips and licking her lips, displaying an extremely slutty appearance. The free and unfettered sect male disciple next to her not only didn't show any jealousy, but instead happily pinched her perky buttocks, causing her to gasp for breath. Yang Kai's face sank. He found that all the people he had met during this time were proficient in the ways of men and women. Shan Qingluo and Bai Luo didn't need to be mentioned. Both of them cultivated seduction techniques, so although they were virgins, they were still quite familiar with the ways of the bedroom. This free and unfettered sect disciple also seemed to be plucking in to supplement his yang, but Yang Kai didn't know why he was so frivolous. There was probably some kind of mystery behind it. Although your Ghost King Valley people look quite ugly, these free and unfettered sect people are even more disgusting. Yang Kai quietly whispered in Lung Shan's ear. Who's ugly? Lung Shan suddenly became angry. Oh, I mean your hands. They're as white as a corpse. What do you know? In a few years, once your cultivation reaches a certain level, the color will return to normal. Don't compare my Ghost King Valley with free and unfettered sect trash. Humph. Yang Kai shrugged and no longer said anything. Enough nonsense. Since you've come, let's begin. There are a lot of purple evil spirits ahead, so with just the strength of one of our sects, I'm afraid we won't be able to pass through, so we must all sincerely cooperate. Yu Qing pulled up his trousers and stood up to speak to Chen Yi. Chen Yi coldly snorted. I hope your free and unfettered sect can truly cooperate. Chapter 332. His cold seemed to have gotten worse. He had been coughing all day. He coughed so much that his consciousness was almost blurred. Fortunately, he didn't have a fever. He wanted to be comforted. The two groups of people gathered together. After a simple discussion, they decided to move forward. Chen Yi reluctantly led the way. Beside him were two free and unfettered sect disciples, a man and a woman. The rest of the people scattered behind them in a fan shape, ready to enter battle at a moment's notice. After walking for a short time, they saw two purple evil spirits floating in front of them. These two purple evil spirits were filled with thick evil qi, and were far more ferocious than the red evil spirit. Their bodies were also much more solid, and even their facial features were much clearer. It was to the extent that they even grew two tentacle-like things. 5 indistinct fingers could be vaguely seen, giving off an eerie atmosphere. Here they come, Chen Yi shouted, secretly circulating his yuan qi. You take one, we'll take one, Yu Qing said faintly. The Ghost King Valley and free and unfettered sect disciples all gathered their strength and scattered to the sides, each one facing one of these evil spirits. Wailing and howling filled the air, piercing straight into the depths of one's heart, causing one's blood to run cold. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, everyone began to exchange blows with these two evil spirits. The Ghost King Valley disciples used a variety of Yin-Chi martial skills, cooperating with each other to deal with the evil spirit. The free and unfettered sect disciples were the same, but the martial skills they used weren't as ugly as those of the Ghost King Valley disciples, instead giving off a pleasing feeling. Yang Kai only watched from the sidelines and didn't make a move. From time to time, he would make a move or two, wanting to see just how strong these purple evil spirits were. After a while, he was able to figure out their strength. The purple evil spirits were indeed much more difficult to deal with than the red evil spirits. Although the 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples had the upper hand, they didn't dare act rashly, instead choosing to play it safe. Slowly but surely, they consumed the strength of these evil spirits. If 3 of these evil spirits attacked together, Yang Kai estimated that the Ghost King Valley disciples wouldn't be able to cope. The group of people fought for a long time. After killing their respective evil spirits, the evil spirit essences they left behind were extremely rich. Both sects' disciples happily held their purifying spirit bottles and stepped forward to collect these essences. This was their first cooperation, and the result was quite satisfactory. Both Ghost King Valley and Free and Unfettered sect were quite satisfied. Continue. Yuqing grinned and nodded towards Chunyi. Chunyi didn't complain, and continued to lead the way with the other two Free and Unfettered sect disciples. Along the way, they obtained a considerable amount of purple evil spirits. Half a day later, both sects had collected 5 or 6 evil spirits each. Moreover, these evil spirits would gather in pairs, so that neither faction would be left out of action. The scene was rather harmonious, with a sense of seamless cooperation. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that Lung Shan was constantly on guard against the movements of the Free and Unfettered sect disciples, even in the midst of battle. He did not relax in the slightest. After successfully killing 2 more evil spirits, the Ghost King Valley disciple who was responsible for collecting these essences was about to step forward, but a young woman suddenly flew out from the Free and Unfettered sect group, giggling as she stretched out her hand. He directly swallowed the evil spirit origin into his body. Immediately after, she floated back to the Free and Unfettered sect group, her pretty face filled with a smug and satisfied expression. The Free and Unfettered sect male disciple beside her even kissed her on the lips and praised, "Baby, you're really brave." "Ehe, I just want you to be stronger," the young woman said sweetly. "Yuqing." Chunyi couldn't help shouting when he saw this. "What do you mean?" Yuqing chuckled lightly, "Nothing. That evil spirit origin is ours. How can you so blatantly snatch it away?" Chunyi's expression was cold, and the Ghost King Valley disciples were also disgruntled. "Chunyi, why are you acting like an outsider? Free and Unfettered sect and Ghost King Valley are one big family, and now that we're all sincerely cooperating, it's only right that we help each other. Us taking this evil spirit origin is the same as you taking it." Yuqing didn't seem to care and casually said, "Then can I understand that if you kill these evil spirits, we can also collect their essences?" Chunyi's expression was gloomy as he stared at him coldly. "As long as you have the ability, it doesn't matter, haha." Yuqing chuckled. "Don't be angry, isn't it just a evil spirit origin? Compared to the Yellow Spring Pond, your Ghost King Valley needs it more, right? Rest assured, after this matter is settled, I promise to open the Yellow Spring Pond to you for a month. I, Yuqing, am a man of my word." Hearing the mention of the Yellow Spring Pond, Chunyi's brow furrowed for a moment before he snorted, "I hope so." The Ghost King Valley disciples really didn't have any immunity to the Yellow Spring Pond. If it weren't for Free and Unfettered sect's strength, Ghost King Valley would have already attacked them. The two factions continued to push forward, but because of what had just happened, the harmonious atmosphere had clearly been broken. Yang Kai followed Lung Shan and asked softly, "Why did that young woman directly absorb that evil spirit origin into her body? I don't think she cultivates a secret art that can restrain evil spirits." It was because she had directly absorbed the evil spirit origin into her body that the Ghost King Valley disciples hadn't had time to collect it. After all, using the purifying spirit bottle to collect the evil spirit origin would take some time. "That's a charmed slave," Lung Shan responded softly. "They can allow the Free and Unfettered sect's male disciples to bear all kinds of damage. Don't underestimate these people. The men of the Free and Unfettered sect use special cultivation techniques to train their charmed slaves, making them unswervingly loyal to them. Even if they were told to die, they wouldn't even frown." "So powerful?" Yang Kai exclaimed. This Free and Unfettered sect really had some means. They were able to train their women and completely entrust them to them. A charmed slave directly absorbing that evil spirit origin will definitely suffer some damage, but since she doesn't care, the Free and Unfettered sect's men also don't care. One is willing to hit, one is willing to suffer, that's it. Moreover, each Free and Unfettered sect's men have more than one charmed slave. If one of them dies, they won't care. "What a beast!" Yang Kai snorted contemptuously. "You flatter them, they're worse than beasts." Lung Shan sneered. While the two were talking, Yang Kai really saw the woman who had just absorbed the evil spirit origin. She was currently unscrupulously kissing the Free and Unfettered sect male disciple beside her, moaning softly as her tongue moved, sending a mass of energy from her mouth into his body. When their lips parted, the man's face filled with satisfaction, his white complexion seemingly becoming a little rosy. On the other hand, the woman let out a muffled groan as some blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. However, she didn't seem to care. Gently wiping the blood off her face, she stared at her man affectionately, a look of sweet happiness filling her face. Yang Kai secretly shook his head as he watched this scene. He knew that the free and unfettered sex method of enslaving charmed slaves was quite impressive. Half an hour later, after the Ghost King Valley disciple had killed an evil spirit with great difficulty, another woman from the free and unfettered sect appeared, attempting to directly seize the evil spirit origin. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he rushed forward like the wind, grabbing the evil spirit origin before the woman arrived. Yu Qing glanced over at Yang Kai in surprise but didn't say anything, just grinning meaningfully. The women from free and unfettered sect didn't care about injuries. They would directly absorb an evil spirit origin on the spot, and refine it in a hurry, leaving the harm to themselves while giving the benefits to their man. However, Yang Kai obviously couldn't avoid harming himself by doing this. Therefore Yu Qing was also gloating, thinking that the Ghost King Valley disciples were just acting in a fit of pique. "I owe you 2 evil spirits." Yang Kai leapt back and grinned. "It's fine, it's just a bunch of trash taking advantage of us. It's better to give it to Brother Yang." Chen Yi laughed. He didn't care. He knew that Yang Kai cultivated a secret art that restrained evil spirits, so even if he absorbed and refined the evil spirit origin on the spot, there wouldn't be any harm. Lung Shan also nodded slightly, agreeing with Chen Yi's statement. Since the two of them didn't object, the other Ghost King Valley disciples naturally didn't say anything, only glaring at the free and unfettered sect disciples with increasing hatred. Over the next half-day, all the evil spirits' essences left behind by the Ghost King Valley disciples were all absorbed by Yang Kai. Yang Kai also wanted to take the evil spirits' essences from free and unfettered sect, but fearing that Lung Shan and the others would be in trouble, he could only bide his time. Seeing Yang Kai targeting free and unfettered sect like this, Yu Qing glared at him coldly and sneered, "Little brat, let's see how long you can last. Absorbing so many evil spirits without refining them all. Sooner or later you'll become the demon race." Yang Kai responded with a smile, "Don't worry about it. Just wait and see." Yu Qing's eyes flashed with a cold light. The path ahead suddenly became extremely calm, and after walking for a long time, they didn't encounter a single evil spirit. The two groups of people glanced at each other, not knowing what was going on. As they walked, an extremely rich aura suddenly appeared not far away. This aura was filled with thick evil qi, as if some kind of shocking evil spirit was about to be born, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. After a short moment, this baleful aura suddenly concealed itself, and became extremely calm. The group of people glanced at each other, and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. The more dangerous a place was, the more benefits there were to be had. The Ghost King Valley and free and unfettered sect disciples were like cats, naturally smelling something fishy. However, thinking about the rich evil qi, they were somewhat hesitant to act. "Should we go and take a look?" Yu Qing asked hesitantly. Chen Yi also hesitated and only turned his eyes to Lung Shan. Lung Shan frowned, seriously considering this matter. But before she could think clearly, a female free and unfettered sect disciple suddenly screamed, "Evil spirits!" "Where?" Yu Qing heard this and shouted, "Behind us!" Everyone turned their heads to look and suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, causing their feet to cramp. Half a kilometer behind them, a series of purple figures were howling as they rushed towards them. Looking at their numbers, there were at least a dozen of them. More than a dozen purple evil spirits were not something the Ghost King Valley and free and unfettered sect disciples could handle. "Why are there so many of them?" Chen Yi cried out, his face instantly going pale. "Run!" Chen Ying hurriedly shouted. The group of people didn't hesitate, and hurriedly used their movement skills to escape. Left and right, Yu Qing shouted as he ran. Chapter 333. They didn't know what kind of danger lay ahead of them, but they couldn't go back, so they could only rush forward. After running for more than a dozen kilometers, everyone suddenly came to a halt, their eyes trembling violently as they stared ahead. There was a large area in front of them that was densely packed with purple evil spirits. These evil spirits were drifting back and forth like ghosts. For some unknown reason, they were fighting each other non-stop. Moreover, from all directions, more and more purple evil spirits were converging towards them, making for a frightening scene. Even Yang Kai was taken aback by this scene, not to mention the Ghost King Valley and free and unfettered sect disciples. Although Yang Kai cultivated the true Yang secret art which could restrain these evil spirits, this number was simply too great. If they all swarmed together, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be able to resist at all. In an instant, many people were filled with great despair. Their eyes overflowed with panic and fear, and they stood there dumbly, not knowing what to do. In front of them was a wolf, behind them was a tiger. There was no place to go. They were basically in a desperate situation. Brother Yang. Not far away, a voice suddenly called out, seemingly calling out to Yang Kai. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Tao Yang, who he had met before, waving towards him. At this moment he was standing on a high platform. This high platform seemed to be naturally formed, like a large stone pillar that stood in the middle of the evil cavern. At the top was a smooth platform that was about 7 or 8 meters off the ground. Beside Tao Yang, his 3 junior brother and junior sister were also gathered together, their faces filled with panic. In addition, not far away, there was another high platform. Over there. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, leading Lung Shan and the others to rush over. Yu Qing and the others saw a chance of survival and also quickly followed. At this life or death moment, Yang Kai didn't care about anything else. In front of him were a few purple evil spirits, but all of them were sent flying by Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi. All the way through, Yang Kai was unscrupulous. Finally breaking through the encirclement of numerous evil spirits, Yang Kai and the rest of the Ghost King Valley disciples jumped onto the high platform where Tao Yang was standing. The area of the high platform wasn't very large, and with Tao Yang's group of 4 and the Ghost King Valley's group of 7 or 8, it suddenly became somewhat cramped. Although it wasn't crowded, it still wasn't enough to accommodate the free and unfettered sex group. On the high platform, Yang Kai suddenly turned around. He stared coldly at Yu Qing and his group. It was a good thing that they knew their limits. He knew that it was impossible to ask others to give up their seats at this moment. As such, they simply circled around him before summoning their own artifacts to protect themselves. He flew towards an unoccupied high platform not far away. These artifacts exuded a brilliant light in the dim cave. All of them fire attribute artifacts or flashing lightning attribute artifacts. Only such attacks could restrain the evil spirits. Countless evil spirits were flying around below the high platform, attacking each other and shrieking as if they had gone mad. However, the high platform was extremely safe and was not affected at all. Everyone couldn't help but be puzzled. They didn't know what mysteries were hidden on the high platform. Brother Yang, we meet again. Tao Yang looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile. Yang Kai looked back at him. Cupping his fists gratefully, he said, "Many thanks. Brother Yang is too polite. Why are you here?" "Just like you. We were chased all the way here." Tao Yang laughed dryly. Speaking of which, he and his 3 junior brothers and junior sisters had been following behind Yang Kai all this time. But as a result, they hadn't encountered a single evil spirit. As a last resort, Tao Yang had no choice but to lead the other 3 in a different direction, not following the same path as Yang Kai. As they walked, they didn't know how, but they soon entered the territory of the purple evil spirits, and finally encountered a lone purple evil spirit. However, before they had time to act, an unforeseen event occurred. A large group of evil spirits chased after them. When they reached this place, they were alerted by someone and jumped onto the high platform to take refuge. "Is there someone else here?" Yang Kai was surprised, looking around and discovering that almost a kilometer away from him, there really were 2 slender figures sitting cross-legged on the high platform. A kilometer away, under normal circumstances, Yang Kai would have been able to clearly see them, but deep underground, his vision was obstructed so he couldn't see them clearly, only knowing that they were 2 women. "It's the 2 free and unfettered sect disciples chasing after us." Lung Shan glanced over and whispered. Yang Kai nodded faintly. "Are these Brother Yang's new friends?" Tao Yang looked curiously at the Ghost King Valley group. Yang Kai had entered the evil cavern alone, but now he was suddenly with a group of people who didn't seem like strangers, so he couldn't help feeling a bit strange. Oh, I know them from before, but I didn't expect to meet them here. Yang Kai explained. Tao Yang chuckled. It seems that Brother Yang has friends all over the world. Yet here he is able to meet his old friends. Admirable. This one is Treasure Instrument Sect's Tao Yang. Treasure Instrument Sect? Chun Yi exclaimed. Lung Shan's beautiful eyes also flashed as she stared towards Tao Yang, apparently having heard of this sect before. Excuse my disrespect, it turns out to be a disciple of Treasure Instrument Sect. We are from Ghost King Valley. Chun Yi. Brother Chun. Tao Yang chuckled, not showing any change in expression because Ghost King Valley was an evil sect. Yang Kai also looked at Tao Yang with some surprise, not expecting him to be from Treasure Instrument Sect. Treasure Instrument Sect. It was a very special sect. It was also a very small sect. There were less than 100 people in the entire sect, and they couldn't even be ranked as a third-grade sect. They were at the very bottom. However, its fame was no less than that of Medicine King's Valley. Medicine King's Valley was an alchemist, while Treasure Instrument Sect was an artifact refiner. There were only a few mysterious grade top-rank artifacts in the world, and half of them were made by Treasure Instrument Sect. Treasure Instrument Sect's artifact refining methods were unique, and although the sect wasn't big, its name was resounding. Treasure Instrument Sect refined no more than 20 artifacts each year. However, all of them were heaven grade or above and were often fought over by great forces. The patriarchs and sect masters of those small families and sects didn't necessarily have as many artifacts as Treasure Instrument Sect's disciples. Therefore, the world joked that any Treasure Instrument Sect disciple was a treasure trove. Before, Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to these people, but now that he heard Tao Yang say he was from Treasure Instrument Sect, he took a closer look and found that this was indeed the case. The clothes these people were wearing, the jewelry the women were wearing, the weapons they were holding, and the jade pendants on their waists were all extraordinary artifacts. Tao Yang daring to say he was a disciple of Treasure Instrument Sect showed that he was sincere about making friends with these people, so he didn't conceal his identity. Seeing him so honest, Yang Kai didn't bother to hide his identity, cupping his fists and saying, "High Heaven Pavilion Yang Kai." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Lung Shan slowly shook her head, as if she knew what effect Yang Kai's words would have. Fuck. Chun Ying muttered, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Chun Yi froze for a moment before letting out a laugh. I've learned something new today. This Chun has learned something new today. Saying so, he quickly lowered his voice and said, It turns out your High Heaven Pavilion is so fierce. The people you send out are all sharp. First, the Demon Lord was from High Heaven Pavilion, and now even Yang Kai was a High Heaven Pavilion disciple. How could anyone not be surprised? Just the fact that he and the Demon Lord were from the same sect was enough to make everyone take him seriously. For two of you to be so honest today, my Ghost King Valley is deeply grateful. Chun Yi's expression became serious as he quickly said, Hey hey hey. Lung Shan shouted a few times, You men, do you know what the situation is right now? Can't you stop talking about other things and focus on how to resolve the current crisis? I really don't know what's going on in your heads. That's right. Treasure Instrument Sect's Rong Mei also nodded. Everyone exchanged a wry smile before Yang Kai turned to Tao Yang and asked, Brother Tao, you came here first. What do you know about this situation? I don't know much. We came here this time because Honored Master said he wanted some evil spirit essences to see if they could be used for artifact refining, but before we could get our hands on them, something unexpected happened, and we ran all the way here. Soon after, you arrived. Oh! Yang Kai frowned as he glanced down and saw that the evil spirit Qi down below was churning like a thick, inky black cloud. The purple evil spirits shuttled back and forth in this evil spirit Qi, absorbing it to strengthen themselves while also fighting with other evil spirits. From time to time, an evil spirit would be killed, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit essences that exuded a faint light. After a short while, there were already more than a dozen evil spirit essences down below, and as time passed, more and more evil spirits were killed, producing more and more evil spirit essences. Everyone stared at these evil spirit essences with burning eyes, but no one had the courage to go down and snatch them. Not to mention that the large number of evil spirits wouldn't attack them, just the thick ink-like evil spirit chi alone was enough to make them suffer. If you really want to understand, I think we should ask those two girls over there. We were only able to avoid this disaster because of their kind intentions. They should know more than I do, Tao Yang said, glancing off into the distance. Chunyi. Yu Qing apparently also discovered the two women's hiding place and stared at them for a long time, a smug grin appearing on his face before he turned to the Ghost King Valley disciples and shouted, "If you can capture those two women for me now, the Yellow Spring Pond will open to you for 2 months." Chunyi sneered. "Yu Qing, are you crazy? What kind of place is this? You can't even protect yourself, yet you still want to take advantage of others? Think about how you're going to survive first." Yu Qing smiled coldly. "Even if I have to die, I want them to die under my crotch." "Idiot." Chunyi spat, a look of disdain filling his face. "Don't talk nonsense with him. If we can survive this disaster, we'll never deal with him again," Lung Shan said with extreme disgust. The conversation between Chunyi and Yu Qing obviously reached the ears of the two women, and from a high platform a kilometer away, the two women stared at them with vigilance, their eyes filled with vigilance. Yang Kai frowned, got up, and said, "I'll go ask." It's very dangerous," Chunyi exclaimed. Now that they were surrounded by evil spirits, only the high platform was safe. Once they left the high platform, there was no telling what kind of danger they would encounter. Chapter 334. Don't go, Lung Shan kindly reminded him. "If you get entangled by those evil spirits, how are you going to escape?" Tao Yang also frowned. "Brother Yang, we should consider this matter at length." "I know what I'm doing." Yang Kai shook his head lightly. "My secret art and Yuan Qi attribute can restrain these evil spirits. They won't be able to do anything to me." "But what if those two girls don't understand the situation? Wouldn't you have come here in vain?" Chunyi was still a little worried, slowly shaking his head. The current situation was too dangerous. Yang Kai's Yuan Qi attribute could effectively restrain these evil spirits. If something happened to him, everyone's defensive strength would be greatly reduced. Currently, the evil spirits below the high platform didn't seem to be a threat, but who could be sure they wouldn't suddenly attack? At that time, if Yang Kai was there, even if they fought desperately, they might still have a chance to survive. "How about we call them over?" Zhao Rong, the girl from Treasure Instrument Sect, suggested. Everyone looked at her strangely. "What's wrong?" Zhao Rong was puzzled, her big eyes blinking. Tao Yang smiled bitterly. "Those two girls have a grudge with that group of people over there, so it's impossible for them to come over." "I'll go and show my sincerity." Yang Kai made up his mind. Moreover, their strength isn't weak. If we can win them over to join us, we'll have an extra layer of protection. Lung Shan's beautiful eyes brightened. "If you can really persuade them, my Ghost King Valley promises not to embarrass them. In any case, the deaths of a few free and unfettered sect disciples has nothing to do with us." Chunyi nodded slightly and solemnly said, "Then Brother Yang, you must be careful. If things go south, return immediately." Yang Kai nodded, his figure leaping up and flying directly towards the group. Seeing him act so boldly, everyone couldn't help admiring him for a while. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had crossed several dozen meters, and was quickly approaching the stone platform where the two women were resting. Noticing Yang Kai's arrival, the two women suddenly stood up. The two women on the other side suddenly stood up. Their Yuan Qi surged and their beautiful eyes were frosty. They were ready to attack at any time. As Yang Kai activated his Yuan Qi, his entire body exuded a pure and hot Yuan Qi. At the same time, he avoided the evil spirits that were flying in the air. Fortunately, the evil spirits were attracted by the thick murderous aura below them, so they did not encounter any trouble. A moment later, Yang Kai raised his voice and shouted, "Ladies, please don't misunderstand. I'm just here to inquire about the situation. I don't have any other intentions." As soon as he said that, the two women who were on high alert suddenly relaxed. He cried out in bewilderment. Yang Kai didn't know what was going on over there. In order to prevent the other party from getting too nervous, He could only stop. Standing in midair, he said sincerely, "You too." Before he could finish, the other side immediately responded, "Is this Yang Kai?" Her voice trembled slightly, her tone full of disbelief, surprise. Ah! Yang Kai was stunned. The voice coming from the other side was somewhat familiar. Involuntarily, a young girl's face popped up in his mind. Turning his gaze towards the other side, he discovered that on the stone platform, sure enough, there were two beautiful young girls standing there, perfectly matching the image in his mind. These two people looked exactly the same, whether it was their demeanor or body shape. They were completely identical, as if they had been carved from the same mold. Both of them were elegant and refined, with outstanding grace. There was some unconcealable tiredness on her oval-shaped face, but her two beautiful eyes were bursting with a strong splendor. At such a close distance, both sides could clearly see each other's appearance. "It's really you." The young girl on the other side was overjoyed. Yang Kai no longer hesitated and rushed over to the other side, landing on the high platform. Surprised, he asked, "How come it's you?" Previously, he had heard from the people from Ghost King Valley that the Free and Unfettered sect were chasing a pair of twins with extraordinary strength. From beginning to end, they had killed more than a dozen Free and Unfettered sect disciples. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. After all, although there weren't many twins, there weren't too few either. Among the people he knew, there was no pair of twins, only the charming twin flowers of Blood Battle Gang. Although they looked the same, in fact they were several years apart in age, so they weren't real twins. Therefore, he didn't expect that the Free and Unfettered sect would actually be chasing them. Hu Jiao Hu Mei It had been a long time since he had seen them. The last time they had met was in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance. The three of them had walked side by side up the 10,000-foot flight of stairs. Every time the cold energy hit them, Hu Jiao and Hu Mei would snuggle up to Yang Kai for warmth. At that time, sharing trials and tribulations was still vivid in his mind, and every time he thought about it he felt warm. In a flash, nearly 2 years had passed. Yang Kai had also grown from the initial element boundary to the Yuan Qi boundary 5th stage. As for the twin flowers of Blood Battle Gang, it was obvious that they had made a lot of progress. Of the two girls, one looked at Yang Kai with a charming smile, her beautiful eyes overflowing with the joy of meeting again after a long time. The other one was gnashing her teeth, her eyebrows furrowed as she questioned, "I want to ask, why is it you stinking brat?" Suddenly seeing the two of them, Yang Kai didn't know why, but he was in a good mood and grinned. "Jiao The girl who spoke blushed and gnashed her teeth even more. "You bastard, you recognized me again. If you didn't speak, I wouldn't have recognized you." Yang Kai laughed. After not seeing each other for so long, the two sisters had become more and more alike. If it weren't for their different temperaments, it would be impossible to distinguish them. However, compared to her sister, Hu Jiao was undoubtedly more aggressive. Only she would hold a grudge and call Yang Kai a bastard stinking brat. That year, Yang Kai had said that half of her butt was big and half was small, and he had taken advantage of her. "Mei Yang Kai nodded to the other person. Hu Mei bit her red lips and smiled. Her eyes were watery, very beautiful. Calling out so intimately, "Your face is really thick." Hu Jiao spat, but Yang Kai could see that her mood was quite good. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, it was probably like this. A pair of beautiful eyes looked up and down at Yang Kai. Hu Jiao clicked her tongue in wonder. "I haven't seen you for so long, you've become a lot stronger." In the past, Yang Kai was thin and pitiful, but now he was undoubtedly more handsome and extraordinary. There was one thing that Hu Jiao didn't have the nerve to mention. In the past, when she was on top of Yang Kai and took liberties with him, her soft breasts were pressed against Yang Kai's ribs, and it hurt for a while. "You've also become more beautiful," Yang Kai casually flattered. The two charming flowers looked at each other and giggled. The exhaustion on their faces was swept away. They seemed to have gained great vitality. "You have a sweet mouth." Hu Jiao glared at him. "You can fly, you've also reached Yuan Qi." Yang Kai nodded faintly. His divine sense swept over them, and his face suddenly became dignified, full of surprise as he looked at Hu Mei. "What's wrong?" Hu Mei's face couldn't help but blush under his stare. Your strength. True element boundary 4th stage. Hu Jiao'er giggled, her expression filled with a hint of pride. She didn't need to remind him. Yang Kai already felt it. Yuan Qi 4th level. It wasn't very high. But the strange thing was that both sisters were Yuan Qi 4th level. In the past, Yang Kai and his sister Hu Mei were almost the same. After such a long time, all kinds of experience, all kinds of opportunities, they only reached Yuan Qi 5th level. But now Hu Mei was only 1 level away from him. This cultivation speed could be said to be terrifying. What made Yang Kai more concerned was Hu Jiao'er's realm. She was almost the same as Su Yan, an elite disciple of the 3 sections. But now, Su Yan was already Yuan Qi 9th level. Even if she hadn't reached the immortal ascension boundary, it was estimated that she was not far away. It was very likely that she had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary. Hu Jiao'er was only Yuan Qi 4th level. The gap was quite big. The sister's cultivation speed was amazing, but the sister was as slow as a turtle. This situation was obviously not right. Hu Jiao'er naturally had a talent for cultivation before, so it didn't make sense for her strength to improve so slowly in these 2 years. Is it because of the opportunity in the Heaven's Cave inheritance? Yang Kai suddenly thought of an explanation. And the charming flowers didn't deny it. Hu Jiao'er nodded and said, the inheritance we obtained is called the Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Skill. It is most suitable for twins to cultivate. Although Mei and I are not real twins, because I was the one who brought her up, our hearts and minds are more connected than real twins. After cultivating this divine skill, our cultivation speed will double. But because Mei starting point was lower, we are only Yuan Qi 4th level now. Amazing! Yang Kai praised. What about you? 5th level. You are not bad. Hu Jiao'er chuckled and didn't ask in detail. She could naturally guess that Yang Kai had obtained the final inheritance. The 3 of them talked for a while, but Hu Jiao'er's expression suddenly changed. She looked at Yang Kai vigilantly and said, yes, I forgot to ask. You bastard, what are you doing here? Did you go to the free and unfettered sect after High Heaven Pavilion was destroyed? You think too much. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Stop, don't come over. Hu Jiao'er stood in front of her sister and sneered. Then why did you come here with that group of scum? Don't think I didn't see that free and unfettered sect person ordering you to capture us sisters. If you don't explain clearly, I won't let you go. Don't even think about getting close to us sisters. Sister. He is not that kind of person. Hu Mei tried to persuade her sister. You may know a person's face but not his heart, humph. Hu Jiao'er scolded her sister. If you don't dig out his heart, you won't know whether he is black or white. Okay, I'll tell you. Yang Kai helplessly raised his hand and briefly recounted what happened after coming to the evil cavern. Really? Hu Jiao'er tilted her head and stared at Yang Kai, as if she didn't want to miss the slightest change in his expression. Why would I lie to you? Yang Kai said seriously. Originally, I wanted to ask about the situation here, and see if you know what happened. I didn't expect it to be you too. But since it's you, come with me. Once we reach the other side, we can resist together. Sister, let's go. Hu Mei undoubtedly believed in Yang Kai and didn't have the slightest doubt. Hu Jiao'er hesitated in her heart. She didn't want to see the ugly faces of those free and unfettered sect men, but the 2 sisters couldn't stay here forever. She knew that Yang Kai wanted them to go with him for their own good. So after hesitating for a moment, she said, we can go, but me and Mei are currently unable to use our Yuan Qi. Let's wait until we recover before going. She obviously didn't trust the people from Ghost King Valley, so she said this. Chapter 335. These days, the 2 sisters had been hiding in the ash-gray cloud evil land, and hadn't had a chance to rest. They had also been hunted down by free and unfettered sex forces, and if it weren't for their twin Qi shared spirit divine art restoring their Yuan Qi quickly, they would have been caught long ago. After entering the evil cavern, the 2 of them had to deal with the evil spirits, so they had become increasingly exhausted. Their Yuan Qi was almost completely depleted. It will take at least half a day for you to restore your Yuan Qi. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. In any case, I won't go until I'm in peak condition. Hu Jiao'er pursed her lips, her red cheeks extremely attractive. I have a way. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, directly dipping a drop of myriad drug liquid from the black book space, and stretching out his finger towards Hu Jiao, saying, "Open your mouth." Hu Jiao opened her cherry mouth almost reflexively. This inadvertent reaction showed that she didn't have much vigilance towards Yang Kai. Placing his finger in her mouth, Hu Jiao's expression froze for a moment before she suddenly woke up. Her almond eyes widened, and her face flushed with anger. Just as she was about to curse, Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Suck it in." Hu Jiao frowned, and in the next moment, she felt a sweet taste spread from the tip of her tongue. As this taste spread, a surge of warm energy seeped into her stomach, spreading throughout her limbs and bones. In just a short moment, her nearly depleted yuan qi actually began to rapidly recover. Her expression couldn't help but change slightly as she stared at Yang Kai in surprise, but she didn't find the slightest obscene expression on his face. Instead, he was completely serious. Hu Jiao knew that what Yang Kai had given her was an incredible treasure, so she couldn't bear to waste it. Suppressing her shyness, she curled up her tongue and sucked on Yang Kai's finger. After a few moments, her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly became watery and embarrassed, and her whole face blushed. Yang Kai chuckled and slowly pulled out his finger, leaving behind a trail of sparkling silk. Hu Jiao suddenly felt a little ashamed, moaning from her throat. Yang Kai was also quite embarrassed. He hadn't expected her reaction to be so strong. Between his fingers seemed to be lingering Hu Jiao's soft tongue, so he couldn't help feeling a surge of emotions. Wiping his fingers without a trace, Yang Kai took out a drop of myriad drug liquid and extended it to Hu Mei. "It's your turn." Hu Mei tilted her head and said shyly, I don't want it anymore." "This guy. What kind of time is this?" "Mayor, he's giving us something to replenish our true essence." "It's not what you think." Hu Jiao sat down cross-legged. "Calm. That's good stuff, eat it quickly." Hu Jiao urged again. "To be to." She was much more shy than her sister, completely different from her previous self. "You two refine it first, I'll stand guard." Yang Kai lightly coughed and stood in front of them. And the charming pair nodded slightly, and quickly circulated their twin qi shared spirit divine art. On the other side of the stone platform, Chun-Yi, Taoyang, and the others were on guard against the evil spirits while eagerly looking over. "Brother Yang has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he returned yet?" Chun-Yi frowned slightly, puzzled. Taoyang chuckled. "It seems that Brother Yang is having a good time with them. Those two girls don't seem to be wary of him. They're so close to him." Looking over from here, although they couldn't see their faces, they could still make out a vague figure. The distance between Yang Kai and the charming pair was only 3 feet. If they were wary, how could they let others stand in front of them? Amazing. It seems that Brother Yang is quite good at dealing with women. Chun-Yi couldn't help but praise. Lung Shan snorted. Back in that isolated world, she and Zmo had suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai, so she knew that this person was really good at dealing with women. She and Zmo had originally planned everything to make Kai Yang beg for death, but they couldn't. But in the end, not only did her hatred for Yang Kai diminish, but so did Zmo. On the contrary, she was grateful to him. If he didn't have some means, how could he have done all this? "They're coming," Chun-Yi suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked up and saw Yang Kai and the two women flying side by side towards them. Amazing. Taoyang also couldn't help but admire this young man. In such a short time, he had made those two women willingly follow him. Taoyang couldn't help but feel that he didn't have the ability to eliminate their wariness and hostility. On the high platform not far away, Yu Qing's pupils also constricted as he stared at the charming figure of the two flowers without blinking. His eyes flickered with an obscene light as the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold sword-like smile. The three of them had only flown halfway when a sudden change occurred below them. In the midst of the countless evil spirits' battle, the thick ink-like demonic qi surged. Yang Kai didn't know what these evil spirits were doing, but a flood dragon-like demonic qi shot up from the ground and sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible for Yang Kai and the charming twin flowers to escape. "Be careful." Chunyi couldn't help but shout out a warning. Before he could finish his words, a bright light suddenly burst forth and Yang Kai's entire body became as dazzling as a scorching sun as his true Yang Yuan Qi burst forth. The pure true Yang Yuan Qi directly formed an oval light curtain that enveloped Yang Kai in a radius of 1 meter. As a warm feeling spread out, Hu Jiao air and Hu Mei air both relaxed as the cold yin energy around them was dispelled. They were just about to make a move to defend themselves when they heard this. Clang! When the evil Qi hit the light curtain, a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out, as if salt had been sprinkled in boiling oil. The sounds continued, but they couldn't penetrate the light curtain at all. They were all blocked on the outside. So awesome. Chungying couldn't help but curse. Her pair of eyes widened as she stared blankly in front of her. The Yang attribute Yuan Qi that can restrain the evil Qi is really amazing. Tao Yang excitedly looked at Yang Kai. But this Yuan Qi is too pure. What grade of Yuan Qi is it? Although they had never experienced the consequences of coming into contact with the evil Qi, they could imagine that the taste would not be pleasant. Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi was actually able to block the evil Qi, which was beyond their expectations. Didn't this mean that Yang Kai could freely enter and exit from the ground? They just had to be careful not to be attacked by the evil spirits. After blocking the attack of the evil Qi, Hu Jiao air and Hu Mei air took the initiative to move closer to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was even more impolite, directly hugging the two beauties and urging his true Yang Yuan Qi to quickly return. After landing back on the high platform, Hu Jiao air hurriedly broke free from his embrace and glared at him hatefully, whispering, "Wait until this matter is over, then I'll deal with you for your frivolous sins." Haha. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh but didn't answer. The arrival of the two sisters greatly boosted the morale of the other side, especially since the two of them were also outstanding beauties. Not to mention they looked the same, so when they stood side by side, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. Lung Shan secretly compared herself to them, and couldn't help sighing slightly in her heart. She found that these two girls, whether in terms of appearance or temperament, were superior to her. Both were first-class beauties. Greetings to the two ladies. Chunyi cupped his fists and greeted. Humph. Hu Jiao air didn't like him. Although this group of people had never met each other, the two charming flowers knew that in addition to the free and unfettered sect, there was another group of people chasing them. And this group was none other than Ghost King Valley. Now that they met, naturally she didn't show him any respect. Perceiving Hu Jiao air's indifference, Chunyi couldn't help feeling embarrassed and didn't know what to say. "Jiao air, you came here first. Did you notice anything unusual? What happened here?" Yang Kai asked. Now was not a good time to start a conflict. Hu Jiao air's face turned cold as she furrowed her brows and said, "Mei air and I were fighting an evil spirit. We don't know what happened, but a large mass of evil Qi suddenly gushed out from the ground. After this evil Qi appeared, the evil spirit became somewhat abnormal. Mei air and I saw that the situation was not right and wanted to escape, but many evil spirits rushed in from all directions and blocked us here." Evil Qi gushing out from the ground? Chunyi's expression changed as he hurriedly asked, "Where is it?" Hu Jiao air no longer targeted him and instead pointed in a certain direction. "Over there, do you see that evil Qi? That place is very similar to a spirit spring." Following the direction she pointed, everyone looked over and sure enough, they saw that the evil Qi was surging even more fiercely, as if all the evil Qi below was coming from that place. Furthermore, as the evil aura increased, the water-like evil aura at the bottom also gradually rose to a higher position. "No way." Chunyi's face went pale. "How could we be so unlucky?" "What is that?" Yang Kai saw that Chunyi seemed to know something about the situation, and asked with a frown. "That's the evil spirit spring." In the distance, an old voice came and answered Chunyi's question. Everyone was startled and turned their heads to look, only to see a group of people in the distance flying over in a hurry, followed by a large number of purple evil spirits. Another group of people was being chased over. The number of people in this group wasn't too large, only an old man leading 4 young people. But this old man was undoubtedly an immortal ascension boundary master. Perceiving this old man's strength, everyone showed a trace of dread. Immortal ascension boundary masters generally wouldn't appear here, they would usually go deeper into the evil cavern. The old man moved like an eagle, protecting the 4 young people beside him, the artifact in his hand glowing brilliantly as he repelled the evil spirits in front of him. Mid-air, he swept his eyes over the group of free and unfettered sect disciples standing on the high platform and said, "Make some space for us." Yu Qing's expression became bitter, but he didn't dare refuse, quickly ordering his brothers and junior brothers to retreat to the side. The old man quickly led the 4 young people down, glancing faintly at Yu Qing. "Free and unfettered sect? Do you have any objections?" Yu Qing smiled and said, "Senior must be joking. This high platform is also very spacious." The old man nodded gently, very satisfied with Yu Qing's concession. Chapter 336. Here the old man's strength was the strongest, so even if Yu Qing was cursing in his heart, he didn't dare show it in front of him. After the 4 young men who had come with the old man landed, all of them stared at the charmed slaves around the free and unfettered sect male disciples with great interest. These charmed slaves all had eyes like peach blossoms, their beautiful eyes casting flirtatious glances towards them, as if they didn't care about the current crisis or the jealousy of the men around them. If you don't want to be sucked dry by these women, don't even think about touching them, the old man lightly reminded them. The 4 young men suddenly blushed and averted their gazes. Free and unfettered sex-charmed slaves, when they had sex with another man, could absorb a part of that man's cultivation, and when they had sex with another free and unfettered sect male disciple, they could pass this part of their cultivation to him, thus increasing his strength. Therefore, free and unfettered sex-charmed slaves had no taboos when it came to sex. The free and unfettered sect male disciples didn't really discipline these charmed slaves. Instead, they were quite happy to let them seduce other men and steal all kinds of benefits. In addition, charmed slaves had a variety of magical functions. In the eyes of free and unfettered sect male disciples, these charmed slaves weren't people, but tools. The old man was obviously very familiar with free and unfettered sect's various methods, and was afraid that his juniors would suffer a loss, so he decided to warn them. After speaking, the old man's brow furrowed as he stared down at the so-called evil spirit spring, his seemingly turbid old eyes flashing as they stared towards it. Turning his head, he looked at Chen Yi and said, "Ghost King Valley boy, it seems you have some understanding of this evil spirit spring. Explain it to them, otherwise they won't even know how they died." Yes. Chen Yi also wanted to explain to Yang Kai. Now that the old man had said so, he no longer refused. The evil spirit spring is indeed a spring. The 2 young ladies are not mistaken. The evil spirit spring water gushing out from the spring is indeed evil spirit spring water. This water is harmful to us, but to the evil spirits here, it is very beneficial. As long as they are given enough time, they can absorb this evil spirit spring water and become stronger and more condensed. Therefore, this thing is very attractive to them, which is why they rushed here. Chen Yi's expression became dignified as he slowly explained. Every time the evil spirit spring appears, when the evil spirit spring bursts out, the evil spirits in the evil cavern will become extremely unstable. As you can see, in order to compete for the spring water below, they will kill each other. For the time being, we are not in any danger. But after a while, once these evil spirits go berserk, we will be attacked. We're really unlucky this time. The evil spirit spring might not even appear once in a few years. I didn't think we would run into it. What should we do? Zhao Rong of Treasure Instrument Sect exclaimed. Should we take advantage of this opportunity to escape? Where are you going? Chen Yi smiled bitterly. There's nowhere to escape now. Standing here will allow us to live a little longer, but once we leave, I'm afraid we'll die even faster. Haha, that little brat is right. The old man nodded with a sinister smile. Even an expert like this old master was forced to come here. You bunch of kids still want to escape. You're dreaming. Pausing for a moment, the old man looked at everyone with a smile and said, How is it? Do you want to join hands with this old man and see if we can find a way out? Chen Yi glanced at him and frowned. What kind of plan does Senior have? No plan. The only thing we can do is kill. The old man chuckled. Although your strength isn't very high, there are still a lot of people here. Fortunately, there were a lot of them. As long as they didn't give up, they might be able to survive. Moreover, since you dared to come to the evil cavern, you must have brought a lot of artifacts to restrain these evil spirits, right? Yes. Chini nodded. They were different from Yang Kai. Naturally, they had made sufficient preparations before daring to come to the evil cavern. They hadn't used any artifacts before because they didn't need to. That's right. When we start fighting, you can use everything you've learned in your life to your heart's content. Haha. If this old master is free, he will definitely help you. The old man nodded with a smile. He seemed to be very kind. Chunyi smiled wryly and cupped his fists. Many thanks for senior's kindness. He didn't believe this old man would take care of his group, but the number of evil spirits was simply too great. If they died too quickly, the pressure on the old man's side would definitely increase. The current relationship between the two stone platforms could be said to be one of mutual dependence. Therefore, the old man had shown some concern and advice. At a critical moment, this old master can lend you a hand, but I have a condition. The old man smiled. What condition? Chunyi asked. The old man stared at the evil spirit spring and quickly said, if we can survive this crisis, this old master wants what's in that spring. Whoever dares to steal it will be killed without mercy. Juniors only ask for survival, Chunyi said coldly. That would be for the best. The old man sneered and no longer said anything. What's in that spring? Yang Kai asked curiously in a low voice. Looking at the old man's expression, he seemed to be very interested in what was in that spring, so Yang Kai guessed that it was definitely something good. It's an evil spirit essence. Chunyi also whispered back. But it is definitely a very special evil spirit essence, and the energy it contains is extremely huge. A very special evil spirit essence? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. Shanqing Luo had said that some evil spirit essences contained energy that could increase one's spiritual energy, while others contained various martial skills. How could an evil spirit essence from an evil spirit spring be of poor quality? However, in this situation, Yang Kai had no choice but to restrain his thoughts and focus on preserving his life first. On both sides of the high platforms, everyone was waiting for the right moment. The evil spirit spring below was rising higher and higher, and within the ink-black spring water, there were dozens of bright evil spirit essences, attracting everyone's attention and making them greedy for them. As long as one could go down, they could directly harvest dozens of these evil spirit essences. These evil spirit essences were equivalent to the gains of several days of life experience in the evil cavern. Originally, the evil spirit essences weren't limited to just this little bit. In just a short time, 100 to 200 evil spirits had already died, but even more evil spirit essences had merged with the evil spirit spring and disappeared, turning into energy in the spring water. But even if they were greedy, no one dared to leave the high platform. They could only watch helplessly, their hearts filled with regret. After a while, many evil spirits below screamed in unison. The light on Zi Yingying's body flickered, seeming to be extremely unstable. Within a radius of 300 meters, it was icy cold, as if it was a terrifying purgatory. Be careful. All of you try to survive, little kids. Ha ha. The old man laughed loudly. Before his laughter had even faded, more than a dozen evil spirits suddenly rushed up. Attracted by the blood chi of the many cultivators, they split up and attacked from both sides. With a sharp howl, 6 or 7 evil spirits rushed up from the high platform near Yang Kai and the others and surrounded them. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. All of them simultaneously unleashed their martial skills. The strength of these purple evil spirits was not weak, but because everyone was gathered on the high platform, although they couldn't move freely, they still managed to form an airtight defense. As soon as the evil spirits rushed up, they were knocked back, the color of their bodies constantly changing. Before they could rush up again, the Ghost King Valley disciples had already summoned their artifacts. The Ghost King Valley disciples had brought 2 artifacts to restrain these evil spirits, one of which was of the fire attribute. The other was of the lightning attribute. The fire dragon swallowed and spat, burning the 2 evil spirits so much that they screamed incessantly. The flowing electricity also made them tremble incessantly. These 2 artifacts were both Earth-grade top rank. Although they weren't as useful as Yang Kai's true Yang Yuanqi, they were still quite good. At the very least, they could be used to deal with these evil spirits. Treasure Instrument Sect's Tao Yang was even richer. He directly took out a heaven-grade artifact and ignited a cloud of fire, wrapping the two evil spirits in it and urging his Yuanqi to burn them. The two evil spirits kept screaming and trying to break out. However, they were unable to escape the burning range of the cloud of fire. The disciples of the two sects were relying on the power of their artifacts. Being able to deal with 4 evil spirits at once was quite extraordinary. The Hu sisters were working together, and although they didn't have an artifact to restrain these evil spirits, using their twin Qi shared spirit divine art, their strength had greatly increased, and together, they were able to deal with 1 evil spirit without falling behind. Yang Kai dealt with 1 evil spirit alone, his true Yang Yuanqi bursting out and enveloping it. At the same time, a sword condensed from Yang liquid appeared in his hand, slashing and slashing at the evil spirit, causing its color to rapidly fade. With each attack, it seemed that the evil spirit's body would shatter. Although he had an artifact like the Azura sword, Yang Kai felt that a weapon condensed from Yang liquid would be more useful to deal with these evil spirits. Now that he had tried it, it seemed that this was indeed the case. The battle was in full swing, and none of the 6 evil spirits were able to break through the blockade, all of them being blocked outside. When everyone saw that the situation was good, they all breathed a sigh of relief and put more effort into their attacks. Soon, the evil spirit Yang Kai was dealing with was defeated, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit essence in front of it. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and directly took this source into his palm before immediately attacking the evil spirit the Hu sisters were dealing with. Hu Jiao'er shot a surprised look at Yang Kai. She hadn't expected that he would be able to deal with an evil spirit alone faster than the two of them working together. After not seeing him for 2 years, this little bastard had made a lot of progress. It seemed that she had still underestimated him. Yang Kai and the others on the high platform weren't having a hard time dealing with the evil spirits, but the same was true for the old man and the free and unfettered sect disciples. After all, the old man was an immortal ascension boundary master, and the 4 young men around him were also not weak. Coupled with the group from free and unfettered sect, their overall combat strength was much higher than that of Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect. Even though the old man was dealing with the evil spirits, he was still paying attention to Yang Kai and the others, seemingly afraid that they would be defeated by the first wave of attacks. After seeing the Yuanqi attribute displayed by Yang Kai, the old man couldn't help but light up and shouted, "Young man, do you want to come to this old master's side? This old master can guarantee that you won't die." With his strength combined with Yang Kai's Yuanqi attribute, once they joined forces, their strength would greatly increase. What's more, Yang Kai's combat strength was also quite good, so naturally the old man wanted to win him over. Chapter 337. Listening to the old man's words, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples all felt their hearts tighten as they glanced towards Yang Kai with slight worry. Although Tao Yang and Sheni thought that they were getting along well with Yang Kai, after all, they had only met by chance and didn't have a deep friendship. At this time, if Yang Kai decided to abandon them for a better life, they had no reason to blame him. Moreover, from the perspective of Yang Kai's own interests, there was no doubt that cooperating with this old man would be more beneficial. Thinking of this, everyone was a little worried. Yang Kai leapt off the high platform and stood mid-air, joining the Hu sisters in attacking the evil spirit they were dealing with. His expression as tranquil as an ancient well, as calm as ever, as he said lightly, "Thank you for your kindness." Hearing this, the old man chuckled meaningfully. "Boy, it's every man for himself. If you cooperate with me, we'll split the evil spirit essence 50-50, how about it? This old master won't take advantage of you." "Not so good." Yang Kai decisively refused. This old man didn't look like a good person, and even if Yang Kai didn't care about the Hu sisters' safety, it was impossible for him to ask a tiger for its skin. If they cooperated, he wouldn't be able to escape. "Very well, this old master won't force you." The old man didn't seem to care about Yang Kai's refusal and said lightly, but a cold light flashed across his eyes, "This smelly brat doesn't know how to appreciate kindness." Seeing Yang Kai act so righteously, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, a touch of gratitude flashing across their eyes. Only the Hu sisters smiled sweetly at him. Without mentioning anything else, all of them were from Black Plum Town and had known each other for a long time, so they believed that Yang Kai wouldn't abandon them. In the Heaven's Cave inheritance, when they had climbed the 10,000-foot staircase, he had never given up on them. After a while, Yang Kai and the Hu sisters finally defeated the evil spirit, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit essence floating in front of them. Yang Kai reached out and threw his purifying spirit bottle to Hu Jiao Air. Use this to collect it. Don't swallow it directly. Oh. Although Hu Jiao Air had never used the purifying spirit bottle before, at this moment, she could only follow Yang Kai's lead. After trying it out, she directly sucked the purifying spirit source into the bottle. Yang Kai flew to the other side to assist the Treasure Instrument sect and Ghost King Valley disciples. In a short while all 6 evil spirits had been killed. However, what was strange was that after these evil spirits were attacked by Yang Kai, they had all been killed. There was always a feeling of wanting to run away. The fight had just ended. Before they could catch their breaths, more evil spirits flew up from below. This time there were even more of them than before. For a moment, everyone was flustered. He had no choice. Yang Kai fought 2 evil spirits alone. Without being able to kill quickly, the drawbacks of Yang Kai Zhenyang Yuan Qi immediately became apparent. Zhenyang Yuan Qi was naturally a sharp weapon to deal with evil spirits. However, because of its restraining nature, the evil spirits seemed to have an instinct that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. Once they fought for a moment, they would avoid Yang Kai and turn to attack others. Yang Kai was sweating profusely. Like a firefighter, he circled around the high platform where everyone was resting, chasing after the evil spirits as they flew around. The good situation suddenly showed signs of instability. Fortunately, the people on the high platform were not mediocre. Moreover, they carried a lot of artifacts, so every time they were in a crisis, they were always able to turn the situation around. As time passed, the pressure and intensity of the battle became greater and greater. Before a group of evil spirits had been killed, a new one would constantly appear from below. Junior sister, you and the 2 junior brothers used the 5-dragon binding seal to assist brother Yang. Tao Yang saw Yang Kai's awkward situation and quickly shouted. Okay, Zhao Rong said. At the same time, she summoned a seal-like artifact. This artifact had 5 dragon seals on it, and after Zhao Rong and the 2 other Treasure Instrument sect disciples poured their Yuan Qi into it, accompanied by a series of dragon roars, the 5 dragon seals suddenly materialized and flew out. The 5 dragons circled around. From each of their mouths, a beam of light shot out towards an evil spirit that was flying around. In an instant, this evil spirit seemed to be tied up and struggled in place, but was unable to break free and could only howl incessantly. When Yang Kai saw this, he was overjoyed and quickly rushed up, holding his Yang liquid sword and slashing it, killing an evil spirit in just a moment. The 3 Treasure Instrument sect disciples were also smart people. Seeing Yang Kai act so decisively, they quickly changed their hand seals and controlled the 5 dragons to attack another evil spirit. Although 3 of them had been assigned to assist Yang Kai, the situation not only did not collapse, but instead became more and more orderly. During the battle, everyone took out their respective Yuan Qi pills, and took them in advance so that when the time came, their Yuan Qi wouldn't be enough. Yang Kai didn't need to take any pills, but the Hu sisters had just taken the myriad drug liquid and naturally knew what it was. They were counting on Yang Kai to help them recover, so they didn't take any pills either. The 5 dragon binding seals effect greatly boosted everyone's morale. On the other side of the high platform, whether it was the old man or the free and unfettered sect disciples, all of them were struggling to cope. Although they had an immortal ascension boundary master, they didn't have as many people as Yang Kai and their artifacts weren't as high grade as the ones from Treasure Instrument sect. So even though their combat strength was much higher, they were still at a disadvantage when dealing with these evil spirits. When the old man saw Yang Kai's display of strength, he couldn't help feeling like he had lost a great deal of face. Waving his sleeve, he summoned a gust of wind and directly pushed the 2 evil spirits towards him. These evil spirits would only attack the flesh and blood closest to them, and wouldn't return to attack the old man. With the old man's push, the Hu sisters immediately fell into a crisis. They had been working together to deal with one evil spirit, but now that two had suddenly appeared, how could they possibly deal with them? Yang Kai saw all of this and couldn't help feeling annoyed. He knew that this old man really wasn't a good person, so he quickly dealt with the evil spirits in front of him, and quickly rushed over to the Hu sisters' side. As he flew over, Yang Kai flicked his hand and summoned a drop of yang liquid. Under the exquisite control of Yuan Qi, this drop of yang liquid suddenly transformed into a semicircular light curtain that directly enveloped the Hu sisters. The Yuan Qi control method taught by Xiao Fuxing shone brilliantly at this moment. As soon as this light curtain was formed, the two evil spirits had already rushed forward. As soon as their ethereal bodies came into contact with this light curtain, it was as if they had fallen into a pot of boiling oil, making a sizzling sound. Instinctively, the two evil spirits floated backwards. Even the evil spirit that the Hu sisters were dealing with had left them behind, causing them to miss their target. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen. How is that possible? Cheng Ying of Ghost King Valley shouted, his face filled with disbelief. Be careful. They're all coming. Leng Shan shouted. The two evil spirits pushed by the old man, along with the one the Hu sisters were dealing with, gave up on Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air and rushed towards the Ghost King Valley group. In an instant, the pressure on everyone increased sharply. Hey brother Yang, this isn't right. Chun Yi was speechless and smiled bitterly. Although the Hu sisters were now extremely safe, their Ghost King Valley group was in big trouble. Sorry. I didn't know this would happen. Yang Kai also wore an embarrassed expression. Fortunately, he was right next to them, otherwise, it would have been hard to say what kind of casualties would have occurred. Directly entangling two of the evil spirits. While dealing with them, Yang Kai began thinking. Suddenly, he thought of a wonderful idea. Hurriedly working with the three treasure instrument sect disciples to deal with the two evil spirits, Yang Kai quickly flew up into the air, standing high above everyone's heads. Not paying attention to the surprised gazes of those around him, Yang Kai secretly condensed a drop of yang liquid from his dantian and threw it down. Just like before, this drop of yang liquid transformed into a semicircular light curtain mid-air, but compared to the previous one, it was undoubtedly thinner, but it still covered the entire high platform. As soon as this light curtain fell, all the evil spirits floated back a certain distance. Fearfully, they began to circle around. This kind of light curtain was only a deterrent. If these evil spirits really went crazy and attacked, it would only take a moment to break through. In for a penny, in for a pound, Kai Yang continued to force out more yang liquid, continuously pouring it down. Layer after layer of light curtain fell under Yang Kai's precise and subtle control. All of them were of the same size and completely overlapped. After consuming a total of 20 drops of yang liquid, Yang Kai was satisfied and stopped. Although this light curtain composed of 20 layers of true yang yuan qi was not unbreakable, it was enough to easily resist these evil spirits. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was a life or death crisis. Suddenly becoming extremely safe, no one was able to adapt to this sudden change. The surrounding evil spirits simply flew around the high platform. None of them dared to approach. Occasionally, a few of them would try to attack, but as soon as they touched the light curtain, they would be burned and directly retreat. After a long silence, everyone turned to look at Yang Kai. Their expressions filled with both shock and admiration. The Hu sisters' beautiful eyes were also filled with a strange light as they stared at Yang Kai. It was a sudden inspiration. I didn't think it would actually work, Yang Kai chuckled. I'm impressed. Chun Yi stared at Yang Kai with a look of worship. Everyone nodded and their eyes were filled with gratitude. After a moment of shock and gratitude, everyone finally remembered how much true essence had been squandered in order to create such a solid and thick defensive barrier. How come Kai Yang's face wasn't red? His heart wasn't beating fast, and his appearance was as calm as the wind and clouds. Monster. Abnormal. Leng Shan curled her lips. Everyone nodded again. What they didn't know was that each layer of light curtain was the crystallization of Yang Kai's yuan qi. 20 layers of light curtain, equivalent to Yang Kai's meridians being emptied 20 times. How could this defensive barrier not be strong? Moreover, the quality of Yang Kai's yuan qi was also quite high and incomparably pure. If one really wanted to calculate, this light curtain was almost equivalent to the full strength of 10 immortal ascension boundary masters. With this kind of defense, dealing with the current situation was simply a piece of cake. Young man, why don't you also help this old master? The old man saw that Yang Kai had such a heaven-defying method, and for a moment he felt quite uncomfortable. Although he was an immortal ascension boundary master, he knew he couldn't do what Yang Kai did. The high platform over there was now impregnable, its defense watertight. Even if the people on the high platform did nothing and just watched the show, there was no need to worry about their lives being threatened. On the contrary, as the number of evil spirits on his side increased, it became more and more difficult to deal with. Chapter 338. Left with no other choice, the old man had no choice but to put aside his pride and shout at Yang Kai. Hearing this, many of the Ghost King Valley disciples sneered as they stared at the old man sarcastically. Zhao Rong of Treasure Instrument Sect was even more annoyed as she muttered under her breath. This old man, just now he was trying to trick us, but now he's actually begging us. His face is really thick. The old man's actions just now had all been witnessed by everyone, and although they were all extremely annoyed, due to the old man's strength, none of them dared to act out. The old man took in everyone's expressions but didn't seem to care, simply saying lightly, "Young people, you should know that we will meet again in the near future. Perhaps you will need this old master's help, so how about you first sell this old master a favor and help me? Looking at your actions just now, it seems like it won't take much effort." Although his tone was light, the light in his eyes was unbridled, and anyone could hear the threat in his voice, as if saying, "If you don't help me then I'll do whatever you want." Yang Kai sneered in his heart, but on the surface he slowly shook his head and said, "I can't help you, my yuan qi has been exhausted. I need to recover for a while before I can fight again." Saying so, he really sat down cross-legged. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples were all shocked and quickly took out the best yuan qi replenishing pills they had and handed them to Yang Kai. It wasn't that they were gullible, they were simply too worried. Moreover, Yang Kai's formation had definitely consumed a lot of yuan qi. The energy contained in these layers of defensive shields was shocking to all of them, so anyone who had used so much yuan qi would need to replenish themselves. Hu Jiao'er and her sister glanced at each other and giggled. They all knew that Yang Kai had that kind of miraculous yuan qi replenishing liquid, so how could they believe his nonsense? The movement on the high platform was clearly seen by the old man, so for a moment he didn't know whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not, but he didn't try to force him and instead just put on a fake smile and said, "Very well, you can restore yourself first." Saying so, he focused on the battle in front of him. On the high platform, the group from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect were all amazed, none of them having expected that in this chaos, Yang Kai would be able to create an absolutely safe haven. While watching the battle on the other side of the high platform with great interest, they lowered their voices and commented, causing Yu Qing and the others to seethe with anger. The old man was indeed a master of the Heaven's Gate realm. His yuan qi was endless, and his moves seemed ordinary. In reality, it was incomparably ferocious. He was actually fighting 4 evil spirits by himself without falling into a disadvantageous position. During the battle, he did his best to protect his 3 juniors. On the other hand, the free and unfettered sect disciples seemed like they were being raised by a stepmother. Neither their grandmother nor their uncle loved them, so they fought with all their might. The yuan qi quickly passed away. Yu Qing's pale face turned even paler. The charming slaves who wore revealing clothes didn't have time to show off their coquettishness. All of them were sweating profusely as they were too tired to deal with him. Outside the true Yang Yuan Qi defensive shield, the evil spirits kept circling around, trying to find a weak point, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find a place to break through. After a while, they gave up on this side and flew towards the old man's high platform. In an instant, on the other side of the high platform, the old man roared as he released all of his strength, sending out a variety of artifacts and martial skills. The free and unfettered sect disciples cried out again and again, but they were unable to cope with so many evil spirits. Senior. Yu Qing shouted anxiously. Help! Although the free and unfettered sect disciples were no less numerous than Ghost King Valley disciples. However, because both men and women were proficient in sex and were able to obtain their cultivation through sex, the Yuan Qi was simply not enough to cope with this chaotic situation. Seeing that the barrier was about to be broken through, Yu Qing had no choice but to open his mouth and call for help. Heh. The old man chuckled. This old master can't even spare a hand. Where would I find the time to save you? Yu Qing cursed in his heart, knowing that this old man wasn't an easy person to deal with, so he quickly said, If Senior can save us from death, my free and unfettered sect will definitely reward you generously. Let's hear it. The old man's eyes flashed. If we can return alive, each of us can give Senior a charmed slave. Since Senior is familiar with our free and unfettered sex methods, you must know the role of a charmed slave. At this critical moment of life and death, Yu Qing didn't dare to speak any nonsense and directly offered a generous offer. Hearing this, the old man's eyes flashed a lustful light as he grinned. This old master naturally knows that your free and unfettered sex charmed slaves can use a special secret art to give all of their profound qi to the man they mate with. Exactly. Yu Qing nodded. The old man laughed. Good, there are 4 of you. If this old master can absorb the profound qi of 4 charmed slaves, his strength will also improve greatly. It's good that Senior understands. Yu Qing anxiously cursed this old man for being so talkative, but he didn't dare show it and could only laugh dryly. I ask Senior to help us. The old man coldly snorted. However, this old master has heard that every man in your free and unfettered sect has more than 1 charmed slave. Seeing that your status isn't low, you should have at least 4 or 5, right? Yu Qing's expression became bitter as he realized just how big this old man's appetite was. Boy, you're quite lucky. The old man smiled obscenely. How about this? This old master can help you as much as possible, but this old master wants 8 charmed slaves. That is, each of you can give me 2 charmed slaves, which is why this old master is willing to help. Whether you agree or not, it's up to you, but, if I lose my life, what would I do with so many charmed slaves? This last sentence completely poked at Yu Qing's weak spot, causing his face to darken, and without hesitation, Yu Qing quickly nodded. Good deal. Boy, you're quite decisive, you'll definitely achieve great things. The old man laughed loudly, his moves suddenly becoming more ferocious, wrapping the free and unfettered sex group in his attacks. With this old man's help, Yu Qing and the others immediately felt much more relaxed. It was worth it, Yu Qing comforted himself, the feeling of heartache fading away. Although each of the free and unfettered sex male disciples had more than 1 charmed slave, it still took time to cultivate a charmed slave, so giving away 2 charmed slaves each was a huge loss to them. While Yu Qing and the old man were negotiating terms, the free and unfettered sex charmed slaves remained indifferent, as if they had nothing to do with this matter. Remember your words. If you dare go back on your word, this old master will exterminate your free and unfettered sect. The old man coldly reminded. Yu Qing's heart skipped a beat, wondering just where this old man came from. His tone was even more arrogant than the heavens. Quickly smiling, Yu Qing said, I wouldn't dare. A gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Many people secretly curled their lips in disdain. If Yu Qing was a gentleman, then there would be no such thing as a villain in this world. Yang Kai and the others coldly watched from the other side of the high platform, none of them feeling the joy of surviving a calamity. In this kind of environment, it was difficult to be happy. None of them knew when these evil spirits would retreat, so for a moment, they couldn't help feeling a sense of sadness. On the other side, the battle between the old man and the others was still going on, and evil spirits were constantly being killed. Many evil spirit essences were floating around them, but none of them had the time to collect them. Gradually, these evil spirit essences fell and merged into the evil spirit spring water. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed and he angrily shouted, Free and unfettered sect, hurry up and sacrifice your charmed slaves. His tone was urgent and brooked no argument. Yu Qing stared blankly at the old man, not knowing why he would suddenly say this. If you don't want to die, hurry up. The old man hurriedly urged, a trace of viciousness faintly appearing on his face. But Yu Qing didn't know what the old man wanted to do, but now was not a good time to sacrifice the charmed slaves. Their numbers were already low enough, so if they sacrificed another charmed slave, the free and unfettered sex population would directly decrease by half. Naturally, he couldn't make up his mind. This old master will give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't sacrifice them, I'll kill them all. The old man gloomily issued an ultimatum. Brother, what do we do? The several free and unfettered sect male disciples looked at Yu Qing anxiously, their faces filled with anxiety and helplessness. Sacrifice them. Yu Qing's face was filled with anger, but he didn't dare to hesitate. They were only able to maintain their safety because the old man had helped them from time to time. But if the old man also attacked them, they would immediately die. Although he couldn't bear to sacrifice his charmed slaves like this, Yu Qing had no other choice. As soon as Yu Qing gave the order, the several free and unfettered sect male disciples immediately attacked, forcing the evil spirits in front of them to retreat. Then, each of them hugged the charmed slaves around them and, under their sweet gazes, kissed them deeply. Lung Shan couldn't bear to see this, but she quickly turned her head and quietly pulled Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters away. Don't look. What's wrong? Zhao Rong was puzzled. Lung Shan obviously knew what the consequences of sacrificing a charmed slave would be, so she kindly reminded them. Chun-Yi also sighed slightly, a trace of sadness appearing on his face. Most of the other Ghost King Valley disciples also lowered their heads, not daring to look at this scene. Although they had always had a bad relationship with free and unfettered sect, and often fought against the charmed slaves, at this final juncture, they couldn't help feeling some sympathy for these charmed slaves who had been enslaved, reduced to nothing more than tools. It wasn't that they didn't know how to love themselves, nor was it that they were innately lustful. It was just that the free and unfettered sect men had used special methods to train them. Women were naturally curious, and although Lung Shan had warned them not to look, Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters couldn't help but quietly look over. What they saw caused the eyes of the 3 women to tremble violently. In the midst of this passionate kiss, the bodies of the charmed slaves began to ripple. And as these ripples spread, their beautiful faces rapidly aged and their delicate bodies withered at a rate visible to the naked eye. It was as if several decades of the flowing time great emperor had passed from their bodies in an instant. From their mouths, the yuan qi and blood qi of these charmed slaves was transformed into a steady stream of energy that was given to the free and unfettered sect men. The pale-faced free and unfettered sect male disciples seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. In an instant, their complexions became rosy and their faces glowed with radiance. Each one of them was handsome and unrestrained, elegant and extraordinary. As a result, their strength had also suddenly increased greatly. Chapter 339. This was a sacrificial offering, a secret technique of the free and unfettered sect. A martial skill that could only be displayed by the charmed slaves. This move could no longer be described as evil. In just 10 breaths of time, the several free and unfettered sect male disciples had undergone a complete transformation, and were now in high spirits. As for the charmed slaves in their embrace, they had lost their life force forever. However, within their dim eyes, there seemed to be a tenderness that would never regret, and at the corner of their aged mouths, there was still a trace of a satisfied smile. Their rosy cheeks instantly turned into dry bones. Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters Yuan Qi burst out uncontrollably, 3 pairs of beautiful eyes filled with hatred as they stared at the free and unfettered sect male disciples, their tender bodies trembling slightly. They were all women, so the way the charmed slaves died naturally resonated with them. After the sacrificial offering was completed, Yu Qing laughed and released the shriveled corpse in his arms. The corpse rolled on the ground, fell off the high platform, and disappeared into the evil spirit spring. Now that the strength of the free and unfettered sect's disciples had soared, they seemed to possess a kind of domineering aura, as if they were looking down on the world. Their moves were more than twice as powerful as before, but when he looked at the old man, Yu Qing's eyes still contained a trace of anger and hatred. He didn't want to sacrifice the charmed slaves at this time, because the most dangerous moment had yet to arrive. However, due to the old man's tyrannical power, he had no choice but to do so, so naturally he was somewhat unhappy. The old man didn't seem to notice this and simply chuckled. Good, This old master said you were a decisive person and would definitely achieve great things in the future. Boy, you and your junior brothers stay here for a while. This old master will be back soon. Good. Yu Qing nodded quickly, not even bothering to ask what the old man was going to do. The old man let out a roar, and his figure leapt off the high platform. After he flew up, a purple evil spirit followed closely behind like a shadow. What is he going to do? Chun Yi's expression sank. He discovered that the old man's mouth was curled into a cold smile, as he lured the evil spirit towards them. While flying over, he kept attacking the evil spirit to attract its attention so that he could get closer to the platform. Is this old man crazy? Chun Yi smiled disdainfully. Why would he spend so much effort to lure an evil spirit here? Do you expect this evil spirit to kill us all? Ha! A male disciple from Treasure Instrument sect also laughed. I'm afraid this old man has eaten too much lard for his own good. Doesn't he know that Brother Yang's defensive barrier is specifically designed to counter evil spirits? They didn't avoid the old man's ears when they spoke. However, even though he heard it, he didn't get angry. He just sneered. It was still pulling the evil spirit in this direction. Lung Shan's beautiful eyes were cold. She noticed something was wrong and said, "Be careful. He must be planning something." Tao Yang also nodded, secretly vigilant. Not long after, the old man and the evil spirit arrived at the side of the high platform. Everyone became more vigilant, ready to attack at any time. I have a big gift for you. The old man saw that it was about time and laughed loudly, sending a palm strike towards the evil spirit, pushing it towards the platform before his figure flickered. Disappearing midair, when he reappeared, he had already returned to free and unfettered sect. Senior, you made us sacrifice our charmed slaves just to buy you some time? Yu Qing's face was very ugly, and there was a hint of questioning in his tone. Yes. The old man nodded flatly. You used that little bit of time, just to lure an evil spirit over? Yu Qing almost couldn't suppress the anger in his chest. He had never understood why the old man was so anxious to make them sacrifice their charmed slaves, but now it seemed that this old man had done all this. The value of these 4 charmed slaves couldn't be compared at all. Do you have a problem with that? The old man stared back at Yu Qing coldly, his eyes filled with impatience. I don't dare. Yu Qing's heart went cold as he quickly suppressed his anger. Although after the sacrifice, the strength of his brothers had greatly increased. Facing an immortal Ascension Boundary Master, he still couldn't act presumptuously. Just watch carefully, Humph. If they don't beg this old master will wring his head off and use it as a chamber pot for you. The old man smiled confidently. Yu Qing was startled, not knowing why this old man was so confident. At this time, the evil spirit had already launched an attack on the platform where Yang Kai and the others were standing. It crashed into the platform again and again, but every time it was blocked by the barrier, the burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi wearing down its yin energy. But this evil spirit seemed to be somewhat different from the other evil spirits, and didn't immediately retreat. After trying many times, it no longer attacked recklessly. Its facial features, which had become more distinct, suddenly opened its mouth and screamed. His voice was extremely sharp and piercing to the ears. Following the scream, a purple halo suddenly burst out, enveloping everyone on the high platform. Everyone had been indifferently appreciating this evil spirit's stupidity, but none of them had expected it to do such a thing. By the time they realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. As the purple halo passed through everyone's body, everyone let out a muffled groan. Several of the weaker ones even falling to the ground. Everyone else also felt dizzy and nauseous, as if ants were gnawing at their minds, causing them unbearable pain. Even the Hu sisters couldn't bear it, their pretty faces paling as their brows furrowed. Only Yang Kai wasn't affected. Compared to the others, he had cultivated his divine sense, and was able to offset a certain amount of damage to his soul. On top of that, he also had a defensive soul skill in his mind, allowing him to easily resist the evil spirit's attack. A soul skill? Chun-Yi screamed. It's a soul-type evil spirit. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help paling as they stared at the soul-type evil spirit in front of them, their eyes filled with panic. A soul-type evil spirit was a very special existence among evil spirits. It looked no different from other evil spirits, but because it was proficient in soul skills, if a cultivator under the Immortal Ascension boundary encountered it, there were only two options: either run or die. In this situation, running away was impossible, and fighting it would only lead to death. In the evil cavern, soul-type evil spirits were relatively rare existences. This could be seen from the situation in front of them. Hundreds of evil spirits had gathered here, and there were even more coming from outside, but from beginning to end, only one soul-type evil spirit had appeared. It was obvious how rare it was. No one had expected to encounter a soul-type evil spirit, just as no one present had expected to encounter an evil spirit spring eruption. For a time, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. The old man had deliberately led this soul-type evil spirit here, obviously harboring malicious intent. This was a means of revenge for Yang Kai's refusal to help. Turning his head to look at the old man, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light. He wasn't afraid of this soul-type evil spirit, but everyone on the high platform was. The large area of effect soul skill from before had already affected them, so if it were to be used a few more times, they would definitely be affected. Besides Yang Kai, the rest of them would have their souls destroyed. Either they would die on the spot or become idiots. Quick, quick, quick. Seeing the soul-type evil spirit outside the defensive barrier open its big black mouth again, Chunyi quickly shouted, "Soul-type artifact. Who has won?" Everyone turned to look at Tao Yang eagerly. Although Ghost King Valley had made sufficient preparations this time to come to the evil cavern. However, soul-type artifacts were as rare as soul skills, and soul-type artifacts were bound to be used to defend against soul skills, so their grade was bound to be very high. This group from Ghost King Valley simply wasn't qualified. Tao Yang was a disciple of Treasure Instrument Sect. If he didn't have a soul-type artifact, then this time he would be in trouble. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of this soul-type evil spirit, in the end, he could only protect himself. With so many people gathered on the high platform, if this large area soul-type evil spirit attack hit him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Fortunately, Tao Yang's foundation was really rich, so he hurriedly took out a ring, poured his yuan qi into it and flicked it. A buzzing sound rang out. At that moment, the soul-type evil spirit also used its soul skill. Just like before, a purple halo suddenly burst out, enveloping the crowd. However, the ring in Tao Yang's hand also sent out a ripple visible to the naked eye. Everyone held their breaths nervously as they stared blankly at the screen. When that layer of ripples collided with the purple halo, the ripples instantly disappeared, and the purple halo also dimmed. However, it didn't disappear and still affected everyone. The soul-type artifact Tao Yang had taken out wasn't enough to defend against this soul-type evil spirit's attack. Everyone's expression suddenly became miserable, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. However, after being blocked by this artifact, they were able to. Now that the attack was transmitted to their minds, it was much easier to withstand. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. Damage to one's soul wasn't a joke. If this happened too many times, it would become a big problem. "Sorry, I only have this one soul-type artifact." Tao Yang's face was slightly pale as he stared at the soul-type evil spirit's movements. "Brother Tao, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have been able to withstand this attack." Chunyi looked at Tao Yang sincerely. Yes, Chengying nodded repeatedly. "But let's think about what to do next." With Tao Yang's soul-type artifact, everyone could hold on for about half an hour. Yang Kai didn't say a word and just stared coldly at the old man on the high platform. The old man saw the crisis here and laughed unscrupulously, his laughter filled with pride and joy. Hearing this voice, everyone couldn't help feeling indignant. If it weren't for this old man's mischievous actions, they would have been able to hide behind Yang Kai's defensive barrier, but now, facing this soul-type evil spirit, they couldn't help feeling somewhat helpless. That old bastard. Zhao Rong's temper was straightforward and she couldn't help cursing. "Little friend." The old man smiled viciously. While dealing with the evil spirit on the high platform, he shouted to Yang Kai, "You see, your side is in crisis right now, but so is mine. Why don't you cooperate with me?" "How do we cooperate?" Yang Kai asked indifferently. "It's very simple. You help us create the same barrier as yours, and this old master will help you deal with that soul-type evil spirit." You can't deal with it because you haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary. But this old master is different. Not only is this old master an immortal ascension boundary master, but he's also an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage cultivator. Although dealing with that soul-type evil spirit will be somewhat troublesome, I can still kill it. What do you think? This kind of cooperation is beneficial to both of us. Chapter 340. When the old man said this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. It turned out that he had spent so much effort to lure the soul-type evil spirit here, in order to get Yang Kai to help them. If Yang Kai could really help them, he wouldn't have to work so hard to protect them like he did now. At that time, they could sit on the high platform like Yang Kai and the others and watch from the sidelines. As long as they could delay until the evil spirit spring disappeared, they could naturally escape safely. If it weren't for the old man having scruples about the strength of Yang Kai's group, he would have already snatched the high platform they were on instead of going through so much trouble. It had to be said that this old man's plan was really good. Yu Qing from Free and Unfettered Sect saw the situation develop like this and couldn't help laughing. Senior's method is good. This junior admires it. Just now, the old man had been so confident that Yu Qing couldn't make sense of it. But now, looking at him again, it was clear that the old man had a plan. Perhaps he had already noticed the existence of the soul-type evil spirit, so he had asked him and his junior brothers to sacrifice the charmed slaves, so that he could have time to lure the soul-type evil spirit over. Haha, how can you not have some tricks up your sleeve? The old man sneered, and the 4 young men around him also laughed, seemingly admiring the old man's methods. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples all wore gloomy expressions, extremely angry but unable to do anything. Little friend, what do you think? Now that they had the upper hand, the old man wasn't in a hurry. He had just boasted that Yang Kai and the others would come to beg him. In his opinion, this group of Yuan Qi cultivators would sooner or later bow their heads to him, unless they wanted to die. Without cultivating their divine sense, relying only on their soul-type artifacts, they wouldn't be able to resist the soul-type evil spirit's attack. At most, it would only take a moment. Their souls would be severely damaged, and at that time the old man would be able to raise the price, so he didn't urge them and just asked lightly. Yang Kai frowned at him and snorted. He didn't answer. On the high platform, Yu Qing whispered to the old man, "Senior, if they can't hold on and come to beg you, can you make another condition?" The old man raised his brow. "Oh, what are your conditions?" Yu Qing stealthily glanced at the Hu sisters, his eyes brimming with an obscene light. He licked his lips and said, "Tell them to hand over the twins." The old man glanced at Yu Qing meaningfully. He was well aware of the Free and Unfettered Sect's methods of enslaving and training charmed slaves. Charmed slaves were also divided into different grades. If the twins were trained into charmed slaves, then they would be of even greater help to the Free and Unfettered Sect's male disciples. In particular, the Hu sisters' strength was extraordinary, so naturally Yu Qing was very concerned about them. This time, the Free and Unfettered Sect had disregarded all risks and entered the evil cavern. It was precisely because the Hu sisters were a pair of twins. I'm afraid that's not a good idea. The old man frowned. Although he could handle Yang Kai and the others, he also needed Yang Kai's help. If he made some excessive demands, it would only be counterproductive. If things didn't go well, they might end up worse off. Junior can give Senior 4 more charmed slaves. What do you think? Yu Qing suggested in a low voice. That's worth considering. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Good. When this matter is over, this old master will help you capture all the women over there. How about you give me 8 more charmed slaves? 8 is too much. The twins are indeed worth 4 charmed slaves, but the other 2 women, 6 charmed slaves, no more. Yu Qing's face showed a trace of hidden pain. It was as if he had suffered a huge loss. All right, 6 then. Remember, you owe this old man 14 charmed slaves. The old man laughed mischievously. He was quite easy to talk to. Naturally, I remember. Yu Qing was also quite satisfied with the results of this negotiation, and flattered the old man. Senior is really a master. It seems that he doesn't care much about women. If he really cared about women, then he wouldn't hand over all 4 women. There was no need to mention the twin sisters. Both of them were devastatingly beautiful. Ghost King Valley's Lung Shan was also extraordinarily beautiful, while the other young girl, although not as beautiful as the other three, had her own unique flavor. The old man smiled contemptuously and proudly said, "What does a woman count for? Only you young men with brains filled with lust would care about such things. If this old master wanted a woman, what kind of woman couldn't this old master get?" Yes, senior's teachings are correct. Yu Qing nodded repeatedly, not daring to refute. After this short exchange, he couldn't help looking at the old man more pleasing to the eye. Turning his attention back to the Hu sisters, he couldn't help showing a smug smile, as if he had already captured them and brought them back to free and unfettered sect, so he could train them with various medicines and soul skills. After reaching an agreement, both the old man and Yu Qing were happy, and even the 4 young men brought by the old man also showed joyful expressions. They knew that after the old man obtained the 14 charmed slaves, he would definitely reward each of them with 1. Charmed slaves. Not only could they warm their bed, but they could also absorb their profound qi at a critical moment to increase their cultivation. Who wouldn't want one? With a charmed slave, they would no longer be lonely. Little friend, don't say that this old master didn't warn you. If you still refuse to cooperate, I'm afraid some of your friends will die. The old man glanced over at Yang Kai and the others and said with a smirk, "Don't worry about it." Yang Kai replied in a lukewarm tone, "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." The old man's face was filled with anger as he sneered. "If you don't beg this old master for help, this old master will definitely not act." Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to him, and instead stared at the floating soul-type evil spirit. The 3 treasure instrument sect disciples also held their 5 dragons binding seals and nervously made preparations. While the old man and Yu Qing were negotiating, Yang Kai and the others were also discussing how to deal with this situation. "Brother Yang, can you resist it?" Tao Yang asked faintly, holding the ring-shaped soul-type artifact in his hand and asking, "Why don't you take this with you?" "And take it with you just in case," Lung Shan whispered softly, her brow furrowed in worry. When Yang Kai had said he was going to go out and kill this soul-type evil spirit, everyone had been frightened, thinking he had gone crazy. The Hu sisters had also panicked and tried to dissuade him. Hu Mei-er's eyes were overflowing with anxious tears. "It's okay, I know what I'm doing. If I really can't handle it, I'll come back," Yang Kai said calmly. "Then you be careful," Shani quickly said. Yang Kai nodded slightly. At that moment, the soul-type evil spirit opened its mouth again. It wanted to use its soul skill. "Attack!" Yang Kai shouted. The 3 treasure instrument sect disciples quickly poured their yuan qi into the 5 dragons binding seals. 5 dragons appeared, and while the soul-type evil spirit was using its soul skill, they spat out a white light from their mouths, locking the soul-type evil spirit in place. Yang Kai grasped his yang liquid sword and shot out like a bolt of lightning, flying towards the purple halo that was about to explode. Dang. Tao Yang also used his soul-type artifact to offset the soul attack contained in the purple halo. So fast! Shini couldn't help but cry out in surprise. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had arrived in front of the soul-type evil spirit, the long sword in his hand dancing in an airtight manner. The soul-type evil spirit's body was constantly being cut. The sharp howl became more and more violent as the purple halo exploded one after another. Tao Yang also used his soul-type artifact to defend himself, but he still couldn't resist such a dense attack. His face paled and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, his figure wilting. Xin Yi's eyes were sharp, and he quickly caught his artifact. Taking the lead, he saved everyone from this disaster. "Young man, do you want to die?" The old man also noticed Yang Kai's bold actions, and couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he shouted. He didn't care whether Yang Kai lived or died, but if Yang Kai died, no one would be able to open a defensive barrier for them. However, Yang Kai ignored his shouts and continued to attack the soul-type evil spirit's body. In a short period of time, the soul-type evil spirit's purple body had dimmed significantly. However, its strength was obviously much stronger than the average purple evil spirit, so even if it was restrained by true Yang Yuan Qi, it was still not defeated. "We can't hold on." Treasure Instrument Sect's Zhao Rong suddenly shouted. The next moment, She and the other two all paled as the 5 dragon binding seals in their hands dimmed. The 5 dragons binding the soul-type evil spirit directly collapsed. Freedom was restored. The soul-type evil spirit undoubtedly went completely berserk, its facial features distorting as it shot a purple light towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't have time to dodge, and was hit by this purple light. A severe pain spread from his mind as his soul palace was unable to resist such a soul attack. The minor accomplishment Soul Palace was originally wrapped around his mind, but at this moment, a gap had appeared. Yang Kai's face suddenly paled. His hand movements paused for a moment. Just at this moment, the soul-type evil spirit bared its fangs and claws as it charged towards Yang Kai. With a tearing sound, Yang Kai's clothes were torn apart and several long wounds appeared on his stomach, blood flowing freely. "Brother Yang!" the group of people exclaimed as they stared at him in horror. "Courting death." The old man coldly snorted, his expression quite annoyed. He had hoped that Yang Kai would not be able to resist and cooperate with him, but he hadn't expected this young man to be so stubborn. He would rather die than live in dishonor, causing all his plans to fall through. After being hit by such a soul skill, even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master's consciousness would likely be destroyed. Yang Kai, a Yuan-Chi 5th stage cultivator, how could he be spared? Serves him right. The old man sneered in his heart, not feeling any sympathy, only some regret. With Yang Kai dead, this old man was also in a bit of trouble. "I'm fine," Yang Kai suddenly shouted, his shaky body stabilizing as he hurriedly avoided the soul-type evil spirit's next attack. A faint chill spread through his mind, and although the pain was unbearable, the soul-warming lotus had once again played its role. "How is this possible?" the old man cried out. As an immortal Ascension Boundary Master, he could naturally feel the terrifying power contained in that soul skill. Even if it was him, he wouldn't dare take it head-on, so how did this young man withstand it? The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples also couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, all of them staring at Yang Kai in amazement, wondering if he had some kind of high-end soul-type artifact that allowed him to withstand that attack. However, even if Yang Kai had a soul-type artifact, it could only protect himself, otherwise he wouldn't have taken it out just now. Again, Yang Kai shouted towards the high platform as he continued to fight the soul-type evil spirit. And Lung Shan quickly responded, hurrying over to Zhao Rong and picking up the 5 dragons binding seal. The Hu sisters stepped forward side by side, and poured their Yuan Qi into the 5 dragons binding seal, along with Lung Shan. Chapter 341. Under the urging of the 3 women, the 5 dragons binding seal's effect was much stronger than before. After all, Lung Shan's strength wasn't low, and the Hu sisters were even more powerful when they joined forces. The 3 treasure instrument sect disciples couldn't compare to them. 5 dragons appeared, each of them spitting out a white light towards the soul-type evil spirit. The soul-type evil spirit was once again bound in place. Knowing that the 5 dragons binding seal wouldn't be able to bind it for long, Yang Kai no longer showed any mercy. Pushing out his palms, Yang Kai sent out his white tiger seal and divine ox seal, the 2 true Yang Yuan Qi beast phantoms viciously tearing at each other. With one hand holding his sword, Yang Kai sent out his burning sun's 3-layer blast towards the soul-type evil spirit. Yang Kai was completely ignoring the soul attacks it was sending out. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help feeling their cheeks twitch. This kind of fighting style was really too violent, giving people the feeling that he was willing to sacrifice himself to take the enemy down with him. The soul-type evil spirit's body was rapidly fading, but the soul skills it displayed were still visible to the naked eye as they rushed into Yang Kai's mind one after another. The reason why an Yuan-Chi cultivator would be helpless against a soul-type evil spirit was because they couldn't defend against its soul skills. Even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master would struggle to avoid these attacks, so soul-type evil spirits had always been very troublesome to deal with inside the evil cavern. However, if one could ignore its soul attacks, it would only be slightly stronger than an average evil spirit. The pain in Yang Kai's mind grew more and more intense, causing the blue veins on his forehead to bulge, but his hands didn't stop moving, constantly wearing down the soul-type evil spirit's body as it let out a sharp howl. The old man on the other side watched for a while, and his eyes, which were overflowing with light, trembled slightly. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so strong. This Yuan-Chi 5th stage young man's strength and combat effectiveness had far exceeded his expectations. If this continued, he really would be able to kill this soul-type evil spirit, and it wouldn't take too long. Thinking so, the old man quietly shifted his attention to Yang Kai's side. Sure enough, after fighting for half a cup of tea's time, the soul-type evil spirit let out a series of howls. His body turned into specks of purple light before disappearing. Seeing Yang Kai's display of power, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. The Hu sisters even covered their mouths in surprise, their eyes trembling. Where the soul-type evil spirit had disappeared, it left behind a large cluster of pure white, cotton-like evil spirit essence. Inside this cluster of evil spirit essence, there were threads visible to the naked eye. Before the crowd had time to feel happy for Yang Kai, a voice suddenly rang out. After seeing this ball of origin, they all exclaimed, "Special origin!" The old man's eyes, which were already overflowing with light, suddenly glowed even more brightly as he stared greedily at them. A special evil spirit essence was much more precious than an ordinary evil spirit essence. No one knew what kind of mysteries were hidden inside. However, when the old man looked at this special origin, he clearly felt that his divine sense was being slightly attracted, as if it was a cat that had smelled blood. His instinctive desire had been aroused. In an instant, the old man understood that this special origin source was an origin source that could increase the power of his divine sense. After all, this was something left behind by the soul-type evil spirit after its death, so it was only natural that it could increase one's spiritual energy. Suddenly, the old man's greed soared. If it was an ordinary origin, the old man wouldn't have been tempted, but something that could increase one's spiritual energy was rare, so it was worth the risk of snatching it. There was no hesitation at all. The old man hurriedly shouted to Yuqing, "Stand guard." In the next moment, his figure shot out like a meteor towards Yang Kai. "Shameless old dog." Shinyi shouted angrily. "Yang Kai, be careful." Everyone shouted. Yang Kai was dizzy and on the verge of collapsing. Although he had the help of the soul-warming lotus, after so many soul attacks, he had also suffered a lot of damage. After killing the soul-type evil spirit, he didn't even bother to check what kind of origin it had left behind. Instead, he simply took a drop of myriad drug liquid from the black book space and swallowed it. With a cry of alarm, Yang Kai instinctively pushed his Yuan Qi and grabbed the evil spirit essence in front of him, circulating his secret art and absorbing it into his palm. Courting death. The old man had no scruples at this moment. Since he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with Yang Kai, there was no need for him to pretend to be a good person. A look of pain and anger appeared on the old man's face as he viciously struck out towards Yang Kai. An angry blow from an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master. Even if Yang Kai tried his best to resist, he still couldn't withstand it. He only had time to squeeze out a drop of yang liquid and turn it into a shield above his head. Asterisk prung. Asterisk with a loud bang. Yang Kai was struck by the old man and fell directly into the slowly rising evil spirit spring, disappearing from sight. The old man was stunned mid-air, muttering a few curses under his breath before sighing and turning around to return. He still did not have the time to snatch that special evil spirit origin. Yang Kai, Humeir's beautiful face suddenly went pale, as if she had lost her soul. Without the slightest hesitation, she directly jumped off the high platform and fell towards the spot where Yang Kai had fallen. But after falling only a foot, her body was caught. She turned around and saw her sister shaking her head at her in a panic. "Let me go." Humeir looked at her elder sister pleadingly and muttered. Hu Jiao'er still shook her head, her eyes gradually becoming red. Since cultivating the twin Qi shared spirit divine art, the two sisters had gradually become one. So how could Hu Jiao'er not feel the grief and panic in her sister's heart at this moment? Because of this, Hu Jiao'er's heart also ached. But even more so, she couldn't watch her younger sister jump down to her death. The high platform was silent as the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples were all stunned. None of them had expected this old man to be so despicable and shameless. A moment later, Lengshan suddenly screamed, "Attack!" Turning her head, her beautiful eyes filled with unparalleled anger and madness, She raised her hand and sent out her Ghost King seal. The Ghost King seal let out a sharp howl and fiercely attacked the other side of the high platform. As soon as she took action, all the Ghost King Valley disciples also used their martial skills, while the Treasure Instrument sect disciples also hurriedly summoned their artifacts and attacked the old man and the Free and Unfettered sect disciples. While trying not to damage the true Yang Yuanqi's defensive shield, everyone vented the anger in their hearts. The other side of the high platform was already surrounded on all sides, and with the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples attacking it, the situation became even more precarious. Yu Qing's expression changed greatly as he panicked and shouted, "Lung Shan, you even dare attack my Free and Unfettered sect disciples? Free and Unfettered sect and Ghost King Valley are close neighbors, and besides, we didn't attack that little brat. Don't be so indiscriminate." Lung Shan's eyes flashed a cold light as she sneered, completely ignoring Yu Qing's shouts and continuing to squander her Yuanqi. Impudent junior! The old man flew into a rage. He realized that he had underestimated this group of young people. In their anger, their attacks were all very sharp. He didn't care about one or two attacks, but with so many people attacking at the same time, coupled with the surrounding evil spirits, the old man was suddenly a little flustered. He was at his wits' end. In particular, the several artifacts that were summoned were incredibly powerful, causing the old man's complexion to change greatly. "If you don't stop, this old master will destroy your defensive shield even if it costs him his life," the old man roared. He was an immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage cultivator. If he hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, he wouldn't have shouted such grievances. In his heart, he was also secretly regretting not being able to snatch the evil spirit essence just now. He really shouldn't have tried to kill that little brat. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone this group of hot-blooded youngsters. "Wait, stop fighting." Tao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked down and shouted in surprise, "Brother Yang isn't dead." Everyone was stunned, their Yuanqi also calming down as they followed Tao Yang's gaze down below. Sure enough, in the middle of the evil spirit spring, there was a vague figure exuding a flickering light. It was indeed Yang Kai. Not only was he not dead, he was actually standing quietly in the middle of the evil spirit spring. The scattered evil spirit essences around him seemed to be sucked in by an invisible force, pouring into Yang Kai's body and disappearing. "Brother Yang." Tao Yang called out anxiously. "Heh." From the boiling evil spirit spring, Yang Kai let out a low chuckle, a chuckle that made everyone's hair stand on end. Gradually, the sound of his laughter grew louder and louder, rolling like thunder. "Brother Yang, what's wrong with you?" Tao Yang's expression changed slightly as he nervously looked down. Suddenly, a pitch-black color emerged from Yang Kai's body. Even in the middle of the evil spirit spring, this black color was quite conspicuous, like a black hole, and when it appeared, it instantly swallowed all the light, causing everyone's vision to go dark. When he came back to his senses, he saw that there was a black figure below him. Only a pair of scarlet eyes were emitting a bloodthirsty and cold light that seemed to be choosing people to devour. "It's become the demon race." The old man let out a strange cry, thinking that Yang Kai had just swallowed so much evil spirit essence, and was unable to refine it in time, allowing the evil in the evil spirit essence to take control of his mind. This explanation was also reasonable. With so much evil spirit essence pouring into his body, even the old man would not be able to withstand it. Although Yang Kai's secret art and Yuan Qi could restrain evil spirits, it was likely that he would not be able to survive. Hearing him say this, the people on the high platform who had just breathed a sigh of relief suddenly changed their expressions. Lung Shan's eyes flashed as she looked down suspiciously, feeling somewhat uncertain. Of all the people present, only she knew that Yang Kai could use another kind of evil spirit essence that was different from true Yang Yuan Qi. When they were in the isolated world, she and ZMO also thought that Yang Kai had become the demon race, but the result was a big joke. At that time, the situation was exactly the same as what was happening now. Yang Kai was wrapped in darkness, but this time it was more serious. Did he really become the demon race? Lung Shan asked herself, but she couldn't figure it out. "Mayor, go up, I'm fine." Yang Kai's voice came from below, cold as steel, but quite calm. Hearing this, Lung Shan couldn't help but feel happy. knowing that Yang Kai was really fine. Hu Mei Er was also stunned, but Hu Jiao Er quickly pulled her up. The two sisters hurriedly hid inside the defensive barrier, their eyes looking down in amazement. Chapter 342. Looking down from the high platform, the evil spirit spring that covered the ground below had already risen to a very high position. This spring water wasn't really liquid, but it looked just like liquid, thick and flowing, containing all kinds of evil and danger. The evil spirits scrambled for this spring water like a flock of ducks, constantly devouring the energy within. But if a martial artist fell into it, they would definitely not have a good ending. But now, Yang Kai was wrapped in black qi, completely unaffected by the evil spirit spring water. He was like a fish swimming in water, constantly swimming back and forth. Wherever he passed, all the scattered evil spirit essences were sucked into his body. Occasionally he would encounter one or two evil spirits, but they didn't attack him. These evil spirits didn't seem to notice his existence, and turned a blind eye to him. The group of people were all stunned. The old man on the high platform was also stunned, his face filled with disbelief. This little brat's current state was extremely strange. The energy he was exuding was completely different from before, filled with an evil and brutal aura. He was like a murderous demon that had lost his mind, and his aura was so evil that it made people's hearts tremble. What made the old man even more shocked was that Yang Kai was currently collecting evil spirit essences. The evil spirits had been fighting each other for a long time, so there were countless evil spirit essences below. That brat had only gone there for a short while. Yet he had already collected a few dozen balls. It was enough to make people envious. Moreover, he was directly absorbing the evil spirit essences into his body, as if he wasn't worried that the evil contained in these essences would cause any harm to him. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai happily swam in the evil spirit spring water, collecting the essences while constantly letting out a cold laugh. There was some surprise and pride in his laughter, but more than that, it was excitement. Both his body and mind were extremely excited. Even his blood was boiling, as if he was holding a naked beauty in his arms and tasting her. The unyielding golden skeleton was pulsing rhythmically. The evil spirit essences that it had just absorbed had made the golden skeleton very happy, and it was crazily devouring the evil energy in the surrounding evil spirit spring water. This energy seemed to suit the golden skeleton's appetite. His body turned into a huge vortex, sucking in all the evil energy around him. Not only did Yang Kai not feel uncomfortable, but his face was full of joy. He did not know why this was the case, but since the golden body liked this kind of energy, there was no need to delve into it. He just needed to absorb it. After inhaling for a while, Kai Yang suddenly felt a sense of saturation. It was not that the golden body was full. The golden body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much energy it absorbed, it would never be saturated. Instead, it was because he had reached the limit of his current realm. If he did not break through this shackle, the golden body would not absorb anymore. Otherwise, it would be a burden to Yang Kai. He was aware of this. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little regretful. This crazy absorption not only replenished the golden avatar, but also stored nearly 100 evil spirit essences in the Dantian. Yang Kai didn't have the time to refine these essences, so he could only put them in Dantian for now. He couldn't save any more. Yang Kai was especially interested in the special essence left behind by the soul evil spirit. Compared to the other essences, this one was undoubtedly different. He had to quickly refine it so that he could absorb more of it and take the opportunity to break through his current realm. Thinking so, Yang Kai's heart suddenly began to heat up. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that the group of people on the high platform were still looking at him worriedly. In particular, the Hu sisters couldn't hide the worry and concern in their beautiful eyes. Feeling warm in his heart, Yang Kai rushed to the high platform and waved to them. "Give me all your purifying spirit bottles." Ha! Chunyi grinned greedily. "I knew Brother Yang was a righteous man." Saying so, he quickly collected all the purifying spirit bottles and threw them to Yang Kai. There were only 5 purifying spirit bottles. Among them, 3 were from Treasure Instrument Sect while 2 were from Ghost King Valley. The Hu sisters had only fled to this place, so naturally they didn't have any purifying spirit bottles. A bottle could hold 20 essences, So 5 purifying spirit bottles equated to 100. With such a huge number, anyone would inevitably be tempted. Yang Kai continued to shuttle back into the evil spirit spring. Wandering unscrupulously among the countless evil spirits, he constantly used his purifying spirit bottles to collect essences. After filling one bottle, he would switch to another. After a short while, all 5 bottles were filled. The old man and the free and unfettered sect disciples all stared blankly. Everyone's eyes filled with greed and envy. They were so busy fighting on this high platform that they didn't even have the time to collect star sources. But Yang Kai was simply wandering around the spring without any hesitation, collecting one star source after another, which would make anyone's eyes go red with envy. Comparing the two, how could they not be envious? The old man was now filled with regret, his old face filled with a variety of emotions, all kinds of emotions churning in his heart. If he had known that this little brat had such great ability, how could he have torn apart all pretense of cordiality with Yang Kai? However, it was only at this moment that she witnessed his mysteriousness and strength. Even if she regretted, it was useless. Just now, when he had struck Yang Kai, he had completely ruined any hope of making friends with Yang Kai. Even if he couldn't get Yang Kai to help him create that magical defensive barrier, he could at least collect some essences for him. Yang Kai's action of collecting essences was even simpler than picking a watermelon. What an unlucky year he had let go of such a good opportunity. In an instant, the old man felt his teeth hurt, his liver hurt, his stomach hurt, his entire body hurt. Yang Kai took 5 full bottles and tossed them up, not in a hurry to return, instead floating above the evil spirit spring. He turned his head and gloomily glanced at the old man. The old man's heart skipped a beat, not knowing what Yang Kai's gaze meant. Just as he was feeling conflicted, he saw Yang Kai grin at him, his scarlet eyes flashing a strange light as he leisurely flew over. Everyone on the high platform was on high alert, as if they were facing a great enemy. They were already struggling to deal with these evil spirits, so if Yang Kai took advantage of this opportunity to add insult to injury, they would be finished. This was really a case of when it rains it pours, when the boat is late, the wind blows. Yu Qing secretly blamed the old man for his rashness just now and smiled towards Yang Kai from a distance, saying, "Friend, please slow down. Our free and unfettered sect has no grudge with you. Please think twice before you act." Seeing Yu Qing act in such a low-key manner, the Ghost King Valley disciples couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. Looking at Yang Kai again, they didn't think he was evil at all. Instead, at this moment, his back was handsome and extraordinary. He didn't say anything. He didn't take any action, but his presence alone was enough to make his enemies tremble in fear. As a man, this is how it should be, Chen Yi said with a look of worship. Lung Shan snorted and rolled her eyes. "Friend, if you have something to say, we can talk it out." Yu Qing saw Yang Kai remain silent and didn't know what he wanted to do. He could only laugh dryly. The old man's face was also gloomy and uncertain. He remained silent, allowing Yu Qing to act like a grandson, but he also wanted to use him to inquire about Yang Kai's intentions. "I want something." Just as Yu Qing was feeling restless, Yang Kai opened his mouth. Yu Qing calmed down and quickly replied, "What does friend want? As long as my free and unfettered sect has it, we will give it to you. We will immediately offer it. Here's your purifying spirit bottle." Yang Kai grinned, his white fangs appearing particularly terrifying as they were wrapped in black qi. Of course. Yu Qing didn't dare to neglect and quickly took out the purifying spirit bottles his brothers carried. They only carried 2 purifying spirit bottles. This was something Yang Kai was also clear about. Moreover, these 2 bottles also contained a few evil spirit essences. Lightly stowing them away, turning to look at the old man, Yang Kai sneered meaningfully, slowly narrowing his eyes as he said, "Do you need me to say more?" The old man coldly snorted, his expression clearly unhappy. He was an immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage master, and although he knew Yang Kai was powerful, in fact, he wasn't afraid of him. However, he still had 4 juniors he needed to take care of. Without the certainty of killing Yang Kai in a single blow, the old man didn't dare act rashly. Since Kai Yang had so blatantly demanded something from him, and in front of a junior, the old man naturally couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Face aside, the old man didn't want to provoke Yang Kai any further. After snorting, the old man suppressed his anger and said, "Give it to him." But a young man next to the old man hesitated. Obviously, he didn't want to give in so easily. "I said give it to him," the old man shouted. "Yes." The young man glared hatefully at Yang Kai, grit his teeth, took out 2 purifying spirit bottles from his sleeve, and tossed them to Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught them, staring at the young man indifferently. "I'll remember you, be careful." The young man was full of vigor, and with the support of his elders, he sneered at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face went cold as a cold light flashed across his eyes. But before he could act, the old man swung his hand and slapped the young man. Pa, with an incomparably crisp sound. The young man was sent spinning several times on the spot, and after stabilizing himself, one of his cheeks suddenly swelled up. "Will you die if you don't speak?" The old man glared at him fiercely. "This old master doesn't want to provoke this strange little brat any longer, but you're still talking nonsense. If you really force him to act now, none of you will leave here alive." The young man was obviously stunned by this slap, seemingly not having expected his honored master to slap him, covering his cheek in a daze, his eyes filled with humiliation and anger, his face alternating between red and blue, but he didn't dare to open his mouth to say anything, swallowing back the blood in his mouth. "Little friend, are you satisfied?" The old man glanced at Yang Kai faintly. "Ha ha ha ha." Yang Kai laughed wildly, nodding repeatedly, satisfied. "Please go back," the old man quickly said. Yang Kai standing next to their high platform always made the old man feel like he was being stabbed in the back. He was constantly on guard against Yang Kai's sudden attack, while simultaneously dealing with the evil spirit, making it extremely difficult for him to do so. "No hurry." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his expression calm and composed. The old man's expression changed slightly, his expression becoming uncertain. Yang Kai waved the purifying spirit bottle in his hand at the old man, and slowly began to collect the evil spirit essences floating around their high platform. These essences were left behind by the old man's group and the free and unfettered sex group after they had killed the evil spirits. There were many of them and should have been their spoils of war, but since no one had the time to collect them, they could only let them float around. Chapter 343. Watching Yang Kai leisurely collect the evil spirit essences, Yuqin couldn't help smiling bitterly, opening his mouth but not daring to say anything. The old man's complexion was also ugly, and he had the urge to vomit blood. After a long time, Yang Kai finished collecting the evil spirit essences around them, glancing over at them and chuckling. "Continue, I'll come back later." Saying this out loud really made one feel like they were about to die from anger. The 4 purifying spirit bottles hadn't yet been filled, so Yang Kai walked around in a circle before returning. Arriving at the high platform where everyone was resting, Yang Kai tossed the 4 purifying spirit bottles to the Hu sisters and said, "You keep an eye on them, I need to digest them first." The Hu sisters' faces were like peach blossoms as they smiled sweetly. Although the last 4 purifying spirit bottles were all given to Hu Mei Air and Hu Jiao Air, no one from Ghost King Valley or Treasure Instrument sect complained. Each of them had already harvested 2 bottles of evil spirit essences. Yang Kai's previous debt to Ghost King Valley had not only been completely repaid, but had also given them a big harvest. Needless to say, Tao Yang and the others from Treasure Instrument sect had come here because their honored master wanted to see if this evil spirit essence could be used for artifact refining. Originally, they had only wanted to kill a few red evil spirits, but now that they had reaped such a huge harvest, how could they not be happy? What's more, Hu Mei Air had just jumped into the evil spirit spring to look for Yang Kai, which made everyone realize that the relationship between Yang Kai and the twins was not as simple as they had thought. They weren't strangers who had met by chance. No wonder Yang Kai was able to rescue the twins from the high platform just now. Considering all this, everyone looked at Yang Kai, then at the Hu sisters, all of them wearing strange expressions. Sure enough, he's a pervert. Lung Shan secretly ground her teeth as she cursed. Back in that isolated world, this little bastard had taken advantage of her and ZMO. If it weren't for the enemy attacking them at the last moment, perhaps he and ZMO would have already been together. At that time, if ZMO was really eaten by him, Lung Shan estimated that she wouldn't be able to escape from his grasp. Never would he have thought that even after entering the evil cavern, he would still be able to meet two beauties who had an unclear relationship with him. Moreover, they were twins. How many women did he know outside? That's why he encountered such a low probability thing? Thinking of this, Lung Shan became more and more annoyed. She secretly decided that she would never deal with Yang Kai again. Although he was indeed a good person. But he was a bit too much of a playboy. If she walked together with him again, she might lose her chastity without even knowing how. She still wanted to marry into a good family. Glancing at the Hu sisters, Lung Shan's mouth moved. There was no sound, but she mouthed the words love-struck fool. The high platform was filled with jubilation. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground, retracting the evil energy into his unyielding golden skeleton. The Dantian's true Yang Yuan Qi once again filled his meridians. The evil energy contained in the evil spirit spring could be directly absorbed into his unyielding golden skeleton, but the evil spirit essence couldn't be absorbed. It needed to be refined with true Yang Yuan Qi. Slightly investigating the Dantian's essence, Yang Kai found that there were more than 100 of them, but only one of them could be determined to be a special essence. It was the one left behind by the soul-type evil spirit after it died. Thinking about it, Yang Kai decided to save it for the end. Good things should always be left for the end. Leading the Dantian's essence into his meridians, Yang Kai used his Yuan Qi to refine it. At the same time he felt the shackles of his own martial Tao. The shackles of heaven and earth enveloped his body. This layer of shackles couldn't be felt before reaching a certain level, but every time a cultivator was about to break through, they could clearly sense it. Breaking through this layer of shackles would allow a cultivator's strength to rise to the next level. If they couldn't do so, their cultivation would remain stagnant. The stronger one was, the harder it was to break the shackles placed on one's body. This was one of the reasons why a cultivator's strength increased slowly in the later stages. Sometimes a cultivator would be stuck in a certain realm all year round because they were limited by their aptitude, unable to break through that bottleneck. This kind of shackles was especially obvious when one reached the peak immortal ascension boundary. Therefore, in today's world, very few people broke through to the above immortal ascension boundary. And every cultivator who broke through to the above immortal ascension boundary was a powerful overlord. At the very least, they were all masters of first-class forces. If there was an exception, it would be Ling Tai Su. After all, High Heaven Pavilion was only a second-class sect. And now it was on the verge of destruction. Yang Kai used his heart to feel, gathering his essence, qi, and soul, constantly attacking the shackles that bound him. Time slowly passed. After an unknown amount of time, that layer of shackles was suddenly broken. His whole body felt light, as if he had just broken out of a cage, and a sense of freedom was born in his body and mind. It was as if this world could no longer hinder his steps to the peak of the martial Tao. An invisible aura, with Yang Kai as the center, suddenly spread out, creating a layer of ripples visible to the naked eye. The people who were chatting and laughing were startled by this sudden movement, and quickly turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. After confirming that he was making such a commotion because of his breakthrough, they all had strange expressions on their faces. Daring to break through in such a dangerous environment, Yang Kai's courage was really admirable. Yuan Qi Realm, 6th stage. Even if he succeeded in breaking through, Yang Kai didn't immediately get up. He still circulated his secret art, absorbing the evil spirit essence that had just been completely refined into the unyielding golden skeleton. The golden skeleton was no longer saturated and produced a whirlpool-like suction force, swallowing the purified evil spirit essence. The realm that had just broken through quickly stabilized. In the Dantian, there was still a mass of evil spirit essence left. It was the special evil spirit essence left behind after its death. Yang Kai's face shook and his spirit rose. He was also looking forward to what benefits this special evil spirit essence would bring him. The Yuan Qi drove it through his meridians, refining and burning it. The impurities were expelled little by little, turning into useless substances that were discharged from the body. It was worthy of being called a special evil spirit essence. Yang Kai spent a full hour to completely refine it. After the refined evil spirit essence flowed through his meridians, It brought a strange feeling that made him feel comfortable. This was an effect that other evil spirit essences did not have. Suddenly, it followed his meridians and rushed straight to the top of his head. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. The next moment, Yang Kai felt that his spiritual energy had increased by a large amount. This was actually an evil spirit essence that could increase his spiritual energy. Not only that, but there also seemed to be something else. Yang Kai opened his eyes, and there seemed to be an electric current flashing through them, shining brightly as he thought for a while. The corners of his mouth could not help but show a strange smile. He slowly got up. Yang Kai looked towards the high platform where the old man was. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Chen hurriedly asked. "And I can't be better." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Looking at the old man, his eyes gradually became dangerous. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, the old man could not help but look back. With just a glance, the old man frowned. He found that this strange young man seemed to be a little different from before. Compared to before, he seemed to have become more confident, more arrogant, and more overbearing. Just after breaking through a small realm, he already has ideas about this old man? The old man sneered in his heart, really overestimating himself. Yang Kai was indeed thinking about this old man. Just now, in order to snatch that special evil spirit essence, this old man had attacked Yang Kai. If it were not for Yang Kai's good physique, the extremely pure yuan qi in his body, and the fact that he had condensed a yang liquid shield at the critical moment, he would not have been able to block that attack. Although he was about to get some interest back, but it had always been Yang Kai's principle to do things. Swallowing humiliation was not something he wanted to do. His eyes flashing, Yang Kai gradually withdrew his hostility. He was not completely sure that he could kill the old man. The old man's realm was too high. Even with the means he had just obtained, he may not be able to kill him. He had to plan carefully. "Brother Yang." Tao Yang's expression was dignified. Looking at Yang Kai, he said, "We just discussed and felt that staying here is not a long-term solution." Yang Kai also felt the same way. Just now they couldn't escape because countless evil spirits had gathered from all directions, so there was no way to escape, so they could only hide on this central high platform. Now that all the nearby evil spirits had gathered, the outside was undoubtedly safer. Pausing for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "What do you think?" "We want to leave here." Chen frowned. "But there are also concerns. Once we leave this high platform, we may be targeted by those evil spirits, making it difficult for us to escape." "What do you want me to do?" They now regarded Yang Kai as their backbone, so Yang Kai naturally knew that they were pinning their hopes on him. "Brother Yang, can you fly while maintaining such a large-range defensive shield?" Chen asked somewhat embarrassedly. Their Ghost King Valley had the most people, followed by the 4 from Treasure Instrument sect, and finally the Hu sisters. So many people wanting Yang Kai to protect them was really too much. Moreover, they didn't know how much yuan qi Yang Kai had left to squander. "I haven't tried yet, but I should be able to." Yang Kai thought about it carefully. Maintaining such a large defensive shield would definitely consume a lot of yuan qi, but he still had a lot of yang liquid stored in his dantian. "If that's the case, then we can take the risk." Chen nodded slightly. Dong dong. Just as everyone was discussing this matter, not far away, a rapid and powerful heartbeat sounded. Listening to this sound, it seemed to be the beating of a huge heart. Everyone's expression changed as they turned to look at the source of the sound. After a moment of silence, the same thumping sound rang out again. This time, everyone could clearly see that when the thumping sound rang out, the evil spirit spring was actually churning violently. Pu pu pu. The evil spirit spring below the high platform suddenly seemed to be boiling, one giant bubble after another appearing. As soon as the bubble appeared, it burst open, releasing a burst of evil energy. As the bubble burst, the entire evil chi spring water below began to surge up rapidly. Chapter 344. The high platform they were standing on was about 70 to 80 meters above the ground. Originally, after such a long time, the water level of the evil spirit spring should have risen to about 30 meters. However, at this moment, the thick liquid of evil spirit spring water was rising at a crazy speed. as if it was about to explode. Everyone's complexion couldn't help changing greatly. In just 3 breaths of time, the evil spirit spring water had spread to the same height as the high platform, and was still rising crazily. Not good. Tao Yong cried out in alarm, his face filled with horror as he watched all this happen. The others also hurriedly shrank back to the middle of the high platform, fearing that they would accidentally fall off and into the evil spirit spring water. With such a large amount of evil spirit spring water erupting, it was already too late for them to escape. Everyone's faces were ashen as they suddenly had no idea what to do. The old man's eyes were also filled with panic. Although he knew about the existence of the evil spirit spring, this was the first time he had encountered one, so he didn't know what was going on. Seeing that the evil spirit spring water was about to envelop them from all directions, the old man knew that this was not a place to stay for long. Letting out a roar, anger rose in his heart as he shouted, "If you don't want to die, come with me." As he spoke, a fierce burst of energy erupted from his body, opening a gap in the encirclement of the evil spirits as his yuan qi burst out, protecting his 4 juniors as he rushed towards Yang Kai and the others. The free and unfettered sect disciples also hurriedly followed, using all kinds of martial skills and artifacts to protect themselves, so for a time they didn't have to worry about their safety. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he narrowed his eyes at the old man who was rapidly approaching them. A cold light flashed across his eyes. The purpose of the old man's flight was self-evident. In a moment, this entire area would be flooded with evil spirit spring water. At that time, the high platform where Yang Kai and the others were standing would become the only safe haven. With 20 layers of true Yang Yuan Qi layered over each other, it would be more than enough to resist the corrosion of the evil spirit spring. In this life and death crisis, the old man had decided to take a risk. Flying closer, the old man didn't rush to attack. Instead, he simply looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little friend, there are many unpleasant things between us. But at this time, this old man won't waste time with you. How about you ask your friends to give up a few seats?" Yang Kai looked at him mockingly. "Can't you see that our side is already full?" The old man's face darkened and he said anxiously, "That's why I asked you to give up a few seats." With the evil spirit spring acting so strangely, he didn't know what would happen next. Without this old master, an immortal ascension boundary master, what chance did you have of surviving? These friends of yours have varying strengths. Why don't you just send a few of the weaker ones out? You need to know that making things convenient for others is also making things convenient for yourself. Senior. Yu Qing anxiously called out. Listening to the old man's words, it seemed that he had no intention of bringing along the free and unfettered sex people, so naturally he was anxious. When the others heard this, they also looked at the old man angrily. When he said this, it was obvious that he wanted these people to go out and die in their place. Yang Kai sneered and shook his head. "It's quite convenient for me now. That's why I don't want to make things easy for others." "Junior, you asked for it." The old man's face filled with anger as he angrily shouted. The evil spirit spring was rising higher and higher, so he didn't have any more time to waste. If this old master doesn't have a good time, don't think you'll have a good time either. Free and unfettered sect, join with this old master and drive them out. Only by occupying this high platform can you survive. The old man shouted. Good. Yu Qing was overjoyed and didn't hesitate to agree. On the high platform, everyone's expression was gloomy to the extreme. This old man was obviously like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. With an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master and 7 or 8 Yuan Qi masters attacking them, they didn't know if they could resist. Only Yang Kai was smiling lightly as he stared at the old man with contempt and ridicule. Hong. A fire dragon suddenly burst out from the high platform and flew towards the old man's group. It was unknown who had taken the initiative to attack. The high platform covered by the true Yang Yuan Qi's defensive barrier had now become the only place to save their lives. No one wanted to give it up, so with the old man acting so overbearingly, naturally some people couldn't hold themselves back. In the next moment, a variety of martial skills and artifacts were unleashed. The group of people around the old man didn't dare to show weakness, and also return the favor. However, after only one round of confrontation, The people on the high platform saw that the situation was not good. All of their attacks had been intercepted by the old man, an immortal ascension boundary master. Although the old man had expended a lot of effort to intercept them, he had still managed to do so. On the other hand, the attacks from the Yuan-Chi cultivators behind the old man had caused the people on the high platform to panic. For a moment, everyone's faces went pale. With an immortal ascension boundary master blocking the front, even if they wanted to kill the people behind them, they wouldn't be able to. In a short time, the evil spirit spring had risen again, and was about to swallow up the group of people. The 4 young men beside the old man, and the free and unfettered sect disciples also used every ounce of strength they had, desperately pushing their true chi to the limit as they launched a fierce attack. As for the old man himself, his eagle-like eyes were locked onto Yang Kai. His intuition told him that this mysterious young man was very strange and definitely had some unknown means. If it were any other time, he would have carefully probed this young man to prevent himself from capsizing, but at this critical moment, how could he have the leisure to do so? Waving his hand, a huge palm print shot towards Yang Kai, intending to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. Yang Kai coldly snorted and pointed his finger forward, summoning a blood-red shield in front of him. Hong. The palm print slammed into the Yang liquid shield, instantly shattering it, but it still managed to block the old man's blow. Not waiting for the old man to attack again, Yang Kai's mind suddenly burst forth with an invisible energy, silently bypassing the old man's shield and flashing into the crowd behind him. The old man's expression changed. In that instant, he seemed to be aware of the power of his divine sense. Before he could figure out what was going on, behind him, a purple halo suddenly exploded. The burst of light formed a fan shape, enveloping the 4 young disciples of the old man and the free and unfettered sect disciples. As the silent attack spread out, those true element boundary experts suddenly became dazed, and their faces contorted in pain. Immediately after that, another burst of light exploded. A third burst. Ah! Yu Qing clutched his head, the piercing pain making it impossible for him to circulate his yuan qi, causing him to fall headfirst into the pool of evil spirit spring. As his body fell into the evil spirit spring, a series of sizzling sounds rang out, and at a rate visible to the naked eye, Yu Qing's clothes and flesh were quickly corroded, leaving behind only white bones. In addition to Yu Qing, the free and unfettered sect disciples, and the old man's 4 juniors also suffered a similar blow. Several of them fell down with Yu Qing while the rest were directly dismembered by the evil spirits. In the blink of an eye, the old man was the only one left in his camp, and from the looks of it, he seemed to have suffered some injuries. Dang 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 dang. The old man hurriedly retreated a few steps, a look of horror on his face as he stared at Yang Kai, his voice trembling as he muttered, "Soul skill." Yang Kai's lips curled upwards as a brilliant smile appeared on his face. How is this possible? The old man's expression was one of utter disbelief, unable to believe what he was seeing. This was just a Yuan Qi 6th stage cultivator. How could he display a soul skill? Moreover, this soul skill was quite familiar. It was clearly the same one used by the soul-type evil spirit just now, but the scope of the attack had been slightly altered by this young man. It's a soul skill. Yang Kai stared at the old man provocatively. I obtained it from that source just now. Old man, you're dead. Impossible. The old man's expression was somewhat ferocious. Although the 3 halos just now had not seriously injured him, his divine sense had been somewhat damaged, and the pain in his head was still lingering. Even if you can comprehend a soul skill from that source, without cultivating your divine sense, you can't display it. Saying so, the old man's eyes lit up again as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Could it be that that source just now allowed you to cultivate your divine sense? Let's just assume so. Yang Kai chuckled, not bothering to explain. His divine sense had long since been cultivated, and Yang Kai's current spiritual energy was quite strong, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to display 3 soul skills in a row and still be so calm. Even a master who had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary couldn't display 3 soul skills in a row. On the high platform, everyone stared at Yang Kai in surprise. None of them had expected that at this critical moment, Yang Kai would once again turn the tide. The time they had been in contact with Yang Kai hadn't been long, but in this short period of time, Yang Kai had displayed one after another incredible means, repeatedly creating miracles. Everyone knew that if they hadn't encountered Yang Kai on this trip to the evil cavern, they would have likely died several times over. Not to mention this life-saving grace, Yang Kai's strange and powerful strength was enough to make everyone secretly decide to befriend him, and not have any conflicts with him in the future. The old man stared at the evil spirit spring below with a pained expression. The 4 juniors he had tried so hard to protect had all fallen just now. So naturally, his hatred for Yang Kai had reached a boiling point. Hesitating for a moment, the old man suddenly turned around and walked away muttering, "Little brat, you better live well, this old master will one day skin you alive." Even if Yang Kai had mastered a soul skill, the old man wasn't afraid of him. What the old man was afraid of was the rapidly rising evil spirit spring below. Unable to quickly occupy the high platform, the old man could only try to escape, and see if he could escape with his life. "You want to run? Do you think you can?" Yang Kai coldly shouted, directly leaping off the high platform, quickly chasing after the old man, his figure leaping up, his divine sense flashing in his mind, but this time it was somewhat different from the previous one. Condensed into a single point, it transformed into a purple streak of light, and shot towards the old man's head. This was also a soul skill obtained from the soul-type evil spirit, but the previous one was a large area of effect attack while this one was a single target attack. The two had some similarities, but the methods used were different. The old man obviously hadn't expected Yang Kai to have this kind of skill, and was caught off guard by the purple streak of light. His body trembled as he fell, half of his body falling into the evil spirit spring. Chapter 345. The old man screamed as he desperately pushed his yuan qi to resist the demonic qi invading his body. But no matter how hard he tried, the strange ink-like aura continued to spread. Even now, it was still rapidly spreading to his body. The old man's courage was completely shattered, and he used all his strength to try and climb up, but there seemed to be a huge suction force coming from the evil spirit spring water, as if there was a giant invisible hand pulling him down towards the bottom. It was like he had inadvertently fallen into a swamp, and the more he tried, the faster he fell. Yang Kai took this opportunity to fly above the old man's head. Using both of his palms, Yang Kai fiercely struck out with the momentum of a mountain. Yang Kai used his Burning Sun's 3-layer blast and soul skill at the same time. Yang Kai sent out a series of palm prints, each of which contained a faint purple glow. Yang Kai was determined to kill him. The old man's immortal ascension boundary 5th stage strength was like a tiger in a cage. Unable to display his full strength, the old man was forced into the evil spirit spring by Yang Kai. A shrill scream rang out. Vaguely, one could see the old man struggling and resisting under the ink-like spring water. However, he was unable to break free from the shackles of the evil energy in the spring water. He sank deeper and deeper, and gradually disappeared. After a short while, the old man's voice also disappeared as he died a violent death. Yang Kai's expression also became somewhat ugly. He hadn't expected this evil spirit spring to be so powerful that even an immortal ascension boundary master couldn't break free from it. When he used the evil spirit chi in his unyielding golden skeleton, he could swim freely in the evil spirit spring, but if anyone else fell into it, Yang Kai was afraid they would end up no different from free and unfettered sect. On the high platform, Xinjiang Yuanqi's defensive barrier. Would it be able to withstand it? Glancing over at the old man with some worry, Yang Kai quickly withdrew. After using his spiritual energy so many times, he was indeed tired and weak, but Yang Kai still didn't show the slightest sign of it. Landing back on the high platform, everyone held their breath as they stared at him, seemingly unable to believe that an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master had been killed by him. Although everyone knew, it wasn't Yang Kai's own ability, but rather his reliance on the evil spirit spring. But even so, it was still shocking enough. Ahem. It looks like we're the only ones left here. Shani coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention. Yeah, they're all dead. Lung Shan looked at the empty platform on the other side, feeling like she was in a dream. Ghost King Valley had offended free and unfettered sect this time, so she was worried about being punished by her master when she returned. But she hadn't expected that Yu Qing and the others would all die, a result she was quite happy to see. No one from the free and unfettered sect had returned alive. So naturally none of them knew what had happened here. "It's up!" Tao Yang shouted as he stared outside with a heavy expression. At this moment, the evil spirit spring outside once again erupted, and the swelling water quickly covered the high platform, quickly rising several dozen feet, filling the entire evil cavern. They turned their heads and looked around. Other than the high platform, they were surrounded by spring water. The dark water blocked out all light. It was as if they were hiding in a bubble at the bottom of the sea. Through the defensive barrier, one could occasionally see some evil spirits wandering in the spring water. Everyone couldn't help rejoicing in their hearts. Fortunately, they hadn't rashly left the high platform just now. Otherwise, they would have been swallowed up by this spring water before they could escape. See la la. When the spring water came into contact with the true Yang Yuan Qi defensive barrier, there was a burst of explosive sounds as the two opposing energies collided, rapidly consuming each other's energy. For a time, everyone's mood became tense as they stared at the defensive barrier. In this case, if the defensive barrier broke, with the exception of Yang Kai, everyone else would die. Dong dong. The sound coming from the evil spirit spring became more and more intense, causing the heartbeat of everyone on the high platform to involuntarily quicken. All of them were on tenterhooks, not knowing what was about to happen. Pooh. The sound of something breaking rang out. Zhao Rong of Treasure Instrument Sect screamed, her beautiful face going pale. "It seems the first layer of the defensive barrier has been broken." "Is that true?" Cheng Ying's face also went green. How long had it been since the first layer of the defensive barrier had been destroyed? At this rate, in less than a stick of incense worth of time, the high platform would no longer be safe. "It's true, I saw it," Zhao Rong cried out. Sometimes death wasn't that scary. A sudden sword strike could end a person's life before they could even feel it. What was terrible was the feeling of waiting for death, the endless torment of anxiety and fear. It made one feel like a year. What if it all breaks? Cheng Ying asked with a sad face. "Don't jinx it," Lung Shan scolded. Immediately, everyone turned their heads and stared at Yang Kai. It was as if they thought he could still create another miracle and turn the tide. Yang Kai sniffed and said, "I can still condense such a defensive barrier." Everyone's face lit up with joy and Chunny couldn't help but laugh. "I knew Brother Yang definitely had some tricks up his sleeve, haha. Now there's no need to worry." Hiding inside the defensive barrier was extremely safe. Besides feeling a little scared, there was nothing else to worry about. Tao Yang frowned slightly. Looking at Yang Kai thoughtfully, he quickly asked, "Brother Yang, how many more layers can you condense?" Yang Kai checked the Yang liquid inside the dantian and said lightly, 50 layers is fine." Tao Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. The amount of Yuan Qi contained in this defensive barrier was already enormous. 50 layers. Tao Yang almost couldn't imagine how Yang Kai had so much Yuan Qi in his body. But immediately, his brow wrinkled again and he said worriedly, "The key is when this spring water will disappear. Even if Brother Yang does his best, I'm afraid he can only maintain it for half an hour. If the spring water is still there after half an hour, then..." Yang Kai also frowned. This was what he was afraid of. Although he didn't need to worry about his own safety, the Hu sisters were still here. He couldn't just stand by and watch them die without doing anything. They were a pair of twin sisters. When Yang Kai was still weak, they had been good to him. Yang Kai also cherished their friendship. He said 50 layers, but that was the most conservative estimate. When that time came, he would do whatever it took to bring the Hu sisters out. He would wrap them in his own Yuan Qi and not let them get hurt. The reason why he was still here was that Yang Kai wanted to do his best. After all, he had a good relationship with the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect. He was just one person, so he couldn't take care of so many people. Although he was a bit selfish, in this crisis, he could only take care of those he was familiar with. For a time, everyone on the high platform was a little worried and uneasy. Hu Meier quietly glanced at Yang Kai, but there was no trace of worry on her face. She just leaned towards him. Hu Jiaoer noticed her sister's small movement, and just smiled bitterly, glancing away. Right, do you have any news about my grandmaster? Worrying wasn't a good idea, so Yang Kai simply stopped thinking about the current situation and stood next to Hu Mei, quietly asking her about the sect. Your grandmaster? Hu Mei looked at him in surprise, but because the distance was too close, she quickly averted her eyes. Ling Taisu. Oh. Hu Mei nodded, her brow wrinkling slightly as she thought for a moment. We don't know. I only know that one night, a great battle broke out in your High Heaven Pavilion. It seems that the central capital's Chiu family brought people to cause trouble. The battle lasted for a long time, and I heard from my father that Sect Master Ling seemed to have broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Sect Master Ling is really amazing. What was the result of that battle? Yang Kai asked anxiously. It seemed to be a draw. Sect Master Ling was very strong, and with the assistance of the 4 elders, the central capital's Chiu family masters were all repelled. But since then, Sect Master Ling and the others have disappeared. That's good. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling relieved. Although he knew that his grandmaster wouldn't have any accidents, after all. He hadn't heard any news about him for so long, so he couldn't help feeling a little worried. But because of your High Heaven Pavilion's involvement, our Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall's people were unlucky enough to die. Hu Mei glared at Yang Kai, seemingly angry but also happy. Her tone didn't contain the slightest trace of blame. What happened? The Demon Lord came from your High Heaven Pavilion, and the central capital's Chiu family also sent people who were repelled by you. Moreover, the Chiu family seems to have lost an important figure who has yet to be heard from. Those people were very overbearing, and even put the blame on our Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. Our 2 sects were forced to participate in the encirclement of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land in order to prove our innocence. That's why my sister and I ended up here. Hu Mei explained softly. Listening to her, Yang Kai understood why the 2 sisters had appeared in the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. They must have been dragged here to fight and ended up separated from the rest of the group. Unfamiliar with this place, the deeper they went, the more they encountered that group of scum from the free and unfettered sect, forcing them to enter the evil cavern. I'm just joking with you, I don't blame your High Heaven Pavilion, those people were unreasonable. Hu Mei saw Yang Kai's silence and thought he was a bit angry, so she couldn't help feeling a bit flustered. And I know. Yang Kai's face was a bit gloomy, quickly changing the subject. What about Su Yan? Have you heard any news about her recently? No. Hu Mei obviously didn't know that Su Yan and the others had passed through the Void Corridor, and were now 10,000 kilometers away, shaking her head. Your High Heaven Pavilion no longer has anyone. After the Chiu family's important figure went missing, those invading masters burned down the entire High Heaven Pavilion. Now it's a ruin. Taking a deep breath, Kai Yang said in a deep voice, I understand. You don't worry. Hu Mei saw Yang Kai's ugly expression and didn't know how to comfort him, instead taking the initiative to take his hand and gently squeeze it. Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise. Hu Mei lowered her head and didn't say anything, thinking that maybe she would die soon, but in any case, she wouldn't let go. It wasn't like she hadn't been presumptuous in front of him before. In the past, she had been quite bold in seducing him, but after cultivating the twin chi shared spirit divine art, her temperament had been greatly affected by her sister, and was no longer as unrestrained as before. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.